Neon lights flickered along the 8th Street of Luoshing City. Chubby Lin Fan wandered aimlessly between star card shops like a lost lamb. Every time he saw a card he liked, the steep price drove him away. His childhood friend, Shin Xiao, had long lost his patience, the corner of his mouth drooping slightly as he chewed on a blade of grass. Hey, old Lin, you've walked this street 100 times already. You've seen everything there is to see. Shield warriors are just like that, destined to be punching bags in the early stages. Where are you going to find some height here? Game-changing card. Shin Xiao's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Lin Fan's burning hopes. In this world where strength was everything, one's career choice often dictated their fate. Shield warriors, though indomitable in the later stages, were fragile and insignificant early on, almost doomed to be bullied. Even in the Indofdom rankings, they were never anywhere near the top 3. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks, a sly glint flashing across his chubby face. My dad promised that if I make it to the top 3 this term, he'd give me 50,000 pocket money. Those words hit Shin Xiao like a thunderbolt. The blade of grass fell from his mouth as his eyes lit up. 50,000. Call me Godfather. Quit it. I can't win anyway, Lin Fan said irritably, rubbing his round head. Those guys who play summoners and long-range fighters me shield can't block them at all. I've searched every shop on this street and still haven't found a card that can turn the tide. Shin Xiao slung an arm around Lin Fan's broad shoulders. No way, Godfather, it'll help you look again. With our teamwork, we're bound to dig up a god-tier card. If we find one, it'll owe you big time. Lin Fan pounded his chest, causing his body fat to jiggle noticeably. Brother, with that physique, you're really not cut out to be a shield warrior, Shin Xiao teased. Get lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two slumped on a street corner, utterly exhausted. Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Fan's face like raindrops. It's all the same stuff on this street: shields, speed boosts, long-range attacks. Nothing that can help a shield warrior turn the tables. Who would bother designing something for first or second-tier cards? Face it, Chubby, early on, you're meant to get beaten up. Shin Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and gazed up at the sky. One last shop. Lin Fan suddenly pointed to the far end of the street, where an inconspicuous deadened alley lay. Dragging their weary bodies, they ventured into the alley's depths, where they were greeted by a peculiar sign: Hearthstone Tavern. A tavern on a street full of card shops? And in a deadened alley? Is the owner trying to starve himself? Lin Fan muttered, ready to leave, but Shin Xiao grabbed his arm. Wait, look at the side. Shin Xiao pointed to the tavern's side wall, where a standard star card shop emblem hung alongside a unique card back design. Their eyes met, and a sly grin spread across both their faces. A strange shop might have rare treasures. Without hesitation, the chubby boy pushed open the door. The dimly lit interior revealed simple tables and chairs lining the walls. On the shelves, the faint outlines of various cards could be seen. Young heroes, what kind of cards are you looking for? A sweet, childlike voice came from the corner. Turning to look, they saw a little girl, no older than 7 or 8, sitting at the counter with a book titled Card-Making Basics spread across her lap. Lin Fan froze for a moment. Little girl, you're not the card maker here, are you? The girl rolled her eyes. Uncle, I'm only 8 years old. Uncle. Lin Fan felt as though had been punched in the chest. I'm only 14. Shin Xiao chuckled on the side, but the girl, Ji Fufu, turned to him instead. Mister, did you bring your son here to buy cards? Our cards are super powerful. Seeing Shin Xiao's face twist in shock, Lin Fan burst into laughter, as if exacting sweet revenge. At that moment, a hidden door behind the counter silently opened, and a suave man stepped out. Stretching lazily, he swept his gaze over the two boys, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, what kind of cards are you looking for? The man's strikingly handsome features bordered on the otherworldly, and every movement exuded an indescribable allure. Both Lin Fan and Shin Xiao instinctively took a sharp breath. Their internal alarms blaring. This place is beyond strange. Should we run? I heard exams are coming up soon. The man's voice was as rich and smooth as a cello. The cards here can make you unstoppable in the exam hall, invincible. Summoning his courage, Lin Fan stepped forward. Boss, do you have any second-tier cards suitable for a shield warrior? A flicker of intrigue crossed the man's eyes. It's not about what I have. It's about what you need. Whoa, both boys took half a step back. This guy's confidence was over the top. Me, shield warrior. I want to make the top 3 in the finals. Do you have a card for that? Lin Fan pounded his chest, as if challenging the man. Yes. That simple answer left Lin Fan momentarily stunned before he blurted out in disbelief. Wait, you do? Come here, young man. The man's slender fingers retrieved a card from his pocket and gently placed it on the counter. Try this. The card lay face down, its back matching the emblem outside the shop. Yet Lin Fan couldn't shake the eerie sensation emanating from it, a faint, invisible black aura that sent chills down his spine. As he cautiously reached for it, a strange thought flitted through his mind. This might dirty my hands. Chubby, what are you waiting for? Check the stats already. Shin Xiao urged. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan flipped the card over. His small, beady eyes instantly widened to their fullest. Boss, are you messing with me? How did I trick you? Lin Fan frowned, looking displeased. I'm a shield warrior, and this is a summoning type card. Does it give you a shield? The shopkeeper retorted. Yes. Then why are you being so stubborn? The shopkeeper leaned forward, wrapping an arm around Lin Fan's neck, and whispered a few words into his ear. Lin Fan's already wide, beady eyes opened even wider. His earlier confidence vanished as he stammered. Thighs is possible. Why not? Give it a try. Trying it doesn't cost you anything. Wait, the card's free? Lin Fan asked skeptically. Dream on. The shopkeeper slapped the counter. 888. Pay up. Reluctantly, Lin Fan pulled out his wallet, counted out 9 bills, and placed them on the counter, muttering under his breath. If it doesn't work. No refunds. The shopkeeper's eyes flared, his voice rising several notches. Maybe reflect on yourself instead. Has your star power improved over the years? Have you been putting in the effort? Taken enough hits? Stop blaming the card for everything. Chastised, Lin Fan shrank back, grabbed Shin Xiao, and hurried out of the shop. Brother, if you scold customers like that, they might not come back, Ji Fufu said from behind the counter, her face scrunched with worry. We're already running low on money. Look, here's the money, Ji Li said smugly, waving the 9 bills in his hand with a crisp, fluttering sound. Brother, I need a blank card, a star engraving pen, and we still have to pay for meals, Ji Fufu said, counting on her fingers as she looked up at her brother. Ji Li's mouth twitched as he reluctantly pulled out 8 bills and handed them over. Here, take it. Thanks, brother. Ji Fufu smiled sweetly, hesitated for a moment, then took 1 bill and placed it back. You should keep some. I can make do with a basic star engraving pen. Take it for now. Next time I make more money, we'll split it properly. Ji Li said confidently. Okay. Ji Fufu replied softly, clearly not holding much hope. You've got to believe in me. Your brother is amazing, Ji Li declared. Ji Fufu just nodded lightly and lowered her head to flip through her book. Ji Li's mouth twitched in frustration. He couldn't blame her for doubting him. His predecessor had done nothing to earn anyone's trust. In truth, he didn't belong to this world. In his past life, he was just an ordinary office worker whose biggest hobby after work was playing a couple of rounds of Hearthstone. When the game shut down, he gave it up. But when he heard Hearthstone was reopening with a bunch of compensations, he was so excited he nearly jumped out of his chair. Yet, while he was reviewing the compensation details, an inexplicable dump truck crashed into his hami on the 9th floor, no less. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this place called the Star Realm. After enduring an intense headache brought on by the memories of his new body, he finally understood this world's history. 500 years ago, a meteor shower fell upon this land, and mysterious realms and monsters began to appear all over. At first, humanity was powerless to resist, until they discovered the land itself had undergone strange changes. In the 15th year of the Starfall calendar, the first star card was created, and from then on, humanity's entire existence revolved around these star cards. In the 20th year of the Starfall calendar, the Alliance government categorized professions into 2 main systems, card makers and star warriors. A decade later, the first spell card was created, bringing revolutionary changes to this world. Within just 2 years, the first spell-type star warrior emerged, marking the beginning of a new era of diversified professions. As time progressed, the star warrior profession became increasingly refined, branching into multiple specializations such as spell type, warrior type, and shield warrior. Correspondingly, the variety of star cards expanded rapidly, ranging from summoning and equipment cards to lifestyle and spell cards, offering an abundance of choices. Ji Li sat in the archive room, flipping through these historical records with a furrowed brow. He realized that the current level of card making was still stuck at a very basic stage, as exemplified by the 2 typical sword cards in his hands. The ordinary longsword, a very basic equipment card. Its description read, 30 durability, 100 skill points, with an odd additional note that stated, this is an unremarkable longsword. Wearing it, you might be able to cook a decent meal. Beyond that, it had no other features. The so-called upgraded version, the refined longsword, had almost identical stats, 30 durability, 100 skill points, but with an added skill that stated, a slash deals 110 damage to enemies in front. This simplistic improvement made Ji Li wonder, wouldn't it be more effective to just swing harder? In the star card system, the star rating represents the range of base attributes. For example, in the case of swords, an attack value between 0 and 100 corresponds to a 1-star rating. The attack value displayed on the card, such as 30, is actually a coefficient that must be multiplied by the star warrior's star power to determine the final base attack value. To better understand the card-making philosophy of this world, Ji Li had been exploring the local markets in recent days. He observed that while the local card makers were technically skilled, their creativity was severely limited, stuck in a crude, brute force design mentality. Take the longsword series, For instance, the upgraded version simply added a skill in a clunky manner. In this realistic world, the skill couldn't even eliminate the lag before and after a normal attack, reminiscent of the rough design of early online games. Thinking of the card games he had played in his previous life, Geely couldn't help but shake his head. Those intricate battle cries, death rattles, charge effects, and the seamless synergy between cards that was true card artistry. This gave him confidence in his own abilities. What's more, he had a powerful assist in the system. A blue interface appeared before Geely. The card system, as it was called, was simple yet practical. Every card sold earned him points, which could be used to redeem various knowledge-based rewards within the system, ranging from the complete guide to one-star card makers to the encyclopedia of materials. The system employed dream simulations and virtual tutoring to teach Geely step by step, based on his learning progress. This thoughtful teaching method made Geely, despite his disdain for the current card-making standards, acknowledge the depth of the card-maker profession. After all, it required consideration of factors such as card architecture, material selection, and the use of star engraving pins an intricate and demanding craft. Fortunately, his previous life as a programmer, with its experience in structural design, allowed him to find a sense of resonance in this new field. Even with the system's assistance, Geely spent 3 whole months crafting his first decent card. It all started when he found himself transmigrated into this world. Upon arriving, the memories of his predecessor flooded his mind, though most of them were filled with frivolous and absurd events. The card-making shop had originally been the lifelong effort of his parents, a loving couple who ran the business together. Unfortunately, their overindulgence in their son turned him into a lazy and reckless playboy. The predecessor spent his days indulging in eating, drinking, gambling, and other vices, doing nothing meaningful. 5 years ago, his parents passed away unexpectedly, leaving him and his then 3-year-old sister, Ji Fufu, behind. Without parental restraint, the predecessor became even more unruly, going so far as to convert the card-making shop into a tavern. In this area, running a tavern was destined to fail, but the predecessor didn't care. He only wanted a place to gather with friends. Over the course of 4 years, he squandered the family's fortune completely. With no assets left and debts piling up, he continued his reckless lifestyle, drinking whenever he had alcohol and scheming for more when he didn't. As for his sister, to him, she was nothing more than an insignificant presence. When Geely transmigrated into this body, he made his first promise to take good care of Ji Fufu. The little girl responded with nothing more than indifference. Over the past few months, Geely diligently studied the art of card making while managing household chores, slowly earning a slight change in her attitude. It was a necessary effort, considering the mess his predecessor had left behind. One day, after wiping down the bar counter, Geely grabbed a basket and prepared to head out. Stay home and keep an eye on things. If any customers come by, try to keep them around. Whether we can improve our lives depends on you. Okay, Ji Fufu replied without looking up, her attention still focused on her book. It was only after Ji Li's figure disappeared through the door that she raised her head, staring blankly in the direction he had left. A moment later, she wiped at the corners of her slightly reddened eyes and muttered softly, "We have to keep living." Then, she returned to her book. "Hey, fatty, what kind of card was that? Spill it already." Shin Xiao couldn't contain his curiosity. Ever since Lin Fan had purchased that card yesterday, had been dying to know what it was. The 888 price tag was considered high quality for a 2-star card, and star cards typically cost less than 100, while 2-star cards were generally under 1,000. Making basic white cards usually led to losses. Only high-quality ones could turn a profit. For Lin Fan to spend so much on a summon card that wasn't even compatible with his style was baffling. "Don't rush. You'll find out soon enough." Just as they were talking, an arrogant voice interrupted from behind. Well, fatty, ready to get beaten up today? TSK, I've been meaning to see how that ball of blubber feels." The two turned around to see a slick-haired young master, flanked by a group of lackeys, strutting toward them with an air of arrogance. "Dragon, who do you think you are? You even dare to pick a fight with my brother Lin?" Xin Zhao's face flushed red as he clenched his fists and shouted angrily. "Let me tell you, if my brother Lin so much as frowns today, I'll take your last name." Hearing this, Longxing didn't get angry but instead smirked with disdain. He bent down mockingly, exaggerating his posture as if preparing to charge. "Frown and take my last name? Fatty, with all that flab on you, do you even qualify?" His peculiar actions provoked a burst of laughter from the surrounding classmates. "Dragon, my brother Lin, what's going on here?" A stern voice boomed from the podium. Everyone turned to see their homeroom teacher, Wang Ya, standing there, her voice echoing through the classroom. "The entire building can hear you. Why don't you try being even louder?" Wang Ya scanned the room with a sharp gaze and scolded. "Today is the final exam, and you still have the energy to argue? Let me warn you, anyone who doesn't make it to the top 5 in the grade will have double the summer homework." But a student tried to protest. "But what?" Wang Ya cut them off sharply. "If you don't work hard now, When you enter the secret realms and get smashed to pieces by monsters, you won't even have a place to cry. You lot or something else making a racket first thing in the morning. Truly the worst class I've ever had. As Wang Ye continued her reprimand, the broadcast system chimed in at the perfect moment. Attention, Class 25, please gather in the duel room. Class 25, please gather in the duel room. Class 25, please gather in the duel room. Teacher, the match is starting. A student timidly raised their hand to remind her. Wang Ye finally stopped her lecture, took a sip from her thermos, and said, "What's the rush? I heard it. All right, let's move out." At the end of each semester, every class had to hold internal matches to select the top 3 students to represent them in the grade-level competition. This time, Lin Fan's first opponent just so happened to be Long Xing. Upon seeing the matchup, Long Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Not bad, fatty, not bad at all." Lin Fan remained expressionless as a bead of sweat slowly rolled down his forehead. Wang Ye noticed and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. It's normal for shield warriors to struggle in battles right now. Once you graduate, teams will be lining up to recruit you. Just focus on doing your best." "Understood, teacher," Lin Fan replied. Wang Ye then turned to Long Xing. "And you don't go too hard on your classmate." Long Xing shrugged. "All right, whatever you say." In truth, his grudge against the fatty stemmed from something trivial. Had once invited Lin Fan to join his team, only to be rejected. That rejection had stuck with him. As for holding back, he didn't really care either way. After all, it wasn't like he could seriously harm Lin Fan, so he figured he might as well give the teacher some face. "I don't need your mercy. Watch yourself," Lin Fan said, enunciating each word clearly. Long Xing sneered. "Both contestants, summon your equipment cards," the referee announced. According to the rules for Star Warriors, all professions were allowed to manifest their equipment cards before entering the arena. After all, revealing your weapon before a battle was only natural. Long Xing pulled out a card that gleamed with purple light, eliciting gasps from the audience. Even Wang Ya's eyes briefly flickered with envy. When the light faded, 2 miniature turrets appeared on Long Xing's shoulders. The turrets' mechanical claws gripped his shoulders tightly, and upon closer inspection, their metal legs had pierced into his skin, giving them a vicious appearance. This was Long Xing's arcane turret, a tier epic grade offensive equipment card. With a durability of 50 and a special effect value of 100, it could launch 2 arcane missiles each time it was activated using starlight energy. What made it truly terrifying was the missile's fully automated tracking capabilities, each one brimming with the aura of wealth. "A special epic card for the big brother has appeared. A true rich guy," Xin Xiao muttered as he glanced at the card shimmering with dazzling light, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He knew that no matter what kind of cards his good buddy had, they would likely pale in comparison to this exclusive epic card. As the saying goes, the poor play defense, the rich play magic. The perks for the rich guy class were just ridiculously overpowered when it came to magic spells. Spell cards were known for their rapid consumption and immense power. As long as one had enough money and star energy, victory could be achieved by blindly bombarding the opponent with spells. The murmurs from the audience reached Long Xing's ears, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This wasn't just any ordinary epic card, it was an exclusive card that required at least a 6-star card maker to create. With an attack power of 502, far exceeding the typical range of 100 to 200 for standard star cards, the most impressive feature was its fully automatic targeting system, no manual aiming needed. Long Xing scanned the crowd, chuckling inwardly. As long as Lin Fan didn't get close, and with his arsenal of control-type spells, victory was practically guaranteed. If his opponent were a ranged or agile star warrior, he might take things more seriously. But Lin Fan, what a joke. A flash of white light appeared on the field, and a plain, ordinary longsword materialized in Lin Fan's hand. It was none other than the standard-issue white card longsword provided by the school. Its market price was less than $100, even cheaper than a blank star card. "What's this? Have you given up, fatty?" Disdainful murmurs echoed from the audience. "This is just boring." As Lin Fan's classmates, everyone was familiar with his cards, a shield card and a single-handed sword. But now, pulling out such a basic longsword wasn't that essentially admitting defeat? You'll find out soon enough," Lin Fan replied confidently. "Oh, I'd love to see how you could possibly make me find out," Long Xing sneered, striding boldly into the football field's dueling arena. When Lin Fan revealed his iron sword, the onlookers whispered among themselves. "He's giving up, isn't he? What else can he do? A shield warrior against a mage with an exclusive card is just asking for a beating. This fight's basically going to be a fireworks display for the mage." With the sharp blow of a whistle, the first duel of the day officially began. Long Xing immediately pulled out a card, ready to activate it at any moment. Typically, a melee class would charge in right away, forcing the opponent to use defensive cards or interrupt their casting. However, Long Xing's auto-targeting feature made this tactic particularly risky. But to everyone's astonishment, the moment the whistle blew, Lin Fan didn't charge forward. Instead, he pulled out a card. As a green light flashed, a woman dressed in leather appeared out of thin air, holding an unfinished piece of leather armor. She blinked at her surroundings, looking slightly confused. What? Gasps erupted across the dueling arena. A summon. Has he lost his mind? A shield warrior using a summoning card? What's going on? Lin Fan's face noticeably turned pale, clearly showing the strain the card had placed on him. The use of cards by Star Warriors follows specific rules. Much like internal energy in novels, Star Energy serves as the foundation for everything. Everyone has their own innate tendencies measured in terms of physical constitution and mental strength. Those with exceptional mental strength are suited for magic-based or range professions, while those with strong physical attributes are better suited for close combat roles. Close combat Star Warriors typically don't choose summoning as their specialization. Li Sheng adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glint of cold light. Summons not only place high demands on mental strength, but also divide attention, reducing combat reaction speed. Old Wang, your student sure has some interesting ideas. A subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his face. If you ask me, you might as well step down from teaching Longxing. How could a teacher who lets a shield warrior play with summoning possibly train a proper magic warrior? Wang Ya's face darkened instantly. What does this have to do with you? Heh. Li Sheng let out a cold chuckle. I'm just being considerate and reminding you looks like someone's bonus this year is going up in smoke. In the arena, when Longxing saw the creature his opponent had summoned, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Fatty, you don't seriously think summoning this thing will make me focus my firepower on you, do you? I'm not that stupid. Before he finished speaking, he pointed with both hands, and the twin cannons on his shoulders lit up with a faint blue glow. Four arcane missiles streaked through the air, aiming straight for the summoned female creature. Hey, sorry for being late. The commentator's voice suddenly boomed through the speakers. This is the Endophthalm commentary. Let's take a look at the situation on the field well. Longxing has brought out his exclusive purple card, while Lin Fan. Wait, as a shield warrior, he's actually using a summoning card? Is he trying to bait Longxing's attacks? The commentator continued. Too bad, Longxing didn't fall for it. It's common knowledge that the key to defeating a summoner is to focus fire on the Star Warrior themselves. When a shield warrior uses a summoning card, sticking rigidly to the rules and targeting the Star Warrior can be a foolish choice. Oh my. Lin Fan seems to have a lot of faith in his summoning cards actually using Lifelink. Lifelink, a fundamental spell card, is a well-known card that every shield warrior receives for free. It doesn't require durability or special skills, and by consuming a certain amount of stamina, it can cast a shield on an ally. Longxing's brow furrowed deeply. He couldn't make sense of this choice. Lifelink is a highly disadvantageous skill. First, the shield transferred to another target loses 20 to 30 of its effectiveness. Second, shielding a summoned creature is even more wasteful, as summons are almost impossible to dodge attacks and will inevitably take full damage. Lin Fan's behavior is quite unusual, the commentator said with a tone of puzzlement. This is undoubtedly weakening his own life force. Does he believe he and his summon can get close to Longxing? Could this summon have some kind of special ability? Let's wait and see. Typically, a match against a shield warrior is a battle of attrition, where victory comes from depleting the opponent's star energy and stamina. But today, this sitting duck had voluntarily removed his armor. Longxing felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Something was seriously off. No one is a fool. Every move Lin Fan made was carefully calculated, especially that seemingly clumsy summoned creature. A faint smirk appeared on Longxing's lips as the card in his hand gleamed faintly. A spark of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Come on, show me what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Before his words had fully settled, four arcane missiles whistled through the air, heading straight for the summoned creature. Just as the missiles were about to hit, a transparent shield of light appeared around the creaturite. Was Lin Fan's life-sharing ability. Go, Lin Fan commanded, and both he and his summoned creature charged at Longxing. However, the scene that followed left the audience dumbfounded. Lin Fan dashed forward like an arrow leaving its bow, while his summoned creature stumbled clumsily behind, moving as slowly as a toddler learning to walk. Its sluggish pace was akin to a mage's running speed, utterly laughable in this world of Star Warriors. In just a few short steps, the summoned creature took another 4 direct hits from the arcane missiles. From the stands, Vice Principal Zhuge Ji let out a soft his sharp eyes fixed on the scene. While most students were utterly perplexed, the teachers present quickly noticed something unusual. Each time an arcane missile struck the summoned creature, something seemed to transfer back to Lin Fan. Principal, are you suggesting that's a shield? Wang Yi suddenly understood. Interesting, Zhuge Ji muttered, stroking his beard. This unprecedented effect, could it be a special ability or a skill? Later, have that student come to my office. A few of us old-timers need to study this closely. This statement left Wang Yi and Li Sheng stunned. Moments ago, they had been mocking Lin Fan, but now even the vice principal had taken an intense interest in the phenomenon. Thinking of the old-timers the vice principal mentioned, Li Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Great, now he's really caught their attention. Longxing understood Lin Fan as thoroughly as Lin Fan understood him. With his current abilities, Longxing could fire 4 arcane missiles every 5 seconds 80 in a minute. Previously, Lin Fan had managed to withstand 160 arcane missiles with the aid of his blocking abilities, an impressive feat, but today, Lin Fan had chosen a seemingly foolish strategy relying on a summoned creature that drained his own life force. In Longxing's calculations, Lin Fan could endure at most 80 missiles, meaning the battle would be decided within a minute. During that time, Lin Fan would have, at best, 2 or 3 chances to get close to him. Once he figured this out, Longxing began retreating while relentlessly attacking, launching a barrage of arcane missiles that rained down on the summoned creature. The shield around the creature flickered continuously, while Lin Fan's star energy rapidly drained. That summoned creature is such a burden, gasped someone in the audience. Just as Lin Fan was about to close the distance, Longxing unleashed his trump card Frost Ring. A radiant blue ring of ice instantly froze Lin Fan in place. Frost Ring, a spell card with outstanding attack power, 0 durability, and 1 skill. It freezes all enemies within a 5-meter radius of the caster for 20 seconds. Wow, as expected of someone who spends big. A blue-tier Frost Ring? That's brutal for a warrior. Murmurs of envy and awe rippled through the stands. After casting Frost Ring, Longxing quickly sidestepped to evade. However, his movement inadvertently brought him into the summoned creature's attack range. Damn it, Lin Fan's heart tightened. At this moment, it was too late to use a card, so he could only take the hit heaten. Clenching his teeth, he quickly activated his Star Mind power, forming a blurry shield in front of Hema defensive barrier created by the conversion of his Star Mind power, akin to a second layer of health points. Clang. The summoned creature, holding a piece of leather armor, struck heavily on the shield. 50. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Longxing froze in place, blinking in disbelief. This amount of damage? Are you just scratching an itch for your brother? The audience of teachers and students began murmuring among themselves. The students looked perplexed, while the teachers had already discerned the truth. This was indeed an effect-type card, and a special one that worked on the user. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in the vice principal's eyes. He couldn't wait to see the true effect of this card. The battle continued. A sense of unease stirred in Longxing's heart. Although he couldn't figure out why Lin Fan would use such a low-damage summon, he decided to stick to his original strategy. Since Lin Fan had activated life sharing, all attacks would be directed at the summoned creature. 50, 50, 50, 50. A round of attacks dealt 200 points of damage. As Longxing expected, Lin Fan's life sharing effect dissipated, and the summoned creature vanished into nothingness after taking 4 arcane missiles. Just give up, Longxing said, staring directly at Lin Fan. Your Star Mind power must be depleted by now, while I still have half of mine left. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Then go ahead and try. You're courting death. Without hesitation, Longxing launched another attack. Arcane missiles roared toward Lin Fan, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. As the dust settled, Lin Fan stood unharmed, a playful smirk on his lips. He beckoned to Longxing with a finger. Come on, keep going. Hit harder. I can still take it. A shield. How is this possible? Longxing was stunned, but he chose to press on with his assault. Life sharing was gone, and Lin Fan's Star Mind power had to be drained. 50, 50, 50. The relentless barrage of arcane missiles struck Lin Fan's shield, but failed to make the slightest dent. Lin Fan advanced steadily, and with each step forward, Longxing involuntarily retreated. Where did this shield come from? You can keep using your arcane missiles, Lin Fan said smugly, fully aware that Longxing's mana was running low. Heh. Longxing sneered. Do you dare let me cast one more? Whether it works or not, I'll admit defeat. Sure, go ahead. Lin Fan casually picked at his nose. The commentator's voice echoed through the arena. It seems Lin Fan and Longxing have reached some sort of agreement. Longxing is banking on Lin Fan's tendency to show off, and has proposed a single decisive spell to settle the match. So, will the foolish Lin Fan withstand Longxing's ultimate casting spell? Hearing the commentary, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. In the stands, Vice Principal Zhuge revealed a satisfied smile. Smart kid. Indeed, Vice Principal. I've always said Longxing's skills are wasted in Old Wang's class, chimed in Teacher Li. I was talking about Lin Fan being smart. What? Vice Principal Zhuge keenly noticed the change in Lin Fan's state. Life sharing not only consumed star energy, but also drained physical strength. At this moment, Lin Fan's hands were already trembling slightly, clearly reaching his limit. Facing the massive shield before him, Longxing suddenly retracted the cannon on his shoulder, a move that made everyone hold their breath. A card flashed in Longxing's hand. Fireball spell. Type. Spell card excellent offense. Durability. 150,300. Special effect. The more energy invested, the greater the power. Description. Come on, join the 5 Fireball sect. This 2-star card typically had an attack range between 100 and 200, usually hovering around 100 to 150. Only epic-level cards, or the special chanting type, cards could exceed 200, which was precisely why the mage profession was both expensive and highly sought after. As Long Xing continued gathering energy, the card in his hand gradually transformed into a blue glow. A fireball, initially the size of a fist, began to flicker in his palm, swelling to the size of a basin before suddenly contracting into a pale purple fireball. You still have time to surrender. Long Xing exhaled lightly. Not to scare you, but my mental energy is 5 points. This fireball will deal at least 1,000 points of damage. You can't survive it. Lin Fan maintained his infuriatingly calm MT stance, unmoved. Huh. Foolish. Go. Fireball spell. Long Xing roared. Despite feeling dizzy from casting the spell, he steadied himself. He wanted to witness Lin Fan's defeat with his own eyes. The fireball whizzed toward Lin Fan. Just as it was about to hit, a transparent shield suddenly lit up around Lin Fan. At the very moment of impact, the fireball exploded, flames scattering in all directions, completely obscuring Lin Fan's figure. Long Xing smirked triumphantly and turned toward the stands, only for his expression to freeze. By all accounts, if there was a risk of serious injury in an academy battle, the teachers should immediately declare the winner. This was part of his calculation. As for the earlier claim that using it counts as a loss, the final decision rested with the teachers, and he had nothing to worry about. Yet at this moment, the teachers remained motionless. 1,500. My God, that fireball dealt 1,500 points of damage. Wait, Lin Fan is unharmed. How strong is that shield? Can someone explain what's going on? The audience erupted into a chorus of exclamations, all staring in disbelief at the scene before them. As the flames dissipated, a stark contrast emerged on the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet. While the surrounding area was scorched black, the spot where he stood remained its original color. This peculiar sight immediately caused an uproar among the spectators. What the hell? Is someone cheating? How is this possible? Didn't he just use life sharing? How could he withstand that kind of attack? Turn it off, fatty. It's just an inter-school competition and you're using cheats? But soon, another voice drowned out the doubts. Did you see that? That's my bro. Xin Zhao's face flushed with excitement, his voice brimming with pride. The audience stared in disbelief as Lin Fan's performance continued to shatter their expectations. Standing calmly on the stage, Lin Fan wore a faint smile as he looked at Long Xing. Are you going to admit defeat yourself, or should I send you down? I don't accept this. You're cheating. Long Xing shouted hysterically. Referee. He's cheating. The referee exchanged a glance with the vice principal in the stands. After receiving a nod of approval, the referee approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan, may I see your summoning card? Of course. Lin Fan retrieved a card from his pocket. When the card's details were revealed, the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly colorful. Armorsmith. Type, equipment card rare. HP, 500. ATK, 50. Special effect. When the owner or allied units on the field take damage, grant the owner a 200-point shield. Description, I'll craft the perfect armor for you. This thing? Damn. With this, why even bother fighting? Who made this card? I want to send them some local specialties. Even the referee couldn't help but reveal an odd expression upon seeing the card. Its stats seemed unimpressive. Even weak most 2-star summons started with at least 1,000 HP and 100 ATK, while this card's values were only half of that. However, its special effect perfectly complemented Lin Fan's life-sharing skill. Long Xing's turret dealt 50 damage per hit, triggering a 200-point shield each time. This absurd trade-off allowed Lin Fan to accumulate over 10,000 points of shield. Long Xing stood frozen, his hand trembling as he pointed at Lin Fan, unable to form a coherent sentence. A wave of nausea and frustration surged within him. Do you give up, or should I toss you out? Lin Fan shrugged, asking nonchalantly. I give up. Long Xing stammered, his magical energy depleted. He could barely stand, let alone continue fighting. Hearing this, Lin Fan collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for air. Good thing you surrendered. I was out of tricks too. Overdid it with life, sharing completely out of stamina. You. Long Xing's face turned red with anger, and with a oof, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoa. Did Long Xing just cough up blood? Is that a fountain? People really can get so mad they cough up blood? Of course. Try fighting Lin Fan yourself. That equipment alone is a nightmare for anyone, let alone someone facing a shield warrior with life sharing. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Long Xing's reaction. Such a narrow-minded person, resentful for failing to recruit him, and now so enraged by defeat that he spat blood. At that moment, Xin Xiao leaped onto the stage, bouncing around excitedly. Bro, damn. You actually won. Lin Fan quickly rose to fame after an unusual duel. In this battle, his opponent, a female classmate, was unexpectedly defeated so thoroughly that she vomited on the spot. This incident caused a huge stir across the campus. As Lin Fan's Armorsmith attribute was revealed, many opponents began devising strategies to counter him. They unanimously agreed that they had to take him out with high-damage attack cards before he could use his life-sharing ability. However, this seemingly simple tactic proved impossible to execute. Even Rin Xianxian, a favorite to win among the two-star Star Warriors, was left battered and humiliated in her match against him, ultimately vomiting in utter defeat. Utterly disgusting. Rin Xianxian angrily remarked about Lin Fan's card. Statisticians noted that in the 8 matches Lin Fan participated in, his shield value exceeded 10,000 points in 5 of them. In the remaining matches, where opponents used high-power cards, the strategy still had a fatal flaw: it consumed too much energy. And Lin Fan wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and let his opponents complete their lengthy chants. With this card, Lin Fan gradually developed a unique tactical system. Against summoned creatures, he transformed into a warrior with impenetrable armor. When facing other warriors, his already impressive defensive capabilities were further enhanced by his armorsmith trait, allowing him to stack shields continuously during battle. This rendered all strategies futile in the face of his suffocating combat rhythm, leaving opponents with no choice but to accept defeat. Lin Fan. Wang Yu approached him with a complicated expression. "Teacher, you know this card can secure me first place in the grade," Lin Fan said cautiously. "That's not what I mean," Wang Yu explained. "I'm just saying, if anyone asks, wait until after the exam to tell them where to buy it. You wouldn't want to see 2 shield warriors endlessly stacking armor during the finals, would you?" Lin Fan paused, then asked, "Teacher, you didn't tell anyone, did you?" Well, I might have, accidentally." Shortly after, at the card shop. "Boss, I want to buy the armorsmith card." A group of kids crowded around the counter, shouting eagerly. Ji Li watched the scene unfold, completely unsurprised. The armorsmith card is practically unbeatable in Phase 2 battles. Just 888 per card. What? That expensive? Ji Li immediately launched into his new era gospel speech. Expensive? Think about it, if you truly worked hard all these years. The kids, overwhelmed by his lecture, quickly interrupted. All right, well pay. Just stop talking." After the kids left, Ji Li patted the money in his hand and proudly showed it off to Ji Fufu. "See, told you this would make money." Ji Fufu silently observed him, her gaze full of meaning. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ji Li asked. "You've changed." "Hey, you little rascal," Ji Li said, ruffling her hair affectionately. Ji Li, am a genius. If I want to be amazing, it'll be amazing." Closing her book, Ji Fufu asked seriously. "So, will you stop drinking from now on?" Yeah, I'll stop." "And will you live responsibly?" "Why are you asking all this?" Ji Li chuckled. "Don't worry, at the very least, there won't be any problem paying for your education." He mentally calculated. 5 shield warriors, plus the 900 from that chubby kid earlier, over 4,000 in total. The cost of a 2-star white card was just $100, with materials costing only 20 or 30. This business was definitely profitable. Ji Li calculated the money in his hands. The cost of the 6 cards was less than 1,000, leaving him with a little over 3,000, just enough to cover tuition and daily expenses. He silently made up his mind. Since he had come to this world, he should take on the responsibilities that came with it. "I'm not going to study card making anymore. I want to be a star warrior," Ji Li suddenly declared. "What?" Ji Fufu's eyes widened in shock. "Why on earth would you want to be a star warrior? It's so dangerous out there. Listen to me, just stick to being a card maker and live a safe, steady life, okay?" She anxiously explained. "Being a star warrior isn't just about sparring with classmates at school. You have to explore space rifts and fend off the monsters that come out of them. It's a life-threatening job." "No, I want to be a star warrior," Ji Li insisted. "You only know how to make cards, but can't fight. That's not enough." "Hey, you little brat," Ji Fufu started to argue. Although they had only been living together for a couple of months and weren't very close yet, they were still family. Before she could say more, the shop door suddenly swung open. A man with an extraordinary presence walked in. It was Zhuge Yi. His gaze swept across the seemingly ordinary star card shop, pausing briefly on the sample cards displayed on the wall. His brows furrowed slightly. "Sir, is there something you need?" Ji Li asked. Zhuge Yi noticed Ji Li's star card maker uniform. "You're a 1-star card maker?" "Yes. I haven't had the chance to take the 2-star certification yet," Ji Li quickly explained. "But rest assured, the cards I make are absolutely up to 2-star standards. If you need a specific type, you can place a custom order." Zhuge Yi took a card out of his pocket and placed it on the table. "This armorsmith card, did you make it?" "Yes, I did." "Can you make another one for me, right here?" "That might not be convenient," Ji Li replied, his mouth twitching slightly. "I'm the vice principal of Starfall Academy and also a 7-star card maker," Zhuge Yi said slowly. "If you're willing to make this card in front of me, I'll let you put my name on your paper." "Paper?" Ji Li asked, puzzled. "You don't know?" Zhuge Yi frowned. "How did you learn card making?" "I bought books and taught myself." "Self-taught? For how long?" Zhuge Yi's interest was piqued. 3 months, Ji Fufu interjected suddenly. Before that, he just drank, partied, and spent money on women. It was only when he ran out of money that he started learning how to make cards. Ji Li, expressionless, covered her mouth. Go to bed, kid. Zhuge Yi scrutinized the young man in front of him, who appeared to be in his early 20s. Ji Li had a dignified appearance, reminding Zhuge Yi a bit of himself in his younger days. What surprised him even more was Ji Li's skill level after just 3 months of learning was clearly talented. Your Armorsmith card introduces a new star circuit, Zhuge Yi explained. It uses the enemy's attacks to generate shields for allies. This is unprecedented. Once this new technique is submitted to the Star Association and approved, you'll receive at least 100,000 in rewards. If you're interested. At the mention of 100,000, Ji Li's hands were already holding a star pen and card-making materials. I'm in. Please guide me, master. Zhuge Yi observed his reaction and chuckled inwardly. I've got the right guy, definitely someone who needs money. After Zhuge Yi left, Ji Li, brimming with excitement, was ready to dash out the door. Where are you going? Ji Fufu poked her little head out again. To the Star Association to submit the application. I can't let such a big opportunity go to waste. Once you have money, will you start drinking again? She asked. Ji Li paused, then shook his head seriously. No, I won't. Oh, Ji Fufu replied softly. The Star Card Masters Association, commonly referred to as the Star Association, is a powerful organization comprised of 2 major branches, Star Warriors and Star Card Masters. At the heart of Xinglua City, between 2 colossal stone pillars, stands an awe-inspiring card. This is where the local branch of the Star Association resides. The card is an impressive 50 meters wide and 100 meters tall, with its front surface lined with hundreds of neatly arranged passageways, bustling with a continuous flow of people. At the top of the card, the words Star Card Masters Association Xinglua City Branch are engraved. However, the information below the text appears blurry and unclear. Even Ji Li, who had visited the site multiple times, couldn't help but hold his breath in admiration every time he stood before it, an entire branch housed within a single card. The intricate design was something only its creator could fully comprehend. The process of queuing to enter the passage was swift. Standing in front of the card, Ji Li could faintly make out a hazy cluster of structures within. He reached out, his fingertips easily passing through the card's surface, and then stepped inside. Apart from the slightly dim lighting, the transition felt seamless. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a room approximately 30 square meters in size. The room contained only a single desk and a female staff member wearing the Star Association uniform. Her expression was stiff, her movements mechanical. Clearly, she wasn't human. She spoke. How can I assist you? Certification for Star Card Master rank. Which rank? 3 stars. Please wait a moment. The woman snapped her fingers, and a desk materialized in front of Ji Li, holding a test paper. You have an hour and a half to complete the exam. When you're finished, press the button on the side of the desk. Do not touch the button before completing the test. Your time starts now. Ji Li immediately picked up the pen and began answering. The 1-3-Star Card Master exams were fully automated and lacked the rumored practical assessment component. As expected, the first question was an easy one. State the first law of Card Masters. The answer was straightforward. Card Masters adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. The second question was equally simple. State the first prohibition of Card Masters. Ji Li wrote. It is forbidden to create any cards related to souls, including but not limited to those made from humans or involving the absorption of souls. Such practices are considered evil. It was said that these 2 questions appeared on exams for all ranks, both as a giveaway and to emphasize the importance of these principles. For Ji Li, the 3-star Card Master exam was not particularly challenging. He had delayed taking it only because he was new to the city and financially constrained. After just 50 minutes, he pressed the completion button. Suddenly, the desk transformed into a mouth filled with sharp teeth, noisily devouring the test paper. Ji Li's mouth twitched when he first encountered this effect. It had startled him, but now he found the design unnecessarily dramatic. After all, it was just a piece of paper. Moments later, the female staff member, who had remained motionless until now, snapped her fingers again. Written exam passed. Now, please submit 1,000 star coins and select the materials you require. Please note, you need to craft a 3-star premium card within the allotted time to pass. As soon as the words were spoken, the table, still warm from the recent feast, began to tremble. A sleek, silver card scanner slowly rose from the left side, while a semi-transparent light screen appeared on the right, densely packed with an array of card-making materials. Ji Li glanced at the 2,000 credits in his account. It was enough to purchase materials for 2 cards, but he chose not to divide his focus. Instead, he decided to channel all his energy into crafting a single masterpiece. His fingers glided deftly across the light screen, carefully selecting the materials he needed, each choice reflecting meticulous consideration. Pulling out his well-worn, second-hand star engraving pen, Ji Li's gaze sharpened with determination. Though the pen was a low-grade tool and visibly aged, it served as the crucial medium connecting star energy to the card. Ji Li understood its importance. Any mistake could ruin the entire crafting process. Creating a star card was an art requiring extreme precision. A qualified card maker had to master materials science and achieve perfect harmony in speed, steadiness, and precision during engraving. The layout of the star circuits needed to complement one another, and the significantly larger engraving space of a 3-star card, compared to a 2-star card, ignited a fiery determination in Ji Li's heart. He licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of fervor, was ready to go big. Time ticked by. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour and a half. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light filled the entire space. Despite being judged by a cold, unfeeling robotic examiner, Ji Li didn't care. He stared at the card in his hand, a confident smile curving his lips. This was the first time, since arriving in this world, that he had created something capable of altering the tide of battle. With a recommendation from a prominent figure, now was the perfect moment to showcase it. Fine leaf dagger. Type: equipment card epic. Attack: 200,300. Durability: 100. Special effect: 25 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing double damage. Description: faster. Even faster. At the center of the card, a gracefully curved dagger shone brilliantly. Its emerald green blade emitted a soft glow, and its overall design adhered to the golden ratio of 0.618, exuding a unique aesthetic appeal. Most striking of all was the unprecedented critical hit special effect, a feature never before seen in this world. Approved. The mechanical examiner, while unable to grasp the dagger's true value, still gave a positive evaluation. Do you have any other matters to attend to? It asked. Yes, I'd like to upload a special card. All right. Do you have a referrer? I do. Hey, race the referrer's information. Ji Li produced the recommendation card prepared in advance by Zhuge Yi. The upload process was unexpectedly simply only needed to place the card in the detection zone, and the system automatically completed the scan. With the endorsement of a master card maker, this work would quickly gain attention within the association, bypassing the long and often fruitless waiting period faced by submissions without recommendations. 6-star card maker Di Lu rubbed his hands together and opened the card maker forum once again. Seeing his signature card, the explosive fireball, still holding the top spot, a satisfied and proud smile spread across his face. The Card Maker Forum, the most authoritative professional platform under the Star Association, not only hosts an extensive collection of card models, but also features a highly regarded monthly ranking system. This ranking doesn't rely on popularity, but is instead overseen by a panel of 12 esteemed 9-star card makers. As the son of Di Qin, an 8-star card maker, Di Lu had poured 3 years of effort into claiming this month's championship. Now, on the last day of June, he finally saw the light of victory. However, the moment he habitually hit the refresh button, the familiar explosive fireball card vanished before his eyes, replaced by an equipment card titled Fine Leaf Blade. This can't be happening. Di Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. As someone deeply familiar with the inner workings of the community, he knew the committee's review rules all too well. Typically, for a card to reach the top spot, it needed to accumulate at least 100,000 star circuit references from the beginning of the month through the mid-month review. Yet the purchase count for this card was a glaring 0, which could only mean one thing. Someone on the committee had exercised their privilege directly. Fuming, he clicked on the card. But when he saw its star rating, Di Lu nearly passed out from anger. Only 3 stars. However, as he continued reading, he suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. The other details of the card blurred in his vision, leaving only one attribute crystal clear: critical hit. He rubbed his reddened eyes vigorously and even pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately hit the purchase button. To his astonishment, the card's purchase count, which had been 0, skyrocketed to 12,385 in just 10 minutes. Haha. Di Lu let out a dry laugh, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I've got to see what kind of structure can produce such an overpowered attribute. On the forum's paper system, every card displays its basic information up front. If a card maker is intrigued by the skill structure or special effects of a particular card, they can purchase it to access its full star circuit analysis. At this moment, this 3-star card that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere was rapidly capturing the attention of countless card makers. The income a card maker earns after completing a card can be quite substantial. Zhuge Yi once explained to Ji Li that a high-quality card, after deducting taxes, could bring nearly 100,000 in earnings. The reason behind this is the versatility of Ji Li's armorer cards, which are not only suitable for shield warriors, but also highly effective for summoners. More importantly, the unique design of this special effect set a precedent in the industry. Zhuge Yi, who always appreciated talent, shared this lucrative opportunity with Ji Li, believing that following this path would not only lead to great wealth, but also establish a strong reputation in the field. The best part was that Zhuge Yi could take pride in being the one who recommended this route. However, what Zhuge Yi did not anticipate was that Ji Li, this unpredictable individual, uploaded not an armorer card but a critical hit weapon card instead. Lu spent 30,000 star coins to finally access the star circuit design of the card maker, who called himself the tavern owner. He muttered to himself. As expected, not simple at all. Then, as he browsed the forum, he noticed that aside from a few scattered WoW posts, there was surprisingly little discussion. This phenomenon was not uncommon. Truly valuable posts were often those that successfully replicated a design. For instance, with the cards he had made in the past, it wasn't until 2 days later that someone posted a successful replication. This was partly because there were few buyers and partly due to the technical challenges involved. Should I start now, or wait for the experts' insights? Lu pondered. This kind of star circuit might even compel the top experts to personally attempt replication. Ultimately, he decided not to hesitate any longer and immediately turned to his lab. As for rankings, they no longer mattered in the face of critical hit attributes. That night, star card makers around the world were sleepless over the groundbreaking emergence of critical hit attributes, as if a grand celebration had begun. Are you the owner? Ren Xianxian scrutinized Ji Li, her gaze filled with curiosity. Although the 3 stars on Ji Li's shoulder weren't enough to command her respect, the armorer card that had given her such a hard time forced her to take him seriously. Yes, that's me. Young lady, here to buy a card. Ji Li had just returned home when he saw a rather plain girl at his tavern, now more accurately a star card shop. By plain, he meant her figure was unassuming, yet her strength was remarkable. In combat, this could actually be an advantage, though he admitted the thought was a bit impolite. Ren Xianxian narrowed her eyes. For some reason, I feel like you're thinking something disrespectful. No, I was just thinking that you seem very capable, Ji Li replied sincerely. At least you've got good eyes. Although she couldn't quite pinpoint the source of her earlier annoyance, Ren Xianxian chose to believe Ji Li's words. Do you have any special cards here? She wasn't here to cause trouble. After all, no one would disrespect a star card maker with creativity. She simply wanted to see if she could find cards as unique as the one that fat guy had. What type of star warrior are you? Ji Li asked. Ren Xianxian hesitated briefly. Agile melee attacker. What a coincidence, Ji Li said, looking surprised. You have one. Ren Zhuangshuan's eyes lit up. Ji Li looked her up and down. I do, but how strong are you? Didn't you just say I was very capable? Ren Xianxian retorted confidently, puffing out her chest, only to look down and see her feet. You're definitely capable, Ji Li agreed with a nod. In the world of star warriors, the agility-based combatants are a unique presence. They boast consistent damage output, high attack power, and enduring combat capabilities, making them versatile fighters. However, this class comes with a fatal flaw: their fragile survivability. As melee warriors, they must face monsters' fangs and claws hidden. Unlike in games, there's no respawn button in the real world. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Their limited health points are nowhere near the defensive capabilities of shield warriors. Even using ranged weapons like bows offers some safety, but choosing melee combat is akin to dancing on the edge of death's scythe. What's even more concerning is that these agile warriors often take on the role of secondary tanks, making their mortality rate the highest among all star warriors. On the battlefield, their final words often seem to be, "Damn it, these idiots." It was precisely because of this that Ji Li frowned when he saw the graceful, well-proportioned girl in front of him expressing her desire to take on such a dangerous path. My card is top tier. If you're not skilled enough, I don't want you using it, Ji Li said seriously. Faced with Ji Li's doubts, Ren Xianxian didn't argue. Instead, she adeptly took out her phone and displayed her list of achievements. These are my certifications. I've already had experience fighting in the field, and in a few months, they'll be promoted to 3-star. Are these credentials enough? Ji Li's cautiousness wasn't surprising. In a world centered around card crafting, card makers treated their creations with reverence. The cards they painstakingly designed were never mere commodities. The more unique the card, the more it demanded a worthy owner. After carefully reviewing Ren Zhuangshuan's records, Ji Li had to admit that she was indeed an exceptional young warrior. After all, most star warriors wouldn't dare to venture into the outside world until they reached 4-star. Yet she had already started her adventures as a 2-star. My card isn't cheap, Ji Li reminded her. I've got money. Ren Xianxian shot back stubbornly, as if determined to prove herself. Ji Li sighed softly. 100,000. What? 100,000. The price made Ren Xianxian furrow her brows. On the market, a 3-star white card typically cost around 500, with material expenses ranging from 200 to 1,000 at most. Even special cards rarely exceeded 2,000. High-quality cards were priced between 1,500 and 2,500, while excellent cards doubled to about 5,000. Even rare epic cards were usually around 10,000. Boss, isn't this a bit too steep? Ren Xianxian asked tactfully. How about waiting a while? I could probably manage 30,000 soon. Ji Li awkwardly explained. This is my first card. It has sentimental value. Honestly, I was planning to keep it for myself. Hearing this, Ren Zhuangshuan's curiosity grew. For 30,000, I could buy a top-tier epic card. Can I at least take a look? Here, Geely said, handing over the card. Rin Xianxian examined it closely, an epic-grade dagger card, with outstanding attack power among its peers, and an impressive critical hit attribute. Wait, critical hit. She abruptly looked up at Geely, then back at the card, rubbing her eyes to double-check. Ji Fufu, who was standing nearby, also leaned in for a look. Upon seeing the card, she froze in shock. The two of them stared at Ji Li in disbelief. So, while 100,000 might be overpriced, 30,000 is absolutely worth it, Ji Li said with a shrug. Cash register. Rin Xianxian suddenly exclaimed. What? I said, bring out the cash register. I'm buying it. Rin Xianyuan confidently pulled out her bank card, its surface gleaming subtly under the light. She lightly tapped the card on the table. All right, let's swipe it now. Ji Li rubbed his hands together, a hint of anticipation flashing across his face, as he quickly walked over to the dusty cash register in the corner. This thing's been sitting here collecting dust for ages. Not sure if it still works, he muttered while wiping the machine. Beep. With a crisp sound, the transaction was completed on the wealthy woman's card. Satisfied, Rin Xianyuan turned and left. Ji Li and Ji Fufu escorted her to the door. It wasn't until her figure disappeared around the street corner that Ji Fufu turned to her brother and softly said, Brother, I cried the day before yesterday. Huh. Ji Li didn't quite catch her meaning at first. I missed mom and dad, so I cried, Ji Fufu said in a calm tone, as if she were talking about someone else's story. Ji Li felt a pang in his chest. Are kids these days always pulling the emotional card when they need money? How much do you need? Huh. This time, it was Ji Fufu's turn to look confused. I'm saying I cried. I had emotions. Ji Li frowned, realizing this wasn't a simple matter. You didn't have emotions before? No. Ji Fufu mechanically counted her fingers. Eat, survive, study, that was enough. Mom once told me if you couldn't manage, I should learn card crafting myself, so I could support myself in the future. But if you got your act together, I should study Star Wars tech, so one day I could use your cards to protect you. She paused. That day, when you went out to buy groceries, I don't know why, but I felt sad and cried. I didn't have emotions before. As Ji Fufu spoke, her tone was so flat it was as if she were recounting someone else's experience. Ji Li finally realized that her issue wasn't just about emotions, it was something deeper, a psychological wound. This is serious, Ji Li sighed, gently patting his sister's head. He spoke softly, don't worry. From now on, whatever you want to do, you can. I've got your back. Brother, I feel a little happy. Ji Fufu nodded her small head. You even know what happiness is. Mom taught me about it. She made me feel it once. She made you feel it. Yeah, what else have you felt? Lots of things. I've forgotten some. Brother, are you really that good at card crafting? Of course. Their conversation became warmer and more lively, with topics flowing endlessly between the siblings. Meanwhile, Rin Xianyuan hummed a tune as she pushed open her front door, only to be greeted by Rin Zu's tearful eyes staring at her. Wang Jingya, trying hard not to laugh, glanced at her husband before turning to her daughter. What did you spend 100,000 yuan on? A star card? Your dad walked in saying you don't love him anymore and don't respect his work. As a 5-star card crafter, Rinsu had handcrafted star cards for his daughter since she was young. Now, seeing her spend a fortune on someone else's card, his first thought was, don't tell me there's some blonde-haired guy involved. I overpaid, Rin Xianyuan admitted directly. In her family, finances were always openly discussed, and she had never been one to spend recklessly. Seeing her father's anxious expression, she added, but I think it was worth it. Rinsu looked as if had been struck by lightning. Worth it? Heaven help me. Which blonde-haired guy? Not only crafting cards, but scamming you too. Who is this man who made you overpay? I need to have a talk with him about love. His expression was dark and foreboding. Dad, what are you even saying? What's all this nonsense? All right. Wang Jingya stepped in to mediate. Xianyuan must have her reasons for doing this. Xianyuan, tell Mom what card did you buy? Here, this one. Rin Xianyuan pulled out the expensive card. Let me see what kind of card dares to cost 100,000 yuan. Rin Su took the card, and Wang Jingya leaned in to take a closer look. The couple examined it carefully, and in an instant, Rin Su's expression froze. Critical hit. His voice trembled with shock. Exactly, Dad, it's worth it, right? Rin Xianyuan said excitedly, pointing at the card. Look at the stats. I've never seen anything like this before. It increases my dagger speed by 25%. It's like it was made specifically for me. Although Rin Xianyuan was well informed, she hadn't fully grasped the revolutionary impact the critical hit attribute would have on the entire card-making industry. Honey, this. Wang Jingya, with her sharp intuition, immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the card. This is the first of its kind. Rinsu quickly opened his laptop and pulled up the cardmaker forum. Just now, this card with the critical hit attribute appeared on the forum. In just 10 minutes, 50,000 card makers have already tried to purchase it, and the number is probably even higher now. He pointed to the card displayed at the very top of the forum. X2 store manager was right, this card does have collectible value. If we had been a little later, it would have been gone, and we'd only get it for 30,000 yuan at best, Rin Xianyuan sighed. Sweetheart, don't use this card just yet. Rinsu suddenly slapped his thigh. Daggers can be dual-wielded. Go talk to the store manager and have 2 more custom-made. With 60,000 yuan, you'll be unstoppable at school. Wang Jingya had a different perspective. Xin Yuan, you should focus on building a good relationship with the store manager. If he comes up with any other great cards in the future, make sure you're the first to know. Only then did Rin Xianyuan fully grasp the significance of Ji Li's critical hit card. To rise to the top of the forum among a million card makers, even if only once a month, was a testament to its extraordinary value. She decided to find a card sleeve to carefully preserve this world-first critical hit card. Meanwhile, at the card maker committee, 5 elderly men with snow-white hair were intently studying the card. As the top authorities in the card-making world, their focus extended beyond the critical hit effect to the card's foundational structure. Perfect, absolutely perfect, one elder remarked in awe. The craftsmanship is unbelievably solid. You can tell the level of skill just from the details. To achieve a critical hit effect on a dagger with an attack coefficient of 200 to 300, this young man's abilities surpass most 6-star card makers. Is he really just a 3-star card maker? How about we gift him a star engraving pen? Another elder suggested. Gift him? No need. With the download volume this card is generating, he can afford a good star engraving pen himself. For now, a 3-star card maker doesn't need overly advanced tools. Old man, isn't Zhuge Yi your apprentice? Call him and find out more about this card maker. If possible, invite him directly to headquarters. With skills like this can't be just a fluke. Isn't the real focus here on the construction itself? An expert said passionately. This structure isn't something easily created. A mirrored construction, an unprecedented idea. And that critical strike attribute, can it really reach 100? No, it can't. Critical strikes inherently defy the first law, yet somehow, his construction makes it work. Such ingenuity. I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. Even if his foundation is a bit lacking, with a mind like that, isn't it enough? Hurry up and make the call. What are you waiting for? I did, it's engaged. Zhuge Yi, the vice principal of Xinghua High School, usually wasn't too busy. Earlier today, he'd just recommended a promising talent to a card master and was feeling quite pleased with himself. Little did he know, his phone was about to ring off the hook. Old Zhuge, we're old classmates. You've struck gold. Don't forget about me. Old Zhuge, about that critical strike construction model, could you explain it in more detail? Old Zhuge, one call after another came flooding in, leaving him utterly confused. Critical strike? Struck gold? Since when did Zhuge Yi need to rely on luck? After calling a friend to get to the bottom of things, his thoughts immediately turned to Ji Li, the only person he'd recommended recently. Opening the forum, he stared at the pinned card for a full minute in silence. Then he chuckled softly. The chuckle grew louder, from reserved to unabashed, finally escalating into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. What's gotten into you, old man? Madame Zhuge burst into the room, startled by her husband's hysterics. Zhuge Yi's grin was ear to ear. My dear wife, your husband is about to go down in history. What? Meanwhile, Ji Li, having received his earnings, went to the electronics store to buy a laptop. Logging into the forum, he was completely stunned. He knew critical strikes were important, but hadn't expected them to generate such massive wealth. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Ji Li fell silent. Am I financially free now? He muttered, dazed. Who gets rich just 2 or 3 months after transmigrating? Brother, are we rich now? Ji Fufu asked. Yeah, we're very rich. Then I want to buy this. Buy it. Ji Li waved his hand, without even looking up. Thank you, brother. Ji Fufu nodded obediently. Moments later, Ji Li's phone buzzed with a notification. Your Xinghua Bank savings account ending in 3348 was charged 83,240,000.00 Xing coins on June 30th at 1609. Just over 8,300. Ji Li mumbled to himself, then suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he repeatedly checked the notification. Turning to his sister, his voice trembled. What did you buy? Huh? I couldn't afford the rest. I'll wait until you have more money, brother. The tavern fell into a dead silence. No, Ji Fufu, I really don't get it. Ji Li froze on the spot, his voice tinged with disbelief. What are you going to do with those high-tier materials? And why did you buy them all at once? Ji Fufu blinked her big, glistening eyes, her collagen-rich cheeks tinged with a faint blush, making her look especially endearing. Stop trying to act cute, Ji Li said sternly. Explain. What's the use of them? Those are 8th-tier materials. And you bought so many at once. Do you have any idea how rare they are? Their price on the marketplace is at least 5 times the normal rate. To repair a card, Ji Fufu answered softly. A card? Yes. Ji Li looked even more puzzled. Even if you have high-tier cards, do you think you're capable of using them with your current abilities? I'm repairing myself, she said. Repair yourself, wait. What did you just say? Ji Li was so shocked that he slipped into his hometown dialect. Repair myself, Ji Fufu repeated, blinking innocently. A wave of intense unease swept over Ji Li. Instinctively, he wanted to grab a cigarette to calm his nerves, only to remember that such things didn't exist in this world. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair, his mind flashing to the first taboo he had learned in card making: never create cards involving souls. This included, but was not limited to, cards made from humans, or those that absorbed souls, essentially forbidden, dark practices. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder the original owner of this body had left this little girl to fend for herself all these years, and she had never voiced a single complaint. Even after he replaced the original owner, she was still focused on becoming a star warrior. It wasn't that she lacked emotions, it was because she wasn't human. So, Ji asked with difficulty, "Are you a person? Or a card?" "I don't know." Ji Fufu tilted her head and looked at him. Then, without warning, she reached into her chest. The sudden motion startled Ji. Before he could react, she had already pulled out a card and handed it to him. "This is me." Ji took a deep breath and accepted the card. It was a blank card, but its surface resembled a shattered mirror, with something flowing within it, though it was impossible to discern clearly. "Mom said it would take a very skilled card maker to fix it," Ji Fufu said earnestly. "I've seen your card making work. You're pretty good. You can do an initial repair on me, but it'll require energy." "Wait, this isn't the point right now? Do you understand that your existence, my existence, is a taboo?" "Mom told me." Ji Fufu interrupted, her innocent eyes fixed on him. "She told me to protect you, but I can't protect you right now. Are you going to abandon me?" The bluntness of her question left Ji stunned. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, and the hazy image of his parents suddenly became vivid. So, this was why she wanted to become a card maker, repair herself, and protect the original Bodis owner. Ji sighed inwardly and gently patted her head. "Abandon you? How could I? My little sister is so adorable." A glimmer of light flickered in Ji Fufu's eyes, and a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. The next second, however, she received a light flick on her forehead. "Next time you spend that much money, tell me first. That stuff is really expensive. My money, it's all gone again." Lin Fan shouted in frustration. "Hey." The muscular man across from him chuckled nonchalantly. "Hey? Who taught you that?" "My mom said if I say hey when I make a mistake, everyone will forgive me." "What kind of nonsense is that?" At the center of the arena, Lin Fan and the muscular man locked eyes, their gazes sharp and unyielding. Beside each of them stood an armorsmith, their breaths slightly labored. Suddenly, both competitors let out a thunderous cry of "brother" as their swords flashed out of their sheaths simultaneously. The battle erupted in an instant. Their figures blurred as they clashed, and the protective shields on their armor flickered with dazzling light under the fierce impacts. From the commentary booth, a faint snore broke the tension of the battle. Zhuge Yi's face darkened immediately as he scanned the surroundings. Apart from the snoring commentator, the spectator seats were completely empty. Ever since the Indoftrum competition introduced armorsmiths, it had become utterly lackluster. The top 6 contestants were all shield warriors, and both the semifinals and finals had devolved into tedious tug-of-war matches, with 2 shield warriors slowly wearing each other down. These matches, rather than being exciting, were more like a surefire cure for insomnia. "Principal, what should we do about this?" Wang Yi sighed. "At this stage, 2-star warriors have very limited strategies available. There are hardly any cards capable of effectively countering this type of setup." Zhuge Yi replied, unwilling to outright suggest banning armorsmiths. After all, shield warriors were already rare, and doing so would only hinder the academy's growth. "Just watch for now." Zhuge Yi was still speaking when his phone suddenly rang. "Oh, I have something to take care of. Teacher Wang, you handle awarding the winner with the medal and prize money. See you later." As Zhuge Yi hurriedly left, Wang Yi glanced back at the contestants still locked in their exhausting battle and shook his head helplessly. "Hello? Teacher, do you have any instructions?" Zhuge Yi answered the call with respect, listening attentively to the voice on the other end. The conversation revolved around a certain special card. Zhuge Yi responded affirmatively several times, finally agreeing to visit his teacher's wife before hanging up. He then took out a card, a teleportation spell card with 0 durability and no active skills. Its description was simple and direct. "I can go wherever I want." The card's effect allowed it to tear through space, instantly transporting the user to a specified location. With a flash of white light, Zhuge Yi's figure vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, Ji was at home, deeply focused on managing Ji Fufu's order requests. Speaking of crafting materials, one couldn't overlook the card-making process of star card masters. In addition to the previously mentioned star marking pen, the materials used to inscribe star circuits were also crucial. Most lower-ranked star card masters opted to purchase pre-made ink, such as iron ink, steel ink, or moonlight ink, each with its unique properties. Once a star card master's skills reached a certain level, they often chose to procure raw materials and craft their own ink. The materials Ji Fufu ordered finally arrived. This batch, which she purchased from the Star Association Mall, mainly consisted of 7th-tier materials, along with a small portion of rare 8th-tier materials. According to the mall's policy, such valuable items come with a personalized delivery service. Geely watched his carefree younger sister, but he couldn't calm the unease in his heart. He hadn't been sleeping well these past few days, his mind constantly replaying scenarios from novels where rare treasures always attracted trouble. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched Ji Fufu's soft, delicate face. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ji Fufu blinked her big eyes and asked. "Let me say it again. I know. I shouldn't have placed the order without discussing it with you. I was wrong," Ji Fufu said with an ingratiating smile. "Haha. Haha, my foot." Geely let go of her face, feigning annoyance, though he silently admitted to himself that it felt quite nice. At that moment, the tavern door swung open, startling Geely. When he saw it was Zhuge Yi, he relaxed a little. The man standing before him now was a far cry from their initial encounter. Zhuge Yi was all smiles. His demeanor, so warm it seemed like he wanted to become sworn brothers with Geely. "Young man, the old man's here to deliver your goods." "Deliver goods?" "Yeah, didn't your master order a batch of 7th and 8th tier materials? I've brought them over for you to inspect." Zhuge Yi placed a card on the table. "Master?" Geely froze for a moment before catching on. "Ah, yes, my master. I didn't think of that just now." He picked up the 8-star card. Though the cost was staggering, considering the rarity of the materials, it made sense. "Could you help me open it? My star energy might not be strong enough for an 8-star card." "Didn't your master tell you? These package cards consume very little energy. Give it a try yourself." Geely focused his mind, and the card emitted a gentle white glow. Soon, the bar counter was occupied by a variety of materials. A tail covered in faintly reddish scales that radiated warmth, a piece of unusual black soil, a blue orb. The collection nearly filled the entire counter. "Sis, come help me organize this." Coming. Ji Fufu trotted over, sniffing the air. It seemed like she was more interested in confirming nothing was missing than actually helping organize. "Don't worry. All of this has been authenticated by the Star Association. Plus, you purchased it at the highest." Zhuge Yi paused awkwardly. I mean, at a very fair price. There's no chance of counterfeit goods here." Geely shot him a glance. "Thanks. If you don't know what to say, you can just stay quiet." "All right. Thanks for going out of your way to deliver these," Geely added, keeping up basic courtesy. Zhuge Yi rubbed his hands together, looking a little uneasy. "Could I meet your master?" "My master doesn't see anyone," Geely replied, shaking his head. "Do you have a message? I can pass it along." No, nothing specific." "Good," Geely said, turning his focus back to sorting the materials. The room fell into silence. After a while, Zhuge Yi hesitantly asked, "How about I come back in a few days?" Geely let out a long sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. "All right, take care." After Zhuge Yi disappeared from sight, he muttered to himself softly, "No need to be so blunt about it." The shop returned to its usual calm, and Geely felt his tension ease. He thought to himself, no major problems this time. With Master's name to back me up, I can handle things more freely going forward. "Hey, I'm asking, what are you going to do with these materials?" Just as Geely finished speaking, Ji Fufu had already grabbed a piece of tail and stuffed it into her mouth without hesitation. Hearing his question, she paused for a moment but still swallowed it down. "Never mind, forget I asked. Carry on." Geely sighed, covering his face in exasperation. "Go eat in the back. Don't let anyone see you." "Got it, bro." Ji Fufu picked up the materials and headed toward the backyard. Behind the shop was a fully equipped 3-bedroom living space, which served as their home. Once his sister had left, Geely pulled out his laptop, ready to check the forum responses. As soon as he logged in, a prominent thread caught his attention titled, "Did you manage to do it?" The post was from a user named Optimist. That username rang a bell. If he remembered correctly, this was the second place holder in the June card rankings. Clicking into the thread, he was greeted by a lengthy rant. June's first place was well-deserved, no doubt about that. But can someone explain why the so-called mirror circuit is so ridiculously difficult to engrave? How exactly is it supposed to be done? Can any pro share a guide? I feel like my brain's about to explode. Every attempt ends in failure. The comment section was filled with agreement. Same here. One to the above. Even if you buy a star circuit to copy from, actually executing it is no easy feat. Being a card maker isn't just about mental strength. You also need steady hands and a deep understanding of the materials. Geely pondered for a moment before deciding to reply with a post titled, "Key details for engraving critical hits." Soon, the sound of rapid typing filled the shop. Since arriving in this world, Geely had been planning his moves carefully. He wanted to introduce more concepts, not just critical hits, but also ideas that would lay the groundwork for the future. He longed to see familiar things in this unfamiliar world. To him, cards were not just about flashy effects or critical hits. Their true potential lay in the synergy between them. With this world's rudimentary understanding of cards, Geely knew that as long as his star power was strong enough, he could easily dominate. But that would be far too dull. Besides, what secrets were hidden in his sister, who had transformed from a card? What challenges lay ahead? These were all unknowns. So, He chose to introduce the concept of critical hits. For one, it allowed him to encounter more familiar ideas, and for another, it was a chance to build his reputation. Once his reputation was high enough, even if his identity were exposed, he could still gather allies. As the saying goes, make more friends, fewer enemies. Before long, this seemingly ordinary post, bolstered by the reputation of the tavern owner, climbed to the top of the forum's trending list. Lu sat at his desk, frowning deeply as he stared at the blueprint for Ji Li's star card design in his hand. Although he had successfully acquired the blueprint, replicating it was proving to be a far greater challenge than he had anticipated. He understood well that the intricacies involved in star card construction were incredibly complex. Just the process of material preparation alone required extensive research and experimentation. The creation of special effects, however, seemed relatively simpler, as it relied more on the construction itself and less on the materials. Yet even with the blueprint right in front of him, he still couldn't replicate it accurately. Frustrated, he opened the forum, hoping to get lucky and find a guide posted by an expert. Just then, a system notification popped up. Ding! A new post has been published by a blogger you follow. Curious, he clicked on the post and immediately widened his eyes. It was a detailed analysis of critical hit mechanics. Key details to keep in mind about critical hits. First, many people have a fundamental misunderstanding of the concept of critical hits. At its core, a critical hit involves constructing a unique mechanism within the card. Think of it this way. Imagine I have a dog locked in a box containing poison. Before the box is opened, no one can say for certain whether the dog is alive or dead. Once you grasp this analogy, you'll understand that critical hit construction is essentially a yes or no probability problem. Most people mistakenly believe that mirroring is the key, but in reality, mirroring is just the surface. The true focus should be on probability. At this point, Dila couldn't help but nod in agreement. He recalled how most people, when dealing with this attribute that could double damage, prioritized achieving a 100 critical hit rate rather than focusing on the actual construction process. Many were overly confident, assuming that with a 3-star card, they'd inevitably succeed when upgrading to 4 or 5 stars. After all, higher-level cards offered more construction slots. Yet this very mindset often led to an even lower critical hit probability. 25% is my current limit. For those aiming for a 100 critical hit rate, I suggest revisiting that fundamental question: cardmaker's first law. This statement hit Di Lu like a wake-up call, leaving him both enlightened and ashamed. From 1-star to 6-star, he had somehow forgotten the most basic principle of equivalent exchange. Upon reflection, achieving a 100 critical hit rate would likely involve such a degree of complexity that simply increasing attack power might be a more practical approach. While mirroring constructs didn't occupy too much space, they still couldn't be ignored. Moreover, as the post explained, excessive use of mirroring constructs could actually backfire. He looked down at the card in his hand. Its pitiful 10 critical hit rate suddenly didn't seem entirely useless. With that thought in mind, he continued reading. With every sentence, his eyes widened further. When he reached the line, "All right, that's all for the explanation of critical hit effects. Now, let me share my thoughts on leveraging critical hit effects." Dilu sat up straight in shock. In the cardmaker community, sharing star card designs on forums was a common practice, largely because of the significant financial gains involved. Take Ji Li, for example. Despite the taxes, he could still earn billions from his design. More importantly, this income was ongoing, as new card makers entered the field every year, and critical hits had become a hallmark of the era. Who wouldn't want to learn and keep up? But the most critical aspect of a card maker's expertise was their thought process, a closely guarded secret. And yet, this blogger was about to reveal their own? Is he insane? Dilu blurted out in disbelief. Dil sat in front of his computer, his fingers rhythmically sliding the mouse as he focused on reading a forum post displayed on the screen. The post offered an in-depth analysis of the critical hit effect in a game, presenting a unique perspective. While critical hits can deal double damage, and a 25 trigger rate is impressive, it's not suitable for all classes, the post stated. Classes like mages, shield warriors, and archers don't synergize well with the critical hit effect. This argument made Dil furrow his brows. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a crucial insight, yet it remained just out of reach, like trying to grasp something through a thin veil. The post continued. The critical hit effect works best for classes with high attack speed. Take this dagger. For example, its slashing speed far surpasses swords and spellcasting. This makes it the ideal vessel for critical hits. The statement struck Dil like a bolt of lightning, jolting his thoughts into a frenzy. He froze in place, his mind racing with explosive ideas that remained frustratingly vague, leaving him visibly agitated. An exceptional card should have a clear specialization and should be chosen based on the user's unique traits, the post elaborated. Trying to be average means being mediocre. Only distinctiveness holds real value. And by traits, I don't mean exclusive cards, I mean attributes tailored for different classes like shield warriors, mages, or agility-based attackers. Honestly, most cards in the current meta are lackluster. Trying to cater to everything ends up achieving nothing. Dill took a sharp breath. Though the post's tone was bold, it sparked a revelation in him. He had a hunch that this post would soon ignite a heated discussion across the forum. Quickly, he typed into the comment box, "Friend, your insights are impressive, but your tone could use some moderation." The moment he hit send, a notification popped up. "Comments are disabled for this post." Dill froze in his seat, stunned. Meanwhile, the post's author, Ji Li, had already closed the forum page and was preparing to go grocery shopping. He knocked on his sister Ji Fufu's door to ask about dinner plans. "Don't worry about me," Ji Fufu replied from inside her room. "I might sleep for 2 days after eating. Just take care of yourself." "All right, take your time." Since his sister didn't need dinner, Ji Li decided to head to the food street to grab something for himself. Locking up the tavern, he stretched lazily. As for the responses to his post, he couldn't care less. To him, trolls were a dime a dozen, and disabling the comment section wouldn't stop them. What he sought were worthy opponents who could match his level. After all, what fun was a card game without strong rivals? Just as he stepped outside, Lin Fan, Rin Xinyuan, and Shun Xiao came running up, panting heavily. In unison, they called out, "Boss! Boss! We finally found you." In a warmly decorated beverage shop, 3 young people sat upright, facing the shop owner, Ji Li. "So, you're here to hire me as your card maker?" Ji Li asked directly. "Yes." The 3 of them nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ji Li took a small sip of tea and explained. The role of a dedicated card maker is essentially a binding relationship. Most shops are promoting this service now. Star warriors need to go out and fight to gather materials. Instead of selling them at a loss to the Star Association, it's better to find a card maker for long-term collaboration. Typically, a card maker signs contracts with several Star warriors, allowing them to acquire materials at a lower cost while customizing the cards their partners need. Inwardly, Ji Li thought to himself, this is basically just an upgraded version of being a tool for others. Before Ji Li could say anything else, Rin Xianyuan suddenly stood up from her seat and bowed deeply. "I know I might not be skilled enough yet, but please, shop owner, give me a chance. I promise I'll work hard." Huh? The 2 boys were clearly caught off guard by Rin Xuanyuan's declaration. However, they quickly reacted. Seeing even the proud and talented Rin lower her stance, they immediately stood up and bowed as well. Ji Li calmly waved his hand. "No rush, let's talk it through slowly." His gaze shifted to Xin Xiao. The chubby guy is a shield warrior, and the young lady is an agility-based attacker. "I got that. What about you? What's your profession?" "I'm also an agility attacker, but long range," Xin Xiao quickly replied. "My aim is excellent, never miss a shot." "He's not lying," Lin Fan chimed in. "Though he's a bit strapped for cash, but otherwise, he's great." "That didn't need to be said so bluntly," Xin Xiao muttered awkwardly, scratching his head. "Shop owner, rest assured, with my potential, I'll definitely earn money." Xin Xiao thumped his chest in assurance. Ji Li nodded thoughtfully before suddenly posing a question. "Let me ask you this. If you encounter a monster in the wild, the young lady has dealt significant damage but is seriously injured, and the chubby guy is barely holding on. You're the last remaining damage dealer. What weapon would you choose?" He raised 3 fingers and explained each option. A bow that can deliver a single, powerful attack. If you hit the monster's weak spot, it's a one-shot kill, but you only get 1 chance. If you miss, your teammates might die. B. A crossbow with fast firing speed but lower damage, requiring multiple hits. It's uncertain if the chubby guy can hold out that long. C. An auto-targeting bow with weaker power, requiring 2 arrows to take down the monster, which could result in your teammates' deaths. Make your choice. Shun Zhao's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he weighed the pros and cons of each option. This wasn't just a choice of weapon, it was a test of his self-awareness and confidence in his abilities. "Bro, trust yourself," Lin Fan said, patting Shun Xiao on the shoulder. Rin Xianyuan remained silent. To say she trusted Shun Xiao would be a lie. They were complete strangers, so trust was out of the question. But she, too, waited for Shun Zhao's decision. If he chose option A without hesitation, she would reconsider this partnership. Blind confidence often stemmed from a flawed self-perception, and a single misjudgment could lead to disastrous consequences. "Besides, with me as the tank, what are you worried about?" Lin Fan added urgently when he saw Shun Xiao hesitating. "No matter what happens, I'll hold out until you fire that shot." He understood the weight of the decision his friend was facing. "Gifted but from a humble background, so I could only choose agility-based attack," Ji Li said flatly, looking at the 3 people in front of him. "Agility-based attack has always been affordable but extremely risky. If you don't even have the confidence for this, I choose A." "All right." Ji Li nodded slightly and said no more. Xin Xiao, unable to resist, cautiously asked, "Store manager, what would happen if I chose B or C instead?" Ji Li replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. I was just asking what kind of weapon you prefer." The chubby guy is a shield warrior, the young lady uses daggers, and as a ranged agility attacker, your options are either a bow or a crossbow. If you're confident in your abilities, I can focus more on enhancing your attack power. Rin Xianxian, Lin Fan, and Shen Xiao maintained polite smiles, but inwardly they all cursed. Then why the heck did you give us such a moral dilemma in the first place? Geely didn't give them much time to complain. With a serious expression, he said, "All right, I have certain requirements for my collaborators." At this, the three of them instinctively straightened their backs. They all understood that the more skilled a card maker was, the stricter they would be in choosing their partners. "My cards are generally used as a set," Geely said, raising one finger. "So, the first condition is that you must use my cards exclusively." The three nodded solemnly, as if to show their unwavering loyalty. "Second," Geely continued, "you're all about to reach 3 stars, right?" "Yes, probably in the next few days," Ren Xianxian replied first. "Same here. Me too." Seeing that their progress was similar, Geely laid out his third requirement. "Then, for your first expedition, you'll need to take me along." The three exchanged glances. They all knew that advancing as a star warrior was different from a card maker. Starting from 3 stars, the Star Association provided various regions to explore, where newly promoted star warriors could form teams to venture out and improve their rankings through combat and material collection. "Huh? That's not necessary." Geely noticed their hesitation and explained, "I'm going along to observe how you use the cards and collect data. I have the ability to protect myself and won't hold you back." The three exchanged another look, and Rin Xinshin quickly pulled out her bank card. "Boss, how much do your cards cost?" "I'd like to buy 2 daggers. 60,000 yuan. I can transfer it right now." "Wait, how much?" Shen Xiao's expression shifted from confusion to shock in an instant. "What on earth costs 60,000? You could sell him and still not get that much." Geely waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. He'll make your cards first. Once they're done, you'll use them during your expedition. After the battle, he'll modify them based on any issues that arise during combat. 3-star cards are transitional anyway. At that point, you can either choose to buy them for collection or return them to me, and he'll list them for sale through the Star Association." As he spoke, he stood up. "All right, that's it for now. We'll discuss the rest after your first adventure." After Geely left, Shen Xiao was still in a daze. "Hey, young lady, the boss cards are 30,000 each?" Ren Xuangshuan's expression turned a bit strange. "You guys didn't know?" Lin Fan's heart sank. Was there something he didn't know about? After all, he had been here first. Hiss. In the small shop, both of them couldn't help but gasp. Shen Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, glowing as if he had just discovered a treasure. A surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. This shop owner wasn't just famous, but incredibly famous. If he could join such a boss, how vast would his future in card making be? He didn't even dare to imagine such a prospect in detail. The chatter in the shop continued, but in the world of card making, Ji Li's sharp-edged declaration had already caused an uproar. From forums to media outlets, debates were everywhere. Supporters believed Ji Li had real skills, while skeptics scoffed, making a mere 3-star card and already daring to critique the industry. If he ever created 4-star or 5-star cards, would he think himself invincible? Yet, a single critical hit effect had catapulted him to the top of the national trending topics. Fortunately, the Star Association's confidentiality measures were airtight. Aside from knowing that the recommender was Zhuge Yi, the true identity of the tavern owner remained a mystery. But when Bai Luo Chuan, a 9-star card-making master, published an article titled "The Future Scene" through a critical hit, the situation became crystal clear. The opening line stated, "The emergence of critical hit effects brings me great comfort. It signifies that the mindset of card makers has reached a new level. I do not believe card making is static." This was far more than mere admiration. It was unequivocal endorsement. The old master, who rarely appeared in public, had spoken, leaving no room for further debate in the card-making world. All discussions boiled down to just one question: who exactly was this mysterious tavern owner? The chaos outside had nothing to do with Geely. At the moment, all he cared about was filling his stomach. Wandering the streets of Xinglua City, he felt a strange familiarity. In a daze, he realized this place bore some resemblance to the modern cities of his past life. Cars weaving through traffic, subways and buses crisscrossing, and an endless variety of delicious food. After spending so much time in this city, he sometimes doubted whether he had truly crossed into a world of extraordinary powers. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, the bustling food street was packed with people. Diners strolled or paused, savoring the allure of the cuisine. For the first time since his transmigration, Geely allowed himself to relax and truly immerse in this world. Previously, he had been consumed with survival and caring for his sister, his nerves stretched taut every day. Now, he finally had a moment to breathe. "Hey, young man, want a skewer?" A vendor called out enthusiastically from a stall. "Freshly hunted magical beast meat packed with nutrition. How much?" 20 per skewer. "All right, I'll try one. Coming right up." The vendor deftly grabbed a skewer of meat that resembled squid tentacles and placed it on the grill. It sizzled instantly, releasing a rich aroma that turned heads. "Boss, how much is this?" Another customer, drawn by the smell, approached. 20 per skewer. That's expensive." "Expensive? This is magical beast meat. wild, and authentic. If you want cheaper, I've got regular skewers for 5 each. Don't make it sound like I can't afford it. The man straightened his back. He'll take 3 of the 21s. Geely took a bite of the meat, unexpectedly finding the texture quite different from what he had imagined. It wasn't as tender or chewy as usual. Instead, it was slightly dry. However, as his saliva soaked into it, the seemingly ordinary piece of meat transformed into something delightfully springy, almost as if it were dancing in his mouth. Instinctively, he closed his mouth tightly, savoring this unique change. Even more surprising was the flavor rather than fading. The aroma grew stronger with each chew, layer upon layer, until it filled his entire mouth. Though the skewer only had 3 pieces of dried meat, it offered him a completely novel taste experience. As he savored the last piece, Geely strolled leisurely through the bustling market, observing this world that bore such a striking resemblance to his past life. The professional system here was quite distinctive as well. From a young age, people attended school, where careers were generally divided into 2 main categories: card makers and star warriors. Typically, graduating with a 3-star level was considered the standard. After graduation, star warriors would venture into various secret realms, where every battle and gain would be recorded as achievements, earning them salaries from the Star Association. Card makers, on the other hand, had to complete a set number of star card creations. Of course, not everyone found their place in these 2 mainstream professions. Those unwilling to fight or unable to profit from card making often opted for support jobs within the city, like the owner of the street stall in front of him. Under the Star Association system, the top income tier was always occupied by star warriors and card makers, while ordinary city workers formed the second tier. Fortunately, the association didn't force people to choose these paths, as both professions required specific talents and a measure of courage. The food stall offered a wide variety of choices, from rare magical beast meat to ordinary farm-raised meat. Geely spent nearly 200 credits on this meal and left feeling thoroughly satisfied. Patting his slightly rounded belly, he thought about the marketplace, where magical beast meat started at 7 or 8 credits per pound and could go up to several hundred for the premium cuts. In the past, his limited funds left him sighing at the unattainable prices. Now, though his sister had spent millions of his savings, there was still some money left in his account, enough to slightly improve his quality of life. With that thought in mind, he headed toward the home goods market. Passing by a jewelry store, he decided to step inside, only to find that the shop carried no physical items. Everything was stored in cards. This wasn't unusual, as everyday goods were typically represented by white cards, while only overpriced luxury items were stored in higher-tier cards. Welcome. How can I help you today? I'd like to buy a wind chime. Of course, sir. Please follow me to take a look. The shop assistant service was impressively courteous. Ding-ling-a-ling sound of a bell rang out as the tavern door was pushed open. The wind chime hanging by the door gave off a crisp, clear tone. Geely glanced at the wind chime, which didn't quite match the tavern's rustic style, and let out a soft sigh. It had been expensive, but you get what you pay for. At least it let him hear when guests arrived. Everyone needs a reason to comfort themselves. He stood up, opened the door ding-ling-ling and closed it again ding-ling-ling. In the rhythmic chime of the wind bell, Geely's mood gradually calmed. Turning his gaze toward the door that led to his home, a faint smile appeared on his face. The door wasn't fully shut, and as a gentle breeze drifted in, the soft, clear sound of the wind chime echoed through the dimly lit tavern. "Cousin, I must trouble you to make the trip," said the 14-year-old by Miaoyin as she performed a graceful and respectful bow toward Long Xing. "It's no trouble at all, cousin," Long Xing replied with a smile. "With such a renowned master appearing in Xinglua City, it's only natural to pay a visit. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about this." By Miaoyin, the granddaughter who gave the 9-star card master by Luo Chuan the most headaches, possessed formidable mental strength, but was cursed with hands seemingly disconnected from her brain, doomed to fail on the path of a card maker. Yet this shouldn't have been an issue. With by Luo Chuan's status, the Bai family's wealth, and by Miaoyin's extraordinary gift for mental energy, she should have been the perfect candidate for a mage. The problem, however, lay in her overly gentle nature. She couldn't bear to harm magical beasts with her spells. To put it kindly, she was innately kind-hearted. To be blunt, she was undeniably a timid pacifist. In an effort to solve this dilemma, Bai Luo Chuan had sought help from countless people, all to no avail until he came across Ji Li's article. Bai Luo Chuan greatly admired the young man. So what if his tone was a bit bold? Who hadn't been ambitious in their youth? More importantly, Ji Li's concept of creating cards based on individual traits offered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Ji Li could find a way to turn Bai Miaoyin's unique qualities into an asset for card making. As a distant relative of Bai Miaoyin, Long Xing took on the role of guide. When the Long family first heard of a talented individual in Xinglua City, they were indifferent. As a family steeped in combat, ordinary 3-star cards hardly piqued their interest. But when news of the critical hit attribute reached them, the entire Long family was abuzz. They scrambled to contact familiar card makers to investigate further. For this mysterious pioneer of the critical hit attribute, the Long family chose a cautious approach. Instead of sending an important family member directly, they decided to let Long Xing test the waters. In their view, rather than simply throwing money at the problem, it would be wiser for Long Xing to establish a partnership with this mysterious shop owner. With the Long family's resources, acquiring any necessary materials would no longer be an issue once a collaboration was in place. Upon receiving word from the Bai family, the Long family treated this opportunity with great seriousness. They not only sent Long Xing to accompany Bai Miaoyin, but also prepared several high-quality Tier 3 materials enough to show sincerity without overstepping boundaries. Dingling. The pleasant chime of a wind bell interrupted Ji Li's work. Long Xing stepped into the shop and took a moment to survey the unique space. The layout was an intriguing mix of store and tavern, making him wonder if he should bring some fine wine on his next visit. On second thought, though, card makers rarely seem to indulge in alcohol. When his gaze landed on Ji Li, Long Xing's eyes lit up. The shop owner was as strikingly handsome as himself. In that instant, Long Xing's impression of Ji Li improved dramatically. Meanwhile, Ji Li's eyes fell on the luminous figure standing behind Long Xing's radiant and ethereal Bai Miaoying. A pair of unusual customers walked into the shop. The girl was almost entirely dressed in white, her white hair neatly tied up with white hairpins, and she wore a pure white dress. The only part of her that wasn't white was her eyes. Her appearance was striking, and even more remarkable was the calm and composed air she carried despite her young age. In circles that adored white-haired individuals, she would likely be revered as a saint-like figure. By contrast, the man beside her seemed unremarkable, except for the broad, cheerful smile he occasionally displayed. "Good day, shopkeeper. It's a pleasure to meet you," the man said respectfully, bowing slightly. "My name is Long Xing, and this is my cousin Bai Miaoying. We're here on behalf of Mr. Bai to inquire about the possibility of customizing a suitable card for her. What's the matter? Is this young lady unable to use cards? If so, perhaps she should see a doctor," the shopkeeper mused. "No, it's not that, let me explain," Long Xing replied, proceeding to detail Bai Miaoyin's situation. Ji Li thoughtfully stroked his chin. "I see. A timid battle lizard. What?" Long Xing looked utterly confused. "Oh, nothing." Ji Li turned to Bai Miaoyin. "So, you're averse to the battlefield, is that it? If that's the case, I'd suggest you reconsider becoming a star warrior. You wouldn't want your fears to put your teammates' lives at risk, would you?" No, it's not like that." Bai Miaoyin quickly waved her hands, her voice stammering. "I do want to fight on the battlefield, but for some reason, when I see spells hitting monsters, I get scared." Ji Li nodded, seeming to understand her hesitation. "So it's really not fear of the battlefield?" "No," Bai Miaoyin replied firmly, her cheeks tinged with red. "How could I be scared? I carry the honor of the Bai family on my shoulders." "Interesting," Ji Li remarked. He continued, "Do you have strong mental energy?" "Yes, it's already at 15, she answered. This number caught Ji Li's attention. For reference, an average person's mental energy is only 1. The upper limit for a 2-star warrior is 5, and for a 3-star, it's 20. A mental energy level of 15 was extraordinary and far surpassed Long Xing's, marking her as a prodigious talent. Well, Ji Li said, proposing a scenario. If there were a card that allowed you to steal your opponent's cards or skills and use them against them, would that bother you? "Huh, I'm not sure," Bai Miaoyin said hesitantly. "Shopkeeper, could you create such a card for her to try out?" Long Xing interjected, unaware that his suggestion might unleash what would appear to be an innocent and harmless white demon on the battlefield, one that opponents would frequently curse under their breath. "Don't you clerics have your own cards? May the holy light be with you." Ji Li thought of the classic phrase, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Why not give it a shot?" "All right, shopkeeper," Long Xing said, placing a reserve card on the table. "Here are some materials. Feel free to use them, and if they're insufficient, I'll arrange for more to be delivered." Ji Li glanced at the card. It looked similar to the ones Zhuge he had brought in earlier. "All right, leave it here. This one's a bit tricky, so I'll need to prepare some specialized ink. Come back in a week to pick it up." "Understood, shopkeeper. Thank you for your help." He erased the deposit. Long Xing placed a stack of cash on the counter, bowed, and left with Bai Miaoyin. Ji Li counted the money on the table and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. 10,000 in total. It seemed this wasn't just an ordinary wealthy client, but someone from a truly affluent family. Brother, I'm hungry." Ji Li, half asleep, felt a soft little hand gently pushing him. When he opened his eyes, a delicate and charming young girl's face came into view. She looked about 18, her skin flawless like jade, and her big, watery eyes gazed at him pitifully. Ji Li snapped awake, recoiling until his back pressed against the cold wall. "Who are you?" "It's me, brother." The girl put her hands on her hips, pouting in dissatisfaction. Fu. Yep. She nodded cheerfully. "This doesn't make sense. Just 2 days ago, you were only this tall." Ji Li gestured frantically with his hands. "How did you suddenly grow up so fast?" "I repaired myself." Ji Fu replied matter-of-factly. "After the repair, I became this age. Mom said that if you can't find a girlfriend, I should be your girlfriend." Tilting her head innocently, she asked, "Brother, What's a girlfriend? Ji Li's face turned dark. He thought to himself, this girl shops online all the time, how could she not know what a girlfriend is? He reached out and pinched her cheek, surprised by how soft and smooth it felt. Hey, hey? Ow, brother, I'm really hungry. A moment later, Ji Fu was sitting at the dining table, slurping a bowl of fragrant noodles with minced meat sauce. Brother, this is amazing. She gave him a thumbs up while eating. It tastes even richer than before. Oh, by the way, brother. She pulled out a mysterious card from her pocket and handed it to Ji Li. The card was entirely blank, with a faint silhouette of a woman who looked strikingly similar to Ji Fu. Dad left this for you. You can activate it with star energy and inscribe things on it, but you need to understand it first. Ji Li shook his head and pushed the card back to her. I can't make sense of this right now. Let's wait until I reach 9 stars. No. Ji Fu quickly explained. You can activate it as long as you use star energy. Ji Li looked thoughtful. I'll check it out when I have time. I've got other things to handle these days. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, by the way, now that you look like this, how are we going to deal with your identity? Don't worry, Mom and Dad already took care of it. I'm officially 18 and your little sister. Good, that's a relief. Brother. Yeah. Do you actually want me to be your girlfriend? Stop spouting nonsense. Ji Li knocked her lightly on the head without hesitation. He silently vowed to himself that even if he had to jump off a cliff and die, he would never entertain such an idea. Bleh. Ji Fu stuck out her tongue and turned her attention back to her meal. Brother, I want more. All right, I'll get you another bowl. Having a lively little sister at home wasn't too bad after all. In the days that followed, Ji Li immersed himself completely in material research and card crafting. As an exceptional card maker, he was well versed in the art of ink blending. In his workshop, the warm glow of a desk lamp illuminated his focused expression. The Critical Hit series is actually quite simple. The key lies in structural design. Regular ink should suffice. Ji Li murmured to himself as he skillfully mixed ink. But the Holy Light series, a cryptic smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he let out a low, unsettling chuckle. Hee. A week later, Longxing personally drove over to pick up Ji Li. Their destination was the testing site, as Longxing was eager to see what kind of cards Ji Li had developed. The luxury car pulled into the Long family estate, and the extravagant surroundings made Ji Li marvel at the stark difference in the world of the wealthy. The testing site wasn't particularly large, as it was designed for a 3-star Star Warrior. Bai Miaoyin had been waiting there for quite some time. Following her psychologist's advice, she arrived early that morning to give herself a pep talk and build confidence. When she saw Ji Li arrive, she quickly approached him. Manager. Bai Miaoyin called out nervously. Ji Li pulled 3 cards from his pocket and handed them to her. He then took her aside to explain the usage details thoroughly. While listening attentively, Bai Miaoyin couldn't help but steal glances at Longxing, who stood at a distance. Longxing showed no intention of leaving. He wanted to wait until Bai Miaoyin completed the experiment to evaluate the results before deciding whether to sign a contract with Ji Li. After all, previous family experiments had shown that critical hit attributes weren't particularly compatible with spell-based systems. Cousin, could you try using your 2-star weapon for the test? Bai Miaoyin asked timidly. Of course. Then I'll have to trouble you. What should I do? In the center of the testing site, Bai Miaoyin delicately held a card between her fingers. A faint blue glow shimmered, and a familiar figure appeared. It was the legendary summoned creature armor forger from the 2-star Star Warrior division of Luoxing High School, though it seemed to have upgraded to 3 stars. Then, with another flash of blue light, a ring appeared on her finger. Cousin, please use the arcane turret to attack the summoned creature, Bai Miaoyin said. Noticing Longxing's peculiar expression, she asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Longxing suppressed his discomfort, took out the arcane turret, and began casting spells, though his lips twitched slightly as he let out a quiet sigh. As blue light flickered, green light suddenly enveloped Bai Miaoyin's hands, capturing Longxing's attention. He put on a pair of detection glasses to closely examine the situation. The armor forger's health was displayed as 3,000 points. 50505050. Longxing's attack dealt 200 damage, but under the green glow surrounding Bai Miaoyin, the health instantly restored to full. What's going on? Longxing turned to Ji Li in shock. Excess healing. Ji Li, now wearing glasses and a white lab coat, replied calmly. Holding a notebook in his hand, he exuded an air of professionalism and authority. This world is truly fascinating, governed by a unique semi-digitalized set of rules. Ji Li stood in the laboratory, meticulously explaining the operational mechanisms of this world to Bai Miaoyin. Health points are not determined by shields. Ji Li adjusted his glasses, drawing a formula in the air with his fingers, but are instead the product of one's constitution and star energy. As long as health points don't drop below the danger threshold, all attacks will only deplete stamina without causing real damage to the body. During his research on shields, Ji Li discovered an entirely new material, which led to the development of a special ink. This ink made healing possible. I must emphasize, Ji Li said with a serious expression, Healing isn't about casting spells at the slightest sign of injury on your companion. Doing so will rapidly drain your magic, which on the battlefield is no different from courting death. The key to healing lies in accurately assessing the extent of your companion's health loss and intervening at the right moment. Bai Miaoyin nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. While Ji Li remained oblivious, this moment held extraordinary significance for Bai Miaoyin. Finally, she had found her purpose becoming a healer and using her magic to protect her companions. The realization brought a glimmer of tears to her eyes. Next, we'll conduct a practical test. Ji Li turned to Long Xing. Use a second-tier fireball spell to attack her. Is that really necessary? Long Xing hesitated. Her shield is strong enough. Even if it's not, she can heal herself now. Use the second-tier spell, Ji Li insisted. Long Xing nodded in agreement. For Bai Miaoyin, who had already reached the third tier, the power of a second-tier fireball posed no real threat. Sure enough, when the blazing fireball struck Bai Miaoyin, it dissipated into the air without even shaking her shield. Your turn, Ji Li gestured to Bai Miaoyin. Bai Miaoyin solemnly retrieved a card, its surface shimmering with flowing purple light that gradually turned ethereal. Cousin, please defend with your shield, she said, her eyes filled with determination. Long Xing raised his shield nonchalantly. He knew Bai Miaoyin too, while whenever she cast offensive spells, her aim would always falter due to psychological factors. This was completely unlike other mages, who could lock onto their targets with pinpoint accuracy using mental focus. But this time, things were different. When the fireball appeared in Bai Miaoyin's hand, it immediately expanded to a 3-meter diameter before abruptly contracting. Long Xing's expression froze. Such precise control was beyond his abilities. Bai Miaoyin's talent was nothing short of terrifying. Here I come, cousin, Bai Miaoyin called out cheerfully. The moment the fireball roared forward, the entire training arena was engulfed in white light. A protective shield appeared in front of Long Xing just in time, but it was still too late to block the overwhelming impact. Before he could utter a single coherent curse, the searing blast sent him flying. The advanced training arena's safety mechanisms activated immediately, a clear indication that the attack had reached a lethal level. Bai Miaoyin stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the airborne Long Xing, seemingly just as shocked by the sheer extent of her own power. Long Xing gasped sharply and got up from the ground. Although it was just a minor scrape, the way he looked at Ji Li had completely changed. Bai Miaoyin lowered her head, staring at her own hands as tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. The success of her healing spell not only meant she had gained the opportunity to join the battle, but also symbolized a brand new beginning. Her shoulders trembled slightly with excitement. Ji Li nodded calmly, having anticipated this outcome. To him, Bai Miaoyin's condition was somewhat similar to the post-traumatic stress experienced by soldiers after war, though her manifestation was rather unique. He recalled the white soldiers in his past life who had suffered from relentless nightmares. Their pain stemmed from the moral barriers they couldn't overcome. Although Ji Li was not a psychology expert, as a true Huagua native, he deeply understood the concept of just cause. He vividly remembered the slogans often shouted by the public. Blue Star has always been the territory of Huagua, or under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Such psychological trauma was trivial to him. Huagua, with its immense heritage, naturally had the breadth to accommodate such matters. Once a land was conquered, great scholars would surely step forward to rationalize it. What was a simple matter for Ji Li, however, struck Bai Miaoyin like a thunderbolt. She finally saw a glimmer of hope, finally had the chance to step onto the battlefield. Only she knew how heavy the psychological burden had been on this journey. Thank you, Bai Miaoyin choked out, her voice trembling. You're welcome, Ji Li replied expressionlessly, then asked, I have a team. Do you want to join? Yes, I do. Bai Miaoyin agreed without hesitation. Long Xing, watching his cousin being persuaded so easily, was left completely dumbfounded. Cousin, I've made up my mind. There's no need to try and change it. Bai Miaoyin's voice was still choked with emotion, but her resolve was firm. She understood that joining Ji Li's team might confuse many people, but she had no other choice. Ji Li had given her a new lease on life. Cousin, I told you, my decision is final. No, wait, I just wanted to ask manager, does your team still have room? I'm a mage, and money's not an issue. Bai Miaoyin let out a sound akin to the bewilderment of an ADC being instantly killed by the top laner, mid laner, jungler, and assassin. Her pale neck flushed crimson, the redness quickly spreading to her cheeks. To have something to do. I'll be going now, she stammered, then hurriedly turned and left in embarrassment. We do have room, Ji Li replied nonchalantly, completely ignoring the girl's shyness. To him, the emotions of a tool were inconsequential. The materials you provided are excellent, more than enough. What kind of path do you want to take? What kind of path? Mage warrior, of course, Long Xing answered, puzzled. Too basic. Ji Li shook his head and patiently explained. Mage warrior comes in many forms. For example, Frost Novate's one of the most common spells. Long Xing nodded in agreement. I categorize this as part of the control type, primarily using ice magic to restrict enemy movements. It can serve both as support and as a damage dealer. The two aspects complement each other. Geely continued. Besides control and damage, there's burst damage, like the Fireball series. However, the chanting mechanics of these spells have room for improvement. I'll make them more powerful. As Geely elaborated, Longxing's eyes grew increasingly bright with interest. I want it all, Longxing declared resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. As a mage, I don't need to worry about memory slots. I can adapt and use both setups flexibly depending on the situation. Geely nodded slightly before explaining in detail, memory slots, or what we often call grids. A 3-star Star Warrior can only use up to 3 cards at the same time. For example, if Lin Fan equips an Iron Shield and a one-handed sword, he'll only have 1 slot left. If he then summons an Armorer, he won't be able to use any other cards. But mages don't have that limitation. Geely continued, tapping his finger lightly on the counter. The spell cards we use are consumed upon use and don't occupy slots. However, this system comes with a cost money. A single spell card costs as much as an equipment card, but while equipment cards can be used until their durability runs out and can even be repaired, spell cards are one-time use. That sounds great. Geely's eyes lit up. You're close to reaching 3 stars, right? Our team of 5 is complete now. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll introduce everyone to you soon. Longxing cheerfully pulled out his phone, and the two quickly became friends. Suddenly, something came to his mind. He reached into his pocket and took out a card. Store manager, can this card be upgraded? Geely took the card and carefully examined it. It was Longxing's Arcane Turret, a 2-star purple exclusive card. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he remarked, interesting. A fixed damage system? To create this 2-star epic card, the designer sacrificed scaling and switched to fixed damage. Honestly, that's quite clever. After all, the mental coefficient of a 2-star Star Warrior isn't very high. 4 hits from this card can match the damage output of most mages of the same level. Looks like your mental control is strong, huh? Geely asked with a thoughtful expression, then explained further. Not all mages are the same. Some can only lock on to an enemy as a whole, while others can precisely target specific parts like the heart or the torso. This precision is crucial in combat battles aren't turn-based. A mage who can accurately control their spells to hit an enemy's torso will have a vastly different outcome than one who just smashes their fireball into a shield. Geely continued analyzing. The real value of this epic card isn't just in combat, though it is indeed top tier for 2-star battles. Its greater significance lies in training microcontrol techniques. Not bad, Longxing said with a confident smile, though he couldn't help but recall the chubby shield warrior who had rejected him. The thought irritated him. With his power, as long as the opponent could hold off for even a moment, he could reduce them to ashes. And yet, they dared to refuse him? In that case, Geely's eyes glimmered with a sharp light. I'll prepare something even more challenging. Here's the plan. I'll create a group chat so you all can communicate there. Meanwhile, I'll get the cards ready. Make sure you all level up to 3 stars as soon as possible. Geely patted Longxing on the shoulder, preparing to leave. Longxing immediately said, Manager, let me escort you. All right, I'm not too familiar with this area. Lead the way. Geely nodded in agreement. The two had just taken a few steps when Bai Miaoying hurriedly caught up to them, her cheeks slightly flushed. Manager, about the card. She said somewhat nervously. Could it be modified a bit? Specifically, the healing effect, could it be changed to white light? I'm willing to pay 50,000, Bai Miaoying added, her tone filled with anticipation. Geely chuckled lightly. Sure, you've got the money, so it's your call. Seizing the moment, Longxing stole a glance at the cards Geely had given Bai Miaoying. As a card maker himself, he had already speculated about the remaining 2 cards, but he couldn't resist taking a closer look. The first card was Ring of Lesser Healing, a 3-star equipment card of excellent quality. It had 0 durability, a skill value of 100, and its effect allowed the user to consume magic power to emit a healing wave, restoring the target's health by 100 times their mental value. The card description read, Embrace the Holy Light. The second card was Thought Theft, a 3-star spell card of epic quality. With 0 durability and a skill value of 10, it allowed the user to randomly steal a spell previously used by the opponent. The description read, Mine, all mine. Longxing couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Ever since that critical hit incident, the manager had revealed yet another unheard-of skill, healing. However, what was truly astonishing wasn't the healing ability but the Thought Theft card. Yet Longxing didn't think much of the skill. In his view, using a spell card to steal an opponent's spell, only to have to activate it again, was a waste of a skill even a dog wouldn't choose. To him, the card's only use was to help his cousin with her psychological issues, which was mildly interesting, but nothing more. What he truly looked forward to was seeing what kind of custom card deck the manager would create for him. Suddenly, a familiar notification sound rang out, and he realized he had been pulled into a group chat. Manager, Rich Boy, Longxing, add Bai Miaoying to the group as well. Everyone, These are two new mages. One specializes in offense, the other in support. They're your new teammates, so get to know each other. Lin Fan. Got it, manager. Xin Xiao. Understood. We'll make sure the newcomers settle in. Rin Xinxian. Long Xing. Rich Boy changed their nickname to Long Xing. A small smile appeared on Long Xing's lips as he quickly typed. Hello, everyone. The group chat instantly erupted. Xin Xiao. What the heck? It's you little punk. Manager, you know each other? Lin Fan. Manager, he's one of our classmates. Xin Xiao immediately private messaged Lin Fan. Dude, it's Long Xing. Are we seriously teaming up with him? Lin Fan calmly replied. Don't overreact. Isn't he usually super arrogant? Now he's actually taking the initiative to greet us. He's probably trying to provoke us, so we'll lose face in front of the manager and get kicked out. Even the Long family is trying to curry favor with the manager, which means we made the right choice. Don't fall for his tricks and ruin this golden opportunity. Xin Xiao. You're right. Fine, he'll just ignore him. The group chat quieted down again. Long Xing smirked. He had already anticipated that the chubby guy wouldn't fall for it so easily, though it still amused him to see him seething. Meowing, I'll add you to the group. What are you up to? Oh, I'm telling Grandpa about this. Hurry up and add me. All right. Bai Luochuan sat in the study on a grand armchair, his fingers gently stroking his graying beard as he focused intently on the card message sent by his granddaughter. Old Bai, what's so interesting? His friend beside him asked. Here, take a look. A new type of card. Bai Luochuan handed over the message. His friend examined it carefully for a moment, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. You don't say this card seems specifically designed for your granddaughter. Well, you could say that, Bai Luochuan nodded. But what do you think about its healing ability? Does it have potential? Hard to say. Would need to test it in practice, his friend mused. Generally speaking, a shield is usually sufficient. Healing has its merits, but it doesn't seem particularly significant. It might overlap a bit. Of course, he paused. That's just my personal opinion. You could let a small team try it out. All right, let's give it a shot, Bai Luochuan said, then suddenly changed his tone. But if it does prove useful, credit must go to the creator. Hey, old Bai. His friend slapped the table and stood up. Do you really think I'd compete with some youngster over such trivial fame? Well, who knows with you? Bai Luochuan replied with a sly grin. Come on, let's duel. I want to see what's giving you this newfound courage today. Meanwhile, Ji Li, as expected, was keenly aware that the journey from the introduction to the widespread acceptance of a new card type would be a long one. After all, cards were closely tied to the user's survival, and every decision required careful consideration. His current focus wasn't on gaining fame, but on improving his star level and refining the card configurations for his 5-person team. The mage's card presented the biggest challenge, so he decided to leave it for last. Among the shield warrior, agile attacker, archer, and healer roles, the healer's 2 cards were already complete. However, there was still a considerable amount of work to be done, and he couldn't help but sigh. Well, time to get to work. Brother, Ji Fufu called out, pouting from the side. What is it? Ji Li looked at his suddenly animated younger sister. I'm amazing. Huh. I'm amazing, Ji Fufu repeated. How amazing? How many stars? Ji Li asked. My base structure is maxed out. You're kidding, right? Ji Li was taken aback. The concept of base structure was introduced in Starfall Year 88, giving cards an attack power attribute. This attack power didn't refer to the sharpness of the weapon, but rather how much it could amplify a star warrior's star energy. Currently, the base structure cap for white cards, regardless of their star level, was 5,000, which was also the highest attack value for a 6-star card. Do you have star energy? Ji Li asked. No. Then what's the point? Ji Li was speechless. 0 multiplied by 50 was still 0. Without an amplification of star energy, the weapon in Ji Fufu's hand was merely a durable ordinary tool. But you do. You're saying I should use you? How? Transfer my star energy to you? No. The main card is with you. Main card? Yep. In the secondary card, Ji Fufu said as she suddenly pulled a card directly from her chest and waved it in front of Ji Li. Ji Fufu. Ji Li flicked her forehead in exasperation. How many times have I told you not to pull things out of your chest? It's creepy. Watching his increasingly expressive sister, Ji Li was both annoyed and amused. Oh, Ji Fufu stuck out her tongue and winked at him. Oops. Ji Li let out a weary sigh. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. I don't have any main card. I'll just study yours and see how it works. You do have a main card, Ji Fufu said with unwavering certainty, her eyes locked onto him. I can sense it. I don't. I think I would know what's on me. Ji Li's voice trailed off as he noticed her gaze fixed intently on his chest, specifically his heart. A chill ran down his spine. He abruptly flicked her on the forehead. Ji Fu, I'm human. A human. If you rip my heart out, I'll die. Heh. Ji Fufu chuckled nonchalantly. Heh, my foot. Ji Li couldn't help but recall the 8-year-old Ji Fufu, small and expressionless, never crying or fussing, always following behind him softly saying, Brother, I'm hungry. He paused at the memory, then shook his head with a wry smile. Come to think of it, she wasn't any less of a handful back then. With a sigh, he picked up Ji Fufu's card and examined it closely. As a card maker, he was well aware of the insurmountable gap between a 3-star and 4-star card maker. A 4-star card maker could directly channel star energy into a card and use mental power to construct it, simplifying the entire process. He hadn't planned on studying Ji Fufu's card, as his current level wouldn't allow him to discern much. But now, if she claimed the main card was with him, it might be worth a try. The mystery of his unknown parents. The card made in violation of the first rule. These enigmas clawed at his mind, their hooks impossible to ignore. First, he stepped outside the shop and hung up a closed sign. Then, he returned to his room and slowly infused star energy into the card. In an instant, a golden light enveloped him, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. When Ji Li opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely white space. The surroundings stretched endlessly in a monotonous void. Before he could take in his environment, a hand suddenly grabbed his throat. Following the hand, he saw the white light coalesce into the figure of a woman. Disheveled hair, glasses, standard overalls, and an overall unkempt appearance. Her sharp eyes glared fiercely at him. "Who are you? You're not my son. Where's my son?" The woman's grip tightened, and Ji Li felt his lungs on the verge of bursting. "For the love of, let go," he managed to choke out. "If you don't let go, how can I answer?" Just as he felt his life slipping away, the white light gathered again, forming another figure, a man, equally disheveled, wearing overalls. The man hurried forward to pry the woman's hand away. Honey, this is our son. He's grown up now." Gah, cough, cough, cough. Ji Li collapsed to the ground, gasping desperately for air. The woman froze, scrutinizing Ji Li carefully. As if confirming something, she suddenly lunged forward and hugged him tightly. "My son." Her voice was piercing, filled with anguish. "Let mom look at you. Let mom see." She kept stroking Ji Li's face, while the man stood by with a gentle smile. Ji Li opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. "I know you have a lot of questions," the man said softly. "But don't worry, we have plenty of time." Ji Li's first question went straight to the point. "Who are you?" The man and woman in front of him replied in unison. "Your father, your mother." This typical lustile response left Ji Li momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the woman burst into tears, trembling as she grabbed Ji Li's hand. "Son, it's all my fault. If it makes you feel better, you can hit me." She tried to press Ji Li's hand against her face. Ji Li pulled his hand back in disgust, shaking it as though trying to rid himself of something dirty. "Fine, let's skip this question." Ji Li moved on. "What's the deal with Ji Fufu?" The man remained calm. "She's your sister. To be precise, she's a life form we created. What we need to accomplish is extremely complicated, so we wanted to leave someone reliable to assist you. After much deliberation, we decided to create a life form." The casual tone of his explanation immediately put Ji Li on alert. "So, you're saying you have significant expertise in the field of souls?" The man chuckled. "Kid, any card master who reaches the 3rd stage naturally delves into soul research." "What do you mean?" The man began explaining in detail. Cards are divided into 3 stages. The first stage, 1 to 3 stars, is too basic to bother discussing. The second stage, 4 to 6 stars, 6 stars represent the peak of foundational construction. The third stage's even stars differs from 6 stars primarily in terms of skill complexity, special effects, and the personal ability of the star warrior. He gave an example. Take a 5-star card with a base attack of 3,000. If the star warrior's strength is 100, the final attack is 300,000. A 6-star card with a base attack of 5,000 and a star warrior strength of 300 results in a final attack of 1.5 million, a 5-fold difference. But between 6-star and 7-star cards, both with a base attack of 5,000, the gap isn't as evident. That's the limit of foundational construction. So, the man concluded, the 3rd stage requires soul research to enhance the base attack. "I don't agree," Ji Li said firmly. The man smiled indifferently. Confident in your special effects and skills? Most card masters think that way." "Fine, let's set this topic aside for now. Do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Ji Li stared directly at the pair. What kind of trouble will Ji Fufu's existence bring? The question plunged the two into silence. No matter how advanced their skills, the reality remained Ji Fufu's very existence violated the laws. If discovered, she would either face humane destruction or be subjected to secret research. Both outcomes were akin to death. "Son," the man said seriously, "this world is far more complex than it seems. Stars fall, and even fallen stars are not simple. Over the past 500 years, countless brilliant individuals have emerged." "Stop. No need to go into that," the woman interrupted. "You can continue," Ji Li said, his gaze sharp as he stared at them. "You'll have to find the answers yourself," the man said meaningfully. "The answers are out there, and you'll need to see for yourself. But let me warn you, avoid letting Fufu take action unless absolutely necessary. She's your last line of defense. Also, be wary of an organization called the Luo Xing Society. Anything else? Fufu's star mark is not something to worry about now. It's best to study it after you reach 7 stars. All right, I'm leaving then. Go ahead. Geely stood still for a moment, hesitating before asking. When I come back, will I see you two again? No, you won't, the man and woman in front of him replied softly. We will soon vanish. We are already dead. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. Geely's figure slowly faded away like mist. After he completely disappeared, the man and woman exchanged a glance, and both let out a sigh of relief. Acting is so hard, the woman said, running her fingers through her messy hair, her expression somewhat awkward. He figured it out. Yeah, well, if he did, the man replied calmly. There's no helping it. He was already here. Besides, he called me dad, didn't he? That's not too much to ask, is it? It's not like we're taking advantage of him. Ugh, you're impossible. Still thinking about that at the very end, the woman said with a hint of reproach. Then her gaze turned distant, as if trying to see beyond the white light surrounding them. It's just such a pity. The man took her hand, and the two fell silent. Slowly, their forms dissolved into specks of starlight, scattering into the air. Ji Li opened his eyes, lying on his bed as he felt a faint headache lingering. He raised his hand, opening and closing it repeatedly, as if trying to confirm something. Lowering his arm, he stared at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts. After a long while, he clicked his tongue softly. Those two were lying. Though he didn't fully understand the nature of souls, as someone capable of creating Ji-Fufu, it was impossible for them not to recognize their own child's soul. Clearly, Geely was not their son. Their behavior only confirmed it further. That exaggerated, almost ridiculous display of grief at the beginning was one thing, but what stood out even more was their lack of concern for him as parents. Instead of asking about his well-being, they kept talking about card makers and star card masters. No real parents would react like that. This meant they knew very well that the person in front of them was not their child. What was even stranger was that, faced with a stranger's soul occupying their child's body, they weren't angry. Instead, they willingly shared information about card makers and the Falling Star Society. A wild theory began to take shape in Ji Li's mind. He shook his head, temporarily setting aside the outlandish idea. Stretching lazily, he allowed sleep to reclaim his thoughts. Whatever. It's not something I can deal with right now anyway. Secrets of the outside world, the Falling Star Society, none of it matters until I stop being a low-level nobody. Lights off. Time to sleep. Bright sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the tables and chairs in the milk tea shop. Early in the morning, Lin Fan, Xin Xiao, and Rin Xianxian were already waiting inside. Why isn't he here yet? Don't tell me he chickened out, Xin Xiao muttered irritably. Rin Xianxian absent-mindedly sipped her milk tea, stirring the cup with her straw in search of the remaining tapioca pearls. He's well-mannered. He won't be late. Seriously, G little beauty, whose side are you on? Xin Xiao grumbled. I'm on the store manager's side. You. Xin Xiao started, but Lin Fan interrupted him with a stern expression. Xin Xiao, Lin Fan said firmly. Rin Xianxian is right. Regardless of how we feel, this is our opportunity. The store manager chose Long Xing as our teammate for a reason. What we need to do is focus on managing team matters properly, so we don't let the store manager down, not act impulsively. Fine, Xin Xiao muttered reluctantly. Before long, Long Xing pushed the door open, accompanied by a girl dressed in white. Hello, the girl said timidly. I'm by Miaoying. Miaoying, come sit over here, Rin Xianyuan said warmly, waving her over. The two had already chatted online the day before, and now, seeing Bai Miaoying in her simple white outfit exuding a delicate and gentle aura, Rin Xianyuan was secretly delighted this was definitely someone she could bond with as a close friend. Besides, with only the two of them as the girls in the group, it was natural to get along well. While the girls were enjoying a pleasant moment, the atmosphere among the boys was far more tense. Fatty, what did you call me here for? Long Xing casually put his luxury car key on the table and turned to the waiter. Bring 5 cups of your most expensive tea. Xin Xiao was about to speak when Lin Fan stopped him with a single glance. I'm planning to sign a contract with the boss, Lin Fan said straightforwardly. The boss wants you to join the team. I don't know his reasons, but I intend to keep moving forward. You're the young master of the Long family. Are you here just for fun, or are you in for the long haul? The corners of Long Xing's mouth lifted in a slight smirk. Oh, what's the difference between the two? If you're just here for fun, then we'll each do our own thing. When it's time for us to take the brunt of it, we'll handle it, and you can treat it as training. Once the trial is over, we go our separate ways, Lin Fan said seriously. But if you're in for the long haul, then the team can't have 2 leaders. You want to be the captain? Long Xing asked. Yes, Lin Fan replied without hesitation. Impressive, Long Xing said, narrowing his eyes. Is that based on how you annoyed me with your card the other day? The tension in the air rose sharply. To be honest, Lin Fan said slowly, I respect your abilities. The reason I've kept my distance from you is because of the Long family. I don't want to become a vassal of the Long family. I believe I can carve out my own path. But I would never underestimate your strength. That battle between Star Warriors doesn't count for much. The real challenge lies in fighting magical beasts and monsters. and I can sense the changes in monsters immediately. Fine, you can take command, Long Xing said nonchalantly. Lin Fan frowned and was about to speak when Long Xing raised a finger. You misunderstand. First, whether I sign a contract with the boss or not is none of your concern. Second, command isn't set in stone. You can have it, but if you don't perform well, I reserve the right to take it back. Third, it's just a battle. Letting you lead doesn't matter to me. That's settled, then, Lin Fan said without further argument. As for whether Long Xing would cause trouble later, even Xin Xiao, who was the most dissatisfied with him, didn't question if the pride of the Long family wouldn't allow him to stoop to such behavior. Time always flew by during training. Crafting a card was not as easy as one might imagine. The process of creating special effect cards truly demanded meticulous effort from Ji Li. From drafting designs to the final implementation, it took him a full 2 months. Fortunately, he managed to complete all the card sets for the team just before the school term began. According to the Star Association's regulations, once a 3-star Star Warrior is equipped, they can apply for field training. By downloading the maps provided by the Star Association, they can identify the star-level monsters that might appear in each region. When Lin Fan and the others received the cards meticulously crafted by Ji Li, excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes. First up was Ren Xuanxuan's equipment. Crimson Dual Blades, this 3-star epic equipment card exuded a dangerous aura. It boasted a durability of 160,200 points and 100 special effect points, with a 25 chance to trigger double critical damage. The card also featured an ominous description. Blood, such an intoxicating taste. Next was Shadow Step, another 3-star epic spell card. This card, with 0 durability and 10 skill points, allowed the user to instantly teleport to any location within 25 meters and enter stealth mode. The card cheekily read, "Can't find me. Hey, can't find me." The appearance of the Shadow Step card left everyone present completely stunned, especially Long Xing, whose gaze toward Ren Xianxian was filled with caution. After all, most agility-based attack cards typically only enhanced movement speed, and the more advanced ones might include effects that leverage momentum to boost attacks. But instant teleportation combined with invisibility? That was practically a divine skill. Ji Li only gave Ren Xianxian these 2 cards, leaving her to choose the third one herself. He specifically reminded her, Shadow Step requires intense focus to activate. You'd better figure out a way to speed up its activation. It could be the key to staying alive. He explained that the biggest weakness of Star Warriors was the time required to activate their cards. Quick activation might take 1 or 2 seconds, while slower ones could take 3 to 5 seconds to draw the card and inject star energy. For agility-based attackers, this delay could be fatal. Got it. Ren Xianxian grinned broadly. Don't worry, boss, I'll figure something out. Next, it was the archer's turn. Ji Li momentarily forgot his name and stammered. The one with the bow. Boss, my name is Xin Xiao. The young man quickly stepped forward. Oh right, got it, the bow guy? These are your 3 cards. Xin Xiao eagerly rubbed his hands together as he received the cards. Power Bow, a 3-star epic equipment card with 500 durability points and 100 special effect points. Each attack consumed only 50 of the required strength. The card's description was simple and bold. Powerful. That's the word. Tricolor Quiver, also a 3-star epic equipment card. While it had no durability points, its 100 special effect points allowed it to generate 3 types of special arrows. Red arrows with explosive damage, blue arrows with freezing and slowing effects, and white arrows with a 20 damage boost. The card playfully stated, Hey, let's fire one. Ice Trap, a 3-star epic spell card with 0 durability and 10 skill points. It could set up a trap to freeze enemies for 5 seconds. The card teasingly read, Gotcha frozen. Looking at these 3 epic cards, Xin Xiao was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. During the process of crafting a bow, Ji Li encountered a particularly perplexing problem. How should the attack mechanism of a bow and arrow weapon be designed? Frowning, he repeatedly analyzed the operational principles of star energy within the weapon. Ordinary weapons function like power amplifiers. Injecting star energy enhances their output. However, bows are different. Composed of 2 independent parts, the bow and the arrow, allowing both to carry attack power and stack their effects would indeed result in immense power. Yet, such a design would exceed the material's limits. After numerous trials, Ji Li ultimately settled on a pragmatic solution. He added attack power only to the bow itself, leaving the arrows to be formed by the Star Warriors using their star energy. The newly crafted bow appeared unassuming, but its performance was unparalleled. It achieved the highest attack power for its current star level and included an ingenious energy-saving effect. When Long Xing saw the bow, his pupils slightly contracted. He understood clearly that this weapon, designed purely for ultimate power while sacrificing attack speed and flashy effects, could deliver devastating blows with each arrow, enough to leave any monster in agony. You're more familiar with how to use your weapon than I am, Ji Li said simply. Yes, shopkeeper. I'll make the most of it. Xin Xiao, who had never owned such a powerful weapon before, excitedly accepted the bow, as if holding his dream in his hands. Next, Ji Li turned to the chubby boy. Here, this is yours. Lin Fan, watching the others receive their weapons, could barely contain his excitement. The moment he took the cards, he gasped. The attributes of the two cards came into view. Lesser layered armor ring. Type, equipment card excellent. Attack, 0. Durability, 100. Effect, when not actively attacking, gain a shield every 5 seconds based on star energy strength. Charge. Type, spell card excellent. Attack, 200. Durability, 10. Skill, dash toward the target at 3 times the speed. The higher the strength, the greater the chance of inflicting stun. You can choose to use either a sword or a shield. I want prepare a specific weapon for you, Ji Li explained. These are more than enough, Lin Fan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Although both cards were only of excellent quality, the tactical value of their abilities had him brimming with anticipation. In his mind, he could already picture battle scenarios. When a monster broke through the defensive line and charged at his teammates, he would immediately dash forward to intercept it. Watching this unfold, Long Xing involuntarily shivered. Another possibility crossed his mind. If this chubby guy timed his charge perfectly and used it against him, things could get tricky. Coupled with Ren Xuanxuan's shadow step and Shun Zhao's devastating bow, he suddenly realized that, as a mage, the days ahead might not be so easy. Young Master Long, you're up? Ji Li gestured to Long Xing. Long Xing walked over briskly, his face unable to hide his cheerful smile. Since others were calling him Young Master, he naturally adopted the demeanor to match. He carefully examined the spell card in his hand. It was part of the Fire Toxin series, one of 2 sets, the other being Ice Magic. The card for Flaming Mother-Daughter Bomb shimmered with a dangerous glow. It was a 3-star spell attack card with 50 durability points and 10 skill points. Long Xing read the card's description closely. When activated, it launches a mother bomb at the enemy, which bursts midair into 5 smaller bombs for additional attacks. A special note clarified, damage does not stack when targeting the same enemy, but it inflicts a poison effect that causes a fixed loss of 50 health points per second. Moreover, the poison effect can stack. The card's description was short and blunt. It's poison. I added poison to the fire. Long Xing frowned. Based on his understanding of combat in the real world, fire attacks should have a stacking effect. When the first fireball hits a target and a second one lands in the same spot, the damage should multiply, a concept known as weak point penetration. Yet, this card explicitly stated that its damage couldn't increase. Although he wasn't a card maker, Long Xing had some knowledge of the craft. Did the shopkeeper convert all the damage into poison effects? He mused. But if that's the case, the power seems insufficient. 5 firebombs would deal a maximum of 250 damage, and even if the poison stacks to 5 layers, that's only 250 points of damage per second. That's barely enough to scratch an itch. Hold on, take a look at this, the shopkeeper said, handing him another card. Long Xing took it and couldn't help but gasp. The others crowded around curiously, only to let out a collective exclamation of amazement. This card was called Toxic Explosion, another 3-star spell attack card. It had 0 durability and 10 skill points. The effect? It detonated the fire toxin on the target's body, with each poison layer causing damage equal to 50 times the base value. Its description was just as straightforward. It's fire. I added fire to the poison. Shopkeeper, how long does the poison last? Long Xing asked eagerly. The exact duration depends on the situation in battle. However, since the poison can stack, it'll last long enough for you to fire off 3 mother-daughter bombs, the shopkeeper explained. That's more than enough. Long Xing nodded repeatedly, excitement lighting up his eyes as he analyzed. This explosion occurs within the monster's body, so the actual damage will definitely exceed the card's surface stats. 3 shots would result in a 750 times multiplier, far surpassing the normal power of a 3-star card. If I can keep stacking it. Just imagining the scene made his blood boil. As for the Ice series, there was only one card, Ice Lance. Also a 3-star spell attack card. It had 0 durability and 10 skill points. Its effect was to freeze the enemy, and if the target was already frozen, it inflicted 400 damage. The description? Just one line. BRR. So cold. With its high 400 times multiplier and instant cast feature, Long Xing couldn't put it down. Moreover, creating a frozen state wasn't particularly difficult. Combined with his existing cards, he could easily assemble a deck that balanced control and damage output. As for Bai Miaoyin, Ji Li didn't give her any new cards, leaving her with the same 3 as before. After all, a healer's memory capacity was limited at this stage, and adjustments could be made later if necessary. Get familiar with each other and sort out the tactics. Just call me when you're ready to start. Ji Li leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Ever since taking on these card orders from this group, he had rarely accepted other jobs. At this moment, he was hoping for a few days to relax. Boss, we can set off tomorrow. Ji Fufu's voice suddenly grew louder. Huh, Brother, did you pack everything? It was the third time she had asked the same question that day. Yes, everything's packed, Geely replied weakly, waving his hand. There's a wealthy player in the team this time, so we won't need most of our gear. Just bring some rations. The next morning, as Geely dragged his tired body to the Star Association's entrance, he found the others already waiting. Boss, the five of them greeted him in unison, their voices echoing crisply in the fresh morning air. Geely motioned to his sister to come over. According to the Star Association's rules, heading out to the wilderness wasn't as simple as driving to the edge of the city. The city walls were no longer sufficient to fend off magical beasts and monsters, and the city's safety now relied entirely on card systems. Every trip outside required an application, though for teams like theirs, venturing out for training purposes, approval was usually immediate. Inside the Star Association's lobby, a flash of blinding white light appeared, and a portal materialized out of thin air in front of them. I'll go first, Lin Fan said, summoning a small shield that he strapped to his right hand. A ring on his finger replaced a traditional sword, and he left an equipment slot open for a charge skill. With that, he stepped into the portal without hesitation. The others followed closely behind, and Ji Li, with a hint of curiosity, was the last to enter. Beyond the portal wasn't a perilous landscape or a monster lair, but a spacious room. About a dozen portals were neatly aligned, with people occasionally stepping through them. Some moved confidently, heading straight out, while others, like the chubby member of their team, awkwardly stood there holding up a shield. Geely adjusted his frameless glasses, chuckling inwardly. Looks like nobody told the rookies what to do next. That group over there, come here to register, a staff member called out. The seven of them stepped outside and found two separate paths labeled newbies and veterans. They obediently chose the newbie path, where a curvaceous receptionist was waiting with a welcoming smile. First of all, welcome to the town, she said warmly. Do you have your entry permits? Lin Fan promptly handed over the permits. The receptionist checked them carefully while taking notes. 7 people in total, correct? After receiving confirmation, she placed 7 identical small handbooks in front of Lin Fan and explained, let me go over the rules here. The area around the town is home to 3-star and 4-star monsters. Once you're about 10 kilometers out of town, you'll start encountering quite a few of them. We recommend hunting within the 10 to 20 kilometer range. One more thing, just a reminder. If there's gray fog weather, stop hunting immediately. Run if you can, and if you can't, stay put and don't move. Everything's explained in the manual. Good luck. The group stepped through the portal, and Geely instantly noticed something was off. The world before him seemed shrouded in a heavy gray veil, the sky a suffocating leaden gray, like an old, faded photograph drained of color. Sunlight filtered weakly through the eerie haze, dim and blurred, casting the entire scene in a lifeless, oppressive atmosphere. Let's find a place to stay first, Long Xing said, glancing around and breaking the silence. Ren Xianxian frowned as she surveyed the unfamiliar land, clearly unsettled by the sight. Didn't your family tell you what it's like out here? No, I just left home, he replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, a skinny, scruffy child darted out from the side. Covered in dust and dressed in tattered clothes, the child's eyes sparkled with a clever glint. Lin Fan stepped in front of the group, scrutinizing the sudden newcomer. What do you want? Do you need a guide? The child rubbed his hands together, speaking eagerly. A guide? We're looking for an inn. Can you take us there? Sure, this way. I know a place that's really cheap, the child began, only to be cut off by Long Xing. We're not looking for something cheap, Long Xing said firmly. The child shifted his gaze to Lin Fan. Yeah, we don't want cheap. It needs to be decent, Lin Fan added. The child paused to think for a moment. Well, if you're planning to stay here for a while, you could rent a courtyard. The courtyards here are managed by the Star Alliance, so you won't get ripped off. Oh, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Take us there then. Got it, the child replied, bouncing with excitement as he led the way. Ji Li leaned closer to his sister, Ji Fufu, and whispered, this kid's a bit inexperienced. But didn't he say he's a guide? Ji Fufu asked, puzzled. Ji Li shrugged and shared a story from his past life. That doesn't mean much. Anyone can bluff. Back in my previous life, I had a buddy who made up job experience just to ace an interview. He listed fake references, and all the background check calls went to us friends. In the end, he got hired with a monthly salary of nearly 20 grand. After half a year, he switched jobs, and just like that, his resume had a big name company on it. It's a trick most people wouldn't think of. Hearing this, Long Xing glanced at Ji Li in surprise. He hadn't expected this seemingly straightforward tech enthusiast to have such shrewd insights. As they walked, Lin Fan discreetly observed the small town. The Star Alliance held a dominant presence here, controlling nearly all the major industries, while other families and factions were left to scramble for scraps. The rental process turned out to be surprisingly smooth. 10,000 credits secured them a small courtyard for a month. The price wasn't exactly cheap, but it wasn't outrageous either. Noticing how readily Lin Fan paid, the child grew even more excited and offered a few tips. There are some things you need to be careful about here. When you go out, make sure no one's following you. It's easy to get robbed outside. And if there's gray fog weather, don't go out at all. As soon as the child started talking, it was like opening a floodgate. Words poured out endlessly. Hey kid, what's your name? Lin Fan asked with a friendly smile, trying to build some rapport. I'm not kid. The little boy puffed out his chest, his eyes gleaming with pride. My name is Ching Chun, and one day, I'll become a master card maker. All right, Ching Chun, Lin Fan nodded and then asked. I was wondering, are there a lot of monsters around here? And what's this about robberies you mentioned? Chung Chin spread his arms wide in an exaggerated circle. Lots so many you couldn't kill them all. Just walking along the road, you're bound to run into some. But this area is pretty safe. They say some big shots came through and cleared it out, so monsters don't dare come near. Outside this zone, though, it's a different story, monsters everywhere. As for the robberies, Chung Chin's tone turned cautious. I don't know much about that. It's bad guys doing bad things. They target people traveling alone and disappear before anyone can catch them. But you probably won't run into them. Are there any rules I should know about around here? Lin Fan asked thoughtfully. Rules? Chung Chun tilted his head, thinking. Not really. Just don't go stealing someone else's prey. There's more than enough out there. Oh, and the most important thing is not to stray too far from the town. If you run into the gray mist, it's dangerous. People go missing because of it every year. He paused, his eyes lighting up. Oh, and you should definitely hire a guide. I'm your best option. I can even process materials for you. And I'm super affordable. In just a few exchanges, Lin Fan managed to extract a wealth of useful information from the talkative boy. The town wasn't very large. It only took about 20 minutes to walk from one end to the other. Before long, Chung Chun led them to the local branch of the Star Association. The building stood out with its unique design. The association's emblem was prominently displayed on the sign above the door, and even the doorframe was styled to resemble a card. Ji Li glanced around, noticing something unusual about the street. Though there was a steady flow of pedestrians, few lingered, and there weren't any vendors or stalls. It seemed like everyone was in a rush, valuing every second. Nina, I'm here, Chung Chun called out enthusiastically as they entered. The hall was mostly empty, with a single desk positioned in the center. Behind it sat a girl with long, pale purple hair, wearing headphones and deeply engrossed in her computer screen. Startled by Chung Chen's shout, she fumbled with the keyboard before hastily turning off the monitor. Oh, it's you, Chung. You're here. Nina looked up, her eyes brightening when she noticed the others. Oh, you brought guests? Are they here for a quick stop or a longer stay? The group exchanged confused glances, unsure how to respond. Nina, I told you to stop watching those random shows, Chung Chun said with a sigh. These guests want to rent a courtyard. A courtyard, huh? Nina opened a drawer and pulled out a set of keys. Courtyard 58. That'll be 10,000 yuan per month, minimum 1 month rental. How long are you staying? Just 1 month, Lin Fan said, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it over. Big spender. Nina gave Lin Fan a thumbs up before turning to Ching Chun. Hey, kid, you know where it is, right? Show them the way for me. I'm not going. Oh, and hey, raise your delivery fee. She produced a bill from somewhere and placed it on the desk. Thanks, Nina. Ching Chin's eyes lit up as he snatched the money. He turned to the group and said, all right, everyone, follow me. The courtyard was located behind the office, where a 2-story standalone villa stood tall. With 8 rooms, it perfectly met their accommodation needs. Here it is, guests, Chung Chun said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If you're planning to go hunting, I can be your guide. I can even handle skinning. Got it, Lin Fan interrupted decisively, cutting off his endless self-promotion. He pulled 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Here, this is for you. Thank you, thank you. Chung Chin reached out to take the money, but hesitated halfway. Don't you need a guide? No, Lin Fan replied, shaking the map in his hand. The map here is very detailed. Chung Chun left dejectedly, turning back to glance at them every few steps, clearly still hoping Lin Fan would change his mind. However, Lin Fan never called him back. Hey, fatty, Rin Xianxian frowned. Why didn't you want to bring him along? It's just one more person. It's not easy for such a young kid to be out here trying to make a living. Lin Fan shook his head and raised the booklet in his hand again. It's not that I don't want to bring him, but we don't know the rules around here. Do you really think anyone who can stay here is just an ordinary person? He paused. That kid said he wants to become a card maker, probably to collect materials. But most 3-star materials can be bought from the Star Association, and they're not expensive. Why wouldn't he just buy them instead of lingering here? There's probably something going on behind the scenes. Whatever it is, it's not our business. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. If you want to help him, just give him some money. But I wouldn't recommend it. What he didn't say was this. Risking the team's safety for a moment of goodwill was far from wise. Who knew if someone else was pulling the strings behind the kid? Besides, Chung Chin's earlier words had already revealed enough information. Take a half-hour break, Lin Fan said, scanning the group. Go through this manual and look for any key points. We'll discuss it in half an hour and then set off. What's our destination? Longxing asked. We'll decide after reading the manual, Lin Fan replied. For our first exploration, Well, stay within a 10-kilometer radius. According to the manual, it's best to return daily. Nighttime is when gray fog weather is most common. Geely silently opened the manual. The content wasn't complicated, mainly introducing the surroundings of the town and including a detailed map. Within the 10-kilometer radius, several supply points were marked. As long as the route was planned around these points, they would essentially remain in safe zones. I'm heading out for a walk, Geely suddenly said, standing up. Manager, this. I'll be back within half an hour. Don't worry, it won't delay anything. Fufu, come along. Alrighty. The siblings walked out one after the other. Brother, where are we going? Ji Fufu asked. Just looking around. Geely observed the people coming and going in the town. The streets were bustling, most people moving in a hurry, with few stopping to linger. Something feels off, Geely murmured quietly. What's so strange? Ji Fufu asked curiously, her eyes following her brother Geely as he moved. Geely walked steadily toward a passerby and began his inquiries. Excuse me, sorry to bother you, he said politely, only to be met with a curt reply. Sorry, I'm busy. The person glanced at him briefly before disappearing into the crowd. Geely didn't seem to mind and continued his efforts. One after another, he tried. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a moment? Sorry, I have something to do. Hello, may I ask you? Apologies, I'm in a hurry. Each attempt ended in failure. Until the eighth person, when something different happened. Hello, I'd like to ask, Geely began again. I already told you I'm busy, the person snapped irritably. But then, suddenly startled, they froze, lowered their head, and walked away quickly, almost as if fleeing. Brother, did you ask that person before? Ji Fufu narrowed her eyes, sensing something unusual. Fufu, Geely said softly. Huh. He reached out and ruffled his sister's hair with a faint sigh of exasperation. Don't ask pointless questions. If I hadn't spoken to him before, would he have been that impatient? But, let's go back. It's time. I think they've probably finished their discussion by now. Pushing open the door to the villa, they found 5 people already waiting in the main hall. So, have you all decided? Geely asked. Boss, you're back, Lin Fan said, pointing at a map spread out in front of him. Perfect timing. We've finalized the route and are ready to set out. Everyone's in agreement. Given the lack of detailed information, there wasn't much room for debate when choosing a route through this flatland area. The group donned their gear, preparing for their first adventure. All right, everyone, let's get started, Lin Fan shouted, both to pump himself up and to inspire the team. Let's go, let's go, Ren Xianxian exclaimed excitedly. The group made their way through the streets and arrived at the town's exit. Long Xing, as a mage with particularly sharp mental awareness, frowned and scanned their surroundings. This is odd. With so many people around, why hasn't anyone left through this exit? Ever since hearing rumors about potential robberies, he had been on high alert for other groups possibly tailing them. Yet, even as they left the town, they hadn't spotted a single one. Geely carefully observed the environment beyond the town, his heart sinking at the sight. The scene outside was utterly desolate. The gray soil was riddled with cracks, as if ready to collapse at any moment. The entire world seemed to lose its vibrancy, turning bleak and lifeless the moment they left the town. This place is ridiculous, Ren Xianxian wrinkled her nose. The town felt stifling, sure, but here? I feel like I'm not even human anymore. This kind of environment isn't good, Bai Miaoyin murmured, trying to piece together her thoughts while sensing an indescribable threat. No wonder the handbook mentioned avoiding prolonged exposure outside, Lin Fan said. Let's stick to the plan. If anyone feels unwell, speak up immediately. We'll just operate close to the town 10 kilometers tops. Worst case, we run back. Got it. Let's move, Ji Fufu said as she and Ji Li instinctively positioned themselves at the rear of the group. Lin Fan had previously asked Ji Li about his combat abilities, and Ji Li had volunteered to take the rear guard. In truth, most card creators were typically considered glass cannon mages. Most spell cards have a durability of 10, a number that feels almost astronomical to ordinary people. To afford such power, one must either enhance their mental strength by ascending ranks like a card maker or, like Long Xing, simply have deep pockets. The team had barely walked 500 meters when they encountered their first target. Lin Fan squinted at the figure ahead, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Not bad, a single beast. He turned to Shen Xiao. See if there are any other beasts nearby. Shen Xiao pulled out his binoculars, using the open plains to scan the surroundings carefully. There's a tiger-like beast a kilometer to the north, and 2 kilometers to the northeast. Stop, Lin Fan interrupted. Just tell me which beasts this fight might attract. Relax, with this terrain, it's unlikely anything else will come. Besides, it's just a 3-star beast. It'll be dealt with quickly. All right, I'll draw its attention. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Watch for my signal before moving. Geely followed at the rear of the group. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the beast's true form. It was a massive wild boar-like creature, standing 2 meters tall and stretching 7 or 8 meters long. It lay on the ground, snoring, with dark red blood still staining its long tusks. So big, How long would this last as food? Ji Fufu exclaimed in awe. Long Xing immediately took on the role of a narrator. Most of the meat sold out there comes from 3-star wild boars like this. They're known for their massive size and abundant meat. What about 4-star meat? How does it taste? Ji Fufu asked curiously. 4-star beasts are different. Unlike 3 stars, which grow blindly in size, 4 stars become more compact, Long Xing explained. This is because their energy becomes highly concentrated. I get it. Shen Xiao chimed in. Exactly. 4-star beast meat is so energy dense that it can easily make people gain weight, Long Xing continued. If you can't digest the energy, it turns into fat. 3-star meat is manageable just a step above regular meat. But 4-star meat is on a whole other level. It's concentrated and, most importantly, incredibly delicious. Once you've tasted it, it's hard not to get hooked. Before he could finish, the two girls exchanged wary glances, silently warning themselves not to give in to temptation. Lin Fan's almost in position, Shen Xiao reminded, pulling out his phone. Long Xing and Rin Xianyuan followed suit, aiming their phones at the scene ahead. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Bai Miaoyin whispered hesitantly. What are they doing? What else? They're recording Lin Fan luring the beast, of course. Ji Li suddenly understood and quickly pulled out his notebook to take notes. As someone who had only read about beasts in books, his goal on this trip was to witness firsthand how cards performed in real combat. And yet, the first issue had already become apparent. Warriors, it seemed, lacked taunting skills. In almost every game, it's a given that the warrior's first skill is taunt. Ji Li, however, had overlooked a critical point. While this world did have star energy, all combat skills were reliant on a card system. Without a specialized taunt skill card, this ability was out of the question. He silently contemplated that once Lin Fan's star level increased, he'd need to thoroughly study this complex system tied to mental strength. But the scene before him left Ji Li utterly baffled. The surrounding crowd had all taken out their phones, pointing their cameras at Lin Fan in the middle of the field. What were they doing? Recording the process of initiating combat? What was there to film? Lin Fan, moving like a secret agent, crept up to the slumbering giant boar spirit. He casually picked up a small stone, aimed, and delivered a textbook-perfect throw to the boar's forehead. The stone struck its target precisely, jolting the wild boar out of its dream. The boar opened its bloodshot eyes, only to see Lin Fan retreating to a safe distance about 50 meters away. What happened next completely redefined Ji Li's understanding of the word taunt. Lin Fan turned around, bent over, and began to wiggle his slightly rounded figure at the boar. Come on, hit me, he taunted in a deliberately infuriating tone. His body jiggled with each exaggerated movement, and his expression was as provoking as it could possibly get. Ji Li stared, dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Is this how you pull aggro? Oh, this is just the beginning, someone nearby chuckled, explaining, soon, he'll have to kite it into a rage state. That's when we'll make our move. Lin Fan's taunt dance is top 3 in the grade, Shen Xiao remarked with admiration. Look at that boar's ice thigh practically glowing with fury. For once, even the ever-critical Long Xing didn't offer a snarky comment. Instead, he enthusiastically held up his phone, snapping photos like there was no tomorrow. In the field, Lin Fan, after slapping his own backside, successfully enraged the boar. The massive creature charged at him in a fit of fury but never managed to land a hit. Despite his stocky build, Lin Fan was astonishingly agile. He darted and dodged with ease, occasionally pausing to throw in a few moves from a ridiculous seaweed dance. His ability to provoke was truly unmatched. Ji Li glanced at his notebook and silently crossed out the line that read, Warrior, no taunt skill. This unconventional taunt skill was clearly far more effective than he had imagined. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan signaled for the attack. Rin Xianyuan darted forward with her dual daggers, while Long Xing's fireball followed closely behind, bursting into a spectacular light display in midair. Lin Fan stopped dodging and raised his left arm, his shield shimmering as it transformed into a massive tower shield. Clang! The shield collided with the boar, kicking up a cloud of dust. In that moment, Long Xing's fireball landed with precision, leaving 5 scorched marks on the boar's body, each displaying a damage number of 600. Shen Xiao drew an arrow from his quiver, waiting for the perfect moment before shouting, Lucky! His bow curved like a full moon, and the arrow shot forth like a falling star. The arrow struck one of the scorched marks dead center, its immense impact forcing the boar back several steps. A massive 9,000 damage number flashed in the air. The boar let out a heart-wrenching wail, its bloodshot eyes filled with rage and pain. Just as it prepared to charge at Lin Fan for another round, the next moment, the wild boar's forehead instantly displayed 4 shocking numbers, 22002, 300, 4600, 5400. Letting out a piercing wail, its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The 7 members of Team X5 exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. This enormous 3-star wild boar, was it really defeated just like that? That's it. Then why was I dodging so desperately just now? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. A sharp glint flashed in Long Xing's eyes. No, it's because our cards are too powerful. My poison explosion hasn't even been used. His arrows were only fired in one round, and Miaoyin didn't even get a chance to act. Our cards have already far surpassed the level of this monster. 3-star monsters only have around 20 to 30,000 health points. Everyone's gaze naturally shifted to Ji Li. Why are you all looking at me? Ji Li held up 2 fingers. It was Little Beauty who triggered 2 critical hits, taking out nearly 20,000 health all by herself. That kind of burst damage is insane, Long Xing said, taking a deep breath. Ren Xuanyuan's face was flushed from the intense movement. What seemed like a simple attack was actually 4 consecutive strikes executed in an extremely short span of Tamiya, fundamental skill for agility-based attackers. Nearly every agility-based mentor begins their first lesson with this teaching: never be greedy. Combat in real life is different from games. Any slight misstep in a teammate's control could result in friendly fire. While shield warriors can take a hit thanks to their toughness, agility-based attackers are fragile. Every year, countless agility fighters fall victim to accidental injuries caused by their own teammates. Thus, agility-based star warriors adhere to an iron rule: unleash explosive damage in a short burst, withdraw to recover stamina, and then look for the next opportunity to strike. Lingering in an offensive position is no different from courting death. At the operations office, Nina stared at the computer screen, observing and commenting as she went. The warrior's taunt was on point. The spell broke the defense. The archer followed up seamlessly, and the agility fighter finished it off. For a first-time collaboration, this is quite impressive. This team has an excellent grasp of their own strengths. But, she paused, rubbing her hands together. That damage is just ridiculous. Is this what critical hits look like? Well then, I guess I'd better make things a little more interesting. The sound of her typing quickly filled the operations hall. Just then, a timid voice came from behind the 7. Cheng Chen stepped forward hesitantly, his shoulders hunched. Seeing Lin Fan frown, he hurriedly explained, I can skin it and process the blood. Do you need my help? I'm very affordable, just a little blood will do. You know, beast blood is the basic material for ink, and if you don't handle it quickly and bring it back, it'll spoil. I'll say it again, we don't need. Lin Fan started to refuse, but Long Xing suddenly interrupted. Wait, let him try. Long Xing, what are you getting at? It's just a suggestion, Long Xing shrugged. If you don't want to let him try, that's fine too. Lin Fan stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. As the captain, he didn't particularly care about maintaining authority or prestige. After all, the teammates before him were arguably the most talented group from Xinghua High School. However, this sudden appearance of a young boy left him somewhat perplexed, unwilling to take risks lightly. Kid, Lin Fan said in a low voice, I'll give you a chance. Do you have the tools for skinning? If not, I suggest you turn back the way you came. It was his final ultimatum. Yes, I do. Cheng Chen quickly pulled out a card from his pocket. Seeing this, Lin Fan instinctively glanced at Ren Xianxian, who rolled her eyes and also took out a card, holding it in her hand. With a flash of white light, a workbench filled with various tools appeared out of thin air in front of Cheng Chen. So, should I start now? Cheng Chen asked nervously. Go ahead, Lin Fan sighed. Seeing this, Ren Xianxian quietly slid her card back into her sleeve. As Cheng Chen focused on processing the beast's carcass, Lin Fan turned to the rest of the team. I think we need to adjust our combat strategy. Just as he was about to elaborate, Ji Li had already squatted down beside Cheng Chen, watching with interest. Your technique's not great, Ji Li commented, pursing his lips. Well, what do you mean not great? Cheng Chen immediately perked up at the remark. Back in my town, I'm known as a top-notch beast processing expert. Oh, so you must get a lot of requests, huh? Of course, Cheng Chen began listing enthusiastically. Uncle He, Brother Zhao, Grandpa Li, whenever they make a catch, they always come to me to handle it. His tone suddenly grew somber. It's just a shame. A shame about what? A shame they never let me go with them, Cheng Chen explained. I figured I'd just wander around nearby and wait for them to come back. That's not it. Cheng Chen suddenly puffed out his chest. They're heroes who dare to venture into the outposts. Outposts? Ji Li raised an eyebrow. Yeah, don't you have it on your map? Cheng Chen pulled out a map and spread it out on the workbench. It was similar to Ji Li's map, but slightly larger in size with a more detailed scale. He pointed to a location that wasn't marked on Ji Li's map, about 50 kilometers away from the town in a straight line. Here, Cheng Chen explained. The town sends people to the outpost every 6 months. They say there are a lot of powerful monsters there, and someone needs to report back to warn the town and help everyone prepare. Otherwise, the whole town could be wiped out. I wanted to go, but they just wouldn't let me. Have you ever considered a possibility? Ji Li suddenly asked. Huh? Cheng Chen looked confused. They might all be dead. What? Cheng Chen froze, his mind seemingly unable to process the information. You, what are you saying? The commotion finally caught the attention of the others. Ren Xianxian curiously walked over. What's going on? Geely, are you bullying the kid? Meanwhile, Lin Fan's discussion about tactics hadn't changed much. According to him, since they were now capable of instantly killing these tough 3-star beasts, there was no need to hold back anymore. They could fight more freely and simply aim for swift kills. It's best to aim for 4-star ones, so it can actually serve as good training. Before the words had even settled, Changqin suddenly burst into loud wails, tears streaming uncontrollably down his small face. The others exchanged bewildered glances, their tactical discussion abruptly interrupted as they all gathered around him. Manager, how can you say something so heartless? Changqin sobbed, his voice trembling with accusation. Ren Xianyuan, after hearing the full story, tried to console him. Come on, kid, don't cry. Think about it, maybe your uncles and elders sacrificed themselves to stop the beasts. Their deaths had meaning. Instead of comforting him, her words only made Changchun cry even harder, his sobs turning into heart-wrenching cries. Hey, hey, Bai Miaoyin whispered urgently. Xianyuan, that's not how you console someone. Then how should I say it? Ren Xianyuan tried again. All right, kid, don't cry. Maybe your uncles and elders are just missing, not gone. This time, Changchen's cries escalated to a whole new level. Longxing quietly leaned toward Ji Li and asked, Manager, what's going on here? Ji Li gave a resigned smile. I honestly don't know. I'm not great with words, and I didn't mean for this to happen. Like anyone would believe that. Lin Fan finally couldn't hold back. All right, kid, just finish skinning it and leave. If you want to keep crying, do it elsewhere. We've got work to do. Sniffling, Changqin set to work skinning the beast. Though his technique made Ji Li wince, his speed wasn't bad. This time, he didn't ask to tag along. After receiving his payment, he turned and left, or rather, ran off to a hidden spot to secretly observe them. Though nearly everyone noticed his presence, they tacitly chose not to call him out. The group pressed on. To Ji Li, the ensuing battles were utterly dull. These young fighters were among the best of their peers, with exceptional combat skills. Paired with Ji Li's carefully chosen cards, the 3-star beasts stood no chance. Under the gray, shadowy sky, time became hard to track. After they defeated a wolf beast, Changchun could no longer hold back and rushed out. Why haven't you gone back to the town yet? It's almost nightfall. Nightfall? How can you tell? Lin Fan pulled out his phone, only to see it was already 5 p.m. Changchun explained earnestly. Everyone in our town can feel it. As night approaches, there's this uncomfortable sensation that gets stronger the closer it gets. You absolutely can't stay outside overnight, it's dangerous. All right, well, head back now, Lin Fan said, pulling out a card and offering it. Hey, raise your payment. Changchun pouted, refusing to take it. I won't take it unless you apologize to me. The group collectively turned their eyes toward Ji Li. But before their stares could fully land on him, Ji Li quickly and sincerely said, I'm sorry. Well, all right, I forgive you, Changchun said, immediately softening as he took the card. For this team still in the process of adapting to each other, spending the night outdoors was clearly not an option. A 10-kilometer journey was merely a fleeting distance for them. The small town under the night sky was starkly different from its daytime appearance. The once bustling streets were now completely deserted, eerily quiet like a ghost town. Ji Li tilted his head back to observe the sky, the dim and hazy light making it hard to distinguish between day and night. Don't you know? Changqin approached them, a hint of pride in his tone. Seeing the group shake their heads, he raised his chin and explained, ever since the falling star, there's no longer a clear distinction between day and night in this world. The closer you get to the falling star, the more demonic beasts you'll encounter. In some areas, there are even secret realms teeming with them. Our town is on the outskirts, still quite far from the falling star, so the environment here is relatively decent. As he spoke, he suddenly glanced around warily. I'd better head home now. You all should do the same. Wandering outside at night is not safe. As humans, the 7 of them naturally needed sustenance. Surviving on dry rations during the day was one thing, but when given the chance, who wouldn't want a hot meal for dinner? This town feels strange, Ren Xianxian muttered, frowning as she stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. For such a big place, there's not a single street vendor in sight. That kid is running a skinning business all by himself. If it were truly profitable, wouldn't others be competing for a share? Lin Fan was silent for a moment before steering the conversation in a different direction. Our primary goal is to hunt demonic beasts. Judging by our current progress, the number of beasts within this 10-kilometer radius probably won't be enough for us to eliminate. That kid gave us a map of the area outside. Should we consider expanding outward? Ji Li's gaze shifted between Lin Fan and Ren Xianxian. Clearly, most of them had noticed something unusual about this town, and these mysteries were likely connected to the Star Association. Yet, everyone tacitly chose to remain silent. Their efficiency in hunting demonic beasts was remarkably high, with most battles lasting only a few minutes. The only real challenge came from wolf packs. Although numerous, they were easily dealt with using Shun Xiao's explosive arrows. As long as their star energy remained sufficient, they could practically fight without rest. According to the handbook, this region primarily hosts 3-star demonic beasts, with 4-star ones being quite rare, Longxing said, spreading out the map for analysis. I suggest we don't wipe them all out, but instead carve a path from here. He pointed to a spot on the map, leading outward. That way, if we run into trouble, we'll have an escape route. Also, we should check out a few supply points. We might even trigger. He abruptly cut himself off mid-sentence. Trigger what? Xin Xiao asked sharply, immediately catching onto the unfinished thought. Nothing, just a slip of the tongue. Ren Xianyuan waved it off nonchalantly. Then her eyes sparkled with mischief. All right, let's stick to this route then. There are 3 supply points in total. Let's check them all out. By the way, are we bringing that kid tomorrow? He'll follow us on his own. Makes no difference whether we bring him or not. As night fell, everyone had their fill and retired to their respective rooms. Ji Li stood alone by the window of his room, gazing absent-mindedly at the gray, overcast sky outside. Suddenly, the doorknob turned gently, and a familiar figure slipped in quietly. Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing here? Ji Li asked without turning around. Ever since they had entered that pure white space, he and Ji Fufu seemed to share a peculiar connection. Brother, this place feels strange, Ji Fufu whispered. You're stating the obvious. No, I mean it feels strangely comfortable, she quickly clarified. Ji Li paused for a moment. Strangely comfortable? Yeah, I feel like living here is much better than living in the city. How about we just stay here from now on? I refuse. What? This place is full of dangers. What if something happens? How could it? Those things outside, I could take them down with one punch, Ji Fufu declared confidently. Get out, get out. I make the decisions here. Brother, Ji Fufu tried to protest, but Ji Li pushed her out of the room. Massaging his throbbing temples, Ji Li suddenly realized something. Ji Fufu seemed to lack an understanding of many of this world's rules. Then again, it made sense those were human-made rules. What did they have to do with her? Naturally, she acted as she pleased, doing whatever felt comfortable. Unable to sleep, Ji Li retrieved a copy of Advanced Structural Topology from his luggage. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Before he knew it, he had drifted off. The overcast, sunless sky disrupted Ji Li's internal clock. In the end, it was the shrill ringtone of his phone that woke him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and stretching lazily, Ji Li realized that yet another less-than-pleasant day had begun. Today's battles were no different from yesterday's, so monotonous that it was hard to muster any enthusiasm. What stood out, however, were the so-called temporary supply points, which left the group of 7, plus their little tag-along, thoroughly puzzled. This place counts as a supply point. Ren Xianyuan stared at the scene before her in disbelief. On a small hill in the plain stood 5 scattered, dilapidated brick houses. The only prominent feature was a 4-story watchtower in the middle. Signs of neglect were everywhere. Vines climbed over the exposed bricks, and 2 of the houses had walls with gaping holes, revealing dusty beds, tables, chairs, and long-extinguished stoves inside. Longxing's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he'd noticed something intriguing. Things were starting to get interesting. What are you guys doing? Cheng Chun panted as he ran over. Along the way, he'd helped clear out quite a number of corpses and now considered himself part of the team. Lin Fan stood in front of the supply point, his gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape, a slight frown on his face. He turned to Cheng Chun, the hostility in his tone now gone. Why has it become like this? It wasn't like this before. Cheng Chun lowered his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. But later, everyone moved over there. No one came here anymore, and it turned into what you see now. Lin Fan keenly caught the flaw in Cheng Chun's words and directly questioned. Then why did you say we'd be attacked if we went out? What's that about? Ji Li, standing nearby, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. This seemingly simple Lin Fan had an unusually sharp mind. Cheng Chun clearly panicked, stammering out an explanation. It was like that before. I just wanted you to take me with you. So, you were lying, Lin Fan stated bluntly. I wasn't lying. Cheng Chen's face instantly turned bright red. Ren Xianxian stepped in just in time to diffuse the tension. All right, since we're already here, why don't we check if there's anything noteworthy about this place? The camp wasn't large and could be searched in just a few minutes. Signs of long-term neglect were evident everywhere, and a quick search revealed the state of things. Everyone's gaze eventually landed on the only tall structure in the camp, a watchtower. They'll go up and take a look. Xianxian, come with me. The rest of you wait outside, Lin Fan instructed before heading into the tower with Ren Xianxian. They'll go too. Cheng Chun took a step forward, only to be grabbed by Xin Xiao. Stay put and don't cause trouble. I'm not going to cause trouble, Cheng Chun protested, but Xin Xiao remained unmoved. A moment later, Lin Fan and Ren Xianxian came back down, Lin Fan holding a notebook in his hand. There's nothing special inside, just a few rooms. But I found this on the top floor. Everyone immediately gathered around. The notebook read, Today's my first day at the watchtower, and it feels pretty good. From here, I can see people coming and going on the other side of the forest. Got lucky today and received some cheap beast meat. Planning to make jerky and send it to Grandpa. Grandpa keeps talking about the world before the starfall. I've heard it so many times I'm sick of it. What does that world have to do with me? Ever since I was born, all I've known is this gray sky and the endless beasts everywhere. Speaking of which, these beasts' meat is actually quite tasty. In a few years, they'll form my own adventure team to go hunting. Brother Lay passed by today and said they're heading deeper into the forest. I'm so envious. Is this a diary? Someone asked. Yes, Lin Fan confirmed with a nod. Most of it is pretty mundane, but 2 points stand out: the timeline of the diary and the content of the last entry. In this era, very few people reminisce about the time before the starfall. It's been 500 years. But the diary mentions the writer's grandfather longing for that era, which suggests this diary was written within a few decades after the starfall. Eagerly, everyone flipped to the last page. It's over. It's over. Why are there so many beasts suddenly appearing near the forest? What happened to the people? They're all gone. They've vanished. What is that? That gray mist, what is it? No, I have to go back. I need to go back. The diary ended abruptly, the handwriting messy, clearly written in a state of extreme fear. Lin Fan said softly. The person who wrote this diary must have had a mental breakdown in the end. Longxing pointed at the diary in his hands, his brows furrowed. A significant number of pages had been torn out from the middle, leaving jagged edges behind. This problem is likely not something that can be solved all at once, but rather a long process, he said thoughtfully. But I still have no idea what exactly happened. Cheng Chun hesitantly raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. He gave an embarrassed smile before explaining. These supply points were originally watchtowers set up by the town to monitor the forest. There wasn't any gray fog at first, but when it appeared, the watchtowers became useless. Why? Was there no need for monitoring anymore? No, it's just that monitoring became futile. Cheng Chun shook his head. No one knows what might emerge from the gray fog. Eventually, they simply converted those places into supply points. What exactly is the gray fog? Lin Fan asked the question Ji Li had been meaning to ask all along. Cheng Chun shook his head again. No one knows. The adults in town always say, if you encounter the gray fog, you must run home immediately. If you can't make it back. His voice trailed off, becoming quieter. Something unexplainable will happen. Is that so? Lin Fan tucked the diary back into his pocket. If that's the case, let's go check out the other supply points. Let's go, let's go. The group wasn't too concerned about the destination. They were more curious about what the Star Association might secretly be planning. In front of the surveillance screen, Nina bit the edge of her sleeve in frustration, fuming. Damn it, damn it. This group of people. They're so infuriating. As she muttered under her breath, a white-bearded old man appeared quietly beside her, watching the screen with an amused expression. Your plan is too simplistic, and the details are lacking. For an ordinary small team, they might overlook these details during combat. But for an elite group like this, they saw through it at first glance. The first to notice was that card maker. He asked 8 people in the town, and you gave yourself away. And he was kind enough not to tell his teammates. But after that, stop talking. Nina hates you. Nina snapped, not even turning her head to express her displeasure. Seeing her childish reaction, the old man chuckled helplessly. I saw you submitted a request for new beasts, so I came to check on what you're planning. They're too strong. Nina gritted her teeth. From start to finish, 3 members of their team haven't even made a move, and most of the battles are resolved in a single strike. The upcoming fights won't put any pressure on them at all. My judgment isn't wrong. The old man fell silent. Truthfully, after watching the videos Nina submitted, he also felt that this team was somewhat extraordinary. Their combat skills aside, the power of their cards alone was astonishing. Especially the agility-based attacker. Their basic 4-hit combo was executed flawlessly, but the damage output was simply unbelievable. It was precisely because Nina's videos had shocked headquarters that he decided to come and assess the situation himself. Is it because of that card maker? Unlike Nina's frustration, the old man's focus was entirely on Ji Li. In reality, this wasn't truly an external environment. To be precise, they were still within Starfall City. This was merely a special initiation designed for newcomers. After the construction of Xinghua City, a pressing issue surfaced. No matter how much training and guidance the higher-ups provided, the mortality rate for Xinjiang warriors during their first venture into the wilderness remained alarmingly high. To address this, the Star Association made a critical decision before officially sending the warriors into the wilderness. They would undergo combat training in a simulated environment. This simulated environment was managed by a unique entity named Nina. Nina was not a real human, but rather an AI-like intelligent being, existing in the form of a card, though far more complex than a mere card. She meticulously designed the simulated environment to perfectly replicate the dangers and characteristics of the wilderness. Interestingly, novice teams newly introduced to the training often did not question the authenticity of the small town they found themselves in. Instead, they were more eager to rush out and hunt monsters, unknowingly following the preset storyline. The deliberate flaws in the small town were, in fact, intentionally left by Nina. The higher-ups allowed her this degree of autonomy. As the white-beard elder once explained, considering it a special benefit for newcomers training their analytical skills by spotting these flaws. If they couldn't even achieve this level of observation, it was no surprise they would suffer severe losses in the real wilderness. In most cases, Nino wouldn't actively request to increase the difficulty unless special circumstances arose. Lin Fan glanced at the notebook in his hand and couldn't help but complain the layout of the 3 supply points was almost identical. Dilapidated houses, an old and weathered watchtower that still stood despite years of neglect, and atop each watchtower, there was always a similar notebook, containing hastily written accounts of the appearance and disappearance of the gray mist. The gray mist is coming, Chengchen suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, the once overcast sky began to change. Though faint rays of sunlight still managed to pierce through, the air became laden with particles of dust, rapidly thickening. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were shrouded in a grayish mist. Ji Li reached out, trying to catch a speck of dust, only to find that these particles seemed to possess a mind of their own, nimbly avoiding his fingers and continuing to drift in midair. This was their first real encounter with the legendary gray mist. Something doesn't feel right, Xin Xiao said with a frown. Do you guys sense it too? The other 4 nodded in unison. This combat intuition was a skill almost all Xingzhan warriors possessed, though its strength varied among individuals. In life-and-death situations, this instinct often proved to be life-saving. Ji Li glanced at Ji Fufu, who simply blinked in response. Clearly, neither of the siblings had noticed anything unusual. Better safe than sorry. Let's take shelter in the watchtower and wait for the mist to clear, Lin Fan decisively commanded. The ground floor of the watchtower was spacious, clearly having hosted many teams before. A few slightly worn-out beds were scattered around. Just as Xin Xiao was about to say, "We'll have to make do," Bai Miaoyin took out a card from her pocket. With a flash of white light, 3 sets of bunk beds neatly appeared before everyone. Xin Xiao was just about to speak, but as his gaze swept over the simple beds, he swallowed his words. "Cousin, do you have more?" "I don't." "I do," Long Xing said as he pulled out a card. Another flash of white light revealed a plain wooden bed. "Didn't expect you all to be so modest," Lin Fan said with a rare smile, his tone laced with teasing. Bai Miaoyin replied earnestly. "Limited space means we can't bring extravagant items. My grandfather taught me that." Her overly serious response left Lin Fan slightly embarrassed, while Long Xing crossed his arms, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he gave Lin Fan a meaningful look. "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm starving," Ren Xianxian said, rubbing her stomach and breaking the awkward tension. "How about cooking some of the beast meat we got earlier?" "Not a good idea," Lin Fan interjected, pulling out a card from his pocket. A flash of white light later, an array of canned food was neatly displayed. Though it wasn't gourmet fare, it was all high-energy survival food. "Let's eat." No one was picky, especially Cheng Qian, who ate with particular relish. "How much food did you bring?" Lin Fan suddenly asked. "Enough for a month." "About 2 months." 3 weeks. 2 years. This last answer left everyone stunned as they all turned to Ji Li in unison. "It's always better to be over-prepared, just in case something goes wrong," Ji Li said with a shrug, exuding an air of prudence. "Then food shouldn't be a major issue," Lin Fan mused. "Are you thinking we might not make it back?" Ren Xianxian keenly picked up on something. Her question caused everyone to pause what they were doing. "It's just a reasonable assumption," Lin Fan replied. As a shield warrior, he clearly wasn't just a brute relying on strength. He was evolving into a capable strategist. As the leader of the team, it was his job to think ahead. "Let's check the time. If the gray mist clears before nightfall." Lin Fan took out his phone, only to find it completely unresponsive. Ji Li tried his phone as well, but it was as useless as a piece of scrap metal. Everyone else tried their devices, only to get the same result. "Kid, why aren't our phones working?" "What phones?" "Phones. What's a phone?" Seeing the genuinely puzzled expression on Cheng Chen's face, everyone realized the boy truly had no idea what the device was. This strange discovery made them all frown. "In that case, let's wait until the gray mist disperses before heading back." "All right, let's rest." Time passed quietly, but no one seemed overly worried. After all, the town was nearby, and logistical supplies were guaranteed. At worst, they'd just have to deal with more beasts once the mist cleared. How big of a problem could that be? Ji Li soon fell asleep, his breathing steady and even. Elsewhere, Nina stared at a screen displaying the scene and remarked, "No one's keeping watch. Points deducted. That's a dangerous habit in the wild. But they're inside the tower. And besides, they're only 3-star adventurers. They haven't systematically learned survival techniques yet. Still, what's that girl's role? She hasn't made a move. Doesn't seem like a card maker either," the elder with a white beard said curiously. "No idea. Her mental strength seems pretty strong. Maybe she's a spell fighter too. Then why isn't she attacking?" "How would I know?" The gray mist didn't last long. When they woke up, the sky outside the window had returned to its usual clear and bright state. Lin Fan and the others stood atop the watchtower, scanning their surroundings. The abnormalities they had anticipated in the mist never materialized. and there were no visible signs of damage to the environment. Let's head back to the town and take a look, Lin Fan suggested, though an inexplicable sense of unease rose in his chest. This strong intuition urged them to set off immediately. As star warriors, their speed was remarkable. Under normal circumstances, running 10 kilometers at full speed would take just over 10 minutes. However, as they followed the map's guidance, Lin Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression turning grim. What's wrong? The others halted as well. Something's off, Lin Fan said in a low voice. The town is gone. What? XN and the others froze in shock. Are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? Longxing couldn't help but ask. No, Lin Fan replied curtly. My sense of direction has been specially trained. I wouldn't make a mistake. Ji Li surveyed the area. Without the gray mist obscuring their vision, the view should have been expansive, yet there wasn't a trace of the town in sight. Their phones had no signal, and the town had vanished without a trace. This meant they would have to survive in the wild. This plot is just too absurd, Ren Xinyuan muttered, about to continue her rant when she noticed Cheng Chen's peculiar behavior. Cheng Chen's entire body began trembling uncontrollably. As an important NPC, his unusual reaction immediately drew everyone's attention. Kid, what's wrong? Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and steadied Cheng Chen's shaking shoulders. Cheng Chen suddenly raised his head, his pupils devoid of vitality. The once black-gray irises had turned a ghastly white. A cold, mechanical voice emerged from his mouth. Ding. An anomaly has been detected in the test. Activating the inquiry program. Candidates may now ask questions directly. The voice was identical to that of the Star Association robots, leaving everyone present stunned. What? What's happening to us right now? The impulsive Ren Xinyuan blurted out. The connection point between the breeding ground and Fallen Star City has disappeared. Preliminary analysis suggests that someone attacked either Fallen Star City or the breeding ground, triggering one of their self-defense mechanisms and severing the link. Breeding ground? What's that? Lin Fan seized the opportunity to ask. The truth quickly surfaced. To meet the citizens' demand for meat, Fallen Star City had established 15 breeding grounds outside the city. The place they were currently in was one of them. It wasn't some mysterious outland or secret realm. Those areas were far more dangerous. This was merely a facility designed to raise 3-star beasts. According to the Star Association's regulations, every newcomer must undergo a baptism in such a breeding ground before venturing into the true wilderness. The so-called small town was actually a setup by the Star Alliance, specifically designed as a training ground for practice. However, at this moment, the training town had mysteriously vanished before their eyes, with no explanation as to why. Lin Fan stood in the empty space, his eyes slightly narrowed as his mind raced. There were 2 options laid out before him. The first was to stay put and wait for rescue, anticipating that someone would eventually take over this breeding ground once the issue in Xinghua City was resolved. The second was to actively seek a way out, though this choice was fraught with uncertainty and danger. At that moment, Ji Li, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, posing a seemingly simple yet deeply loaded question. He understood all too well that if someone chose to wait in place, it would imply that the situation had indeed escalated to a critical level. As for the second option, finding a way out on their own, it was inherently risky, especially when no one had any real understanding of the wilderness outside. Ji Li had previously inquired with others, but even individuals with influential backgrounds, such as Longxing and Bai Miaoyin, were completely clueless about the situation outside the city. Their families had deliberately withheld such information, insisting they experience and learn on their own. To Ji Li's surprise, Cheng Chun unhesitatingly chose the second option. He explained that the breeding ground was located outside the city rather than within it because the city environment was unsuitable for the growth of magical beasts. The connection between the breeding ground and the main city relied solely on a series of teleportation cards, which had now been destroyed. Even if the city wanted to send reinforcements, it would take an extensive amount of time. I'm not entirely sure what's happening, Cheng Chen said, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. But in a situation like this, taking initiative to save ourselves is far wiser than passively waiting. How do we save ourselves then? Someone asked. Just as Cheng Chun was about to respond, his figure suddenly began to blur. A flash of white light followed, and in his place, there was only a single card left behind. Lin Fan picked up the card, which read, Cheng Chun, type, summon card, basic attack, durability, 0, skill value, 0. The background description was brief, a child who aspires to become a card maker. Lin Fan attempted to channel star energy into the card, but it remained unresponsive. Shaking his head, he remarked, this must be a secondary card. In this world, the concept of card decks was entirely different from what Ji Li had known in his previous life. Cheng Chen's summon card, for instance, was akin to a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier, with Xinghua City being the carrier itself. Xinghua City, as the primary entity, housed countless cards within it. These cards were inscribed inside a high-level card and belonged to a specific deck. Such cards required the transmission of star energy from the high-level card. Once the connection to the high-level card was severed, they would lose their stable energy source and revert to their card form. The main body has disappeared, Lin Fan said, his expression turning grim. Ren Xianxian appeared somewhat flustered and hesitantly asked, could it be part of the test? Maybe they cut the connection on purpose? The group fell into silence. No one had expected to suddenly face a 2,000-kilometer expedition. Although they had a map in hand, the road ahead was uncertain. Lin Fan turned his gaze to Ji Li, his voice steady. Store manager, you have a 2-year supply of food here, right? Yes, that's correct, Ji Li confirmed with a nod. Then I suggest we vote. Those in favor of heading out, raise your hands, Lin Fan proposed, raising his hand first. In a matter of life and death, making unilateral decisions was clearly unwise. Ji Li followed suit without hesitation. As a man of action, he was never one to sit idly by. The others quickly raised their hands as well, which didn't surprise Ji Li. These young and inexperienced individuals were more intrigued by the thrill of the unknown wilderness than deterred by its dangers. Now that it's settled, let's plan our route, Lin Fan said, spreading out the map left behind by Cheng Chun. His finger traced along the surface. We can't cut straight through the desert, it's not suitable for a long journey. Besides, if there are high-level monsters out there, we'd be too exposed. I suggest we follow this river northward. Won't that make the journey too long? Someone questioned. We don't have much choice, Lin Fan explained. The desert is an unknown variable. Better to err on the side of caution. All right, let's go with that. The group quickly agreed. Wait, Ji Li suddenly interjected. I need to prepare some spell cards first. Spell cards? Someone asked, puzzled. Yes, Ji Li said gravely. Have you thought about it? Spending the night outdoors could mean ambushes. We need to be prepared. An elderly man with a white beard stroked it thoughtfully and agreed. Logistics are the key to survival in the wild. Nina, however, rolled her eyes dismissively. Only now you think of this. Do you even have time to make any useful cards? Better than nothing, Ji Li replied, focusing intently on his task. If worst comes to worst, we'll just rely on the old-fashioned method of taking turns to keep watch. Fortunately, auxiliary cards were relatively simple to craft. Basic ones like spatial storage cards didn't take much time. 3 hours later, Ji Li stored the cards in his spatial bag, shouldered his pack, and declared, let's move out. As they passed the 10-kilometer mark, the scenery around them began to subtly change. Shades of gray still dominated the landscape, but patches of vegetation started to appear mostly in muted brownish-gray hues. Even the forest ahead seemed lifeless, as though this world had been stripped of all color. Only the river sparkled faintly under the sunlight, offering a glimmer of vitality. As they followed the river, suddenly, bang! Lin Fan instantly sensed danger and quickly raised his shield. A stone struck it with force, reducing its durability by 300 points. The group turned towards the source of the attack, spotting a monkey with ashen fur and blood-red eyes glaring at them menacingly. 4-star level. The group tensed up. Leave it to me, Shen Xiao shouted, drawing his bow and preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the intruder. However, just as Shen Xiao drew his bow, the monkey vanished into the depths of the dense forest with lightning speed. This sudden retreat left everyone exchanging puzzled glances, except Ji Li, who narrowed his eyes with a grave expression. Didn't you learn about the habits of high-strength monsters in school? Ji Li asked in a deep voice. Long Xing shook his head and explained. The school only teaches basic knowledge about 3-star and lower-ranked monsters. Information on 4-star and above has to be purchased. He paused briefly. The monsters we've encountered before usually charged at us recklessly, but this one knows how to retreat tactically. This is not a good sign. Oh, this is getting interesting, came Nina's gloating voice from the observation room. You've barely entered the forest and already ran into a sentry. Fun times. That Monkey King is nearly a 6-star existency out, better watch out. Lin Fan gazed toward the direction where the monkey disappeared and sighed softly. We can't catch up to it. Let's stick to the plan. Ji Li nodded in agreement, and then leaned into quietly and struck Ji Fufu. When the fight starts, you're in charge of looking after the Backlinathos too, the skinny one and the clueless little fool. The forest was eerily quiet, contrary to their expectations of encountering monsters every few hundred meters. This unnatural silence only heightened their unease, prompting them to quicken their pace. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed through the forest. Oh, ah. Looking up, they realized that at some point, the surrounding trees had become filled with monkeys, their eyes glowing a menacing red. 1, 2, 3. The numbers quickly surged until at least 24-star monkeys had gathered. They watched the group silently, as if waiting for some signal. Everyone immediately drew their cards, preparing for combat. Just then, a sharper, piercing screech resonated from the depths of the junglite, sounded like a command. In an instant, all the monkeys pulled out stones from seemingly nowhere and launched a coordinated attack. 300, 100, 200. Although each stone didn't deal much damage, the sheer number was overwhelming. In this critical moment, Ji Li pulled out a set of cards and distributed them to his companions. Take these. he shouted, then turned to the dazed teammate. Hey, you little fool. Summon the armorsmith now. The teammate, jolted back to reality, activated their card. A blue light flashed, and the figure of the armorsmith materialized in the clearing. The sight instantly lifted everyone's spirits, especially Long Xing, who exclaimed with excitement, "We're saved." He suddenly remembered by Myaoyan's healing ring. With the current level of damage, as long as the armorsmith could help construct defenses and by Myaoyan's healing spell maintain the summoned creature's health, they could stack an impenetrable shield just like they did in competitions. If that worked, even a swarm of monkeys couldn't break through. Lin Fan's mind worked like lightning in that instant, immediately grasping Ji Li's tactical intentions. Hold off on the attack, stack armor first, he calculated internally. Once we've built up enough armor, let Xin Xiao and Long Xing handle the offensive. The rest of us will provide support from the sidelines, engaging in ranged attacks. Victory will undoubtedly be ours. Blue light flickered across the battlefield as the figures of 5 armor forgers materialized. These newly summoned entities had barely appeared before they were already within the attack range of the group of monkeys. Summoned creatures? Nina frowned in confusion, her fingers flying across the keyboard. In no time, the detailed stats of these summoned units were displayed on the screen. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to the white-bearded old man. This setup, can this even be allowed? The old man stroked his beard as he studied the armor forgers on the screen, contemplating for a moment before speaking. As expected from the person who invented critical hits. Wait, critical hits? The one from the forums? Yes, the old man confirmed with a nod. Didn't you notice? That girl's dagger has a remarkably high critical hit rate. Something seemed to catch his attention. By the way, what is that battle mage up to? Check the attributes on that ring. Nina quickly navigated through the interface and pulled up the stats for the lesser healing ring. The old man squinted at the screen. Healing? How is that different from a shield? Nina kept her eyes fixed on the battle footage. A shield can't be restored once it's broken, but healing targets health points directly and can regenerate over time. This trait is incredibly effective for both summoned creatures and players. Those monkeys, there's no way they can win this. Isn't that conclusion a bit too hasty? Those are 5-star monkeys, after all. The intelligence of monkeys is ultimately limited, Nina explained. They only know how to test their opponents. In their understanding, throwing stones wears down an enemy's stamina, and it costs them almost no effort. So their leader will have them repeat this action endlessly until they spot a vulnerability. On the battlefield, Long Xing glanced at the stones continuously pelting him and the armor forgers. He couldn't help but mutter, "How stupid." The sight reminded him of his past encounters with Lin Fan in the arena. He had once thought armor forgers were of little use in real combat, but now, in this situation, their tactical value was nothing short of astounding. Rin Xianyuan moved deftly, twirling her dagger as she occasionally stepped forward to block incoming stones aimed at the armor forgers. The unique trait of the armor forgers was this: as long as any allied unit, be it a summoned creature, another summon, or the summoner themselves was attacked, they would grant their summoner an additional layer of armor. At the moment, everyone was focused on stacking armor, trying to minimize the damage taken by the armor forgers. Even if they were occasionally hit, it hardly mattered, they still had healing support on their side. How long will it take to finish stacking? Shen Xiao asked, his fingers unconsciously stroking his weapon, clearly eager to get started. Wait a bit longer, let the shield thicken, Ji Li replied in a deep voice. We still don't know what abilities these monkeys might possess. Actually, we can find out. Ji Li's tone shifted as his gaze landed on Bai Miaoyin. Our little airhead has a mind theft card. It can only steal previously used skills from humans, but for beasts, it can directly extract abilities. Everyone's eyes turned simultaneously to Bai Miaoyin. Flustered, she fumbled for the card. "Tool, give it a try," she stammered. A flash of violet light passed, but nothing happened. The mind theft card returned to her hand, its durability only slightly reduced. Bai Miaoyin looked confused. Manager, is the card broken? Why didn't it work? It means these monkeys are purely high-strength creatures with no special skills, Ji Li explained with a shrug. That's insane, Nina exclaimed. Being able to directly steal skills? That's basically a cheat-level detection card. The old man with the white beard narrowed his deep-set eyes. This isn't just any ordinary detection card. If it were a high-tier one, it could steal skills from advanced monsters. He turned to his assistant and instructed, "Make sure to record this and issue confidentiality orders to these people later. Also, upgrade that kid's star level. With skills like this, staying at 3 stars is just absurd." The battle was imminent. Long Xing took the lead, a devilish smirk tugging at his lips. He tossed a card into the air, and in an instant, a flaming cluster bomb roared toward the monkey horde. 6005. 5 firebombs hit 5 monkeys with precision, eliciting sharp screeches from them. Lin Fan immediately grasped Long Xing's strategy. 600 points of damage weren't fatal to a 4-star beast, but it was enough to test their reaction. After a brief pause, the monkeys resumed hurling stones. Lin Fan swiftly stopped Shen Xiao, who was about to fire an arrow. "Hold on. What is it? Let Long Xing keep attacking for now. Let's observe first." Lin Fan turned to Long Xing. How many more attacks can you launch? I brought potions, so no problem. Long Xing replied confidently. Perfect chance to see how many layers of poison I can stack. Nina analyzed the situation from the side. The damage isn't that high. Poison effect? Another new trick. 50 damage per second? That won't outpace the monster's natural regeneration. Even if it stacks, it's still underwhelming. She quickly calculated. 4-star beasts have at least 50,000 to 60,000 health. Even if you stack 10 layers of poison, that's only 30,000 damage in a minute. How many chances will you realistically get in combat to stack 10 layers and sustain it for a full minute? Long Xing also realized the issue. It's too scattered. The effect isn't ideal. He had anticipated this. While poison could stack over time, once the accumulated damage hit a critical threshold, these cunning monkeys would undoubtedly retreat. The damage coefficient of the poison explosion was identical to that of each fireball. Lin Fan stood to the side, his gaze focused intently on observing the monkeys' reactions. Let's see how much health they lose before they decide to retreat. Long Xing nodded slightly and immediately launched a storm-like assault. His hands moved swiftly, activating fire spell cards in rapid succession. Scorching fireballs rained down on the monkey group like a torrential downpour. Throughout, he skillfully drank potions to replenish his mana. How many cards did he prepare? Ren Xianxian couldn't help but ask Ji Li, her eyes glimmering with astonishment. 100 sets. Ji Li replied calmly but withheld the truth. Those 100 sets actually comprised 500 cards. Each spell card had a base durability of 10 uses before it would dissipate. Ji Li had spent so much preparation time largely for the purpose of readying these spell cards for Long Xing. The flames arced gracefully through the air, contrasting sharply with the scattered debris. Yet the monkeys remained completely unmoved. Why aren't they dodging? Shun Xiao frowned in confusion. Are they just letting us attack them? It's probably related to their instincts, Lin Fan said, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. Of the 7-person team, only 2 were busy at the moment. Long Xing, who continuously cast fireballs, and Bai Miaoyin, who focused on healing the wounded armorers. The battle had settled into a monotonous rhythm, with damage numbers floating above the monkeys' heads. 650, 650. At most, I can take out 7 or 8 at once. Long Xing calculated quickly in his mind. Shen Xiao, get ready, he said in a low voice. Try to injure one and keep it alive. Understood. Shen Xiao notched an arrow to his bow. By now, all the team members were covered with thick protective shields. Long Xing took a deep breath and pulled out the critical poison explosion spell card from his pouch. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as a terrifying blaze shot skyward. Damage numbers like 32955, 28366, and 28884 appeared in quick succession. Amid the monkey's anguished screams, Shen Xiao reacted instantly, releasing his arrow. In a flash, 8 demon monkeys collapsed to the ground. The 2 observers in front of the screen gasped audibly. Look at that. What kind of move is that? Is it some kind of trap? How did they pull it off? An old man with a white beard stroked his beard thoughtfully. Poison concealed within flames, which erupts into toxicity and then reverts to fire, the flames building up to trigger an explosion. Such an ingenious technique, but they're in trouble now. Sure enough, the surviving monkeys, realizing their companions had died mysteriously, erupted in fury and let out earth-shaking roars. From the original group of 20, only 12 remained. Abandoning their cautious testing, they launched a frenzied charge. Although Lin Fan, the shield warrior, was their primary target, the monkeys clearly demonstrated tactical intelligence. Only one monkey engaged Lin Fan directly, while the rest dispersed to attack the other team members. 5666, 3888, 5682. The powerful damage numbers made everyone's hearts sink. Thankfully, the shields absorbed the blows. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Lin Fan glanced around and came to a heavy realization. Everyone present, except for him, would die after just 2 hits. This harsh reality forced him to issue an immediate command. Go all out and see how long it takes. Ren Xianyuan gripped the dagger in her hand and charged into the enemy ranks. However, as the fight began, she truly understood the vast gap between 4-star and 3-star monsters. These monkeys not only had astonishing attack power, but also displayed an alarming ability to work together tactically. They could skillfully dodge attacks and even utilized specialized combat techniques. While Shen Xiao and Long Xing managed to hold their ground, Ren Xianyuan, in close combat, found herself in dire straits. TCH, if it weren't for that armor smith, they'd have been back by now, Nina commented coldly, accurately summing up the situation. Almost all the damage output relies on the battle mage. The archer can't fully utilize his skills, and the dagger user's efficiency is pathetic. The old man with the white beard sighed and shook his head. 4-star level monsters, after all, they can be killed, but it takes considerable time. Once this fight is over, let them return. No. Why not? They haven't lost yet. The experiment must continue. That's the rule. Hey you. The battle didn't last much longer. As Rin Xianyuan delivered the final blow, the last monkey collapsed with a thud, and the entire group of monkeys was wiped out. However, none of the team members looked pleased. As Long Xing had pointed out, their victory relied heavily on the armor smith's ability to counter the explosive power of the four-star beasts. More importantly, the fight had laid bare each team member's shortcomings. Shen Shao realized that once the enemy got too close, he would be rendered helpless. Despite his devastatingly powerful arrows, without a shield, he didn't even have time to draw his bow and could easily be torn apart in seconds. Lin Fan acknowledged that as a shield warrior, he had failed to fulfill his role, unable to effectively protect his teammates. Meanwhile, Ren Xianyuan began to deeply doubt her combat skills, even wondering if the monkey's techniques surpassed her own. A shared question lingered in everyone's mind. If they were also at the four-star level, could they withstand such beasts? The answer was almost unanimous no. These four-star beasts were in an entirely different league from three-star opponents. Not only were they intelligent and capable of teamwork, but they also knew when to retreat if injured, rather than fighting to the death. If their intelligence were just a bit higher. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed from deep within the forest. It was the voice of the Monkey King. Let's leave, Ren Xianyuan suggested. The cries of the monkey troop echoed from nearby, yet the Monkey King remained motionless. Normally, the group might have gone to investigate, but this time, they chose to press on. Lin Fan flipped his wrist, summoning a card to collect the corpse on the ground, then led the team northward. Ji Li lingered at the back of the group, his brows furrowed as he continuously contemplated ways to improve his cards. The experience of combat had made him acutely aware of the stark differences between imagined adventures and real ones. The characteristics of monsters, the wild environment, so many factors needed to be considered. As a seasoned card crafter, he knew these monkeys were not to be underestimated. If not for their cautious tactic of throwing stones from the periphery to test the waters, the team might have already faced disaster. The monkey's stone-throwing strategy, though flawed, sparked deeper thought in Ji Li. Monsters of tiers 1 to 3 are almost devoid of intelligence, but can those of tiers 4 to 6 really make such a leap? He murmured to himself. Fighting with intelligence versus fighting on instinct, these are two completely different challenges. It seems there's a lot more that needs to be added to the cards. What's a lot more? Ji Fufu asked curiously from beside him. She hadn't participated in the fight at all, as those monkeys were, in her eyes, no more than a one-punch challenge. Seeing everyone's attention shift to him, Ji Li explained. Naturally, the cards need to be adjusted based on the specific traits of different monsters. This battle revealed quite a few issues. The little tank lacks a proper taunt skill, the archer can't maintain distance, the agile fighter's moves need refinement, the mage's damage output is strong but too draining, and even the simple brute is a bit lacking. In short, all of you need to work on raising your star levels. There's only so much you can do with just 3 slots. Long Xing narrowed his eyes, a spark of battle intent flickering within them. Each role has its own focus. Mages do rely more on cards, but someone like Rin Xianxian, a swift attacker, could still hold her own with an ordinary dagger. She relies more on her combat skills, with cards serving as a supplement. Ji Li's card system had given Long Xing an entirely new experience. Whether it was the unused Ice Lance spell or the Poison Burst strategy, it showcased a cohesive magic framework. Though the poison and ice systems were still in their simplified forms, they were already promising enough to inspire anticipation. Exactly. The boss is right. Lin Fan chimed in to boost morale. We can't stop here. While Long Xing brimmed with excitement, and Bai Miaoyin remained busy with healing, the rest of the team seemed somewhat dejected, especially Shun Xiao and Rin Xianxian. Right? We have to keep pushing forward. With renewed determination, the team set off once more. But reality quickly dealt them a harsh blow. When they encountered 2 4-star wild boars coated in thick mud, Long Xing's fireball spell failed to even scorch their skin. In that moment, everyone realized one thing. Not every opponent in this forest was one they could handle. Run! Lin Fan's voice came from the back of the group, laced with evident tension. Ji Li swiftly pulled a card from his pocket, its faint purple glow weaving delicately through the air. In the next instant, the entire team's speed surged dramatically. It was a Blessing of the Wind Whisperer, an epic tier spell card. 0 durability, 10 skill points, providing a 3-minute movement speed boost within its casting range. The edges of the card shimmered faintly, as if whispering an ancient incantation. "O wind, heed my call." Time was of the essence. They had only 3 minutes. Thus began their frantic escape. In the monitoring room, Nina watched the screen with an uncontrollable grin. Could a team of star warriors at 3-star strength really take on 4-star beasts? Sure, with their abilities, they might manage to take down 1 or 2. But the problem was that 4-star beasts often roamed in packs. Worse still, unlike their slower 3-star counterparts, these creatures were highly alert and would respond immediately to the slightest disturbance. The entire forest was soon in an uproar. Run! Faster! Lin Fan's voice was almost a sob. Behind them, a massive serpent was in pursuit, its body alone measuring 6 meters in diameter. To their utter despair, this was a 5-star beast. Lin Fan's shrill scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Faster. The freezing trap, damn it. It can't hold it. Brother, should I intervene? Ji Fufu asked in a hushed tone. No need. Ji Li replied curtly. I'm speeding up. Shen Xiao shouted from the front. Manager, the speed boost is running out. There's a cave up ahead, let's head inside. Only then did the group notice the cave entrance ahead. They immediately changed course, rushing into the cave one by one. Lin Fan was the last to dive in, narrowly avoiding the serpent's head as it slammed against the cave entrance. Its thick, forked tongue lashed out toward them, but in a split second, Ji Fufu grabbed Lin Fan and pulled him to safety. Everyone was gasping for air. This was their 5th day in the forest. Since the 2nd day, they had gone from reckless confidence to extreme caution. They avoided beasts whenever possible, and when they couldn't, they ran. This hard-learned lesson came from their encounter on the 2nd day after they had worked together to kill a leopard foraging in the jungle. They attracted a brown bear at the peak of 4-star strength, teetering on the edge of 5 stars. Combat, as Lin Fan realized, was like solving a math problem. He quickly calculated. Even with Bai Miaoyin, their healer, in the team, defeating the brown bear would inevitably result in casualties likely more than one. Thus began their first escape. And where there was a first, there was a second, and a third. They gradually came to understand that the beasts in this forest were not to be trifled with. Under such conditions, their daily progress was limited to 80 kilometers. Not too fast, but not terribly slow either. Well, can you still tell which way we're going? Long Xing asked the critical question after they had rested for a while. Being chased wasn't the worst part, nor was the near-death experience. The truly terrifying thought was this: getting lost. Outside the cave, a massive serpent coiled itself tightly at the entrance, its thick body almost completely blocking the way out. Ren Xianxian stood inside, clearly observing that the snake neither attacked nor showed any intention of leaving. They couldn't get in, and they couldn't get out. Let's go and see what's inside the cave, Lin Fan said, maintaining an impressive level of calm, about to continue speaking. What if there's something in the cave? Shen Xiao interrupted abruptly, his voice trembling with fear. We've been running, constantly on edge, day and night. We can't fight it, and we can't outrun it. 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers to Gauhat could we encounter? Who knows? Shen Xiao's words plunged everyone into silence. Even Long Xing, who usually enjoyed mocking others, refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Apart from the Ji siblings, everyone else's mental resolve began to falter, including Lin Fan, who was typically composed. Shen Xiao. Lin Fan called out softly. I'm sorry. Shen Xiao took a deep breath and wiped his face with his hand. It's my problem. I just don't want to die. My grandma is still waiting for me to come home. They'll pull myself together. You should have expected this. Ji Li suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. He shrugged. Humans are at an absolute disadvantage in the wild. I thought you all knew that. Why is that? Ren Xianxian couldn't help but ask. Those monkeys, how much are they worth? Long Xing froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. Our haul this trip could sell for at least hundreds of thousands, Long Xing explained. The shopkeeper once said, if not for this reason, these materials wouldn't be so expensive. Exactly, Ji Li responded. 3-star materials are cheap, but once you get to 4 stars, not everyone can afford them. The price must match the value. Risking your life has its own price. I thought you were already prepared for this. In the city, there are plenty of star warriors. Even the owner of a barbecue shop is at least a 3-star or 4-star star warrior. Can't they afford the cards? Ji Li's thought-provoking question left everyone deep in thought. Indeed, while 4-star cards were expensive, they weren't completely out of reach for people like them. Just this trip alone could bring in hundreds of thousands. If making money was that easy, why would those people choose to retire and run small stalls? Moreover, you're completely unaware of the conditions in the wild. I think that's part of the selection process too. Ji Li admired this aspect the most. Even someone from a prestigious family like Long Xing didn't truly understand the reality of the wild. From their initial invincibility in the breeding grounds to their current disarray in the forest, the drastic psychological shift wasn't something everyone could handle. If that's the case, Lin Fan was the first to react. Then this is a test, Ji Li replied without hesitation. It's no coincidence that something happened right when we entered for the first time. But I think it's time for all of you to ask yourselves one thing: if this is what the wild is like, do you really want to be a Star Warrior? Can you truly become one? Damn it. Damn it. Nina bit down hard on the edge of her garment, her face contorted with rage, her eyes burning with unwilling fury. She knew deep down that the card master was indeed a genius, seeing through everything long ago. But he had chosen this moment, when the group's mindset had subtly shifted, to finally tear through the veil. Those people must be the contractors working alongside him. For a card master to go out of his way to observe the battlefield, it showed just how meticulous he was. The old man with the white beard gazed into the distance and let out a soft sigh. Ji Li was right, humans were at an absolute disadvantage in the wilderness. It wasn't just the ferocity of the beasts that was problematic. The unpredictable weather and the strange gray mist that seemed to come from nowhere were even more threatening. Most concerning of all was the peculiar illness, a mysterious mental affliction. Though not fatal, and self-healing after about a week away from the wild, it caused irritability and hypersensitivity. It was this impairment of judgment that made it so dangerous. In life-or-death battles, a single mistake in judgment could lead to lifelong regret. Every year, many lives were lost due to poor decisions made under the influence of this condition. This was precisely why the rookie trials were so critical. They provided newcomers with a harsh, first-hand understanding of the brutal realities of wilderness survival. Many abandoned their dreams of becoming star warriors after enduring the trials. As Geely had said, if surviving in the wilderness were truly easy, there wouldn't be so few star warriors. A single trip into the wild could earn tens of thousands, a sum that could support an average family for an entire year. But why could they earn such extraordinary rewards so easily? The answer was obvious. Inside the cave, the tents had already been set up. They were fortunate this cave wasn't inhabited by any beasts and even had a small stream flowing through it to the outside. Yet at this moment, everyone was lost in their own thoughts, retreating early into their tents to rest. Only Ji Li remained wide awake, sitting alone by the stream, intently sketching something with his star engraving pen. Before long, Rin Xianxian emerged as well. Spotting Ji Li by the stream, she paused slightly, then approached and sat down beside him. Manager, you're still awake? Yeah, can't sleep. What about you? Feeling a bit lost. Are you hesitating about whether to continue? Yeah. Rin Xianxian hugged her knees and rested her chin on her arms. Among everyone present, Rin Zuangshuan's inner turmoil was the deepest. She came from a privileged background, and even if she gave up on the path of a star warrior, her father would continue to support her. But every time she thought about giving up, an inexplicable sense of unwillingness would well up inside her. It's actually quite simple, Geely said. Huh. There are only two choices. Choose mediocrity or choose courage. That doesn't sound like two choices at all, it's clearly just one. Who would willingly choose mediocrity? Rin Xianxian couldn't help but retort. Ji Li's fingers danced deftly across the card, meticulously carving intricate patterns as he spoke calmly. Choosing mediocrity is, in itself, a form of courage. By choosing the melee-type star warrior, you've already shown that you're not the kind of person who can endure a quiet and steady life. He lifted his gaze to look at Rin Xianxian. Can you really accept a mediocre version of yourself? Can you embrace a life of uneventful peace, spending your days raising a family and teaching children? Rin Xianxian involuntarily shivered. The image of such a mundane life flashed through her mind, and just the thought of it made her feel suffocated. A person's choice of profession reveals their character, Ji Li continued. If mage types symbolize wisdom, then melee agility fighters represent courage. Without an extraordinary spirit of adventure, you simply can't survive in this field. This profession isn't like shield warriors who can take a beating. Every move you make is a dance with death. But it's precisely the danger that triggers adrenaline and dopamine, making it an addictive thrill. Rin Xianxian clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. I can't go back to being ordinary. If you've chosen to reject mediocrity, then be prepared for the consequences. Ji Li's voice deepened. Battles can cost your life at any moment. You've seen it out in the wild. Humans are at an absolute disadvantage. I understand. Rin Xuanxuan's eyes burned with determination. Since I've made my decision, I'll follow it through. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a surge of immense power welling up within her chest. At that moment, the others began waking up one by one. What? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Rin Xianxian. You just advanced to tier 4? That was so sudden. Actually, Long Xing interjected. I'm almost there too. You should check yourselves. Delighted, Rin Xianxian stretched and moved around, practically bouncing with excitement. A wide smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, Manager, I've reached 4-star. I can use 4-star cards now. Suddenly, she stopped and stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Ah, sorry, Manager, you're still at 3-star. No, I'm 4-star too. Geely shrugged. Creating all those high-tier cards for Longxing pushed me to 4-star a while ago. I just didn't mention it. He explained that for both card makers and star warriors, advancing to a higher tier was a straightforward process. Exhaust all the star energy within your body, then recover, and you'll naturally level up. The faster you deplete your energy, the quicker you'll progress. Geely had been crafting high-grade cards non-stop, so his strength had skyrocketed, reaching 4-star in just a few months. The same was true for Lin Fan's team. Their constant brushes with death and the harsh conditions of the wild had greatly accelerated their growth. Among them, Rin Xianxian had progressed the fastest due to her frequent life and death decisions. Her breakthrough wasn't a result of resolving some emotional barrier. Rather, she had naturally crossed into tier 4 after depleting her energy today. Everyone began sensing their own states and was stunned by the realization. Xin Xiao muttered to himself. All that intense training at school, and it turns out a few days in the wild are more effective? Long Xing let out a sneering laugh, his gaze sweeping over the group. You have no idea how dangerous life in the wild can be. Every moment, it feels like your life is on the line. He pulled out an empty blue potion bottle and shook it. These past days, the shopkeeper and I have lost count of how many mana potions we've used. But honestly, the ones who spend the most money aren't us, the agile attackers or shield warriors, it's the mages. Ji Li maintained the Wind Whisperer's blessing, while Long Xing occasionally cast Frost Nova. Rin Xianxian, with her ability to teleport instantly using Shadow Step, took on the role of drawing enemy aggro more often. This tactical division of roles allowed Rin Xianxian to become the first in the team to break through to 4 stars. Good. Our chosen path is the right one, Lin Fan said, taking a deep breath, his eyes resolute. Let's push harder and clear these 2,000 kilometers. Got it. Rin Xianxian leaped up excitedly. The gap between 3 stars and 4 stars was immense. She turned to Ji Li. Shopkeeper, do you have any 4-star cards on hand? Lin Fan also looked at Ji Li. The attack cap of a 3-star card was 500, while a 4-star card could reach an impressive 2,000. Even more crucial was the issue of breaking through defenses like the giant serpent they had encountered earlier. Even Xin Xiao, their strongest attacker, couldn't pierce its defenses with his arrows, and Long Xing's fireballs were ineffective as well. They had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. We could make one as we go, Ji Li replied. But I don't have many materials with me. In that case, let's make a weapon for Rin Xianxian first. Once she hunts down some beasts, maybe you can use those for crafting. Lin Fan suggested. Bai Miaoyin seemed like she wanted to say something, but was held back by Long Xing. Ji Li, however, shook his head, cutting off Lin Fan's plan. Wait, are you misunderstanding something? Card crafting isn't that simple. Ji Li patiently explained. In material science, the 5 elemental materials metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are further divided into 37 categories. For example, your weapons require metallic yang materials to make golden ink, which then needs to be blended with water-based materials. Unless you actively hunt 4-star beasts, there's no way to gather the materials for a 4-star card. He continued, if all it took was killing a few random beasts to gather the necessary materials, card crafters wouldn't be so rare. It's not hard to level up as a card crafter. The challenge lies in mastering the knowledge. There's so much to memorize, so much hand-sin practice, none of it can be skipped. Hearing this, everyone except Long Xing and the hesitant Bai Miaoyin exchanged uneasy glances. The initial excitement faded as they realized this plan was far more complicated than they had imagined. Resolving the materials issue could take a significant amount of time. Cousin, why won't you let me collect the materials? Bai Miaoyin asked in a low voice, her eyes filled with confusion. Long Xing frowned and shook his head, his expression serious. It's not appropriate. He paused before explaining further. If we take the materials, how will we divide the spoils? I've already used up quite a few spell cards on this trip. Given the current situation, while we can take down 4-star beasts, their numbers are limited. What if we end up at a loss? If we lose something, can't we just make up for it? Bai Miaoyin asked, still perplexed. Long Xing sighed and covered his face in exasperation. This was indeed a tricky issue. The main goal of team hunts, aside from improving their skills, was to make money. But there was a harsh reality to consider. What if the cost of the hunt exceeded the profit? This wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Spell cards for mages could only be used 10 times, unlike the reusable shields or bows of melee fighters. Sometimes, taking down a beast, if not handled carefully, could result in overspending on spell cards, causing a loss instead of a gain. While none of them were short on money, asking a mage to pay for their own spell cards could hurt their pride. On the other hand, if they didn't, would the team be willing to accept the financial loss? In truth, Long Xing didn't plan on teaming up with Lin Fan and the others for the long term. He had initially tried to recruit Lin Fan into his own team because of these logistical considerations. In his own group, such distribution issues could be easily resolved. Unfortunately, Lin Fan wasn't interested in joining. Lin Fan had his own perspective on the matter. If a problem couldn't be solved, there was no point letting emotions cloud judgment. Staying focused on the present was key. With this mindset, he began carefully observing the creatures in the forest. The 2,000-kilometer stretch along the riverbank was mostly covered in forests and jungles. Over time, they had gathered some crucial insights. First, beasts also had a strong sense of territoriality. Beasts of the same rank occupied distinct areas and would only cross into each other's territories if an especially tempting target like a human appeared. These creatures showed an unusual interest in preying on humans. To address this, Ji Li crafted a stealth device using materials from monkeys that could mimic the scent of a beast. It worked well enough. As long as they acted quickly, they wouldn't attract more beasts in the short term. Second, beasts evolved unique abilities, which Ji Li referred to as traits. 4-star beasts had 1 trait, 5-star beasts had 2, and the abilities of 6-star beasts were still unknown. Beasts ranked below Tier 3 were essentially just large and strong animals with limited intelligence. But at Tier 4, they underwent a qualitative leap. They became smarter, capable of processing complex information. Agile-minded beasts like monkeys could even devise tactics. And most importantly, they gained enhanced abilities in specific areas. These were the so-called traits. Speaking of those monkeys, the old man with the white beard said, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Their claws have been strengthened, making their attack power no less than that of other beasts. While monkeys are naturally intelligent, their attack power has always been a weakness. But the group of monkeys we encountered, the power of their claws was truly astonishing. The fifth-tier beasts, in particular, were something else. Apart from their claws, other parts of their bodies had also been enhanced. He paused for a moment before continuing. That's why, as long as you understand the terrain and the habits of the beasts, even a 4-star beast can be hunted when you all reach the 4-star level. It's not impossible. No, no way. Nina widened her eyes in disbelief. They really dare to do that. The old man stroked his beard calmly. Humans are indeed at a disadvantage in the wilderness, but if you grasp the patterns, it's not like we don't stand a chance. Simply running away won't improve your combat skills. And what about you? Nina turned to look directly at him. Did you dare to go after a 4-star beast on your first outing? Ahem. The old man coughed awkwardly. Well, I had also reached the 4-star level by then. He straightened up and said seriously, the rookie trials have two purposes. First, to screen and eliminate those who aren't fit. Second, to train the newcomers. The first experience is the most effective, as the sharpening that comes from facing life and death is the most profound. He went on to explain, most teams don't make it past the small town. While there are teams capable of erasing the town's presence, they're extremely rare. The majority get eliminated on the first day of entering the forest, and that's inevitable. If a team can make the town disappear without fully understanding the habits of beasts, that's no ordinary team. They must have exceptional abilities. But that kind of confidence often comes at a price when faced with beasts. This is also a reminder for rookies. The wilderness isn't an easy place to survive. Usually, if a team manages to make the town disappear, higher-ups will send people to monitor the situation to prevent accidents. That place is the true wilderness, the old man sighed. To be honest, in the past 300 years, the number of rookies who've started hunting during the trials can be counted on one hand. This batch of newcomers is truly remarkable. The scene shifted to Lin Fan and his group discussing their strategy. Do you think it'll work? Xin Xiao asked, his expression serious. It's asleep, so it should be fine, Lin Fan said hesitantly. You hesitated just now. Are you worried it won't take the bait? No, I just feel like this isn't the best approach. Whether it's good or not, we have to try. Remember, Rin Xianxian might only be able to take one hit. All right then. Lin Fan swallowed nervously. Their target was a unique bear-like beast, parts of its body covered in iron armor, especially around vital areas like its heart and neck. Since a 4-star beast might not only attack the shield warrior, they needed to ensure the bear's aggression was firmly focused on Lin Fan. At the same time, Longxing would use ice spear techniques for support. Instead of maximizing damage, the main offensive power would come from Rin Xianxian and Xin Xiao. A trace of hesitation flickered in by Miaoyin's eyes. How about we try a different approach? Maybe aim for its eyes. Its eyes are closed right now. What if its eyelids are too thick? Let's just stick to the original plan. Ji Li proposed developing a taunt ability, but this wasn't as simple as a coded feature in a game world. In the real world, taunting resembled a mild hypnotic effect, requiring extensive experimentation to master. Given the current circumstances, it was clearly challenging for Ji Li to develop such a skill. This posed a tricky problem. How to draw the aggro of a 4-star monster. Unlike 3-star monsters, 4-star creatures weren't easily fooled by simple taunting actions. They typically prioritized attacking the weakest member of the group rather than the heavily armored tank. The ironclad bear was fast asleep when it suddenly felt something touch it. Its ears twitched, and it raised its head to see Lin Fan's honest, straightforward face staring back at it. At first, it wanted to go back to sleep, but then it realized this was a human. In that instant, a sharp pain radiated from its rear. Everyone present couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Lin Fan's taunting output was undeniably effective, as a clear 1500 armor-breaking damage number appeared above the bear's head. The ironclad bear's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. That roar was a mix of confusion, fear, grievance, fury, and madness. It had been sleeping peacefully, and now this human. Don't blame me. You're the one with such an exposed weak spot, Lin Fan quipped, dodging the bear's attacks with ease while making lighthearted remarks. At that moment, Longxing's ice spear spell hit its mark with precision. Although the first strike didn't deal any damage, Longxing, who had already reached 4-star strength, successfully froze the ironclad bear in place. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Zuangshuan's dagger danced so swiftly it left afterimages, and a series of damage numbers appeared in quick succession. 3888, 2888, 5888, 2388. The sight of such damage numbers brought a wave of relief and excitement to the team. They estimated that 10 rounds of attacks would be enough to take down the bear. As a 4-star beast, the ironclad bear's health pool was in the hundreds of thousands, far exceeding the roughly 60,000 health of the demon monkey. However, it didn't seem to have any particularly tricky moves. Longxing didn't rush to cast another ice spear. He observed that this skill not only had a fast cooldown, but also a much quicker casting speed than ordinary spells. If used purely for support, it might be able to keep the target controlled continuously. Once the freezing effect wore off, the ironclad bear didn't turn to attack Ren Xianxian, who had inflicted significant damage on it. Instead, it remained focused on Lin Fan. The group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Xin Xiao began to draw his bow and fire arrows. However, compared to Ren Zhuangshuan's precise close-range strikes, his long-range attacks were far less effective. At this distance, even a slight miscalculation would result in his arrows hitting the bear's iron armor, causing barely any damage, more like a light scratch. If everything went smoothly, the team anticipated defeating the ironclad bear somewhere between the 9th and 11th rounds of attacks. The thought of this victory filled everyone with excitement. This was their first time defeating a 4-star beast purely through their own strength, unlike the previous instance where they relied on cards to take down a monkey. The battle had lasted 9 rounds, yet the ironclad bear's aggression remained firmly locked onto Lin Fan. Ren Xianyuan calculated in her mind. Each round of attack took only half a minute, meaning they could take down a 4-star beast in just 5 minutes. That efficiency was quite impressive. Just as she prepared to launch another 4-strike combo, an intense sense of danger suddenly surged within her. A sudden turn of events. The ironclad bear, which had been frozen, emitted a faint white glow and broke free from its restraints in an instant. What was even more alarming was that its lethal claw wasn't aimed at Lin Fan, it was coming straight for Ren Xianyuan. Everyone on the scene gasped in shock, and Ren Zhuanyuan's heart clenched at this distance. With this speed, there was no way she could dodge. "I'm going to die," the thought flashed through her mind. As a close combat agility attacker, she was all too familiar with the risks of dancing on the edge of a blade. When the premonition of death arose, it rarely ended any other way. "Xianyuan," Lin Fan roared, attempting to charge forward, but it was already too late. Drawing a card and activating its ability required 3 to 5 seconds, but the bear's claw was already descending upon her. 30 centimeters, the rushing wind from its claw was already in her face. 15 centimeters, her cheek began to sting faintly from the pressure. 5 centimeters, the coarse fur of the bear's paw nearly brushed against her skin. In that split second, the ironclad bear's attack struck nothing but air. Lin Fan's charge arrived just in time, and with Xun Xiao's arrows providing support, they managed to finish off the heavily injured beast. Ren Xianyuan, meanwhile, had appeared 20 meters away in a safe zone. Xianyuan, by Miaoyin, quickly ran over to check on her. Ren Zhuanyuan's legs had gone weak, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "That was so close," Ji Fufu whispered to Ji Li. "If she hadn't used that card at the last moment, she wouldn't have made it." "TSK, the wilderness," Ji Li sighed deeply. "Looks like we'll have to be more cautious in the future and make sure we're fully prepared before heading out." It turned out that, at the very last moment, Ren Xianyuan had activated Shadow Steepa technique that involved attaching a card to a specific position on the body, allowing for rapid activation with star energy when needed. This skill was specifically designed for close combat agility attackers, whose margin for error was incredibly slim. Thanks to her exceptional mastery of this move, honed through diligent study, she had executed it flawlessly. Without that final instinctive reaction, she might not have survived. "Are you okay?" Lin Fan ignored the beast's corpse and rushed over to her side. "I'm fine," Ren Xianyuan replied, still catching her breath, her voice trembling slightly. "You guys go handle the corpse. I just need a moment." Time was of the essence. Lin Fan pulled out a card and turned to Ji Li. "Boss, should we deal with it here?" "No need. Pack it up and let's move out," Ji Li replied. On the outskirts of Xinglua City, 4 main roads extended like a cross in the directions of east, south, west, and north. Countless small towns, like pearls strung together, formed a ring surrounding Xinglua City, which was shrouded in mist. At the entrance of the easternmost town, facing the Yu Duan mountain range, a solitary figure stood quietly. "Wait, isn't that Nina?" The morning bustle had already begun in the small town. Vendors were busy setting up their stalls, and adventuring parties were heading into the forest one after another. Nina's appearance instantly caught everyone's attention. As the administrator of Star Guild affairs, each town had a Nina, who managed various tasks like a mayor. Among the Star Warriors, there was a common saying: "If there's a problem, find Nina, and it'll be solved." "Holy crap, it's the real one," someone exclaimed from the crowd. Although all the Ninas looked identical, seasoned veterans knew the trick to identifying the original Nina: the slightly graying strand of hair sticking up on her head. It was a subtle detail that wasn't easy to notice at first glance. "Nina, what are you doing here?" Someone couldn't help but step forward to ask. "Waiting for newcomers," Nina replied succinctly. Seeing the puzzled expressions around her, she repeated herself. Waiting for newcomers? Her response sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Could it be that someone actually passed the newcomer trial and made it out of the Yuduan mountain range? Are you kidding me? Someone immediately retorted. That's the Yuduan mountain range. Even now, would you dare to walk 2,000 kilometers in that direction? If some three-star rookie managed to make it out of there, he'll eat 10 tons on the spot. They made it out, Nina said suddenly, her tone calm. The smile on the face of the boastful speaker froze instantly. What do you mean? They made it out. Get ready to eat your 10 tons. The news detonated like a bomb in the small town. Some people hurried off to inform their companions. Others rushed to post on forums, but most chose to stay put, eager to witness this miraculous team with their own eyes. At this moment, Lin Fan was wiping sweat from his forehead. As the silhouette of buildings emerged at the edge of the forest, his heart swelled with excitement, and the rest of his team felt the same. What was originally planned as a one-month journey had taken them 3 full months, not because of a lack of strength, but because they refused to simply flee. Along the way, they actively engaged in battles to gain experience, and Geely even took the time to craft cards. While their journey had been extended by 2 months, the rewards were immeasurable. Just yesterday, they had even joined forces to slay a 5-star beast. The hardships and dangers they had endured were beyond the imagination of outsiders. Now, gazing at the buildings ahead, every member of the team felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears of joy. Geely was not surprised by the situation in front of him. From the moment he witnessed their success in taking down that armored bear, he had recognized that this group already possessed the basic skills necessary for survival in the wilderness. As long as they refrained from reckless actions, staying alive wouldn't be too difficult. Besides, G himself had come prepared. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he began collecting more useful information. Nina, why didn't you wake me up? A voice suddenly called out. Before the words fully landed, the space beside Nina twisted and distorted. An elderly man with a white beard stepped out of the rift at a slow, deliberate pace. This kind of effortless spatial teleportation was far beyond ordinary point-to-point card-based transportation. Everyone present understood that such mastery over space was a testament to terrifying power. What the? Zhao Mian? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. The white-bearded elder turned his gaze over the group, and everyone instinctively took a step back. Zhao Mian was no ordinary individual, was the lord of Xinghua City, the president of the Star Association's branch, a member of the card-making committee, and a 9-star card maker. Each of these titles alone commanded immense respect and authority. As the crowd finally recognized his identity, an oppressive silence fell over them. No one dared to make a sound. No need to be so tense, Zhao Mian said warmly. Today, I'm here to welcome the newcomers. Does welcoming newcomers really require your personal presence? Many people secretly thought to themselves. However, they all understood that any newcomer worthy of Zhao Mian's personal reception must have achieved an extraordinary feat like crossing the treacherous Yuduan mountain range. Such accomplishments were exceedingly rare in human history, and these newcomers were undoubtedly destined for greatness. Lin Fan and his group exchanged puzzled glances, recognizing Nina, the server, but feeling confused about Zhao Mian's sudden appearance. Children, welcome back to the human world. Zhao Mian spread his arms wide, his white robe complementing his graying hair and beard, giving him the air of a benevolent elder. His heartfelt welcome even caused these hardened young individuals to feel a lump in their throats. The surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. That aura doesn't seem like a 3-star level. Could they have cheated? Cheated? Are you kidding? Aren't all newcomers 3-star to start with? If you could venture 2,000 kilometers into the Yuduan mountain range, you'd level up to 3 stars, and they can kill monsters in the mountain range. Stop being bitter. This is a high-level achievement, at least 3A rank. 3A? It's gotta be S rank. Didn't you see they even have a card maker with them? Should we try to approach the card maker? Forget it. The president is right here. You dare interrupt? Lin Fan and the others listened to the murmurs, utterly bewildered, not understanding what the crowd was discussing. Come along, children, follow me, Zhao Mian said with a kind smile as he turned and gestured for the group to follow. The crowd parted automatically, creating a clear path, a testament to the immense respect he commanded. President, this. Lin Fan began hesitantly. Don't worry, Zhao Mian interrupted. This is your reward. Every newcomer who makes it here receives a welcome ceremony like this. Now, it's your turn. 16 small towns are arranged in a circular pattern on the outskirts of Xinghua City, located in the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest directions. As Zhao Mian led the group forward, he provided a detailed explanation of the layout of the area. This is the first line of defense for Xinghua City, Zhao Mian said, pointing to the distant cluster of buildings. It mainly serves as the activity zone for star warriors ranked 4 to 6 stars. Oh, and he suddenly stopped and turned to face the group. Take out your phones and have a look. The group exchanged puzzled glances before pulling out their phones. Zhao Mian's lips curled into a faint smile. You can't use your phones in the wild, but here, not only can you use them, but you can also access some special information on the forum. If you're interested, you can explore it later. Understanding his point, everyone tactfully put their phones away. Zhao Mian took a step forward, and the others followed closely behind. Ji Fufu glanced thoughtfully at Zhao Mian, then at Ji Li, before silently joining the group. Suddenly, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. It was as if they had been instantly teleported to a grander city. They now stood atop the peak of a towering spire that seemed to pierce the sky. Looking down, the city below was divided into numerous zones, each with a massive card standing prominently at its center, exuding an imposing aura. This is the Azure Dragon Formation, one of the 4 great formations of Xinghua City, Zhao Mian explained. It not only supplies energy to Xinghua City, but also serves as the base for the Expeditionary Army. The Expeditionary Army? Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Mian smiled knowingly and raised a finger. Technically, you're not supposed to know this yet. The newcomer's trial offers 3 levels of rewards. The first level involves surviving in the breeding grounds and completing a hunt, which most people can achieve. After passing Mina's assessment, the difficulty and rewards escalate to the second level, which begins after the towns disappear. 99% of teams fail at this stage. And here, this is where the truth behind the second level reward is revealed: the Human Expeditionary Army. The group held their breath, thrilled to learn about this second level reward. Zhao Mian began recounting humanity's 500-year history. You're all aware of the threats humanity faces. The appearance of beasts actually predates the falling stars, initially occurring sporadically in remote mountains and forests. It was only after the falling stars that they began spreading on a large scale. However, the true source of these beasts lies in the secret realms, which constantly spawn new creatures. To eliminate the threat, we must deal with the secret realms. The Expeditionary Army was formed for this very purpose. He gave the group a meaningful look. You've encountered 4-star and 5-star beasts in the Yuduan mountain range, but that's nowhere near enough to grasp the true horrors of the secret realms. In the secret realm, the strength of the beasts would be significantly enhanced. Zhao Mian's voice echoed in everyone's ears as his gaze swept over each face. He spoke slowly. Here, there are not only elite-level beasts, but also Lord-level and Dominator-level ones. Some beasts have even surpassed the conventional star ranking system. In this area, Star Warriors start at 7 stars. These words hit everyone like a heavy blow, causing them to gasp in shock. They instinctively glanced around, noticing the bustling streets filled with teams coming and going, roughly 30 or so groups at a glance. Is Xinghua City really this powerful? Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with surprise. Powerful. Zhao Mian chuckled lightly before delving into a detailed explanation of the reward system. The first-tier reward is quite simple, he said, raising one finger. All the materials you obtain in the Yuduan mountain range will belong to you. Not only that, but the Star Association will also provide a cash bonus equivalent to the value of the materials. For example, if you acquire materials worth 1 million, the Star Association will match it with an additional 1 million in cash. As for how you distribute it, that's up to you. Oh, he added, even the materials consumed along the way will be included in the calculation. Hearing this, the group had varied reactions. Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin remained composed, clearly indifferent to monetary gains. Shen Xiao, Lin Fan, and Rin Xianxian, however, shared delighted smiles. As for Ji Li, who had a money-draining habit to support back home, this amount seemed insignificant to him. The second-tier reward is even more generous, Zhao Mian continued. You will have the opportunity to choose a 7-star or higher mentor for unknown training for a year. The training venue will be provided by us. At this, everyone instinctively held their breath. For Shen Xiao, Lin Fan, and Rin Xianxian, this was like a windfall from the heavens. After all, hiring such a private mentor would typically cost tens of millions for a year. Zhao Mian paused briefly before adding, as for card creators, since you already have excellent candidates, you don't need to consider ours. Of course, if any of you are interested in a specific mentor, even one at the 9-star level, we can help make the connection. However, he said meaningfully, I advise you to take my recommendation into account. Some Star Warriors are not suited to be mentors. We'll follow your advice. The group responded in unison. Good. Zhao Mian nodded before shifting his tone. As for the third-tier reward, his voice grew mysterious, and everyone's ears perked up. The first-tier reward was worth tens of millions. The second-tier reward exceeded 1 billion. What could the third-tier reward possibly be? The third-tier reward isn't so much a reward as it is a choice, Zhao Mian said slowly. It's not a tangible benefit, just a truth. You can choose to know it or remain unaware. At these words, everyone's expressions turned peculiar, even Long Xing, who came from a wealthy family. Despite his privileged background, he, like Lin Fan, knew little about the outside world. What kind of truth? Someone couldn't resist asking. I'll emphasize again, Zhao Mian said sternly. This is merely a truth, with no tangible benefits whatsoever. The group exchanged uneasy glances, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Finally, Geely was the first to raise his hand. I want to know. What about the rest of you? Zhao Mian asked, looking at the others. We want to know too, they all chimed in. It's just a truth, how bad could it be? It's not like knowing it will shatter our inner resolve, right? As they passed through the mist, the colossal structure before them left everyone gaping in astonishment. Everyone except Geely, whose expression remained calm. Ever since leaving the Yuduan mountain range, he had already noticed the peculiarities in the direction they were heading there. A layered and intricate structure had begun to take shape. On the outermost layer stood a clearly visible cluster of small-town buildings. Passing through the first layer of mist revealed the faint contours of another architectural complex. Now, standing at the highest point of the second layer, Geely observed yet another mist layer behind them, far denser than the outer one, completely obscuring whatever lay within. In front of them was a massive card. This card bore a resemblance to the one at the center of the Star Alliance, but exuded an even grander and more commanding presence. At each of its four corners stood a stone monument, engraved with mysterious patterns that emitted a soft glow, firmly supporting the inverted card. In its upside-down position, the text on the card was clearly visible: Xing Luo City. 3 simple words accompanied by 9 stars struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the understanding of everyone present. Purpose, President? Lin Fan stammered, his voice trembling. What shocked them wasn't the card's absurd functionality or the overwhelming power of star energy it emanated, but the revelation that the place they had called home for their entire lives was, in fact, the internal world of a card. Zhao Mian narrowed her eyes, her tone filled with a sense of wonder. Yes, this is Xing Luo City. Xing Luo City is a card. WHWHY? Because humans simply can't survive in the wild, Zhao Mian explained. During the trials, you were made aware of the gray mist, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. There's an invisible pollutant in the air outside. Human star energy is forced to constantly combat it. A year of cultivation in the wild is equivalent to 5 years within Xing Luo City in terms of efficiency. But for ordinary people, this pollution is fatal. Her voice carried a trace of sorrow. Not everyone is a star warrior, and not everyone is willing to refine their star energy. The most terrifying aspect of this pollution is its subtle effect on human cognition. A person who loves peace may gradually become violent, consumed by destructive urges. The change happens so gradually that it feels natural. This is what led to the extinction plan of humanity in the year 138 of the falling star calendar. Those in power at the time were all infected. Zhao Mian gazed towards Xing Luo City. That's why we need it. This is the truth of the world. And now? Now, the situation remains largely the same, but we have developed more ways to cope. You were purified during your time in the trial grounds, which is why you didn't encounter any issues. When venturing into the wild, Purification Series cards are essential equipment. Lin Fan's question made a flicker of surprise flash in Zhao Mian's eyes. Is there no way to completely resolve the beast problem? This question, which went straight to the heart of the matter, revealed a way of thinking different from most people. It's not that no one knows the truth, Zhao Mian said slowly. But once they do, most are so shaken to their core that few can remain as resolute as you in wanting to solve the issue. It's no wonder you earned the 3rd-tier reward. Earlier, you mentioned that our strength here is quite formidable. Lin Fan stammered, his gaze sweeping over the 2 or 3 dozen 7-star star warriors passing by outside. In his understanding, 7-star was already the pinnacle of power. Zhao Mian chuckled lightly and patted him on the shoulder. If you get the chance, try venturing into lower-level secret realms before you reach 7 stars. 7 stars are just the beginning. With that, he waved his hand, transforming everyone into specks of starlight and sending them away, leaving only Ji Li and Ji Fufu behind. Zhao Mian studied Ji Li carefully and remarked, "You really resemble your father." "You knew my father?" Ji Li asked in surprise. "Yes, that unreliable guy," Zhao Mian replied, but he didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he gave a word of advice: don't go out on dangerous adventures anymore. Whatever information you need, I'll grant you access to download it. I've seen your design's theory impressive, and your thinking is sharp. Don't waste your talent. This elder-like attitude left Ji Li somewhat puzzled, but Zhao Mian's next words caught his attention. For Star Warriors, 7 stars mark the beginning of understanding this world. But for us, 9 stars are where it truly begins. I hope you can reach that level within 5 years. What comes after 9 stars? Ji Li asked eagerly. Zhao Mian smiled and waved his hand. You'll find out when you get there. With a gentle push, Ji Li suddenly found himself back in the small shop in Xinglua City. Ji Fufu immediately dashed out of her room. Brother, does that old man know something? How would I know? Ji Li replied, but before he could finish, his phone rang. It was Lin Fan calling. Boss, we were thinking of coming to your shop tomorrow to discuss the follow-up plans and the distribution of mission rewards. There was a faint female voice in the background. No rush. Spend some time with your families first. Come by when you're free. I'll be here at the shop. Ji Li responded calmly. All right, boss. Then we'll. Lin Fan's voice was cut short by a cry of, Mom, on the other end. followed by the sound of the call disconnecting. It seemed they'd been away for quite some time, and indeed needed to spend some quality time with their families. Brother, what should we do next? Ji Fufu asked. Level up first, Ji Li replied succinctly. Ji Li keenly caught the subtle hint in the president's words. He quickly pulled out his phone, logged into the Star Association platform, and discovered that the system had indeed unlocked more content. Beyond the familiar casual discussion sections, the technical forums were particularly eye-catching. Normally, under the system's guidance, Geely spent most of his time focusing on foundational studies in materials science and structural design, rarely paying attention to the forums. Now, with a rare moment of leisure, he decided to delve into them. He swiftly skimmed through content related to 4-star to 6-star cards before closing the window just as he had anticipated. Cards at this level still revolved around basic structure, with little difference from 1-star to 3-star cards. When he opened the third phase of academic papers, the very first one immediately captured his attention. On advanced structures and the special characteristics of card decks. What are advanced structures? Take attack power as an example. The upper limit of card attack power is fixed at 5,000 points. From 1-star to 6-star constructions, the focus is primarily on enhancing basic values. However, Geely's innovations in critical hits, shields, and other advanced structures were relatively rare at this stage. At the 7-star level, the significance of advanced structures truly begins to shine. Card creators start seeking breakthroughs in traits or abilities, exploring new ways to enhance attack power. This explains why Ji Li's critical hit cards were so highly sought after their value far exceeded the 3-star level and represented a major breakthrough for the 7-star and above domain. Some card creators even proposed that further research into critical hit attributes might break through the 5,000-point ceiling of basic structures. Ji Li only gave the paper a quick glance before putting it away. His top priority was to improve his star level. Everything else could wait. Meanwhile, a dramatic reunion was unfolding in the Ren household. Ren Xianxian cheerfully pushed open the door to her home. Before she could even speak, her mother rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. Tears streamed down her mother's face as she choked out. You're back. You're finally back. The sudden hug left Ren Xianxian momentarily frozen. Ren's father stood nearby, his expression complicated as he gazed at his daughter. Xianxian, we need to talk, he said. Ah, okay. Ren Xianxian nodded gently, patting her mother's back in a comforting manner. Wiping away her tears, Ren's mother spoke urgently. Xianxian, can we just stay home and not go out anymore? The question left Ren Xianxian silent. She had contemplated this deeply back in the Yuduan mountain range. As Ji Li had said, those who chose agility and melee combat as their path carried an innate restlessness in their nature. She couldn't imagine herself living a quiet, uneventful life in Xinglua City like her mother, settling into a peaceful marriage. She yearned to explore the world, to feel the thrill of brushing against life and death in the secret realms. Yet, faced with her mother's tears and her father's concern, her resolve wavered. Xianxian, can you share your thoughts with me? Her father asked gently. As a father who always hoped to keep his daughter away from danger, he had once controlled Ren Xuanxuan's career path. In his eyes, choosing agility in melee combat was the most perilous road of all. After completing the rookie trials, the ranks of the Star Warriors noticeably thinned out. This was no coincidence. While the trials were perilous, they were never life-threatening. It was an unspoken rule within the community. Ren's father had originally intended for Ren Xianxian to give it a try, thinking that once she experienced some hardship, she would naturally give up. However, her current performance made his heart sink. Dad, Mom, I want to go out. As soon as Ren Xianxian finished speaking, her mother widened her eyes and shot a questioning look at her husband. Hadn't they agreed that choosing the most challenging career would make her back down? Xianxian, our family doesn't have enough money to hire. Ren's mother started to object, but was interrupted by her daughter. Dad, we passed the rookie trials and earned the highest reward. A mentor rated 7 stars or above will personally train me for an entire year. Ren Xianxian said confidently as she skillfully unlocked her phone and logged into the forum. The homepage featured a headline in bold. After 138 years, Starfall City sees another Rookie Trial 3S achievement team. The Rookie Trial scoring system was based on 3 dimensions: strategy, cards, and combat. According to tradition, achieving AB grade in just one dimension would qualify participants for the second stage rewards. To claim the highest rewards of the second stage, participants needed at least 2 A grades and 1 B grade. As for achieving S grades across all dimensions, that legendary feat hadn't been accomplished in 138 years. Ren's father froze on the spot, suddenly overwhelmed with self-doubt. Called his daughter really be a genius? No way, I don't agree. Ren's mother finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Mom! Ren Xianxian tried to respond, but was cut off. Meanwhile, the Lin family was welcoming their returning son. Brother, you're back. Lin Shu, with her sharp eyes, spotted Lin Fan entering through the door and called out excitedly. The whole family rushed out to greet him. Xiao Fan, it's good you're back. Lin's mother said warmly as she carefully looked him over. You've lost weight, but you look stronger. Yeah, I'm back. Where's Dad? Your dad? He hasn't. Before Lin's mother could finish, a tall, sturdy figure appeared behind her and clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder. Good boy for stars now. Yes, Dad. Lin Fan looked at the man who seemed like a larger version of himself. Lin's father wasn't bulky, but he exuded a dependable strength. How was the rookie trial? Did you manage to adapt? Yeah, it went pretty well. Oh, did you get a B grade? Dad, you know about that? Huh, who hasn't been through it? Lin's father chuckled. I got 3S grades. Oh, then you must. Lin's father started to nod, but suddenly froze mid-action, his tone turning incredulous. What? What did you just say? Dad, what's 3S? Lin Shu asked curiously. 3S is the highest level of reward. Tomorrow, I need to meet my teammates to divide the loot, Lin Fan said with a grin. Good boy, Lin's father exclaimed, slapping his son on the shoulder repeatedly, making Lin Fan wince in pain. If the instructor picks me, he'll teach you some real tricks. Dad, you even know about that? Humph. Lin's father snorted proudly. Back in my day, your dad managed 2 BS and an A. You brat, if it weren't for the fact that you met a decent card maker, you wouldn't have reached this level. Don't get too full of yourself. Don't worry, Dad. In the living room, Lin Shu blinked her curious big eyes, watching the father and daughter talk. What are you guys talking about? Father Lin grinned, scooping Lin Shu up and lifting her above his head. You'll understand when you grow up. Dad, I'm already grown up. Lin Shu pouted in protest, but then her tone changed. Then don't lift me up so high, okay? I will. Leaning against the doorframe, Mother Lin watched the warm scene with a gentle smile. After a moment, she softly reminded them. All right, let's eat. Dinner's ready. The scene shifted to the lively entrance of the Shun family home. Brother Shun, you're back. Shun Xiaomia's excited shout had barely ended before a group of little kids flocked around like chirping birds. Big brother, how was it? Did you gain anything this time? Shen Xiao patted his chest, his face brimming with confidence. I've gained a lot, don't worry. From now on, your schooling won't be a problem anymore. Really? Really? Shen Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile. Hey, race, a little spoiler for you. This time, I'm going to make at least 1 million. Wow. The 5 little ones inside the house exclaimed in unison. Brother, does that mean we? Don't worry about it, Shen Xiao interrupted. Go on, get ready. Big brother's taking you all out for a feast beast meet. Yay. The little ones cheered and scattered off in excitement. Shen Xiao walked alone to the center of the living room, where a grayish-white photograph was placed on the table, with an incense burner in front of it. He lit a few incense sticks, inserted them into the burner, and gazed at the woman's faintly smiling face in the photo. In a low voice, he murmured, Mom, our family is going to get better. Meanwhile, at the Long family estate, young Master Long, Miss, welcome home. The butler greeted Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin with a respectful bow. Is my dad home? Long Xing asked succinctly. The master is home. Long Xing led Bai Miaoyin inside, where they found the current head of the Long family, Long Zhan, engrossed in scrolling through his phone. Dad, stop staring at your phone all the time, it's bad for your eyes. Long Xing sighed in exasperation. Nonsense. Long Zhan stood up, his 6-foot frame and long legs exuding an aristocratic aura. Yet, the commanding presence he radiated left no room for underestimation. Look at you. Your temper's as small as a sesame seed. Not long ago, you participated in a school competition and got so angry you spat blood. I didn't even bother to say anything. I got an SSS rating. And you spat blood. I reached 4 stars. And you spat blood. Big brother did great, uncle. Don't be so hard on him. Bai Miaoyin interjected to mediate. He spat blood, Long Zhan insisted, unrelenting. Bai Miaoyin cast a sympathetic glance at Long Xing, thinking how tough it must be to have a father like this. All right, as long as you know your mistakes. Seeing Long Xing rendered speechless, Long Zhan clapped his hands. So what are your plans next? The president said they'd find us a mentor. Personally, I think we could consult the shopkeeper. You mean the shopkeeper who crits people in fights? Long Zhan scratched his chin thoughtfully. That's an interesting idea, but there's one issue. What issue? Long Zhan raised a finger. The advancement speed of a star warrior doesn't align with that of a card maker. Your second-tier reward is top-notch, which means within a year, you'll at least reach the peak of 5 stars. Reaching 6 stars isn't out of the question either. Long Zhan didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Although Ji Li might become a remarkable card maker in the future, it was still too early for that now. He put down his phone and began analyzing the situation with a serious expression. The card maker profession requires a long period of accumulation, Long Zhan explained patiently. From designing to selecting materials, to mixing inks, every step demands a significant amount of time for exploration and experimentation. It's not like being a star warrior, where you can break through under pressure by fighting battle after battle. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers and continued. For those well-established families with vast experience, training a 6-star star warrior is actually quite straightforward. As long as they reach 4 stars in school, just throw them into the wild. If they survive, they can reach 6 stars in 2 to 3 years, maybe even 1 or 2 years if they're lucky. But it's a completely different story for card makers. Long Jean's tone grew more serious. Take an ordinary 6-star card maker, for example. On average, they reach that level at the age of 28. And let's not even talk about how many of them never manage to break through the 7-star barrier in their entire lives. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling on Ji Li's cards. So I think, rather than rushing to embrace Ji Li's groundbreaking system, it's better to fully master the existing one first. Besides, he pointed to the cards, I've seen his work, and it's quite fascinating. These cards can significantly reduce the difficulty of battles and improve survival rates. You'll benefit more from adapting to the standard cards on the market first. Once you're familiar with those, using his cards will feel much more natural. And what about Miaoyin? Miaoyin, huh? Long Jean rubbed his chin thoughtfully. She'd be better suited as a support. After this wilderness training, you should have realized how crucial a good support is for a team, right? He started counting on his fingers. They ensure everyone eats and sleeps well, and even help draw aggro during battles. I suggest she focus on the summoning style. But the summoning style? Exactly. The summoning style, due to its characteristics, leans more toward a supportive role most of the time. Attack strength is secondary. You can consult your store manager for advice on Tishi, might have some good suggestions. As for card selection, 4-star or 5-star cards should be fine. The difficulty level is manageable. Long Jean paused briefly. You don't need to worry about her training. The family will arrange for someone to teach her. With just a few words, Long Jean outlined a clear path for both of them. The difference between having proper guidance and going it alone was evident from the attitudes of the major families. Without guidance, they might struggle for years between 4-star and 6-star levels. Take Xin Xiao, for instance. It would already be an incredible achievement for him to reach 7 stars in his lifetime. But this 3S evaluation gave them a relatively fair opportunity. Everyone has their own path to follow. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the room with a warm glow. Ji Li rubbed his tired eyes, stretched, and began his usual morning routine. On his way, he made sure to wake up Ji Fufu as well. Brother, why do we have to get up so early? Ji Fufu complained, her face full of discontent. I'm already up, should you get to sleep in? You. Ji Fufu's eyes widened in indignation. What kind of decent person is this shameless? All right, hurry up. Ji Li urged her. Lin Fan and the others are coming over to discuss the distribution plan today. If everything goes smoothly, they'll treat you to hot pot this afternoon. Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin were the first to push open the door and enter, followed closely by Ren Xianxian and Xin Xiao. Lin Fan arrived a bit late, apologizing as soon as he stepped in. Sorry, I was just confirming the items available for exchange, he explained, placing a small package gently on the table. The appearance of the package drew varied reactions from those present. Ren Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Xin Xiao stared at it with undisguised longing. The others, however, appeared much calmer. The meeting, meant to discuss profit distribution, turned out to be unexpectedly brief, with little disagreement over the proposed plan. More notably, no one mentioned any future plans for collaboration clearly. Everyone understood that a year was a long time, full of uncertainties, and no one could predict where their paths would lead once they stepped out of that door. When Ji Li found himself standing before the Star Association's entrance once more, he took a deep breath, trying to organize the jumble of thoughts in his mind. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the towering card structure at the city's center. The last time he was here, he had simply marveled at its mysterious nature. This time, however, knowing that he had been living inside a card all along made the experience far more surreal. As he passed through the glowing portal, the same ordinary reception room greeted him, though the receptionist this time was a familiar face. Nina? Ji Li asked, startled. Hello. Ji Li. Nina greeted him with a natural smile and a playful blink. What are you doing here? This is one of my avatars, Nina explained. Once it's confirmed that you have a certain level of potential, the reception staff gets upgraded from an ordinary attendant to me. Keep up the good work, Ji Li. I want to upgrade my star level, Ji Li said directly. No problem. Hand me your ID. Nina took the card, swiped her fingers across it lightly, and handed it back to him. You're now a 4-star. Wait, no exam? Ji Li asked, confused. Nope. You already passed during the rookie trials. By the way, do you want to open a shop in the outer city? Ji Li was taken aback. This treatment was vastly different from before. Was this what they called privilege? Can I ask what regular card makers usually choose? He inquired. Nina blinked and rubbed her fingers together. What does that mean? You're an AI, and you're asking for money. Ji Li was completely baffled. Consultation fee 50,000. Nina replied cheerfully. What could you possibly need money for? Ji Li asked, utterly dumbfounded. Nina put on a pitiful expression. Oh, it's tough. My main body wants to enjoy gourmet dishes prepared by top chefs, and we avatars have to find ways to earn money. You know, I grew up without a mother. Wait, stop right there. You're an AI. What does that have to do with having a mother? Don't worry, I'll handle the payment myself. You don't need to do anything. Nina moved swiftly, and within seconds, Geely received a notification of the deduction. You can deduct money on your own? Geely asked, exasperated. I'm your dedicated service AI, which basically means we're bound together. That's why I can access your funds, Nina explained. Seeing Geely's disapproving look, she quickly added, don't be like that. With me around, you'll save way more than 50,000. Such as, for instance, not long ago, someone spent 80 million on a batch of materials, Nina said mysteriously. But guess what? If you'd let me handle it, it would have only cost around 200,000 contribution points. And by the way, the materials they bought weren't even that great. Contribution points? Geely's interest was piqued. Geely didn't mind being called a sucker, but instead was drawn to an important detail. Outside the city, people didn't use star coins for transactions. Instead, they used contribution points. Proceeds from hunting, whether sold to individuals or the Star Association, could be exchanged for contribution points. He quickly checked the exchange rate on his light brain. The official rate was 1:100, while the unofficial market fluctuated around 1:238. I see. Geely nodded thoughtfully. Star coins were essentially the currency for ordinary people within the city, and inflation was inevitable as the economy developed. The 7th and 8th tier materials in those malls were actually a means of maintaining stability. Suddenly realizing the implications of his recent purchases, he gave a wry smile. So, I've been buying up what's meant to stabilize the system. Out of nowhere, a question crossed his mind. Wait a second. Why is the income from my card sales in star coins? Nina explained. That's because your cards are 3-star. Only 4-star and above are traded for contribution points. She paused and added, if you want to convert them, I can assist, but there's a limit on how much star coins can be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points are much more valuable, after all. Geely almost cursed in frustration and quickly asked, I won't have trouble affording 4-star materials, will I? No, but they are more expensive, Nina replied before changing the subject. By the way, have you considered opening a shop outside the city? Geely frowned. Is that really important? It's just one suggestion, Nina analyzed seriously. Your card-making foundation is solid, and it's only a matter of time before you reach 6 stars. The process will require a large amount of materials, and opening a shop outside the city is a good option. After all, the demand for 4-star and above cards is limited within the city. How much does opening a shop cost? 356,378.32 star coins, Nina replied with precise accuracy. Geely immediately caught on. You've seen my account balance, haven't you? I have, Nina admitted without hesitation. But this price includes renovations and permanent ownership of the property. Considering the average housing price in this world is 15,000 per square meter, 30-something thousand wouldn't even buy you an apartment. Does the shop have the same layout and design as before? Exactly the same. I want to make some changes. The original tavern-like style doesn't quite fit, Geely said. Nina stuck out her tongue playfully. Too late, it's already been arranged. It's in suburb number 12, 3rd Street, 8th building. That's on you. Geely raised his voice. It is, Nina admitted with a nod. But there's no compensation for it. Sorry. At most, he'll give you a piece of intel as a bonus. Although Geely wanted to scold this overly autonomous AI assistant, he quickly accepted the offer. Fine, tell me. After leaving the Star Association, Geely's brows furrowed deeply. He had just received a troubling piece of news. Starting from the 5-star level, crafting epic-grade cards required excellent or epic-grade materials. These rare materials could mostly only be obtained from elite monsters within the secret realms, making the acquisition process significantly more challenging. This also explained why Nina had been urging him to open a shop only. By running a successful card shop, could he attract powerful teams and gain access to better material resources. And so, the 8th shop on number 3 Street in town number 12 quietly opened its doors. Meanwhile, the other members of the team embarked on their respective year-long special training journeys. Lin Fan followed his father, a seasoned 8-star shield warrior, to the Duan mountain range for Hansen combat training. After passing the 3rd stage of the novice trials, you should have realized the importance of logistical preparation, Lin Fan's father said gravely, his eyes sharp and focused. But now, I'm going to teach you something deeper: terrain observation and monster behavior. Don't think that getting through the Duan mountain range is impressive. This is merely a gathering place for the lowest-level demonic beasts. Then, Dad, what place counts as a real challenge? Lin Fan asked. His father instinctively touched his chest and looked into the distance. That would be the secret realms. Elsewhere, Xin Xiao was undergoing a unique trial. He stood before a mysterious man, his entire body enveloped in an invisible pressure. Every step forward felt like brushing against death itself, his subconscious screaming warnings. The man stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed, yet exuded an insurmountable sense of oppression. Xin Xiao's fingernails dug deep into his palms, but he ignored the pain. Step by step, he arduously moved forward until he finally stood before the man. The moment he stopped moving, all the pressure vanished abruptly. The man opened his eyes, giving Xin Xiao a cold, indifferent glance. Not bad. At least you made it this far. You're qualified to be my disciple. I hate wasting time on talentless people. Before the words even finished, he grabbed Xin Xiao, and in an instant, they disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Rin Xianxian arrived at the agreed location. Finding no one around, she materialized a dagger and began practicing. Suddenly, a breeze brushed past, and she instinctively stepped forward, only to feel a cold blade pressing against her lower back. When? When did this happen? Was it shadow step, or? She asked in surprise. A calm female voice came from behind her. Neither. It's just pure speed. Rin Xianyuan stiffly turned around, and what greeted her was a mysterious woman. The woman wore a mask, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, and held an ordinary-looking dagger in her hand. Yet, despite its plain appearance, the weapon exuded an unprecedented sense of danger that sent chills down Ren Xuanyuan's spine. Your reaction is decent, but your instincts are far from adequate, the woman said in a calm, professional tone. I've watched all your battle recordings. Every time, you've relied on that card to escape death. Without it, you'd have died countless times by now. Before the words had fully settled, the woman moved like a breeze, appearing behind Ren Xianyuan in an instant. To her, Ren Xuanyuan's attempt to turn around seemed like a clumsy joke. From today on, I will be your teacher for 1 year, the woman declared, her voice carrying a stern warning. I'm not like the others. Close combat for an agility fighter is like dancing on the edge of a blade. Training under me could cost you your life at any moment. Are you ready? Ren Xianyuan nodded firmly. Yes. Good. Then let's begin. With a snap of her fingers, the woman and Ren Xianyuan disappeared from where they stood. As for Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin, they each embarked on their own unique paths of training. Meanwhile, Ji was standing in the bustling streets of a small town on the outskirts, a place far larger than he had anticipated. According to Nina, this town was one of 32 satellite towns spread across the east, south, west, and north. Each town had a population of over 20 to 30,000, with considerable spending power. The location of his card-making shop wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either, situated on the outskirts of the card-making district. Upon arriving, he didn't rush to open the shop, but instead took Ji Fufu to explore and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The streets were bustling with people, all of whom were at least 4-star warriors. The commercial area was divided into 2 main streets running east and west, with shops categorized meticulously: weaponry, summoning, spells, support card shops, each with its own unique style. Brother, what type of cards are we going to sell? Maybe alcohol-related cards. Ji Fufu tugged at Ji Li's sleeve. Ji Li, expressionless, pinched her cheek and pulled it outward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ji Fufu slapped his hand away. What are you doing? Stop making that whiny sound, it makes me want to play basketball, Ji Li replied, scratching his chin as he pondered the shop's positioning. The limited space of his shop made him feel a headache coming on. Aside from standard card-making shops, the streets were lined with stores selling card-making materials. Not every card maker started from scratch like Ji Li, mixing their own ink. Most purchased semi-finished products to process themselves. These shops catered equally to star warriors and card makers. Huh? Why aren't there any food stalls? Ji Fufu asked, puzzled after exploring one street. Food is on West Street. They've got everything you can think of there, Ji Li replied, having already studied the map Nina had given him. The east and south streets were commercial areas. West Street was a food street, and the east and south zones were residential areas. His shop was located in one of them. Come on, I'll take you to grab something good to eat. But when we get back, you'll have to help me mix some potions. All right. Ji Fufu eagerly followed him. However, just as they reached West Street, Ji Li suddenly realized an awkward problem, seemed to have forgotten to bring money. Bro, you're so unreliable. Ji Fufu pouted, her pink lips slightly pursed, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. Just 2 bowls of noodles? You call that a meal? Ahem. Next time, Ji Li said, waving his hand awkwardly. Besides, the bait is already in the water. Once the fish bites, we'll have money. With how fast I make money, what are you even worried about? Fine. Ji Fufu tilted her head, looking at her brother. Why don't you upload your cards and enter those competitions? You could make money that way too, right? Uploading now would be a real loss. Ji Li's expression turned serious. He had received a critical piece of information from Nina. The higher the card's rank, the higher the evaluation baseline. If his critical hit card appeared on a 6-star card, its price would increase tenfold at least. After all, the utility of a 3-star card is limited. It's only when you reach 6 stars that they become truly valuable. Moreover, effects on base cards can still be used even at 7 or 8 stars. The sky outside the city wasn't as clear as it was in the urban areas. Beneath the overcast clouds, Lin Sin walked along the weathered cobblestone streets of the small town, repeatedly examining a deck of cards he'd already scrutinized countless times. Thinking about the card maker he had encountered yesterday, he decided to try his luck at that person's shop. As a standard shield warrior, Lin San's family wasn't well off. The rewards from the beginner trials had only been enough to help him advance to 4 stars. forcing him to leave Xinghua City and head to the outskirts to hone his skills. However, reality hit him hard. His problem wasn't just poverty, but also his mediocre abilities. Being a true shield warrior was far more complex than he had imagined. An excellent shield warrior needed to master various techniques: how to precisely block the attack routes of beasts, how to counter those cunning high-tier beasts. These creatures were often calculating, targeting the weakest members of a team. Warriors had to constantly move, intercepting the beast's paths and slowing their advance as much as possible. If a beast ever broke through the defense line, the consequences would be disastrous. Top-tier shield warriors like Lin Fan were in high demand. With exceptional agility, precise positioning, and the ability to perfectly draw aggro, they naturally stood out. On the other hand, ordinary shield warriors like Lin San, with low damage output and an inability to effectively slow down beast attacks, inevitably saw their market value plummet. This awkward predicament meant that Lin San hadn't participated in a proper beast hunt for a long time. He was reduced to working at a ranch, hunting 3-star beasts just to make ends meet. This was how most 4-star professionals in the small town survived, choosing the safety of ranch work over the risks of venturing into the wild. But deep down, Lin San knew the ranch wasn't a long-term solution. To truly make a name for himself, he needed to acquire some reliable support cards. As a shield warrior, choosing a support role and carrying these cards was a natural and necessary step. Lin San knew all too well that to establish himself in the game and find a reliable team, he needed a decent set of cards. He had once been ruthlessly kicked out during a team's trial phase because his cards were subpar. Just yesterday, he encountered someone claiming to be a card maker. The person said they were new in town, short on cash, and wanted to borrow money. They promised Lin San an 80% discount on card purchases at their shop. Thinking it was only the price of a couple of bowls of noodles, Lin San agreed without much hesitation. A 4-star card maker was just what he needed. Eighth. Lin San muttered the house number to himself as he searched along the street. When he finally stopped in front of a shop, he rubbed his eyes and glanced again at the specialized badge of the Card Makers Association by the door. He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The shop style was far from what he had expected. In his mind, card shops were either luxurious and elegant for spell cards or sleek and metallic for weapon cards. But the shop? It was unmistakably styled like a tavern. Well, I'm already here, he sighed and pushed open the door. The clear chime of a bell greeted him, and Ji Li, standing behind the counter, looked up. You're here. The interior was dimly lit, much like a real tavern. Ji Li said, feel free to browse. Take what you need, and I'll give you the 20% discount as promised. Lin San nodded and headed straight for the Shield Warrior card section. The first card he saw immediately caught his attention. Taunt. Type. Spell card superior. Attack. 0 durability. 10. Skill. Taunts all enemies within 25 meters, forcing them to target the user. The lower the enemy's intelligence, the higher the success rate. Description. For better results, shout, hey, you coward, during the taunt. Boss, how much is this card? Lin San swallowed nervously, unable to hide his eagerness. This one? 50 contribution points. It's a bit pricey, Ji Li replied. Lin San did some quick mental math. Typically, superior grade cards only cost around 20 contribution points, and 50 points could buy an excellent grade card. But the effect of this card was undeniably tempting. Is the 20% discount real? He asked through gritted teeth. Yes, it's real. Then I want 10 of these. All right, for 100 contribution points. Pay half now, and you can pick them up tomorrow. Deal. Lin San quickly pulled out his ID card. This card, issued officially, had an account for instant transactions. But before he even saw Ji Li make a move, he received a notification for the deduction. What's going on? He stared at Ji Li in shock. I haven't even completed the transaction yet. How was the payment deducted? My authority's a bit higher than usual. Don't worry about it, Ji Li explained with a smile. All right then. Thank you, boss. Lin San gave a deep bow and hastily left the shop. Ji Li sighed and glanced at Nina, who was swinging her legs nearby. Can you stop scaring people like that? Go play with Fufu or something. Why are you always messing with me? I'm not messing with you. Besides, Fufu's busy mixing ink, and that's boring. I'm not going there, Nina huffed in protest. Ji Li sighed inwardly. What a headache. Comparing people really is infuriating. But to be fair, this idea of yours isn't bad. These cards should sell like hotcakes. Ji Li's choice was unexpected. Unlike others who opted for critical strike equipment cards or a complete set of mage spell cards, he chose taunt support cards from the warrior category. Although classified as spell cards, each card only had a durability of 10 points, meaning they required replenishment after every outing. However, this choice had its advantages. Consuming a significant amount of star energy, he could advance to the next level more quickly. The square in front of the East Gate was bustling with activity. Facing the Duan mountain range, it was a gathering hub for solo players looking to join teams. Lin San arrived with great enthusiasm, scanning the various recruitment notices. Experienced shield warrior, 1-week veteran, recruiting for a 5-star team. Fishing group, 5-person squad, join now. Perimeter monster clearing, 4-star team needs DPS. The teams here were mainly divided into two categories: exploration teams that ventured directly into the Duan mountain range, and so-called fishing groups. About 5 kilometers from the town, a river ran through the entire mountain range, eventually flowing into a large lake. This waterway was home to various demonic beasts, and the fishing groups specialized in using bait to lure them out and hunt them down. This was exactly what Lin San was aiming for. The danger level of fishing groups was relatively low, as they typically only encountered 3 or 4-star beasts. As Lin San searched for a suitable team, a timid voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw a little girl about 1.5 meters tall, carrying a bow larger than herself. Her eyes darted nervously, but her face was sweet and adorable. "What is it?" Lin San asked. It's like this." The girl mustered her courage and said, "I want to form a fishing group, but no one wants to join me. Would you join me?" "You?" Lin San frowned, studying her. "Two can do it. My damage output is definitely solid." The girl, who introduced herself as Lin Xinxin, explained anxiously. Lin San's gaze instinctively fell on her short legs. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xinxin's expression dimmed instantly. Though she claimed her damage output was solid, combat required constant movement. With her height and the massive bow she carried, her mobility would clearly be a critical weakness. This was likely the main reason she struggled to find teammates. I understand. Sorry for bothering you." Lin Xinxin lowered her head, preparing to leave. "Wait." Lin San suddenly softened. "Let's give it a try." "Really?" Lin Xinxin's head shot up, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Just to be clear, I'm not that skilled myself," Lin San cautioned. "That's okay. So, should we find more people?" she asked eagerly. After a moment of thought, Lin San replied, "ITLL, just be the two of us." Fishing groups didn't have strict team size requirements. They only needed a shield warrior to attract the water beasts and someone to deal damage from the back. As long as they avoided the lake and stayed near smaller streams, it should be manageable. Do you need to see my cards?" Lin Xinxin asked hesitantly. "Are you a beginner?" Lin San asked. "Yeah." Lin Xinxin lowered her head again. Lin San let out a sigh and looked at Lin Xinxin with a calm gaze. "Here, no one cares about your cards. The ones entering the forest are seasoned veterans, each with their own fixed teams. The fishing group is where newcomers like us should start." He paused briefly before continuing. "Newcomers don't deliberately pry into each other's cards. Instead, they test each other's abilities in actual combat. If they find the other person to be skilled, then they'll consider deeper communication and possibly forming a fixed team." "Wow, you really know a lot." Lin Xinxin looked at him with admiration. Lin San shook his head expressionlessly, thinking to himself, "This is just common sense. What's there to admire? Besides, we're all newcomers. How impressive could anyone's cards really be? In the end, it all comes down to actual combat skills." Shaking these thoughts away, he said, "Let's go and give it a try." The river was wide and expansive. Even though teams from various towns gathered here, the river still wasn't completely filled. Lin San led Lin Xinxin through several twists and turns before finally finding a relatively secluded spot. He was just about to prepare the bait. "Well, if it isn't the famous third young master. What's the matter? Done working at the fish farm?" A sharp voice suddenly rang out. Lin San turned to see a 4-person team standing about 100 meters away. The man at the front wore a look of contempt, his lips curled into a mocking smirk that ignited a flame of anger in Lin San's chest. Ignoring the arrogant man, Lin San shifted his focus to the 3 people behind him. "What? Here to take our spot?" Lin San asked coldly. A woman in the group tugged on the lead man's sleeve. "Zhou Wu, let's just go." "Go? Why would we go?" Zhou Wu sneered. "The third young master is here to fish. How could we miss the chance to witness his heroic skills? What do you want? Attacking someone out here is against the law." Lin Xinxin stepped in front of Lin San, her expression serious. "Uft." Zhou Wu snorted with laughter. "Attacking? When did I say anything about attacking?" He looked Lin Xinxin up and down. "Listen, I'd advise you to stay away from someone like him. You don't want to get dragged down. Who I choose to stay close to is none of your business. Now leave." Lin Xinxin snapped. All right. We're leaving." Zhou Wu shrugged. "Have fun." With that, he turned and walked away, the other 3 silently following behind him. "Brother San," Lin Xinxin called softly. Lin San finally snapped out of his anger and forced a faint smile. "It's fine. Let's get started, shall we?" Lin Xinxin gripped her bow tightly. Lin San manifested a shield and a short sword, then pulled out a small bottle of clear liquid from his pocket. Unscrewing the cap, he carefully let a single drop fall into the water. This was a special potion sold by the Star Association, designed to be irresistibly attractive to aquatic beasts. The dosage had to be precise. Too much could attract an entire swarm, but 1 drop typically lured just 1 or 2, which was manageable. As the potion mixed with the water, ripples spread across the clear, green stream. It didn't take long for the previously calm surface to stir. A grotesque head slowly emerged from the Watera giant salamander with razor-sharp teeth glinting in its gaping maw. Its piercing gaze locked onto Lin San. The four-star fish demon floated quietly on the surface of the lake. This type of creature was precisely the target that fishing players loved to encounter. With around 30,000 HP and extremely aggressive behavior, they were formidable foes, but for well-equipped damage-dealing classes, the battle could be resolved in just 2 or 3 strikes. Lin San lightly curled his finger, and the fish demon immediately let out a piercing screech, thrashing its tail as it swam toward him. This is why everyone likes them. They're brainless and easy to aggro. Wait until it's on land before shooting, and make sure to aim carefully, Lin San turned and reminded. Yais, Lin Xinxin replied, tightly gripping her large bow, her expression slightly tense. Seeing her demeanor, Lin San felt a twinge of concern. Ranged weapon users often had the issue of missing their shots, and worse, there was the risk of accidentally hitting teammates. At that moment, the fish demon suddenly leaped out of the lake. Its upper body resembled the grotesque head of a giant salamander, while its lower body was humanoid, with webbed appendages at the ends of its limbs. Its thin frame opened a gaping maw, lunging directly at Lin San. Just as the fish demon left the water, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing straight through its head and exiting through its mouth. The damage number 32685 flashed in the air. What the? Lin San turned around in shock, only to see Lin Xinxin still holding her shooting stance, the bowstring faintly vibrating. Noticing his gaze, she blushed and stammered, I hit it. This is incredible. Lin San was stunned. It was common knowledge that a normal 4-star card's attack power maxed out around 2,000. Even for a 4-star Star Warrior, the theoretical maximum damage for a basic attack was 40,000, but achieving even 5,000 in practice was considered decent, and breaking 10,000 was impressive. To deal over 30,000 damage in one shot was beyond comprehension. Just as Lin San was about to say something, the surface of the lake behind them began to churn violently. He turned to look and saw that, in just a matter of seconds, the lake was now teeming with countless fish demons, their blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on the two of them. A swarm? How is this possible? Lin San exclaimed, immediately running to Lin Xingxin's side. Run. The fish demons didn't pursue right away, but instead let out an eerie chorus of sounds, somewhere between laughter and cries. Although fish demons were among the weakest of 4-star monsters, they had one infuriating skill for survival: resonant croak. This was a group skill that required at least 10 fish demons to activate, creating an impenetrable barrier within the area that lasted for an hour. The only way to disable it was to eliminate every fish demon within the barrier. Breaking through by force would require the strength of a 6-star Star Warrior team. The standard strategy for dealing with this was to use bait to lure the fish demon swarm, a tactic jokingly referred to as suicidal resonance. But with just Lin San and Lin Xinxin here, there was no chance of taking out the entire swarm. Damn it! Lin San cursed. Before he could make it to the edge of the area, the barrier had already fully enclosed them. Maybe we should just kill them, Lin Xinxin suggested timidly, her voice trembling slightly. Lin San glanced at the girl with the childlike face in front of him, a trace of helplessness flashing through his eyes. Quickly surveying the surroundings, he locked onto a spot in the terrain, a narrow entrance formed by a pile of rubble, with a protruding rock at the end that could serve as cover. I'll hold the entrance. You focus on attacking, Lin San instructed concisely. Got it. Lin Xinxin nodded firmly, determination written all over her small face. As an experienced Star Warrior, Lin San swiftly shifted to an annihilation strategy the moment he realized escape was impossible. The astonishing firepower Lin Xinxin had demonstrated earlier gave him enough confidence. Taking down just over a dozen fish demons should only take a dozen arrows. Subconsciously, he touched the card pressed against his chest, his eyes resolute. Outside the barrier, Zhou Wu and his group watched coldly. Let's go. Time to get to work, Zhou Wu sneered. The other three cast indifferent glances in their direction before turning to leave. The battle erupted in an instant. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air broke the silence as Lin Xinxin's first shot struck a fish demon square in the eye. A damage number, 32346, flashed above its head, and the creature fell lifeless to the ground. Nice! Lin San cheered inwardly. He had truly found a gem. That single arrow immediately caused a stir among the fish demons. Lin San quickly calculated. 18 4-star fish demons, no 5 stars. At this pace, by the time they reached him, no more than 12 would remain. The odds were in his favor. Real combat required far more strategy than a game. Limited by the terrain, the fish demons couldn't swarm him all at once. At most, 3 could engage Lin San at the same Tamiya level of threat he could handle with ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 28,345, 32,222, 31,238. Lin Xinxin's face flushed as she fired arrow after arrow, each aimed precisely at the fish demon's eyes, never missing her mark. The battle was progressing even more smoothly than Lin San had anticipated. By the time the fish demons closed in, only 10 remained. 3 fish demons lunged at Lin San simultaneously. As a star warrior with a specialization, Lin San might not excel in tracking or taunting, but close combat was his forte. With a sidestep and a shield counter, he neutralized all their attacks with ease. Suddenly, a fish demon in the back inhaled deeply and launched a water arrow straight toward Lin Xinxin. Water arrow incoming. Dodge! Lin San called out without turning. Such attacks, slow and low in damage, posed little threat to an agile, offense-oriented star warrior. Ah! Lin Xinxin's startled cry came from behind. Lin San turned his head to see her fumbling to dodge, only to trip over her own feet and fall clumsily to the ground. The water arrow missed her by a hair's breadth, grazing the top of her head. What the seriously? Lin San was stunned. A normal star warrior's reaction time was between 0.1 and 0.2 seconds, and experts like Rin Xinyuan could even predict attacks. The fish demon's water arrow allowed for a reaction time of 1 to 2 seconds. There was no way a competent star warrior could get hit. Yet somehow, she managed to trip herself up trying to dodge. I'm sorry. Lin Xinxin apologized timidly. Sorry, this is not the time to be apologizing, Lin San exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration. Lin San suddenly realized why this girl, possessing such terrifying explosive power, couldn't find a team. A flicker of anger crossed his heart, but quickly faded. Wasn't he the same? As a shield warrior, tasked with leading the team and upholding a steady and cautious approach, he had always prioritized stability. Adding to that were his own shortcomings. He shook his head with a bitter smile. People are always good at forgiving their own flaws. Lin Xinxin's eyes gradually welled up, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. I'm sorry. She kept apologizing, her voice full of self-reproach. Her body never listened to her brain's commands. This had happened over and over again. Despite countless training sessions, the results were always disappointing. Repeated failures made her deeply loathe herself. Pick up your bow. Lin San leapt swiftly, effortlessly intercepting a stray water arrow, and said calmly, I'll hold them off. You take them down. I can last 2 minutes at most any longer, and it'll be life-threatening. Got it. Unexpectedly, the anger he anticipated didn't come. Lin Xinxin looked up, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Lin San sighed inwardly. Her mindset really needed work. Miss, if you don't act now, I might actually meet my end here. Oh, okay. I'm getting up now. Lin Xinxin hurriedly got to her feet. Hey, you bastards. A green light erupted from Lin San, instantly drawing the attention of all the fish demons. Their crazed and hateful gazes locked onto him, as if Lin Xinxin, who had been killing their companions, didn't even exist. Lin Xinxin froze for a moment before quickly drawing her bow and firing arrows. Whoosh. 31,111 whoosh. So powerful. Lin San marveled inwardly, though this time it wasn't Lin Xinxin's strength that impressed him, but the effect of his taunt card. The attacks of 10 fish demons were pressuring, but not unmanageable. With the advantage of the terrain, this kind of defensive battle was his forte. His mentor had once told him that as long as he could continuously draw the monster's aggro, he could become the best shield warrior. 10 seconds, 15 seconds. By the time Lin Xinxin fired her third arrow, only 7 fish demons remained. Their aggro finally began shifting toward Lin Xinxin. Hey, you bastards. The green light reappeared, and the fish demon's attention was drawn back to him. This cycle repeated several times, and within just a minute, all the fish demons lay dead on the ground. I did it. Lin Xinxin stared blankly at the fish demon corpses scattered across the ground, her heart surging with excitement. Lin San surveyed the battlefield. Although he had already envisioned the outcome of this fight in his mind, witnessing it firsthand still felt somewhat surreal. At that moment, a bold idea began to take root in his mind, forming a team of individuals with flaws. Why should people like them be looked down upon? He glanced at the overjoyed Lin Xinxin, and this idea grew wildly in his heart, like bamboo shoots after the rain. Brother San, Lin Xinxin's timid voice pulled him back to reality. Just now, I saw someone secretly dumping something into the river. I recorded it with a card. What? The thought of forming a special team was immediately cast aside. You recorded it? Yeah, I used a card to record it. Lin Xinxin retrieved a video recorder card from the storage compartment and waved it gently in front of Lin San. On the glowing card, the image of an old-fashioned video recorder was clearly visible. Seeing this, the corner of Lin San's mouth twitched involuntarily. In this perilous wilderness, a mobile phone had long become nothing more than a useless brick. To capture video footage, one had to rely on these specially crafted cards. However, the memory slots of a 4-star Star Warrior were already in high demand, with only 4 available spaces. Who would waste such precious capacity on a cheap, yet impractical video recorder card? I thought I could record it and study how to dodge skills. Lin Xinxin muttered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her head lowered. Watching her clumsy movements, Lin San sighed silently in his heart. This girl, not only were her actions unpolished, but her mindset also lacked maturity. But these things would take time, there was no rushing them. Let's go back to the Star Association, Lin San said. and deal with these corpses along the way. This time, we've made quite a haul. Okay, okay, Lin Xinshin responded quickly. In the Star Association, harming fellow members was met with severe punishment. If conclusive evidence was obtained, the violator would be immediately detained, stripped of their star energy, and reduced to an ordinary person in Xinglua City. However, enforcing this law was extremely challenging. You had to start recording the moment you were attacked, provide clear evidence, and ensure you survived the ordeal. These conditions were almost impossible to meet simultaneously. After all, who would carry a video recorder card with them at all times? And even if they did, who could calmly activate it in a life-and-death situation? Moreover, those with malicious intent often struck to kill, leaving no chance for the victim to report them. Yet today, the impossible had become a reality. When Zhou Wu and his 3 associates were escorted back to the town, their faces were filled with disbelief. From their initial terror to their brazen shouting upon entering the town, they exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to break the law and attack us? Are you not afraid of death?" One of the escorts sneered. "Oh, so you do know that attacking your own people is punishable by death." This remark was like a hammer blow, shattering Zhou Wu's facade. The woman behind him immediately broke down in hysterics, screaming, "He's the one who poisoned the drinks. It has nothing to do with me. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest him. I used to be Lin San's teammate." "So, it seems you're all well aware of what you've done," the escort said coldly. "This time, it's a public trial. Save your words for the court." Before the words had fully landed, they used their abilities to render the four speechless. Lin San stood in the corner, watching these former teammates with a storm of emotions swirling in his heart. Confusion, satisfaction, a mix of feelings intertwined. He couldn't comprehend how his once close companions had come to this. "Brother San," Lin Xinshin spoke timidly. They were my teammates before." Lin San let out a long exhale, the frustration in his heart almost spilling over. These past events left him with too many unspoken thoughts. The story wasn't particularly dramatic. Lin San leaned against a tree trunk at the back of the academy, pulling a leaf-like object from his pocket and lighting it. This one-star plant resembled a cigarette, but was non-addictive, inexpensive, and a common pick-me-up for students seeking to clear their minds. He took a deep drag and gazed into the distance. As a shield warrior, his talent was rather unique. According to his teacher, if all the beasts in the world were single-minded creatures that only knew how to attack shield warriors, Lin San would undoubtedly be the best shield bearer on Earth. Thinking back to his school days, he had formed a competent team and methodically completed every training session. But the real turning point came during the 3-star novice trial. "Let's just stay here," Lin San had said at the time. "There might be 4-star beasts out there, and I can't guarantee he'll be able to protect everyone." At first, his teammates thought it was a reasonable suggestion. After all, the place had ample food and water. However, their attitude shifted when they saw reports from other teams on the forum. "Lin San, you're too cowardly. Look at the forum. There's barely any danger out there. Just one more step forward, and we could earn the second-tier rewards." The eventual breakup was especially painful. "Lin San, maybe we're just not a good fit. Even Zhou Wu is better than you. At least he's bold and willing to fight. We've decided to team up with Zhou Wu." As his teammates prepared to leave, Lin San only said one thing. "If you follow him, something bad will happen." You just can't stand seeing others succeed. From now on, we're strangers." Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin San turned to look at Lin Xinshin beside him. The young girl was staring up at him with wide, innocent eyes, her expression full of curiosity and cheer. "It's okay," Lin San said softly. "What? It's okay." Lin Xinshin immediately made a cheering gesture, her twin pigtails bouncing with her enthusiasm. "I get scolded all the time too, but I believe I can become stronger." Watching her lively demeanor, Lin San couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, you'll definitely become stronger." Although this girl couldn't fully understand his feelings, at this moment, her presence was enough. "Let's team up," Lin San suddenly said. Lin Xinshin froze. "I am not sure if I can." "Then why have you been following me ever since we entered the town? From submitting the evidence to those people getting arrested, you didn't leave." Lin Xinshin lowered her head and muttered softly, "We haven't split the loot yet." "All right, then from now on, we're teammates." But Lin Xinshin barely began to speak before Lin San grabbed her wrist. "No buts. I'm taking you somewhere that might solve your problem." Lin Xinshin followed Lin San in a daze, her mind drifting back to her past experiences. Every time she entered the small town, she carried a glimmer of hope to join a team, but reality was always harsh. After every outing, those people would split the spoils and immediately kick her out. Day after day, she found herself trapped in a cycle of searching for a team and being rejected, her heart gradually growing numb. Even today, despite her seamless teamwork with Lin San, she couldn't bring herself to voice her desire to join the group. Instead, when Lin San mentioned the word teammate, a surge of anxiety made her want to run away. But Lin San seemed to see right through her thoughts, leaving her no chance to escape. He knew this state of mind all too well. Jingle! The crisp sound of wind chimes interrupted Lin Xinshin's thoughts. She looked up to find herself standing inside a quaintly decorated tavern. Brother San, why are we at a tavern? This is a card-making shop, Lin San replied, catching her off guard. Boss. Hey boss. Lin San raised his voice to call out. The cards are on the shelf. Go look for yourself, came a muffled voice. The owner of the voice, Ji Li, was rubbing his temples with a pale face, clearly exhausted from working late into the night. Lin San approached the counter with concern. Boss, you need to take care of yourself. If you can't say anything useful, don't say anything at all. Ji Li shot back grumpily. What are you here for? Run out of taunts? No. No, not at all. Hee hee. Lin San chuckled awkwardly. Do you buy materials here? Fresh ones. Of course we do. Follow me. All right. Lin San turned to Lin Xinshin and said, Xinshin, take a look at the cards here. They're different. Okay, sure. Lin Xinshin glanced around. The tavern's decor wasn't exactly gloomy, but it was utterly unremarkable. Under the dim yellow lighting, the old-fashioned Western-style furnishings seemed out of place. However, the sound of the wind chime by the door was particularly pleasant. She wandered over to the shelf and became captivated by the cards displayed there, unable to tear her eyes away. Meanwhile, Lin San followed Ji Li to the backyard. The layout here was rather unusual. The front was a tavern, but the back was a courtyard-style house. 3 rooms on the east, south, and west sides surrounded a small central courtyard, which featured a decorative well in the middle. Although the well held no water, it added a touch of charm to the space. All right, let's see what you've got, Ji Li said. Here you go. Lin San pulled out a card and summoned the corpse of a fish demon from it. Ji Li gave it a quick glance and nodded. An untreated fish demon corpse. It's fresh, but not top-notch. 5 points per unit, 90 points total. Deal. Deal. Lin San agreed without hesitation. A single taunt card was worth 50 contribution points, and he'd used it twice to earn 90 points. With a cost of just 10 points, this trade was a no-brainer. While the math wasn't quite that simple, the time spent had already made it a highly profitable exchange. Ji Li looked at the fish carcasses on the ground and nodded slightly. He turned around and called into the house. Fufu, come out and clean this up. Ji Fufu emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She froze at the sight of the chaos, then rubbed her eyes again, as if questioning the reality before her. Without a word, she quietly shut the door. Moments later, it reopened. She glanced at the mess again, her expression twisting in disbelief, then slammed the door shut with force. Ji Li, go to hell, an angry roar echoed from inside the house. Ahem. Ji Li cleared his throat awkwardly. Let's, talk about this somewhere else. As they stepped out from the backyard, they saw Lin Xinshin standing at the entrance. The young girl's cheeks were flushed, and she clutched a card tightly in her hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her eager expression, Lin San couldn't help but smile, reminded of his own early days in the card game world. Boss, how much is this card? Lin Xinshin asked impatiently. Ji Li glanced at it. This one? It's a bit pricey, 300. Lin San's eyes widened in shock, and he curiously leaned closer. 300? That was the price of an epic card. When he saw the card's details, his expression turned sour. The card's information was clear. Misha. Type. Summoning card excellent. HP. 50,000. Attack. 500. Durability. 100. Effect. Taunt. Description. For some reason, every time I see this bear, I can't help but want to punch it. Summoning cards were a niche category with limited users, primarily because their attack stats couldn't benefit from boosts, making them more suitable for support roles. However, this card's support effect was downright excessive. The taunt ability completely overshadowed Lin San's role in the team. He'll buy it. Lin Xinshin exclaimed excitedly, pulling out her card, only to be interrupted by a system notification. Insufficient balance. You only have 215 contribution points. Nina's voice chimed in. Lin Xingxin's bright expression instantly fell. He'll cover the rest, Lin San offered. You're my teammate, so you can owe me for now. Besides, with this card, we can hunt more valuable prey. Those fish monsters aren't worth much. We can. I don't want it. Lin Xinshin firmly interrupted, her tone resolute. I don't want to owe anyone. Seeing the stubborn determination in her eyes, Lin San opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to. Actually, Ji Li suddenly interjected. If you're looking for something simpler, you could buy an ice trap card. Both turned their attention to the ice trap card, which had made an appearance back in Chapter 26. Although its effects were average and it struggled against ranged enemies, it was still a potential solution. How much is this one? They asked. 50, Ji Li replied. Boss, do you even sell anything cheap here? Lin San muttered, his mouth twitching. Ji Li merely shrugged, indifferent. The wind chime jingled softly as Lin San and Lin Xinshin walked out the door, one after the other. I don't know why you're so stubborn, Lin San remarked. But it's fine. Let's team up and keep farming those fish monsters. You're not far off. I'll earn it back in a day. You still want to team up with me? Lin Xinshin asked quietly. Yeah. Lin San let out a deep breath, his gaze firm as he looked at Lin Xinshin. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a golden glow on his back. To be honest, we both have obvious flaws, he said, looking directly into Lin Xinxin's eyes. Others can withstand a beast's attacks for 10 seconds, but I can hold on for 20. The problem is, I just don't have a good way to keep the beast engaged. He paused, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But this shop has given me new hope. Do you know what I was thinking when I saw you shoot that arrow? Lin Xinxin instinctively clenched her hands, waiting for him to continue. I want to form a team made entirely of flawed individuals. Lin San broke into a radiant smile, his teeth gleaming under the sunlight. A team of flawed individuals? Lin Xinxin murmured, repeating his words. You should be familiar with the absolute principle of card maker's equivalent exchange, Lin San continued. Take me, for instance. My defense level is 2 to 3 times that of others. And you, even with a Waitire bow, can deal such astonishing damage. Lin Xinxin lowered her head, silently acknowledging the fact that she only owned a Waitire bow. This is the balance of gain and loss, Lin San's voice softened. When I was abandoned by my former team, I couldn't understand it at first. Back then, I didn't even have the courage to step out of the small town. I just worked at the farm. But when I found this shop, I saw hope. Suddenly, a taunt card appeared in his hand, and his eyes gleamed with confidence. I am both a shield warrior and a commander. I used to try countless strategies to hold off monsters, but nothing worked. Now, with this card, I can proudly say that I am stronger than any shield warrior. He turned to Lin Xinxin. And you are just as exceptional. I've seen many archers, but none of their damage output compares to yours. With this shop, we can grow even stronger. At the very least, we can step into the Yuduan Mountains. Step into the Yuduan Mountains. Lin Xinxin felt a stirring in her chest, a long-lost glimmer of hope dispelling the shadows in her heart. She yearned to witness the legendary mountain range with her own eyes. Do you really think it's possible? She asked softly. Of course it is, Lin San said decisively. As you saw, with this card, I can hold the monsters in place. With your damage output, and if we recruit a support and a logistician, we can absolutely make it through. He extended his hand toward Lin Xinxin. So what do you say? Will you join me? At that moment, Lin San was no longer trying to impress this somewhat withdrawn girl with clever words. Instead, he laid his dream before her with sincerity, inviting her to join his team. He was fully prepared for rejection. The reason Lin San valued Lin Xinxin so highly wasn't just because of her impressive damage output. What truly amazed him was her near-perfect accuracy. Every arrow she shot struck the monster's head with precision. Although she wasn't skilled at dodging attacks, even under pressure, her arrows never missed their mark. It was a rare talent, one that had yet to be fully realized. Most people, upon seeing her high damage output, assumed she wielded a top-tier weapon. Combined with her clumsy movement, they were unwilling to include her in their teams. Her personality quirks only added to their reluctance. But to Lin San, these minor imperfections couldn't overshadow the fact that she was an unpolished gem waiting to shine. I agree. Lin Xinxin lowered her head, her voice soft and gentle. The most touching words are always those to sincerity. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a wind chime broke the silence. Geely looked up and saw the chime gently swaying in the still air. His expression darkened instantly. Nina, here I am. A figure slowly materialized out of thin air. It was Nina. Geely frowned and said, Nina, you're just a card. So why are you making all these little moves and showing so much emotion? Nina playfully blinked. Well, that's a secret. Your behavior is starting to affect me. I think it's necessary to file a complaint about you. At those words, Nina's expression immediately changed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pitifully said, But I have something important to tell you. Seeing through her act, Geely remained calm and said, all right, nice performance. Just tell me what's the matter. When Geely didn't take the bait, Nina looked even more aggrieved, her eyes brimming with tears. How can you be so heartless? If you don't speak, I'm going back to work. There's a public trial happening today, Nina finally revealed. A public trial? Yes, everyone in the town is required to watch. With a wave of her small hand, an image appeared midair. Geely turned and called out toward the backyard. Fufu, come watch the trial. Ji Fufu walked out from the backyard, her eyes full of resentment. As a dignified 9-star card, she was currently stuck dealing with trash in the small courtyard. What made it worse was Ji Li's self-righteous claim that good food must be earned through labor. This left her utterly despairing. Take a break and watch the trial, Ji Li said nonchalantly. Such audacity, Nina remarked meaningfully from the side. You're worse than the capitalists inside the cards. At least. Shut up. Ji Li shot her a glare. Nina, go on. Ji Fufu perked up immediately. At least the capitalists in Starfall City pay wages, even to apprentices who process materials, Nina added. Ji Fufu promptly extended her hand toward Ji Li. Pay up. Ahem. Ji Li cleared his throat awkwardly. In a few days, when I have money, we'll talk. He refrained from mentioning how Ji Fufu had already cost him tens of millions. After all, her strength was beneficial to him as well. He thought to himself that she probably deserved some compensation for processing materials. After all, a girl her age should have her own hobbies. I think you should make it clear to him for star material processors are quite valuable, Ji Fufu said, fixing her sharp gaze on Ji Li. Under her intense stare, Ji Li finally raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll pay you. Once I'm financially stable, I'll give you what you're owed. Bang! In the image, the courtroom proceedings began. The judge struck the gavel heavily. On the plaintiff's side stood Lin San and Lin Xinxin, while the defendants were Zhou Wu and his 3 companions. Huh? Isn't that Shield Warrior? How did he end up as the plaintiff? Now showing the plaintiff's evidence. At this moment, while things were relatively calm on Ji Li's side, the outside world was already abuzz with discussion. What the heck? A public trial? Someone turned on their own people and even got caught on tape? How dumb can you be? Yeah, seriously. Public trials were rare in the outskirts of the town and were usually reserved for 2 types of major crimes: treason and killing one's own comrades. And judging by the looks of this 4-star team, they didn't seem like traitors. The judge turned his gaze to Zhou Wu. Defendant, do you have anything to say in defense of what we just saw? Zhou Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. In the hallway outside the courtroom, Zhou Wu stood there, beads of sweat continuously rolling down his forehead. He stammered nervously. No, there's nothing like that. Lin San and I were classmates before, it was just a joke. Look, he's standing here perfectly fine, isn't he? I really didn't mean anything by it. Ji Li shook his head slightly at this explanation. Ji Fufu, standing nearby, asked in confusion, why are you shaking your head? He's digging his own grave, Ji Li explained. If he admitted his malicious intent and apologized, the punishment might be lighter. But insisting it was just a joke? Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. He's trying to fool the judge, and doing so will only make his actions seem worse. Exactly, Nina nodded in agreement. I'm surprised you actually seem to know quite a bit about this. Inside the courtroom, the jury members were murmuring among themselves. The presiding judge squinted slightly and turned to Lin San. Plaintiff, do you have anything else to add? No, Your Honor, Lin San replied, his head lowered, his face full of grievance. Impressive, Ji Li remarked sincerely. What's impressive about not adding anything? Ji Fufu asked, even more puzzled. Is the human world really this complicated? Ji Li patiently explained. What else is there to add? The evidence has already been submitted. This isn't a massive case, since neither the Shield Warrior nor the girl was injured. The key is to assess the defendant's malicious intent. When the evidence is solid, showing vulnerability can actually work in your favor. It really is complicated, Ji Fufu muttered thoughtfully. You really are cunning, Nina exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if she'd found a kindred spirit. At that moment, Lin Xinxin nudged Lin San. Why aren't you saying anything? The judge spoke calmly. Please maintain silence. Plaintiff, if you have additional evidence, you may present it now. No, nothing to add, Lin San replied, his response leaving Zhou Wu utterly furious. Lin San, stop pretending to be innocent. Zhou Wu roared. You're just upset because I poached your teammate, aren't you? Who are you putting on this act for? The moment these words escaped, Lin San's face turned pale. The judge immediately followed up. Plaintiff, is what the defendant said true? Guys, we parted ways amicably. Lin San began, but he was quickly interrupted. Amicably, my foot. Zhou Wu continued to shout. You were so indecisive that you made them miss out on the rewards for the second phase of the novice trial. That's why they didn't want you anymore. The judge's tone shifted to something more deliberate. Defendant, are you saying you replaced the plaintiff and then sought to eliminate him completely? It was only then that Zhou Wu realized he had misspoken. He hastily tried to defend himself. No, I didn't. I swear it was just a joke. Plaintiff, the judge turned back to Lin San. Do you find this joke funny? It's not funny, Lin San replied softly. If I hadn't been lucky, I might have died. Do you have evidence? Yes, I submitted a second recording. A flash of approval crossed the judge's eyes. This seemingly timid young man had demonstrated surprising intelligence at a critical moment. Look, Zhou Wu exclaimed, pointing at the screen with a mix of excitement and frustration. They killed the fish demon so effortlessly. Zhou Wu, who had been on the brink of despair, clung to the video footage like a lifeline. In the video, the fish demon's barrier was crushed with ease, a stark contrast to the claims of barely surviving. The judge watched the scene with an impassive expression, unmoved by Zhou Wu's outburst. To him, the conclusion of this case was already clear. As for Lin San, who appeared pitiful and helpless, the judge could see through his cunning nature. Your Honor, Lin San began, bowing his head in a tone of sincerity. I must admit, as a shield warrior, I was indeed unworthy of the role. I'm sure you noticed that when monsters bypassed me to attack my teammates, I was often powerless to stop them. This is why I was abandoned by my team, and I accept that without complaint. Ha! Zhou Wu sneered mockingly. At least you know your place. You're not only useless, but also indecisive. And you think you can be a leader? What a joke. Lin San's expression suddenly turned peculiar. He spoke slowly. Precisely because of that, They should have known there was no way I could stop those fish demons. The reason I succeeded was entirely because of this card. As he spoke, he placed a taunt card gently on the table. The judge nodded slightly, signaling for the staff to magnify the card's image on the screen. The courtroom erupted into a flurry of whispers and gasps. Forget the trial, where did this card even come from? Someone murmured. Lin San calmly concluded. Without this card, my teammates and I would have perished. That's all I have to say. Zhou Wu was struck dumb, his body stiff and trembling. He finally realized the fatal mistake he had made. He had underestimated Lin San's capabilities and overlooked the significance of the card. If he had kept quiet, Lin San's effortless defeat of the fish demons might have been dismissed as a fluke. But instead, Zhou Wu's taunts had confirmed Lin San's prior weakness and the life-saving role of the card. The realization hit him like a thunderclap, leaving him unable to utter another word. Does either party have anything further to add? The judge asked. The same thought crossed the minds of every observer. This guy is a complete fool. They mentally recounted Zhou Wu's series of blunders, attempting murder but hesitating to follow through, getting recorded without realizing it, and treating the trial as a joke by denying the charges. He had insulted the judge's intelligence and, in the end, sealed his own fate. The court will now issue its verdict. The judge's authoritative voice echoed through the room. The charge of attempted murder against Zhou Wu is upheld. The sentence is as follows. First, the removal of star energy. Second, 10 years of imprisonment. This trial is now concluded. I object. I object, Zhou Wu shouted, his body shaking uncontrollably. Proceed with the sentence, the judge instructed, narrowing his eyes. He drew a card from his chest pocket, and golden light burst forth. What the? A legendary card. Ji Li's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had ever seen a card of such rarity. You didn't know? Nina asked, surprised. No, I really didn't. This is one of the few publicly known legendary cards, Nina explained, showing Ji Li the card's details. Deprivation. Type. Spell card legendary. Attack, 0. Durability, 10. Skill. Deprivation strips the target of their star energy. Description, sin? Such a delectable feast. The card shimmered with golden light, and a 3-metal bronze door materialized out of thin air in the courtyard. The door was intricately carved with 2 ferocious demons, entwined by a thick chain. As the golden light gradually faded, the chain rattled, and the massive bronze door slowly began to open. Zhou Wu's expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and bolted toward the door. Strangely, no one tried to stop him. Just as he was about to touch the door frame, a triumphant smile tugging at his lips, a withered, bark-like hand suddenly shot out from within the door, moving with lightning speed to grip him tightly. The surface of the hand instantly sprouted countless sharp spikes, which pierced deeply into Zhou Wu's body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, sending chills down the spine. No, no, I was wrong, ah. The process of extracting star power was excruciatingly painful. This energy had long become one with the cultivator's body, and star warriors were acutely attuned to its presence. For this reason, the pain of extraction cut to the bone, yet it did not trigger the body's protective mechanisms to induce unconsciousness. Hey, are you even listening? Nina had intended to use this to scare Ji Li, but she noticed that he wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he seemed lost in thought. I'm listening. Ji Li replied absent-mindedly. What are you thinking about? The taunt card. Go ahead and upload it for me. What? Ji Li glanced at Nina. That card hides a lot of secrets. For a legendary card, its description is way too simple. Plus, why would a spell like extraction summon a bronze door? Its design is suspicious, but I probably won't be able to figure it all out until I reach 7 stars. A sly smile appeared on his lips. This is getting more and more interesting. Nina was silent for a moment. Aren't you even a little scared? Scared of what? It's not like I broke the law. His pain has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and upload it. If someone else figures it out before we do, they'll be the one to lose out. Ji Li rolled his eyes. Where's the card? Nina held out her soft, delicate hand. Here. Such a shame, though I am not at 6 stars yet. A small loss for me. You'd better give me some contribution points for this. Got it. You're so annoying. Ji Li shot her a glare as she turned and disappeared into thin air. Ji Li scratched his chin thoughtfully. Through the extraction card, he seemed to have gained some insight into questions that had puzzled him for a long time, like how Nina could come and go so effortlessly. Though he couldn't yet access that level of understanding, he was starting to see the bigger picture. Just as he stretched lazily with a chuckle, he felt a presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Ji Fufu glaring at him, her cheeks puffed out in frustration. What do you want? My paycheck. Ji Fufu extended her long, elegant hands that, unlike Nina's small and delicate ones, were clearly built for battle. Ji Li snapped out of his wandering thoughts and shrugged. Fine. He'll give it to you. Once the money comes in, he'll send it over. The plight of a tool person was best exemplified in Zhou Wu. Not only was his star power stripped away, but he was also thrown into prison, reduced to the lowest rung of society in Xinghua City. A life without any guarantees awaited him, his future doomed to be squeezed dry until his end. His teammates fared no better. Their betrayal of Lin San came at a steep price, leaving them unable to make any progress in Xinghua City. Who would dare collaborate with a group of people who sold out their own teammate? In any situation involving conflicting interests, they could betray again at any moment. Moreover, their skills were mediocre at best, with no exceptional qualities to speak of. In contrast, Lin San, who previously struggled to find strong teammates due to his lack of versatility, now had his shortcomings perfectly addressed with his new taunting skill. Lin San. As he walked out of the courtroom, a familiar voice called out to him. Lin San turned around to see his former female teammate, head lowered, biting her lip as if struggling to speak. Would you consider coming back as our captain? We really need. Sorry. Lin San interrupted her decisively, taking Lin Xinxin's hand and turning to leave. The woman's face turned pale as she stared blankly at Lin San's confident, departing figure. Before long, the other two teammates approached her. He said no? Yeah. TCH, he's just a one-trick fighter. We'll find another captain, as long as we stick together. The woman remained silent, knowing full well that the situation was far more complicated than that. Before Lin San could catch his breath, a large crowd surrounded him. Hey, buddy, where did you get that taunt card? Yeah, tell us. We'd owe you big time. Come on, we're all shield warriors here. Help us out. The crowd surged toward him, leaving Lin San overwhelmed, while Lin Xinxin looked equally flustered. Run! Lin San grabbed Lin Xinxin's hand and desperately pushed his way through the throng. The trial video caused a sensation throughout the entire town. What was supposed to be a solemn judgment to deter wrongdoing turned into a town-wide frenzy, all because of the taunt card. Every shield warrior's attention was drawn to this legendary card. Ever since the appearance of the critical strike card, no other card had stirred up such excitement. Although Lin San managed to escape the mob thanks to the town's prohibition of such behavior, the fervent crowd quickly swarmed every shop, desperately inquiring about the taunt card's origins. Card makers inevitably became embroiled in the craze, and the card maker forums erupted in chaos. Di Le lounged comfortably in his chair, sipping freshly brewed pour-over coffee while admiring the number-one-ranked card on the forum. After the fiasco with the tavern owner, he'd been busy for months. But now, as a card maker on the brink of advancing to 7 stars, he had finally reclaimed his spot at the top of the leaderboard. He glanced at the calendar November 29, then at the card ranked just below his. A faint smile played on his lips. Di Lu sneered, his gaze sweeping over the leaderboard data on the forum. The downloads are half as much, and the ratings are way lower. What are they chasing with? He stretched his stiff body from sitting too long, indulging in his daily post-work routine, browsing forums and checking rankings, especially savoring the pride whenever his card topped the charts. Out of habit, he pressed F5 to refresh the page, but the familiar leaderboard suddenly disappeared. In its place was a card titled Taunt. His hand, holding a cup of coffee, paused slightly, and his eyes instinctively drifted to the creator's signature tavern keeper. As a professional card designer, steady hands were a basic skill, yet at this moment, his hand trembled slightly beyond his control. Damn it! It's you again, he cursed, but his fingers had already clicked on the card details. Staring at the taunt card, he fell silent for a moment before clutching his head and letting out a series of anguished howls. Why? Why now of all times? Why not months ago? You're heartless. No soul. I can't take this. Despite his frustration, his actions were swift and decisive. Click, download, pay, all done in one go. For an ordinary star warrior, Taunt was a practical life-saving card. But for a card designer, it represented a whole new concept. In the current card system, there were already mental control cards, such as temporary mind control, but they were unpopular due to the high demands on the user's mental strength. Even if the mental strength threshold was met, the control duration was so brief that it was often less effective than a mage's ice ring. The appearance of Taunt, however, brought forth new possibilities in the field of mind control. It didn't aim for total control, but achieved partial control through specific traits. This innovation was worth deep exploration. The moment Di Lu saw Taunt, he knew he'd lost again. But since he'd already lost once before, he accepted it calmly this time. He opened the card honestly, ready to study his rival's crafting techniques. A 4-star card requiring 1,000 contribution points, fairly priced, and he paid without hesitation. As the card's blueprint unfolded before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely insane. This structure, it's nothing short of a masterpiece." Then he scratched his head in puzzlement. Wait, what does this mean? How does mental control even relate to this? I can't make sense of it at all. If crafting a critical hit mirror required advanced skills, then the internal structure of Taunt was something he couldn't even begin to grasp. Meanwhile, in the Expeditionary Army region of District 2, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at a card crafting shop, bombarding the shopkeeper with questions. Well, can you replicate it? How effective is it? In District 2, card designers running shops were at least 7-star level. The owner of this shop, Zhuge Yi, had even served as the vice principal of Luoxing Academy. Upon seeing the familiar signature, Zhuge Yi froze for a moment. Stop zoning out. Tell us what you think, someone urged. Old Zhuge, I'm telling you, the critical hit card was impressive, but this taunt is the real game changer. You've got to study it seriously. All right, stop rushing me. Zhuge Yi waved them off dismissively. Critical hits are quite useful, but according to Ji Li's theory, this attribute is better suited for melee fighters with high attack speed to achieve maximum effectiveness. Zhuge Yi said thoughtfully as he continued. In actual combat, dealing damage is not the top priority. Survival is fundamental. He lowered his head to examine the newly downloaded card. At first, he was captivated by its intricate artistic design, but soon he delved deeper into studying its mechanism for influencing the spirits of beasts. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, and he froze in place. So that's how it works, manipulating through primal desires. Zhuge Yi murmured to himself. Noticing the confused expressions around him, he explained, I'm on a different level compared to Di Lu. I could see the genius of this at a glance. Conventional mind control relies on an overwhelming spiritual force to directly invade the target's psyche and affect their judgment. This method is extremely difficult and inefficient. However, this card takes a different approach, controlling the mind by influencing the body. How does the body influence the mind? Someone asked, puzzled. Zhuge Yi glanced at the questioner. Haven't you ever felt irritable due to hunger or lack of sleep? That's just the most basic example. On a deeper level, impulses driven by human desires, such as reproduction, are all manifestations of the body influencing the mind. This taunt card leverages that principle, precisely targeting a point of mental balance to provoke emotional instability. Old Zhuge, spare us the technicalities. Just tell us what level of monsters can this taunt card affect. In theory, it can affect all levels, and the results are quite impressive. However, I'll need time to study it further, and the material costs are significant. As he spoke, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Hey Wong, our team got here first. First come, first served? If you're so capable, take down the master of the secret realm yourself. Come on, let's settle this with a fight. Unbothered by the quarrel, Zhuge Yi ignored the noise, jotted down the card structure, and turned to head into his lab. He thought to himself, it'll take at least a few months to fully understand this design, yet that kid can create it so effortlessly. This is what genius looks like. Meanwhile, in another location, Ji Li frowned as he reviewed the card's download data. Why is it so low this time? He asked Nina. You're asking me? Nina pointed at herself. Yeah, you. Because it's too expensive. 1,000 contribution points is expensive? That's contribution points, not money. Nina rolled her eyes. And do you even realize that most 4-star to 6-star card makers aren't as well off as you think? Your taunt card can only be made 10 times a day, with a cost of 12 points each and a selling price of 50. That's 380 points of profit a day. Do you think it's reasonable to ask someone to spend 3 days worth of earnings just to learn it? What's the problem with that? Ji Li asked confidently. Nina sighed in exasperation. It's fine if you say that at home, but for heaven's sake, don't say it out loud in public. What? Nina could no longer suppress the restlessness in her heart, and her voice suddenly rose. Do you have any idea how valuable I am? Seeing Ji Li's confused expression, Nina sighed and covered her face with one hand before patiently explaining. Every year, countless teams go through the rookie trials, and there's no shortage of elites among them. Some people earn special privileges, and I am the ultimate representation of such privileges. She paused for a moment, then continued, most of the time, I'm by the side of a star warrior. Throughout history, there have only been 5 card masters who've had the honor of my company, and you're one of them. I chose to follow you not just because of your critical strike abilities, but because of your all-around strength. Oh, so I'm pretty amazing, huh? Ji Li nodded thoughtfully and even gave her a thumbs up. You've got great taste. Nina clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth. I'm not complimenting you. I'm trying to make you understand the reality. Not every card master has a 100 success rate like you, and not everyone can ensure such consistent effects on their cards. Card making can lose money, you know? Ji Li's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Really? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? He paused for a moment before asking. By the way, how many card masters have you met? Ji Li thought back. While he had seen other card masters, he had never actually witnessed their card-making process. Nina continued to explain, the cost of making cards isn't low. Take a 4-star white card, for example, it costs 10 contribution points just for the base materials. The materials you use to make the taunt card only cost 2 contribution points, and that's because you carefully selected them. At that moment, the shop's doorbell rang repeatedly, its chime growing hoarse from the frequent opening and closing. A crowd of people surged in, and their voices overlapped in a chaotic chorus. Boss, I need 10 taunt cards. I was here first. I want some too. Boss, give me 100 taunt cards. Ji Fufu, who had been counting money, froze, her expression stiffening. She mechanically turned her head toward Ji Li. Ji Li shrugged and looked at Nina. So what now? Quiet. Nina's sharp command silenced the entire shop. The customers finally noticed Nina's presence, and exclamations erupted one after another. Whoa, is that Nina? What's Nina doing here? If Nina's here, then that means, whoa, a privileged user. Ji Li, however, remained calm and relaxed. After hearing Nina's description of the current level of card masters, he had already anticipated that his shop would be overrun by eager customers. If most card masters couldn't even figure out how to enable downloads, it meant that in the 4-star to 6-star range, shops capable of producing such cards were few and far between. His shop's location wasn't exactly a secret either. In Lin San's usual activity area, there were only a handful of card-making shops in the small town, so it wasn't hard to find. Ji Fufu's face, on the other hand, had turned pale as she began to worry about the massive influx of materials they'd need to handle in the future. And Nina, after hearing someone shout, "Privileged user," Ji Li's tavern, now converted into a card-making shop, had a long, orderly line stretching out in front. Nina stood off to the side, her face expressionless as she coldly observed the bustling crowd of customers jostling for space. Occasionally, a few heads in the line emitted faint wisps of smoke, as if their brains had been fried by the allure of the cards. "How many do you want?" Ji Li asked. 30. 10 max. Then 10. When can I get them? Register your order. We'll notify you when they're ready. But, before the customer could finish, Nina shot him a sharp glare, instantly silencing him. The subsequent exchanges were practically identical. "How many do you want?" 10. "How many do you want?" Do you have any 5-star ones?" "Not yet." "When will you?" "When I reach 5 stars." "What's the effect of a 5-star beast?" "No idea." "Forget it then." This scene continued from morning until afternoon, when the line finally dwindled. After the last customer left, Ji Fufu wasted no time locking the door with a decisive click. The bell on the door let out a hoarse jingle, as though it too had been worn down by the day's busyness. In the small town, many were intrigued by the taunt cards, but those who truly needed them were typically weaker teams. The stronger teams had long since secured contracts with card makers and rarely bought cards on the spot. Even so, today's orders exceeded 70, each averaging at least 10 cards. "Tisk," Ji Li muttered, scratching his chin with a furrowed brow. "Over 700 cards." Ji Fufu's eyes glazed over at the daunting number. "Relax, 700 isn't that bad," Ji Li said. "Not that bad. You can only make a few at a time, and the ink has an expiration date. Don't worry, I've got a plan." Images of memorable OTK decks from Hearthstone flashed through Ji Li's mind. The mill decks that toyed with opponents' draws, the surrender-inducing Murloc Paladin, and the spell-heavy Fire Mage and Freeze Mage. Each of these decks relied on a core mechanic cost reduction. Emperor Tharisin was once a staple in countless decks, and the most iconic cost reduction card of all was the universally loved or loathed Sorcerer's Apprentice, nicknamed Egwin. Even after being nerfed 3 times, it remained a competitive card in Ji Li's pre-transmigration days. Pondering how to apply the cost reduction mechanic in real life, Ji Li dismissed the ideas of lowering star power requirements or downgrading stars. It wasn't until these orders began piling up like snowflakes that inspiration struck. Cost reduction? Why not just get an apprentice to help? "Where's your brother?" Nina asked, perched on the bar counter, swinging her legs as she sipped an unidentified juice. "Making cards. He failed several times last night. Got any more juice? I want some too. Over there." Nina pointed to the juice on the table. "Hey, I heard a new barbecue place opened up in the south, and the food's supposed to be amazing. Want to go check it out?" Ji Fufu nudged Nina with her shoulder. "Your treat." Nina shot her a sidelong glance. "Aren't you linked to his account? Use his. You really are the best little sister." Nina rolled her eyes and said firmly, "No way. I can't do that. This juice is the result of my hard work. Do you know what charging a fee would mean? Come on, stop pretending." Ji Fufu bluntly exposed her. "I know you act as a scalper, selling sarcasm to others." Nina immediately panicked, stammering to defend herself. I wouldn't call myself a scalper. I just wanted to make things easier for him." Her expression and tone betrayed her lack of experience and embarrassment. "Split it with me, 50-50, Ji Fufu said straightforwardly. "Deal." Nina agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Ji Li appeared behind them with a dark expression, silently observing the two girls chattering as they divided his belongings. An invisible pressure settled over them. "Brother." Ji Fufu quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere, turned around, and immediately put on a fawning smile the moment she saw Ji Li. What? Go handle the materials." Ji Li said coldly. "Don't worry. I've already finished processing today's batch." Ji Fufu replied smugly. "Today's batch?" Ji Li sneered. "You need to process 300 pieces. Today." "What? Are you crazy, brother?" Ji Fufu's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's such a waste of money." Nina, sensing something was off, asked sharply, "What new trick have you come up with this time?" Ji Li reached into his pocket, pulled out a card, and lightly rubbed it. Instantly, it transformed into 4 cards. The two women immediately leaned in closer. The cards read, "Apprentice Card Crafter. Type, summon card normal. HP, 10. Attack, 0. Skill, none. Description, confidential. One day, I'll be as strong as Ji Li, the text concluded. Huh. Both women froze. Confidential? What does that mean? Nina asked, puzzled. Your description is so lazy. Ji Fufu criticized. Ji Li explained that this was an experiment he'd conducted after seeing that legendary card yesterday. It turned out that card details could indeed be kept confidential. Because of this, he'd failed several attempts and had paid a significant price for the discovery. It made him realize just how advanced high-level card crafters were. The legendary card hinted at their mastery, where they had likely taken the concept of equivalent exchange to an entirely new level. No wonder the old man told you to level up quickly, Nina mused. It seems you've stumbled into something extraordinary. So, does this card improve your crafting efficiency? Not hard to guess, Geely nodded. A card with 0 attack and 10 HP. What else could it be used for besides something specific? With a flash of white light, a figure resembling AI Liu appeared behind the counter. Its eyes were fixed on Ji Li with a look of pure admiration, so intense that it made Ji Li feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ji Li handed it a blank card. Here, get to work. The figure took the card, waved its hand in the air, and a star engraving pen materialized out of nowhere. It immediately began carving with laser focus, leaving Nina utterly speechless. You can do that? Both women exclaimed in unison. 3 more flashes of white light followed as Ji Li led his apprentices into the professional crafting room. He explained that it was always beneficial for apprentices to gain more experience. As for why there were 4 cards instead of 5, it was because, as a 4-star card crafter, he could only control 4 slots. Nina looked skeptical. Is this really reliable? She felt as though her understanding of the world was being completely upended by Ji Li. Give it a try. Ji Li shrugged and immediately began working on crafting the first taunt card for a wizard apprentice. As a card crafter, he was well versed in the standard process. The first step was the artwork, which was akin to drafting a circuit blueprint, followed by the actual engraving of the card. The design of a card was divided into 3 core modules: the energy module, the functionality module, and the synergy module. In this industry, most Onido Sixter card crafters followed the copycat approach, obtaining foundational classic modules from forums and making minor improvements. Those who could successfully modify them were considered competent card crafters. However, the majority struggled even to copy them correctly. Ji Li, on the other hand, was a rare type of crafter capable of bringing his own ideas to life. In the industry, such individuals weren't called geniuses, they were labeled as monsters. Ever since he designed that 2-star armorer card, the higher-ups had branded him as a monster. To improve classic modules, one had to first understand their principles of operation. But who would have thought that a mere 2-star card crafter could grasp such complex principles and enhance them? What was even more astonishing was that his design diagrams were akin to works of art, a level of brilliance that only top-tier experts in the field could truly appreciate. After completing the design, the next step was mixing the ink. The blood and materials of magical beasts were categorized into 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each further divided into yin and yang. For instance, if the yin proportion of a metal attribute reached 70, it could form cold iron. Basic material studies documented 139 foundational formulas, but true card crafters often mastered unique recipes. Ji Li's ink formulas were particularly distinct and required him to mix them himself. The third step involved using this specially crafted ink to engrave star energy circuits onto blank cards, a primary task for apprentice card crafters. The engraving had to be completed in one uninterrupted motion, with star energy constantly used to clean up along the way. A card of standard difficulty took about 10 minutes to finish. Even Ji Li could only complete a maximum of 10 cards per day, as the process demanded intense concentration. A single slip-up would ruin the effort, wasting a blank card worth 10 contribution points. No wonder Nina often remarked that most card crafters were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. At this moment, Ji Li appeared remarkably composed, while 2 female cards beside him fidgeted impatiently. If this really works, it could be a card that changes the world, Ji Li thought with amusement. As a human, he wasn't in a rush, yet the 2 cards seemed as anxious as ants on a hot stove. 10 minutes later, the apprentice card crafter presented the completed card with both hands. The final step of card crafting had arrived, and the 2 women unconsciously held their breaths. This crucial 4th step, commonly referred to as the enlightenment stage, required the card maker to use astral mental energy to sort and connect the star circuits, completing the first test. As a gentle green light flickered in the air, the enlightenment process was successfully finished. It worked, the 2 women exclaimed in unison, their shared excitement filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. Ji Fufu's cheeks flushed with exhilaration, and her eyes sparkled brightly. Nina turned to Ji Fufu with a sly smile. I'm thrilled because I'll get a commission. But why are you so happy? Ji Fufu's smile froze. Wait a second. She suddenly realized something. Why am I happy? This means I'll have to mix more ink. and my workload is going to skyrocket. Don't worry, you'll be paid accordingly, 1 contribution point per batch, Nina reassured her. Think about it. If you can complete 300 batches in a day, that's 300 contribution points. At those words, Ji Fufu's eyes practically lit up with the glow of star coins. Awesome, she cheered, leaping up in excitement. Nina glanced at the card-making apprentice, whose face was slightly pale, then at the overjoyed Ji Fufu. She hesitated to speak. In her mind, the pay was ridiculously low, just 1 contribution point per batch. It was practically robbery. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Bai Miaoying gently stopped Lin San and Lin Xinxin, who were about to head off to find their teammates. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to shop number 8 on 3rd Street? Don't even think about it right now, Lin San replied, raising an eyebrow. There are too many people buying taunt cards. Come back later. No, I'm not here to buy cards. Bai Miaoying quickly explained. Oh, I get it, Lin San said, realization dawning on him. You're hoping the shopkeeper has a card that suits you, right? Bai Miaoying nodded. Indeed, aside from the popular taunt cards, many specialized players were also looking to Ji Li for cards tailored to their needs. You probably won't get in right now, Lin San suggested. What's your class? Why don't you join us for some fishing instead? That might not work for me. Bai Miaoying waved her hands in polite refusal. Unlike Long Xing and the others, who followed traditional combat path, shield warrior, mage, archer, all with established systems, her priest class was entirely unique, a creation of Ji Li. As her only mentor, Ji Li was the reason she had come to this small town seeking guidance. In truth, even for Ji Li, offering advice to her was no simple task. It was well known that the priest class's greatest strength lay in its ability to flexibly utilize cards from other classes, blending them seamlessly. However, in the current PvE-focused environment, this advantage was less apparent. If it were for PvP, Ji Li was confident he could construct a harmonious and effective deck for Bai Miaoying, but the current situation was undeniably tricky. No problem. Lin San picked up on a glimmer of hope. Last time, Lin Xinxin had been just as hesitant, but she ended up taking down the target with a single arrow. After a brief hesitation, Bai Miaoying nodded in agreement. All right, I suppose that works. Regardless of what kind of deck Ji Li might eventually recommend, leveling up was essential. And with her teammates currently unavailable, joining a group for now seemed like the right move. She's such an innocent sweetheart, Lin San thought to himself as he observed the girl in front of him, quickly forming an impression in his mind. Most people, when invited on a hunting trip, would at least ask some questions. Where are we going? What dangers are involved? What should we prepare? But this girl? She agreed without hesitation, so carefree and naive that it was almost amusing. Still, this suited him perfectly. This time, he was determined not to end up with those 3 infuriating teammates again. Mediocre skills, plenty of scheming, and always playing the victim. So what type of star warrior are you? Lin San got straight to the point. Bai Miaoying hesitated briefly. Support. Lin San's eyes lit up. Support? Mind if I take a look at your cards? It wasn't an ordinary request. For combat types, showing cards wasn't a big deal, but for support roles, it was different. Before any army marches, logistics come first. Any team planning to venture into the Duan mountain range absolutely needed a competent support. Sure. Bai Miaoying pulled a card from her deck. Iron-beaked owl. Type, summon card superior. Attack, 0 health, 5,000. Skill 1, vision sharing. Skill 2, silence. Description, hoot, hoot hoot. This is for reconnaissance. It can fly up to 2,000 meters high for scouting, Bai Miaoying explained. The silence skill can prevent beasts from using their abilities, she added seriously. Some beasts do use skills. Lin San nodded to himself. A 4-star beast had 1 skill slot, which could be used for physical or ability enhancements. While flying high could avoid most attacks, it wasn't foolproof, making the silence skill particularly valuable. A proper 5-star beast typically came with 1 trait and 1 skill, but Lin San didn't catch on to Bai Miaoying's mention of 5-star beasts. After all, it's rare for a 4-star beast to have skills. Bai Miaoying then pulled out a second card. Dad's Barrier. Type, spell card superior. Attack, 0 durability, 10. Effect, creates a 100 square meter barrier that most beasts will ignore. Description, shoe, monster's shoe. Shoe, monster's shoe. This one's for resting, she explained. At night in the Duan mountain range, there are tons of beasts. With this, you can rest easy. Lin San was completely stunned now. This wasn't some newbie. She was clearly a pro. You've been to the Duan mountain range. Oh, Bai Miaoying nodded enthusiastically. During the novice trials, we traveled over 2,000 kilometers there. Barely made it out. You're from that team that passed the novice trials? Lin San's eyes widened in shock, and even Lin Xinxin, standing nearby, was astonished. What do you do when you're looking for flawed teammates, but end up recruiting a powerhouse? Asking for advice. Yep, Bai Miaoying nodded. Then where's your team? Lin San stammered nervously. Those who have practiced cultivation all have a chance, but the store owner is currently unavailable. Lin San paused thoughtfully, his gaze falling on the cards in Bai Miaoying's hand. These cards, were they all made by the store owner? Yes, Bai Miaoying replied softly. Then, she took out 2 more cards from her pocket. And these as well. One of the cards was a 4-star spell card called Divine Brew. Its attributes indicated excellent attack power, with 0 durability, but a special effect value of 10. The card description read, "Care for a drink? No, I've got 3 more." Besides that, Bai Miaoying was also wearing a lesser healing ring. What is a divine shield? Lin Sin asked, puzzled as he noticed the unfamiliar term on the card. Bai Miaoying patiently explained. A divine shield provides a one-time protective barrier to the target. It disappears after taking a hit, but can completely block that attack. The store owner mentioned that its maximum defense is around 300,000. Hearing this number, Lin Sin couldn't help but swallow nervously. For their current level of strength, 300,000 defense practically guaranteed survival from a fatal blow. He exchanged a glance with his sister, Lin Xinxin, and the two shared an unspoken understanding this piece of equipment was a must-have. Was this healing ring also made by the store owner? Compared to the other 3 impressive cards, the ring seemed rather ordinary. Bai Miaoying nodded affirmatively, and the conversation shifted to the critical hit attribute. When Lin Xinxin asked in confusion what a critical hit was, Lin San explained in detail. A critical hit deals double damage. About a month ago, some high-end card stores started selling equipment with this attribute. Items with a critical hit stat usually cost 5 times more than others of the same level. If the critical hit rate exceeds 15, the price goes even higher. Bai Miaoying initially wanted to reveal that critical hits were actually the store owner's original idea, but she ultimately chose to stay silent. After all, anyone paying close attention could easily trace the information back to Ji Li. Miss Bai Miaoying, are you seriously considering joining our team? Lin Sin asked cautiously. Just call me Miaoying. Didn't we agree to try it out first? Bai Miaoying responded calmly. All right. Bai Miaoying agreed without hesitation, which only added to Lin San's sense of pressure. She didn't seem to take the dangers of the Duan mountain range seriously at all. Then, Miaoying, leave your contact information. We'll set off in 2 or 3 days once we're ready. After Bai Miaoying left, Lin San and Lin Xinxin sat in silence. Finally, under his sister's probing gaze, Lin San confessed, I want to give it a shot. With her Divine Brew card, our chances of surviving in the Duan mountain range will improve significantly. Lin Xinxin, however, pointed out the key issue. But we can't afford to support a mage in our team. The starting gap is the same no matter the world. This truth is especially evident in the case of Long Xing, a second-year 2-star student. At such a young age, he already possesses a personalized weapon card to train his mental power. The cost of spell cards is no burden for him, allowing him to use them freely as he pleases. In stark contrast stands Shen Xiao. Before meeting Ji Li, he had only been able to rely on the most basic white cards. As for Lin Xinxin, her reluctance to use higher quality weapon cards wasn't a matter of choice, but of financial constraint. She could barely afford white cards, let alone carry recording equipment, and even struggled to put together the basic 4-card setup. With our current financial situation, adding a mage to the team would be completely unsustainable, Lin San frowned in thought. Balancing income and expenses for every mission would be a real challenge. But, I might have an idea. With that, Lin San led Lin Xinxin to a stylish tavern. Unlike the noisy bars that filled the town, this was a quiet and elegant lounge where soothing music played in the background. In this high-pressure town, most people opted for loud and lively places to unwind, while only the wealthy second generation frequented such tranquil and pricey establishments. Well, if it isn't Lin San. A rare guest indeed. A young man sipping wine and admiring the women greeted him with a smile. When his gaze fell on Lin Xinxin, standing behind Lin San, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Don't tell me you're here to take one of my jobs? The term, taking a job, here referred to providing services to wealthy mages to help them quickly level up. Since the mage profession was notoriously expensive, most teams couldn't afford to include one until they had grown significantly in size and resources. You know, Wang Jie, with my taunting skill, am far superior to an ordinary shield warrior, Lin San stated confidently. That's not enough to justify taking a job, Wang Jie replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. Just the 2 of you? Her survival skills are far too weak. She couldn't even dodge a fish demon's water arrow. Survival in the wild is the most basic requirement. Your taunting skill alone won't be enough to protect her. We have a 3rd member, Lin San said, narrowing his eyes. The most critical support Bai Miaoying. She's already passed the novice trial. Wang Jie spat out his drink, his composure completely shattered. Did you just say Bai Miaoying? At that moment, the tavern door swung open, and Wang Jie instinctively turned his head to look. The girl's gaze wandered through the crowd before finally settling on Wang Jie. A hint of joy spread across her face as she walked toward him with a light, lively step. Wang Jie instinctively stood up, while Lin San and Lin Xinxin beside him froze in place because the person approaching was none other than Bai Miaoying. You've got to be kidding me, Lin San muttered internally. This can't be one of those cliché dramas, right? He couldn't help but scrutinize the 2 young people in front of him. both close in age and strikingly attractive. If they had been a couple in the past, and had since broken up, being on the same team now would be incredibly awkward. Lin San began weighing his options. Convincing Wang Jie might not be too difficult. Wang Jie was known for being reasonable and only cared about technical skills. As long as someone was competent, he wouldn't bother with unnecessary drama. But if Wang Jie refused, Lin San didn't know who else to turn to. Without any accomplishments to back them up, they had no leverage. Of course, there was another path. The three of them could team up and venture into the Yuduan mountain range, spending a year or two building up their credentials before taking the next step. But Lin San worried that Bai Miaoyin wouldn't be willing to waste her time on them. While he was mulling over the situation, Bai Miaoyin had already reached Wang Jie. The two locked eyes. Just as Lin San was about to cover his face in anticipation of an overly sentimental moment, a familiar voice broke the tension. Xiao Yima, what are you doing here? Your mom asked me to find you and introduce you to the manager. Wait, Xiao Yima? Lin San and Lin Xinxin exclaimed in unison, their faces full of shock. You didn't know? Bai Miaoyin smiled and explained. I'm his mom's 14th younger sister. Wang Jie let out a resigned sigh. She really is my mom's 14th younger sister. Well, in that case, I'll agree to this. Lin San couldn't help but marvel at the strange twists of fate. Not long ago, he had been utterly dejected after being kicked out of a team, even questioning his life choices. And now, they seemed to have found a benefactor? It all started with that one taunt. Without it, he might not have dared to venture out, and he and Lin Xinxin might already be buried underground. He exhaled slowly, thinking to himself, the manager truly is their lucky star. Has your illness been cured? Wang Jie asked with genuine concern. He recalled the few times he had met Xiao Yima during his childhood. Later, he had only heard that she had a rare condition. Since their families lived far apart, they only saw each other during holidays. To hear about her again, and to learn she had passed the novice trials, was such shocking news that he almost doubted his family's intelligence network. No, Bai Miaoyin shook her head and pulled a card from her pocket, handing it to Wang Jie. I mainly focus on support roles now. Wang Jie took the card, his attention immediately captured. Whoa, what kind of absurd thing is this? He muttered to himself, amazed. So this was the manager's level of skill? Yep. My sister asked me to bring you to meet the manager, Bai Miaoyin said cheerfully. But I heard from Xiao Long that the manager's mage cards are a bit underwhelming, Wang Jie said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Huh, I think they're fine. Maybe they're just not that impressive? When it comes to mage cards that deal real damage, Ji Li's current ones are indeed a bit lacking at this stage. It's mostly about leveraging equivalent exchange. In this era, there are skilled card creators, but at best, Ji Li's current mage cards are just solid for this stage. If we're talking about game-changing, critical hit breakthroughs, those don't exist. Alright, whatever. Let's go with this for now. Lin San nodded in agreement. Hearthstone Mini Theater. I had a blast writing about Shadow Priest today. Not this chapter, it's from my drafts. Grinning from ear to ear, I excitedly shouted, Hearthstone, activate, and confidently picked Anduin. In the first match, I faced a mill druid and lost. In the second match, a druid with 20 mana obliterated me when I was still at 5 mana lost again. Third match? There wasn't one. I quietly put away my smile, closed Hearthstone, and moved on. Building a team is not something that happens overnight. Wang Jie understood this while they needed real combat to build synergy. Instead of leisurely fishing, it was better to head straight to the go-to spot for most teams, the Yuduan mountain range. Let's take a quick tour of the Yuduan mountain range first, then decide our next steps, Wang Jie suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement and returned to their quarters to prepare their gear. The sky was oppressively dark, as if it were pressing down on the earth. This had become the norm after the falling star event. Unknown substances floated high in the atmosphere, shrouding the land in a dense veil. Even on clear days, only faint light filtered through. Lin San unfolded the map Wang Jie had provided, his eyes scanning back and forth across its surface. The Yuduan mountain range was not a single unbroken expanse. It was divided into outer and inner regions. Their current location, Xingluo City, was like a sharp blade slicing through one corner of the mountains. Every step further outward was a gamble with their lives. Each family had its own secret map, which could either be submitted to the Star Association for points or kept for personal use. The map in Wang Jie's possession had been obtained by trading family resources. This map is my bargaining chip for hiring you, Wang Jie said, pointing to a marked spot on the map. 3 kilometers west of here, there's a cave. If we go through it, we can bypass the 6-star beast above. How reliable is this information? Lin San asked, raising an eyebrow. Completely reliable. It came from those crazy adventurers who explored it themselves. I know that place, Lin San said, folding up the map and taking the lead. The 6-star rhino herd there is infamous, most people can't get past them. If we can really bypass them, we might find some decent rewards. Wang Jie pulled out a card and tapped it lightly with his finger. A faint blue glow flashed, and a palm-sized scouting mouse leaped from his hand, darting swiftly into the forest. 3-star? What's the range? Lin San asked, intrigued. Up to 1 kilometer. It's a standard exploration card, affordable and practical. It works great in the forest, and it'll be essential when we head into the cave. Before Wang Jie could finish his sentence, a sharp, chilling squeak pierced the air. The group spun around to see a one-eyed giant wolf silently trailing them. A deep scar ran across its missing eye, and though it had lost its vision on one side, its aura was as menacing as ever, far beyond the typical four-star beast. 5-star, Bai Miaoyin said gravely, her tone betraying her experience with such creatures. Prepare for combat, Lin Sen shouted, his shield unfolding instantly into a mobile wall, positioning himself at the front of the group. Lin Xinxin gripped her longbow tightly, but held off on knocking an arrow, waiting for the perfect moment. In mere seconds, the four of them had shifted into an optimal battle formation. Realizing it had been discovered, the one-eyed wolf dropped its pretense and lunged at them with ferocious speed. Huh! Lin San let out a low growl, charging forward to meet the incoming threat head-on. Scoundrel! Lin San shouted angrily, his face slightly flushed, his voice resonating through the air. The shout immediately caught the attention of the giant wolf. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin San in an instant. Noticing this, Lin San deliberately stepped a few paces away, diverting the wolf's attention from Wang Jie and Bai Miaoyin. The giant wolf launched a sudden attack, its massive body hurtling forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lin San reacted swiftly, swinging his arm. A shield materialized out of thin air, firmly blocking the ferocious blow. Over the course of 3 intense exchanges, Lin San's impeccable blocking skills became evident, single-handedly withstood the relentless assault of the giant wolf. Hey, scoundrel! Lin San taunted again, attempting to escalate the wolf's aggression. The tactic worked. The wolf's eyes burned an even deeper crimson, its fur bristling, as if Lin San was now its sole target. Another fierce collision followed. Just as Lin San was about to dodge, a golden light suddenly flashed around him, forming a radiant shield in front of him. The giant wolf slammed into the shield, shattering it into fragments. Don't waste a sacred shield on me. Focus on protecting them, Lin San shouted to Bai Miaoyin. Bai Miaoyin nodded in acknowledgement before pulling out a card imbued with a psychic vision spell. It was a 4-star magic card capable of randomly replicating an opponent's cards or abilities. After using it, a new card quickly formed in her hand, a 5-star magic card called Berserk, which could increase attack power by 300 for 30 seconds. Captain, watch out. It has a skill that can triple its attack power instantly and could take you out in one strike, Bai Miaoyin warned urgently. Meanwhile, Wang Jie stood by, dumbfounded, marveling at how quickly their opponent's abilities had been analyzed. He silently acknowledged the importance of such intelligence, especially when dealing with beasts of 4 stars or higher. With each star level, these creatures gained new skills that could deliver fatal blows at critical moments. The real battle commenced as an arrow sliced through the air. 12,338 appeared, indicating the first arrow had struck the wolf's waist with precision. Wang Jie squinted but refrained from acting immediately, holding a card in each hand as he observed the situation. Arrow after arrow followed, dealing damage numbers of 8823 and 12222, each finding its mark on the wolf's vital points. At the same time, Lin San faced the ferocious 5-star wolf alone, showcasing his extraordinary combat prowess. Every time the wolf howled in pain from the arrows, Lin San's taunting cry of "Hey, scoundrel!" echoed across the battlefield. This was Lin San's first time facing a 5-star demon beast. He kept taunting the wolf demon relentlessly, throwing out provocations the moment it showed any sign of turning its head. The 5-star wolf demon had an astonishing health pool of over 200,000, but under Lin Xinxin's powerful firepower, it only took about 20 arrows to bring it down. Wang Jie stood to the side, nodding in satisfaction. He had to admit, while Lin Xinxin's evasion skills left much to be desired, her damage output was truly impressive. For someone with 4-star combat power to deal such significant damage to a 5-star demon beast with every arrow was no small feat. Archery required not only immense strength, but also precise aim and the skill to hit vital points. Lin Xinxin's performance was exceptional. Nearly every arrow struck the wolf demon's waist with pinpoint accuracy, a level of precision far beyond the average person. The wolf demon's berserk mode proved utterly futile under Bai Miaoyin's skillful control. When Lin Sen once again shouted, "Hey, scoundrel!" he keenly noticed a shift in the wolf demon's movements. It was trying to flee. Most demon beasts were extremely ferocious and rarely chose to retreat, even when their lives were in danger. But this wolf demon's retreat could only be described as, "This retreat will last 1,000 years. I'll handle it." Wang Jie immediately pulled out a glowing purple card, a 4-star epic spell card called Thorn Wall. This card not only had 500 durability and 10 special effects, but also came with a sturdiness skill, allowing it to summon a wall covered in thorns within a designated area. Anyone who approached would be attacked by the thorns. Just as the wolf demon was about to escape the battlefield, a massive wall of thorns suddenly rose with a thunderous crash. Caught off guard, the The wolf demon slammed heavily into the wall, taking 2,333 points of damage, while the wall remained unscathed. The thorns, as if sensing the scent of blood, immediately wrapped around the wolf demon's already battered waist. The dense thorns surged wildly, firmly pinning the wolf demon against the wall as a series of damage numbers appeared above its head. 5,500, 4,599, 3,888. Finally, with a piercing howl, the powerful 5-star demon beast collapsed to the ground. Quick, gather the body and relocate. Lin San gave the order immediately. At this moment, Bai Miaoying softly asked, Shao Jia, you're still the same, aren't you? Her words caused Wang Jie's expression to stiffen noticeably. Lin San, ever perceptive, caught this reaction and pressed. Wang Jie, why didn't you attack earlier? Wang Jie had intended to say that experts always act last, but after a moment's hesitation, he turned to Bai Miaoying instead. Auntie, you explain. He can't lock onto the target. Bai Miaoying revealed the truth. Huh. Lin San and Lin Xinxin exclaimed in unison. After all, target locking for a mage wasn't supposed to be difficult. All it required was using mental focus to pinpoint the target's location, with perhaps a touch of fine-tuning. Locking on, isn't it as simple as just using your hands? Lin Xinxin tilted her head, her face full of confusion as she asked. It wasn't meant to be boasting, but rather came from her lifelong practice of precise archery. From the moment she first held a bow, her remarkable talent was evident. Whether it was a stationary or moving target, her arrows always hit their mark. Wang Jie, being a mage, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the archer's remark. Even though there was no mockery in her words, being questioned by the sharpshooter of the team left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. Lin San, however, had a rather peculiar reaction. His eyes suddenly lit up. Really? What? Thinking of backing out? Lin Xinxin asked. No, no, no. Lin San waved his hands frantically, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You've misunderstood. I was just thinking, maybe we could form a special team made up entirely of members with unique flaws. You know, I used to think I wasn't good enough until I met the shopkeeper. What's your specialty? The group asked curiously. Does having an extremely long mana bar count? Of course it counts. Lin San exclaimed enthusiastically. Once this mission is over, let's go find the shopkeeper and see what brilliant ideas he might have. From that moment, Lin San's attitude toward Wang Jie completely shifted, as if he had found his ideal teammate. The victory over the 5-star beast had greatly boosted the team's confidence, though they remained vigilant. The journey to the target cave would take an entire day. As night fell, the little mouse completed its watch duty, and the owl took over, circling above to guard them. Bai Miaoying took out the barrier her father had given her. It wasn't flashy. A faint glow swept over the camp and then disappeared. Though invisible, the surrounding area noticeably became quieter. Finally, we can get some proper rest, Wang Jie said with a sigh of relief. Despite the seemingly effortless battle, the mental strain of being in the wild had kept them on edge. Wang Jie, you cast the exorcism spell first, and I'll prepare the food, Lin San said, pulling out a food card. Wang Jie nodded, and a white exorcism card gleamed, enveloping the 4 of them in a protective glow. It was one of the essential tools distributed by the Star Association for Adventurers in the Wild. The night sky was unusually clear. Since the Starfall event, the sun had seemed obscured during the day, but the nights had become more transparent, with countless stars dotting the heavens. The 4 of them sat around the campfire, their tense nerves finally relaxing after a long day. This feels amazing, Lin San sighed. All thanks to the shopkeeper's barrier and the owl. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel so at ease. Bai Miaoying quietly added firewood, her serene face illuminated by the flickering flames. Do you think there are others like us, sitting around a campfire under the moonlight, chatting? Wang Jie smiled. I'm sure there are. The only question is whether they're in the mood to chat. Ji Li, when you duel, you should always start by saying wow, Bai Miaoying suddenly said. Why? Ji Li asked, puzzled. Because you're using someone else's card, so you should compliment it first. It's polite. That makes sense. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. Under the veil of night over the desolate wilderness, a campfire crackled cheerfully, its flames dancing in the darkness. In the flickering light, Ren Xianyuan sat by the fire, her brows knitted in worry, while eerie glimmers surrounded the area. Across from her, a woman clad in a specially designed night outfit was leisurely grilling skewers of meat. This was her master, Luo Yunshang. The tight-fitting attire accentuated her slender waist and long legs, the fabric seemingly merging seamlessly with her skin. Xianyuan, Luo Yunshang spoke, her tone relaxed but laced with undeniable authority. Go and deal with them. Otherwise, don't even think about getting any sleep tonight. Master, but there. Ren Xianyuan hesitated, her words trailing off. Exactly. Didn't I already make a fire for you? Luo Yunshang raised an eyebrow. If you can't handle it, then no dinner for you tonight. Her tone was light, yet her words carried a hidden edge. This pack of wolves were 4-star beasts, and Ren Xianyuan herself was only at a 4-star level. These were no feeble fish demons. The wolves had not only a leader, but also a tightly coordinated strategy. Rin Xianyuan let out a resigned sigh. With a light tap of her toes, her figure melted into the shadows like smoke and mist. This was Luo Yunshang's signature 9-star technique concealment, a unique star energy skill that allowed the user to perfectly mask their presence, untethered from traditional card constraints. Oh, and no shadow step. Luo Yunshang called out into the air. A ripple of disturbance appeared in the darkness, and Rin Xianyuan nearly lost her hidden state. TSKC? In a real battle, that would have been fatal, Luo Yunshang said sternly. Remember, as an assassin, survival is your top priority. Not being a burden to your teammates is second. Only then comes dealing damage. As long as you're alive, anything is possible. In the forest, Rin Xianyuan launched her first attack. Her figure suddenly materialized behind a wolf, and with a lightning-fast 4-strike combo, she ended its life in an instant. But the real challenge had just begun. The entire wolf pack turned and charged at her ferociously. Within the firelight's reach, they hesitated to probe, but in the darkness, they only knew how to launch frenzied assaults. Razor-sharp claws were about to slash into her. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Shun Xiao took a sudden step back, facing a skeletal monster. He stood atop the crumbling walls of a ruined city overrun with creatures, armed with nothing but a hunting bow. His master's parting words echoed in his mind. Either kill these monsters, or be killed by them. In the past, he always relied on long-range attacks, finding ways to create distance even when enemies got too close. But now, the sheer density of monsters on the walls left no room for his usual tactics. As the skeleton advanced steadily, Shun Xiao desperately recalled the movements of his friend Lin Fan. That's it, Lin Fan's oft-repeated mantra. Rhythm. Rhythm is the key. By the river, Lin's father and Lin Fan sat on a rock. Under the sunlight, the water shimmered with rippling reflections, and fish swam leisurely beneath the surface. The two observed the changes on the water while rhythmically casting their fishing rods. The beasts out here aren't that strong, Lin's father remarked as he adjusted the fishing line. Your focus shouldn't be on these creatures, but on the secret realms. The intensity of battles in the secret realms is much higher. As a team leader, you need to know how to pace yourself. Secret realms. Lin Fan repeated softly, the term not unfamiliar to him. That's right. The secret realms are the primary target of our expedition force, Lin's father said as he turned his gaze away, his expression growing serious. But beyond the secret realms, there's something even more dangerous, people. Noticing Lin Fan's puzzled expression, Lin's father sighed and explained, the way people think varies greatly. The real trouble isn't just the monsters in the secret realms, but also those lunatics who use soul cards. Soul cards? What are those? Lin Fan asked. They're cards constructed from souls, simply called soul cards, Lin's father said in a low voice. Be especially cautious of those using cards that glow with a dark light. These cards are crafted using human souls and can autonomously channel star energy. Most of them are powerful summoning cards. Seeing Lin Fan's shocked expression, Lin's father continued. But you won't encounter them for now. They mostly operate within secret realms. Still, if you do run into them, it's never a good thing. Doesn't the Star Alliance do anything about this? Lin Fan questioned. How could they possibly manage it all? Lin's father replied with a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Ever since the Starfall, humanity has been struggling to survive. Even our cities are constructed with cards. 95% of the land outside doesn't belong to humans anymore. We've only managed to carve out small areas to develop. This world is far more complex than you think. Lin's father patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Work hard and reach 7 stars as soon as possible. That's when you'll have real self-preservation. A year from now, you'll need to form your own team. If possible, try to enter a secret realm before you reach 7 stars. Meanwhile, in the training room, an old man with a white beard was smiling as he answered Longxing's question. If you want to specialize purely in magic, the key lies in the card maker. Your job is to seize the moment, know which card to use, and when to use it. If you encounter monsters, use Ice Ring to create distance. For long-range combat, bombard them with spells. It's that simple. The old man stroked his beard and continued. A mage is different from a warrior who relies on close combat skills. We depend on card constructs. Before reaching 7 stars, don't overcomplicate things. The standard is the 3-2 principle. 2 cards for damage, 2 for mobility, and 2 for control. Don't get greedy, or you'll end up overwhelmed. As his words trailed off, 16 beasts of various shapes and sizes suddenly appeared in the training room, their eyes fixed on Longxing with predatory intent. Longxing let out a wry smile. Well, looks like it's going to be a battle till dawn. Dawn was breaking, and a thick layer of fog hung in the air, obscuring the sunlight and bringing a chill. Scattered remnants of charred wood piles on the ground indicated that someone had stayed here before. 2 figures cloaked entirely in black robes stopped by the fire pits. Their hoods were pulled so low that their faces were completely hidden. How could anyone be here? One of them asked in a low voice. What's so strange about it? Probably just some hunting party passing through, the other replied. How long have we been traveling? Don't complicate things. The mission is the priority. How much time would it take to get rid of them anyway? I said, the mission is the priority. TCH. They continued along the seemingly endless mountain range, following the map until they arrived at the cave's location. Lin Sin stood at the entrance, his brows furrowed. The downward sloping cave was barely 50 centimeters wide, its interior dark and unclear. It looked more like a natural crevice than a passageway. Is it even possible to go down there? Lin Sin asked, pointing at the cave. If it wasn't hidden enough, it wouldn't have been left for us. I'll send a scout mouse in to check. A small mouse scurried into the cave, emitting faint squeaks. The group waited outside for a moment. See, one of them said. All right, let's go, another added. Lin Sin got down first, lying flat on the ground. The cave was too narrow to even crouch. They had to crawl forward. Lin Xinxin looked at the tight opening, then glanced down at herself, her expression troubled. Bai Miaoyin leaned close to her ear and whispered, should we tie you up? Would that work? It should. I know a sister who's a close combat fighter, and she always does it that way. All right, let's try. While the girls whispered among themselves, Lin San had already crawled inside. How is it? Wang Jia called from outside. Hold on, let me check ahead. Lin San's voice echoed from within. Places like this are the worst if you run into some random beast. There's nowhere to hide. About 5 minutes later, Lin Sin shouted, it's clear. There's a path inside. Wang Jia was about to let the girls go first while he brought up the rear, but he noticed that Lin Xinxin had changed into a different outfit. For some reason, she looked slimmer than before. Let's move. It's safe inside. Xinxin, you lead the way. Okay. Lin Xinxin transformed her bow and arrows into a card and put it away. Wang Jie caught sight of the white bow card and frowned slightly. White cards were indeed rare. She got down and moved forward, but as soon as she took her first step, she felt uncomfortable. It was too tight. The confined space pressed in from all sides, suffocating her and bringing an inexplicable sense of fear. Are you in? Lin San's voice came at just the right moment. She forced herself to calm down and continued crawling forward. But the deeper she went, the more unsettling it became. The darkness was absolute, and the silence was so oppressive it made her heart race. She could only rely on her sense of touch to perceive her surroundings. The uneven walls were uncomfortably close, and any slight movement of her back would brush against the protrusions. She couldn't shake the feeling that the walls above and below her were slowly closing in, trapping her in the middle. In this pitch-black, claustrophobic space, she felt like a blind person unable to see the path ahead or where she had come from. She wanted to push forward, but her arms and legs seemed to refuse her commands, leaving her powerless to move. Bai Miaoyin followed closely behind, cautiously making her way through the narrow passage. She had barely climbed 50 meters when she suddenly noticed Lin Xinxin stopping ahead. Xinxin, what's wrong? Bai Miaoyin asked anxiously. Lin Xinxin wanted to say she was fine, but she found it increasingly difficult to even breathe. Her face turned visibly red at an alarming rate, as though some invisible force was gripping her throat. Her mind was a blur, unable to comprehend why she was in such a state, especially when Bai Miaoyin right behind her seemed perfectly fine. At that moment, Lin San's steady voice called out from ahead. Hey, I see you. Grab the rope, I'll pull you out. It's a short stretch, you'll be out in no time. That voice felt like a lifeline to Lin Xinxin. Summoning the last bit of strength she had, she clutched the rope with all her might. Feeling the weight at the other end, Lin San immediately began pulling her up with force. Though the passage was only about 100 meters long, it sloped upward at an angle. Lin Xinxin was dragged through the narrow tunnel and finally tumbled out over the edge of a tumder-high cliff. Lin San, quick on his feet, caught her just in time, though her heavy, labored breathing startled him. Bai Miaoyin and Wang Jie followed closely, jumping down from the cliff. Their faces filled with concern as they saw Lin Xinxin's pale, sickly complexion. I don't know, Lin Xinxin stammered, catching her breath, her voice trembling. As soon as I went in, I felt awful, like I couldn't move. Even breathing was hard. If Sangge hadn't thrown me the rope, she couldn't bear to imagine what might have happened without it. Severe claustrophobia, Bai Miaoyin concluded. Xiao Jia, if we need to go back through there, we'll have to widen the space a bit. Now that they had identified the problem, the group took a brief rest before pressing onward. Beyond the passage, the space opened up dramatically. A subterranean river flowed through the center, flanked by wide stone paths stretching westward on either side. Lin San led the group forward for about half an hour. This place. Even the beasts probably don't want to come here, Wang Jie remarked, marveling at the desolation. But before he could finish, the stone wall on their left suddenly collapsed with a deafening crash, revealing a dark, gaping hole. The four of them immediately assumed defensive stances as an eerie, chilling wind blew out from the opening. Bai Miaoyin's heart skipped a beat as she caught the faintest hint of a sorrowful wail in the air. The anguish embedded in the sound sent shivers down her spine. Did you hear that? She asked, her voice tense. Just the wind, maybe, someone replied. But why would a hole suddenly collapse here? What's inside the cave? This question has lingered in the minds of explorers since the dawn of humanity. At this moment, as the swirling dust slowly settled, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the cave. Clink, 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 like the scraping of metal armor against itself. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the short sword in his hand, the shield on his forearm flickering faintly. Though it seemed like just an ordinary cave, he remained on high alert. As a shield warrior, his role was to stand at the forefront of the team, no matter what lay ahead, creating opportunities for those behind him to strike. The footsteps grew louder. Bai Miaoyin swiftly pulled a card from her pocket and flicked it deftly against the cave wall. Instantly, a soft light spread from a glowing lantern affixed to the wall, illuminating the underground passage. In the newfound light, they could finally make out the figure emerging from the collapsed cave. Armor! Lin Sen exclaimed in surprise. It was a rusted, battered suit of armor, with gaping holes in the shoulder, abdomen, and head, revealing nothing but emptiness inside. Yet, eerily, a pale blue glow flickered within the eye sockets of the helmet. A fantasy creature. Get ready. A spark of excitement lit up Lin San's eyes. Ever since the Starfall event, the world had undergone dramatic changes. Humans, animals, and plants had all evolved to varying degrees. Yet these changes still followed certain natural laws. For instance, the demon wolves, demon bears, and fish demons of the Yuduan mountain range had all evolved from ordinary creatures. However, the most profound change wasn't the mutated beasts, but the emergence of secret realms. Within these mysterious zones, creatures that defied all logic were born fantasy creatures, also known as phantasms or mythical beasts. Their existence shattered humanity's understanding of life itself, introducing beings like elemental creatures that transcended comprehension. The appearance of a fantasy creature often signified the presence of a nearby secret realm. The first rule of survival in the wild was clear. If you encounter a fantasy creature, retreat and report immediately if possible. If retreat is impossible, kill it and then retreat and report. As Lin San's thoughts raced, the gaps in the armor suddenly erupted with streaks of blue fire. A long sword materialized in its hand, slashing viciously toward him. Lin San raised his shield instinctively. Boom! The instant sword met shield, his barrier shattered like fragile glass, dissolving into fragments of starlight. 6,688. Seeing the damage number flash before him, Lin Sen sucked in a sharp breath. As a shield warrior, his shield wasn't a physical object, but a protective barrier in the shape of one. Its durability depended not only on its inherent strength, but also on the physical conditioning of the shield bearer. Shield manipulation was a fundamental skill for all shield warriors. In battle, breaking a shield with a single strike was a rare feat, achievable only through an exceptionally powerful attack. Normally, the shield significantly reduced incoming damage, which was why shield warriors could hold the front line. Yet this eerie suit of armor clearly had no intention of giving him any respite. The moment it sent Lin San flying, it launched into a ferocious charge. Lin San reacted with lightning speed, instantly conjuring a shield in front of his chest. This time, a golden glow shimmered across his body just as Bai Miaoyin's sacred brew landed precisely on him. In this critical moment, the situation temporarily stabilized. Lin San licked his dry lips, his face slightly flushed. In just one exchange, he felt an overwhelming pressure from his opponent far beyond the level of a 5-star beast. A regular 5-star beast could never break through his defense with a single strike. While Bai Miaoyin applied a holy shield to Lin San, she quickly activated her mind's eye to investigate the opponent. The cards in the air dissolved into specks of blue light, revealing an exciting discovery. It has no skills. Hearing this, Lin San breathed a sigh of relief. If the creature lacked skills, they still had a chance to fight. If it had a berserk ability like the wolf demon they encountered earlier, they might not make it out alive today. The armored figure raised its sword for another strike. This time, Lin San did not block it heat-in, but instead employed a highly advanced shield warrior technique, sidestepping forward to close in on the opponent, bypassing the sword's edge. This move was particularly effective against mid to long-range weapons, but left no room for error, as even the chance to raise a shield could be lost. Fortunately, Lin San was an expert in this field. His teacher once said, "If it weren't for your unbalanced skills, you'd probably be the best shield warrior I've ever trained." "Hey, you cowardly scum." Lin San even had the energy to shout a taunt. Lin Xinxin raised her bow to aim but appeared slightly flustered by Lin San's sudden close-quarters maneuver, causing her arrow to lift slightly. A damage number, 688, flashed faintly on the armored figure, drawing slight frowns from the group. Such minimal damage was unlikely to turn the tide. Left side, Lin Xinxin's calm voice instructed. Lin San immediately understood, realizing that his unexpected movement had disrupted her aim. He quickly shifted to the left. The next arrow struck true, piercing through a damaged spot in the armor. Flames erupted violently across the armor's surface, instantly vaporizing the arrow. While the exterior seemed unharmed, a massive damage number, 23658, appeared above the armor's head. Lin San and Lin Xinxin exchanged knowing smiles. Incredible confidence, Wang Jie remarked in awe. That arrow, which had passed just 10 centimeters from Lin San, was shot with such precision that it struck directly into the heart of the armor. The level of coordination and skill on display was far from ordinary. The synergy between a shield warrior and an archer was always a delicate art. Some might think the shield warrior could simply position the monster with its back to the archer. However, such a strategy was tantamount to suicide. Monsters weren't mindless. Faced with a shield warrior blocking in the front and a deadly archer behind, they would inevitably prioritize eliminating the greater threat of archer. Thus, the correct tactical arrangement was for the shield warrior and the archer to stay on the same side. When the monster attempted to target the archer, the shield warrior would intercept. Meanwhile, the archer had to constantly adjust their position to guard against sudden attacks. This was the essence of professional tactical coordination. Under this tactical deployment, a tricky issue arose. With the shield warrior and the monster constantly moving, the archer risked missing their target or, worse, accidentally hitting an ally. Therefore, positioning was critical. The warrior would pull the monster while standing slightly to the left, and the archer would take a position slightly to the right, forming a precise fan-shaped formation. This setup not only improved accuracy, but also minimized the risk of friendly fire. Why doesn't the archer stand on the left? Is that even a question? Since ancient times, whoever stood on the left in a good position. The expertise in this positioning was often reflected in the angle between the two. The smaller the angle, the better the coordination and the higher the level of skill. At this moment, their formation was nearly a straight line, a shooting technique so refined it could be likened to the difficulty of climbing several stories of a building. Bai Miaoyin suddenly turned to Wang Jie, her eyes full of doubt. Why aren't you making a move? Auntie. Wang Jie glanced at her helplessly. Don't you know me by now? All my spells are area effect. Who am I supposed to target in this situation? Cast it on the shield. Bai Miaoyin seemed to recall something and quickly retrieved a card from her storage space. Instantly, a blue light flashed through the air. Divine word, shield. Type, spell card superior. Attack, 0. Durability, 10. Skill, increases a friendly target's maximum health by 20 until the end of the battle. The cost of the next card is reduced by 30. Wang Jie stared at Bai Miaoyin in astonishment, as if she were some kind of anomaly. How does Annie always manage to pull out these incredible cards? Is this from the shopkeeper too? Stop chatting during a fight, Bai Miaoyin said sternly, her expression serious. Who started it? Wang Jie muttered before redirecting his attention to Lin San on the battlefield. As soon as he did, his brows furrowed deeply. With the strong firepower support and Bai Miaoyin's continuous healing, they initially thought the armored foe would be dealt with swiftly. However, reality was far from their expectations. Lin San was already drenched in sweat, and the situation was far worse than anticipated. This armor is evolving. The shocking realization struck Lin San like a thunderclap as he was sent flying by a ferocious elbow strike. This wasn't evolution in terms of energy, it was learning and mimicking Lin San's combat techniques. What had started as an overwhelming advantage was now rapidly shifting, with Lin San losing ground. An arrow shot precisely toward a damaged section of the armor, but this time, the armor casually sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the critical hit. The arrow struck another part of the armor, dealing only a meager 222 damage. The small number sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Bai Miaoyin decisively stopped shielding Lin San. In this situation, stop using shields. Save everything for holy shields. The difficulty level of the battle had suddenly escalated. Lin San could feel the change most acutely, and even Lin Xinxin's rhythm with her arrows had to slow down. Something's wrong. Wang Jie narrowed his eyes. The blue flames on its body are moving. Sure enough, whenever Lin Xinxin's arrows approached, if the armor couldn't block them with its plating, the blue flames on its body would quickly converge at the point of impact, reducing damage by a staggering 60. Even then, the damage value only read 82-35. Lin San gritted his teeth, doing everything he could to disrupt the armor's perception and create better opportunities for Lin Xinxin to shoot. Just as he was about to close in, the armor's blade came slashing down. Lin San felt a surge of hope, ready to exploit the opening and press forward. But at that moment, an eerie blue light flickered along the edge of the blade. No, something's not right. He looked up and met the flickering blue light in the eye sockets of the armor. That glow seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Suddenly, the blue longsword in midair twisted unnaturally, descending with a trajectory that defied the laws of physics. Not good. His sixth sense screamed in alarm. Lin San instinctively raised his shield, expanding it to its maximum size to block the attack. However, the shield was utterly powerless against the blade. It pierced through the defense in an instant and struck Lin San heavily. Ugh! Blood spurted from Lin San's mouth as the damage value, 32,423, floated in the air. Lin San, Lin Xinxin, cried out in shock. In the nick of time, Bai Miaoyin's healing spell took effect, and a 5678 healing value appeared. At the same time, Wang Jia also made his move. Vines. An epic spell card glowed in his hand. Vines. Type. Spell card epic attack. Durability, 0. Skill, 10. Effect. Field magic. Creates a patch of vines. Though this type of field spell lacked strong offensive power, its support effect was exceptional, making it the best choice for those with limited casting talent. After all, not everyone was as gifted as Long Xing. Some people, even when using mental energy to cast a fireball, might accidentally hit their teammates. Such individuals were often jokingly referred to as team hazards. For this reason, these expensive yet reliable field spells were developed. Thick vines burst out from the ground, catching the airborne Lin Sen securely. A green glow enveloped his body. Simultaneously, Bai Miaoyin cast Truth Spell, Shield, combining it with the effects of her healing ring. Within 20 seconds, she pulled Lin San back from the brink of death, with a series of recovery values appearing: 3888, 4488, 2368. The team demonstrated incredible resilience, and at the heart of their survival was Bai Miaoyin's powerful, yet slightly underwhelming offensive card set. Lin Sen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, despite the searing pain, pushed forward. As a shield warrior, as long as he could still breathe, he had to stand at the front line. Didn't you say it didn't have any skills? Wang Jia asked, observing the battlefield while preparing a new card. That wasn't a skill, it was the result of concentrating its energy. If not for your truth spell, shield, Lin Sen would have been done for, Bai Miaoyin explained before turning to Lin Xinxin. Xinxin, wait until it gathers energy before attacking, that's when you'll deal the most damage. With Lin Sen fully focused on fending off the increasingly ferocious armor, Bai Miaoyin naturally assumed command. Got it, Lin Xinxin responded briefly. Sure enough, every time the armor glowed blue and prepared to attack Lin San, Lin Xingxin's arrows would strike true. A massive damage value of 48,234 appeared on the armor's head. Whoa! Wang Jia couldn't help but exclaim. Even more astonishingly, despite such a powerful blow, the armor merely staggered back a single step. Based on the monster's reaction patterns, barely moving when losing less than 5 of its health, and stepping back only when the damage exceeded that threshold. Bai Miaoyin's expression turned grim as she concluded, 1 million health. Not far away, at a corner, 2 figures in black robes silently observed everything. Hearthstone Mini Theater. Today, I feel like a new person. After being thoroughly beaten by Guff, I reflected deeply and decided to embrace glorious evolution. In the first match, I faced a bald little opponent. Summoning 7 doomsayers with a goblet, I forced my opponent to surrender in disgrace, laughing triumphantly. In the second match, up against the light, alien technology triumphed over primitives, and Big Fong finally breathed fresh air. The third match brought a pirate demon hunter, and Fong suddenly found enclosed spaces appealing again. By the fourth and fifth matches, I was repeatedly overwhelmed by aggro decks. By the sixth, I shouted in despair, no more. Stop playing. Aggro decks everywhere. Only to face the bald one again. By the 7th match, I quietly thought, maybe I should skip Hearthstone during Mid-Autumn Festival. A being with 1,000,000 health points often signifies a prolonged and grueling battle ahead. Bai Miaoyin retrieved 2 potion bottles, 1 red and 1 blue from her storage space, handing the red one to Lin Xinxin. Seeing Lin Xinxin hesitate, Bai Miaoyin decisively said, take it down first, we'll figure out the cost later. Only then did Lin Xinxin accept the potion. This was destined to be a tough tug-of-war war. For Lin Xinxin, firing an arrow every minute tested not only her physical stamina, but also her mental endurance. Bai Miaoyin silently calculated, at least half an hour. Can you handle it? I can. Lin San's eyes burned with determination as he stared intently at the armor before him, his resolve unwavering. Why wouldn't I be able to? As the first shield warrior recognized by his mentor, he would not allow himself to back down. Clang! With a crisp collision, Lin San's shield precisely blocked the armor's elbow strike, which was surrounded by a faint blue glow. This time, the size of his shield was just right, perfectly covering the range of the attack. Wow, he's improved, Wang Jia murmured in amazement. While shield warriors could adjust the size of their shields at will, the extent of that precision depended entirely on their skill. Some could achieve flawless defense, but it was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. If the shield was even slightly too small, a quick change in the opponent's attack could render the defense useless with devastating consequences. 888. Although the shield was still penetrated, the damage was so minor that it didn't even force Lin San to take a step back. I've got this. Lin San quickly assessed the situation. Aside from the glowing blue sword being somewhat troublesome, the armor's other attacks hadn't significantly increased in intensity. The rhythm of the battle became clearer. Dodge the sword, handle the rest. Lin San deftly tilted his head to avoid a left hook, only to see the glowing blue blade sweeping horizontally from the right. Calmly, he crouched, causing the opponent's lethal strike to miss entirely. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Xingxin's arrow pierced through the air and struck the armor's head directly. 66388. The The powerful impact forced the armor to stagger backward. Hey, scum! Lin Sen promptly activated his taunt ability, and the tide of the battle began to shift in their favor. The next few waves of blue glowing attacks no longer posed a threat to Lin San. Bai Miaoyin also eased up, only needing to apply a holy brew to Lin San whenever the sword began to glow blue to ensure his safety. When the armor swung its sword in another sweeping strike, Lin San's body glowed with a golden light at the perfect moment. He bent backward, the blade grazing just above his forehead. But this time, unlike before, the blue glow didn't dissipate after the missed strike. What was even more unsettling was that the armor lowered its head, its glowing blue eyes staring at Lin San with an almost mocking expression. Something's wrong. Lin San's instincts screamed danger. In that moment, he finally understood the lingering sense of unease had felt before. The taunt ability should have driven the target into a frenzy, forcing it into a reckless assault like a typical beast, abandoning any sense of strategy or self-preservation. Yet, this opponent clearly wasn't playing by the rules. Lin San had always harbored a fatal misconception, believed the sole purpose of the taunt card was to attract hostility. However, the behavior of the armor before him silently revealed a dangerous truth. It maintained an unsettling calmness, even in the heat of battle. Moreover, it was continuously learning and mimicking Lin San's combat techniques, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a lethal strike. All of this suggested that the taunt's effect was far from meeting expectations, or perhaps it was almost negligible. At this critical moment, the blue flames on the armor suddenly retracted, as if pulled by an invisible force, converging entirely onto the blade of its sword. The sword's edge erupted in a blinding light, and a fierce burst of sword energy shot out instantly. Damn it! Lin San cursed inwardly. He wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing, and to make matters worse, Bai Miaoyin had just cast a holy shield on him. Leaving Lin Xinxin completely unprotected, the sword energy was heading straight for her. The shadow of death enveloped the scene in an instant. Just as despair consumed Lin San, the ground suddenly trembled. A towering earthen wall, intricately carved with an exaggerated dog head, rose from the ground, perfectly positioning itself in front of Lin Xinxin. It was Wang Jie who had acted. The sword energy struck the wall with immense force, slicing into it starting from the dog's nose. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. As the sword energy gradually dissipated, the wall collapsed with a resounding crash. Phew! Wang Jie glanced at the now transparent card in his hand and let out a soft sigh. The card, named Wang Jie's Sturdy Wall, was an epic-level spell card rated at 4 stars. Thanks to its equilibrium effect, it could evenly distribute any attack across the wall structure. The card's description read, "My loyal dog protects me from beyond. Lin San, snap out of it." Wang Jie suddenly shouted. "Did you forget my nickname?" This sharp reminder jolted Lin San back to his senses. He recalled the origin of Wang Jie's title, the Mind Reader. Although Wang Jie's skills were primarily large-scale area attacks, seemingly disadvantageous in close combat, he had an uncanny ability to predict his opponent's next move. He would then use his area attacks with pinpoint precision. This wasn't Luke, it was a tactical mastery that compensated for his lack of control skills, and it was his pride. After the armor's lethal strike was thwarted, it clearly became agitated. Another arrow struck it, and 88,888 flashed above its head. Weak. The same thought crossed all 4 of their minds simultaneously. Whether beast or human, aside from equipment and cards, everyone had a baseline defensive capability. A weakening of this defense implied an issue with energy supply. Evidently, unleashing that sword energy had drained a significant amount of the armor's energy. The armor began frantically trying to shake off Lin San's interference, relentlessly charging toward Lin Xinxin. At this moment, Wang Jie's tactical value shone brightly. Rock spikes, water streams, and fire rings were unleashed in rapid succession, sealing off every possible route the armor could take to advance. Lin San truly experienced the meaning of beyond belief. In the battle before him, the consumption of field magic should have been overwhelming, yet Wang Jie seemed completely unfazed. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoyin had already downed 2 mana potions. Even more astonishing was Wang Jie's near-divine ability to predict every move. At last, the armored figure's techniques were exhausted. It could no longer unleash sword energy, and its attack strength had significantly diminished. After enduring wave after wave of devastating field magic, Lin Xinxin's final arrow struck with precision, extinguishing the blue flames surrounding the armor in an instant. The metal armor collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into scattered fragments. Exhausted, Lin San slumped heavily to the ground. Though his physical injuries could be healed, the mental toll of the battle was almost unbearable. Bai Miaoyin quickly approached, while Wang Jie and Lin Xinxin remained rooted in place. "How are you holding up?" Bai Miaoyin bent down to ask. Lin San weakly waved a hand. "Go collect the stuff over there. It's worth a lot. Let me rest for a minute, then we'll head back." "Got it." Bai Miaoyin replied, then walked over to the scattered armor. At first glance, the broken pieces seemed unremarkable. However, as she picked up one of the fragments, a pale blue orb rolled out. Reacting swiftly, she caught it in her hand. The orb was exquisitely crafted, with a smooth, polished surface. Inside, faint blue flames flickered as if alive. Just one glance was enough to captivate anyone, as though some mysterious force was drawing their attention. The feeling was akin to taking a bite of sizzling barbecue on a summer night, paired with a chilled glass of beer, a blissful sensation. Fortunately, Bai Miaoying's self-control was formidable. The orb's allure only dazed her for a moment before she tucked it away. Just as she was about to continue gathering the armor fragments, two figures in black robes suddenly appeared behind her. Lin San's pupils contracted. He was about to shout a warning, "Watch out," when one of the black-robed figures pulled out a card. The card's surface shimmered with dark light dual space. In the blink of an eye, the figure and Bai Miaoyin vanished into thin air. Dual Space, a 4-star spell card of the soul attack type. 0 durability, 10 skill points, allowing the user to challenge a chosen target to a duel. Its description ominously read, "Only the living may emerge from this space." The sudden turn of events left everyone reeling. "Who are you?" Lin San forced himself to his feet, his gaze fierce. The only response was a bone-chilling, eerie laugh. The black-robed figure remained silent, drawing another card instead. As dark light flickered, a humanoid creature materialized in front of Lin San. This person held a shield, standing protectively in front of the black-robed figure. If not for its deathly pale, bloodless face, it could almost be mistaken for a normal human. Seeing this, Lin San's heart sank. That dark glow indicated it was a soul-type card. Shadow Legion Shield, a 4-star summoning card of the soul attack type. It had 1,200 health points and 35,000 skill points, along with abilities such as combat techniques, shield block, danger detection, absolute defense, and protector. However, the card came with terrifying side effects: backlash that could kill the summoner, withering that could lock the summoner's memory capacity, and lingering souls that could curse the summoner. A soul card, created through the extraction of a living soul by forbidden means, appeared before everyone. Such an existence, considered taboo among orthodox star warriors and card makers, was undeniably powerful, but its side effects were equally daunting. Wang Jie and Lin Xinxin immediately went on high alert, ready to face the threat. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the air, heading straight for the black-robed figure. Just as it was about to hit, the shield warrior displayed astonishing speed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and instantly appearing in front of the black-robed man. The arrow struck the shield heavily, and a 25 damage number floated above the shield warrior's head. Well, young lady, sneaking up on people isn't a very good habit," the black-robed man chuckled, a hint of smugness in his tone. "Hey, raise some intel for you. This shield warrior was crafted using the soul of a 6-star shield warrior. Though his power is only at 4 stars, his skills are far beyond that. Where have you taken Miaoying?" Lin San demanded sharply, trying to mask his exhaustion. The black-robed man saw through his ploy. Stalling for time? "Don't worry, I want to order him to attack." Lin San's heart sank. He realized the enemy was playing openly. Their strategy was clear. One person had taken Bai Miaoyin, aiming to eliminate the team's support in an unknown confrontation. If they succeeded, the battle would turn into an unfavorable Turn 3 scenario. "Prepare for battle," Lin San shouted, forcing his tired body to stand. "Oh," the black-robed man sneered, "then let's begin." Lin San charged forward with his shield, yet the opposing shield warrior stood motionless. As Lin San closed in, the shield warrior delivered a heavy punch to his shield, the force so immense it sent Lin San stumbling back several steps. He stared at his opponent in shock. "Seems like you don't know yet," the black-robed man taunted. "Soul-crafted cards allow the summoned entity to inherit the star energy of their former life. This is a fully capable shield warrior." He continued, "Ordinary summons are typically used for support, as their damage relies on the amplification of star energy. Take Lin Xinxin, for example. While her arrows can deal over 10,000 damage, her bow itself only has a base damage of 1,200. Regular summons wouldn't even scratch someone, but this one? It's no different from a real person. Lin San, don't panic. We still have a chance." Wang Jie suddenly shouted. Lin San paused, then a realization struck him. A duel? A summon? Bai Miaoyin's psychic vision surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoyin's vision went dark. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing in the center of an arena. Shadows circled ominously above, and the surroundings were eerily empty. 50 meters away from her stood another black-robed figure. "Hee. The black-robed man cackled eerily. "Wow," Bai Miaoyin suddenly said. "What are you wowing about?" The black-robed man looked utterly baffled. Bai Miaoyin's expression turned serious, as if her earlier exclamation had nothing to do with her. "Ji Li once told me, in a duel, you should always start by saying wow." "Why?" "Because if you're about to use someone else's card, you should at least be polite." "Fair enough." End of scene. Bai Miaoyin pulled out a card from her chest. A blue light flickered at her fingertips, and the card instantly dissolved before reforming again. This scene left the man in the black robe utterly baffled, invisible question marks practically hovering above his head. Whatever trick she's up to, the man muttered to himself, then drew a card radiating a dark, ominous glow. The light coalesced, and a humanoid figure appeared on the field. Noticing the successful summon, a smirk crept onto his lips. Not bad luck. Shadow Legion, assassin emerged on the battlefield. The attributes of this 4-star summoning card floated in the air: soul type attack, 2,800 HP, and 108,000 combat power. It boasted multiple skills, including combat techniques, speed, and agility, but came with deadly drawbacks: backlash that could kill the summoner, withering that could seal the summoner's memory, and lingering souls that might cast a curse. It was a dangerous card forged through the extraction of living souls by unconventional means. Thank you, Bai Miaoyin murmured softly, staring at the card in her hand. Her words only deepened the black-robed man's confusion. What are you thanking me for, you lunatic? He muttered, unable to comprehend why this woman who had been forcibly dragged into the duel and was about to be eliminated could still maintain such calm courtesy. In the next moment, Bai Miaoyin's card flared with an interwoven blue and black light. A figure identical to the black-robed man's summoned creature appeared on the field. Before he could even process whether it was an ally, he noticed an ominous black mist rising above Bai Miaoyin's summoned creature. Bad luck, huh? The man was just about to gloat when, to his horror, he realized that the black mist representing the card's backlash was heading straight for him. No, wait, he panicked, hastily pulling out an immunity card. This 4-star spell card could nullify the soul-shattering impact of the backlash, though it would occupy memory space. But in this moment, he had no choice. The two black mists collided midair and dissipated into nothingness. The seemingly uneventful clash was laced with the anguished wails of countless tormented souls, a mere touch of which could drive anyone to the brink of madness. While the black-robed man narrowly escaped disaster, he was left gasping for air. Bai Miaoyin frowned slightly, as if sensing the agony of those trapped souls. She glanced at the panting man before her and parted her lips slightly. Not bad. Her remark sent the black-robed man's fury skyrocketing. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Bai Miaoyin and barked an order to his assassin. Kill her. Bai Miaoyin remained calm, raising a finger to point. Kill him. The figure in the black robe froze abruptly. His plan had gone fatally awry. His original strategy was simple: have his Shadow Legion assassins launch a deadly ambush on Bai Miaoyin, ending the battle quickly. After all, Bai Miaoyin's extraordinary support cards were too troublesome to deal with and had to be eliminated first. Once she was out of the way, the remaining 3 opponents would pose no real threat against the combined might of the Shadow Legion's shields and assassins. But the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Bai Miaoyin had summoned a Shadow Legion assassin of her own. If he stuck to the original plan, it would likely be his assassin who would perish. On top of that, Bai Miaoyin was equipped with a holy shield, capable of enduring for a considerable amount of time. Fall back. Protect me, the black-robed man ordered urgently. His assassin immediately pulled back from the offensive and engaged in a duel with Bai Miaoyin's assassin. Seeing this, the black-robed man exhaled slightly, regaining some confidence in his own assassin. You probably don't know this, he began, his voice tinged with smugness, but not all Shadow Legion assassins are created equal. This one was specially granted for this mission, imbued with the soul of a 6-star assassin. However, the expected overwhelming advantage failed to materialize. The two assassins traded blows, their moves eerily identical. The black-robed man's heart sank. Standardized cards shouldn't exhibit such identical behavior. Recalling the strange backlash had experienced earlier, a shocking possibility dawned on him. Could she be using my card? Bai Miaoyin drew another card, its surface glowing faintly blue. The card dissolved into the air before reforming again. Another mind vision. Wow, Bai Miaoyin murmured in surprise, her delicate face lighting up with astonishment. This card is a bit absurd, not something Geely hinted at. Hearing her remark, the black-robed man involuntarily swallowed hard, retreating a step, his expression betraying fear. Obliterate. Type: spell card, soul attack. Durability: 0. Skill 1. Obliterate eradicates Shadow Legions of the same level. Description: vanish, tormented soul. Thank you, Bai Miaoyin said softly. Black light flickered as an inky darkness coalesced into a cage, trapping the Shadow Legion inside. The black-robed man's assassin froze in place as the cage slowly shrank, condensing into a dense mass of black smoke. Within 10 seconds, his assassin dissolved entirely into the void. Thank you, my ass, the black-robed man roared in fury. Don't you have any cards of your own? Well played, came Ji Li's calm voice. His earlier reminder echoed clearly. When the opponent starts spouting nonsense, just reply with well played. The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't just rage somehow. Bai Miaoyin's assassin had silently appeared behind him, driving a dagger straight into his heart. He stared at Bai Miaoyin with wide eyes, his lips trembling as if trying to say something. Bai Miaoyin pulled out another card. Thought theft. The two cards materialized in her hands as she began casting the spell, her voice barely above a whisper. Let's not waste it. Note: the text briefly explains why the black-robed man didn't use obliterated slots were already filled. Slot 1 was dual space, slots 2 and 3 were Shadow Legion, and slot 4 was immunity. The black-robed man's final words were forever swallowed in the depths of his throat as his body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Don't act rashly. Lin Sen whipped his head around and shouted at Wang Jia, his eyes blinking rapidly in a secret signal. Miaoying has been captured. We need to end this quickly. Attack! Lin Sen roared, dashing towards the shield warrior like an arrow released from a bow. Yet every charge was met with the impenetrable barrier of that unyielding shield. Xinshin, shoot him. Got it. Lin Xinshin immediately drew her bow, and an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the black-robed man's vital point. However, the arrow veered off course, skimming past the shield warrior's side, and was effortlessly deflected by a shield bash. Hee. The black-robed man let out a piercing, eerie laugh. Save your strength. You'll never break through this defense. Damn it. Lin San's eyes burned red with fury as he cursed, launching another furious assault. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly tore open whereby Miaoying had vanished earlier. Oh, so soon. The black-robed man let out a surprised sound. According to their plan, even with her holy shield, Miaoying should have taken much longer to deal with. Have you thought of your last words? He sneered, awaiting the triumphant return of his ally. However, what emerged from the rift was not his companion but a slender, fair leg, followed by Miaoying herself, clad in flowing white robes and her silver hair cascading freely. She appeared completely unharmed. The black-robed man's smile froze instantly. This was impossible. How had she won? Lin Sen burst into laughter. Ha! I knew it. If you'd sent the shield warrior to deal with our backline, you might have caused me some trouble. But too bad. Crushing the spirit. Ha! The black-robed man suddenly began laughing maniacally as well. What are you laughing at? Lin San's brow furrowed. Look over there. The black-robed man pointed towards the spatial rift, where Shadow Legion assassin stepped out. You don't understand, do you? When a Shadow Legion summoner dies, control of the summoned creatures transfers to me. Summons aren't affected by the dual space. That fool's death means no thing so long as I have the Shadow Legion. Before he could finish, Miaoying drew a card emitting a dark glow. In an instant, a pitch-black cage formed around the shield warrior. Annihilation. As the shield warrior disintegrated, a powerful backlash struck the black-robed man. His anguished screams seemed to pierce through his very soul. An arrow sliced through the air and struck his vital point, ending his torment. The cave fell into a heavy silence, and the group finally exhaled in relief. All eyes turned to the unmoving figure of Shadow Legion assassin. Miaoying, what kind of attribute does this thing have? How is it this absurd? Wang Jia asked curiously as he stepped forward. Miaoying shook her head, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. It's a soul card, not something good. She walked slowly towards Shadow Legion assassin, the healing ring on her finger emitting a gentle glow that enveloped the figure. Though she knew the assassin wasn't injured, she couldn't help herself after all. These had once been vibrant lives on the battlefield. A sacred white light enveloped C's body. His expressionless face moved slightly as he slowly raised his head to look at Miaoying. His gaze was deep and unfathomable, impossible to read. Suddenly, wisps of black mist began emanating from his features, converging in the air to form a thin black thread that shot toward Miaoying like an arrow. Lin San, who had been watching vigilantly, was startled and quickly moved to intercept it. However, the black thread deftly changed direction midair and went straight into Miaoying's forehead. Miaoying! Lin Xinshin cried out in alarm, rushing over. Yet Miaoying remained completely still, as if she had anticipated this. This black thread doesn't seem to have any malicious intent, she said softly. Are you alright? Lin Xinshin asked anxiously. Miaoying gestured dismissively. I'm fine. She glanced at the remains on the ground and said with a serious tone, we need to leave immediately. Even soul cards have appeared. This is far beyond what we can handle. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Even if there's something unusual, we can't figure it out here. We'll deal with it back in the town. Alright, let's go. Lin Xinshin turned to Wang Jia. Do you still have the strength to widen the entrance we came through? Covered in traces of field magic, Wang Jia nodded. Leave it to me. He immediately got to work, the rumbling of earth and stone echoing around them. Discovering a phantom beast might unsettle the local branch for a while. Encountering an evil star warrior would lead to a swift elimination. But when both appeared alongside a secret realm, the situation became far more alarming. As soon as Lin San reported the incident, it immediately drew the attention of Nina, who led a team of 8-star warriors to the scene without delay. Take us there, Nina commanded. Someone muttered in confusion. This area shouldn't have a secret realm, especially one this large. Shut up. Stop spouting nonsense. Nina snapped. Lin San and the others fell silent, not daring to say a word. Lin San cautiously raised his hand and offered. Let me lead the way alone. My companions need rest. Fine, you come. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Lin's sand was already being taken away. You three, stay put for now. There'll be a reward once we figure this out, Nina added before leaving. Understood, the three replied in unison. Lin Xinxin's gaze fell on the black line on by Miaoying's forehead. It wasn't a straight line, but had a unique curve to it. Against her pale skin and silver hair, it gave her an unusual, almost ethereal beauty. Miaoying, that mark on your forehead. Don't worry, I'll ask my grandfather about it, Bai Miaoying said, gently touching her forehead. Your grandfather? My grandfather is very skilled. Trust me, she reassured. Meanwhile, Bai Luochuan sneezed several times in succession. The card in his hand emitted an ominous cracking sound, as if it had been damaged. He frowned in thought for a moment, his mind already focused on his beloved granddaughter. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Grandpa. Upon answering, a familiar voice came through. Ah, Miaoying. Bai Luochuan's lips curled into a smile at the sound of her clear voice, and he responded gently. What's wrong? Well, I am here. Bai Miaoying's voice was intermittent, as though something was interfering. Hello? Miaoying? I can't hear you clearly. What's going on? The voice on the other end abruptly cut off. Bai Luochuan stared at the communicator in his hand, his brows furrowed. As an experienced card master, he was well-versed in the world's communication systems. Here, there were no base stations. All communications relied on connections between 9-star cards. Xinghua City had a dedicated transmission and reception module to handle intercity communication, exchanges, and transfers. If the city were ever under attack, this module would enable other cities to respond immediately. In such a system, signal issues shouldn't occur unless something significant had happened on the other end. Without hesitation, he pulled out a teleportation card. As the blue light shimmered, his figure vanished instantly, reappearing moments later at the Star Association branch. Nina, check the situation over in Xinghua City. Understood. Please hold on. Nina operated the terminal in front of her with an impassive expression. A moment later, she looked up. The Xinghua City branch reported discovering a secret realm about 10 minutes ago and requested to sever the connection channel. Approval was granted 2 minutes ago. A secret realm? Bai Luochuan's frown deepened. Nearly all major cities were built as pseudo-tinster card systems, designed to adapt to the unique characteristics of this world. The so-called pseudo-tinster system was an extension of 9-star cards with external star circuits. For instance, in Xinghua City, the inner layer, the second layer expeditionary forces, and the third layer towns were all parts of its external circuits. Their sole purpose was to stabilize the spatial environment within a specific range. Since the starfall, the world's most significant change had been the emergence of secret realms. These mysterious spaces harbored countless dangers, some even containing creatures surpassing 9-star levels. Even ordinary creatures from these realms were 10 times stronger than naturally evolved beasts. To survive, humanity had to find stable habitats. In Starfall Year 128, the first 9-star card master, Wu Yu, proposed a groundbreaking theory. Secret realms might be fragments of parallel worlds that existed before the starfall. Some unknown phenomenon had caused a collapse in space-time, shattering countless worlds into fragments that drifted in the void, occasionally connecting to the real world and forming secret realms. These fragments introduced star energy, card masters, and various beasts into the world. This theory led to the official establishment of the Star Association. Wu Yu, as its first president, founded Dawn City, a first pseudo-tinster city. Using the concept of external star circuits, he successfully stabilized the space surrounding the city. Before this, humanity had been constantly displaced, as secret realms could unpredictably appear right at their doorsteps. The more terrifying part is that you never know what level of existence might emerge from within. If an 8-star or 9-star overlord-level creature appears, it would spell the destruction of the entire city. It is precisely the deterrence provided by this pseudo-tinster existence that has allowed humanity to gradually restore order and begin expanding to other parts of the world. However, this hard-won peace was shattered. News of a mysterious realm near Xinghua City caused widespread anxiety. Nina quickly conducted a permissions check and soon confirmed the intelligence. Traces of black soul masters using soul cards had been discovered in the vicinity of Xinghua City. President Zhao Mian suspected this was likely the work of the Luoxing Society and decided to personally investigate. To ensure absolute control over the space, he severed all communication links. Bai Luochuan furrowed his brows, his intuition telling him that his granddaughter was somehow involved in this incident. He immediately pulled out an 8-star communication card from his pocket, its surface glowing with a faint purple light. Such high-star communication cards were exceedingly rare on the market. Most ordinary cards were only 2 or 3 stars, with higher star levels signifying greater communication range. To casually produce an 8-star card could only be described as extravagant. Soon, a response came from the other end of the card. Uncle Bai, is there something urgent? Xiaoyi, the area on your side is sealed off, so I'll keep it short. My granddaughter might be in trouble. She's in a small town on your outskirts, and I can't get through. Can you check on her for me? Understood, uncle. I'll head there right away. Good, thank you. Let me know once you confirm. The communication was promptly cut off. Zhuge Yi put down the communication card and the unfinished star card in his hand, then stood up abruptly. His sudden movement startled his apprentice nearby, causing their hands to tremble. Master, it's nothing. Continue with your work. I need to step out for a bit, Zhuge Yi said with a wave of his hand before striding out. Meanwhile, at shop number 8, Wang Jie, by Miaoyin, and Lin Xinxin pushed the door open and stepped inside. The wind chime at the door lacked its usual crispness, sounding rather hoarse instead. Behind the counter, Nina was jotting something down with a pen and paper. Here to place an order for a taunt card? Register here, and it'll be ready the day after tomorrow, Nina said warmly. Wang Jie looked at the spirited Nina in front of him and couldn't help but marvel internally. Having someone like Nina work as a shop assistant was truly the work of a master. We're here to see the shopkeeper. Bai Miaoyin stepped forward and said. Nina scrutinized the three of them for a few seconds before smiling. All right, please wait a moment. With that, she turned and headed into the backyard. Moments later, Ji Li emerged, and his appearance startled all three of them. His face was pale as paper, his cheeks sunken, and prominent dark circles hung under his eyes. He looked as though he might collapse at any moment. Shopkeeper, what happened to you? Bai Miaoyin exclaimed in alarm. Ji Li yawned and barely managed to force a faint smile. It's nothing, really. I'm fine. Just had 2 card-making apprentices who overexerted themselves and blew up. Small stuff. Overexertion might have been small, but the constant activation of cards was draining him. Ji Li felt like he was on the verge of being completely hollowed out, as if he were about to turn into the shape of a taunt card himself. Bai Miaoyin keenly sensed the unstable energy fluctuations emanating from Ji Li. Shopkeeper, are you grinding levels? Ji Li waved his hand casually and swiftly crouched down to grab a few cups. He picked up the prepared coffee and poured a cup for each of the 3 people present. This is from the farm over there. Works pretty well. At that moment, the doorbell chimed crisply. A deliverer man in uniform walked in, carrying a uniquely designed street lamp. Hello, is this the street lamp you ordered? The deliverer man asked. I didn't order anything, Ji Li replied, looking puzzled. It was ordered by Fufu. He'll go get her. Nina, ever the professional housekeeper, skillfully signed the delivery receipt. Should I leave it outside for you? The deliverer man offered. Just then, Ji Fufu emerged from the back, her face paler even than Ji Li's. Put it next to the bar counter. It'll look nice. The deliverer man hesitated as he glanced at the street lamp's position. Does it really look nice there? Extremely nice. Ji Fufu enunciated each word with such a tone of grievance that it almost overflowed. Her heavy resentment stemmed not only from dealing with materials, but also from the unexpected mishap involving the card-maker apprentice who had literally dropped dead while crafting a card. As a card herself, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of shared sorrow. Ji Li cleared his throat twice and turned to Bai Miaoyin. So what's up? Need something from me? Yes. Bai Miaoyin pulled a blue bead from her bag. Would you be interested in this? Ji Li took the bead and examined it closely, letting out a surprised, whoa. Second-tier material? Bai Miaoyin nodded in confirmation and then took out a card. She was just about to activate it when Ji Li quickly stopped her. Wait! Ji Li exclaimed. Let's head to the backyard. With that, he led the group outside. Seeing the second-tier material, Ji Fufu became intrigued and skipped along behind them. Second-tier materials, also known as epic base materials or pure materials, are essential for crafting epic-grade cards. Materials below 4-star levels are relatively easier to obtain due to their lower energy and simpler refining processes. However, 4-star and above materials are much harder to acquire. Although 3rd-tier materials can be purified into 2nd-tier ones, the cost is exorbitantly high. This is why most of Ji Li's 4-star cards remained at the fine or excellent level, rarely reaching epic grade. Even among 2nd-tier materials, there are distinctions in quality. Materials refined from 3rd-tier sources are called sub-2nd-tier materials, whereas true 2nd-tier materials can only be obtained from magical beasts. Ji Li had always been fascinated by the existence of magical beasts. When his eyes fell on a piece of armor on the ground, his curiosity was piqued. He poked it with his finger, picked up a fragment, and examined it carefully. Ultimately, he concluded it was nothing more than an ordinary armor shard, heavily rusted in multiple spots and utterly worthless. Setting the blue bead aside, Ji Li asked, Can you describe the battle in detail? But before Bai Miaoyin could finish her sentence, Lin Xinxin suddenly spoke up. I recorded it. Huh? Bai Miaoyin and Wang Jie turned to her simultaneously, their faces filled with surprise. Impressive. You're really taking on the world with just a bow. That's incredibly helpful, Ji Li said with a smile. He'll take the bead. We're old friends, what do you want in return? Start by equipping her with a set, Wang Jie replied, pointing to Lin Xinxin. Wang Jie looked at the cards in his hand, pondering how he could assist Lin Xinxin. As a teammate, having only a bow would indeed hinder their combat effectiveness. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Xinxin hurriedly waved her hand. I don't need it. she said softly, her head lowered. I have something to do. I'll go first. With that, she quickly ran off, leaving Wang Jie and Bai Miaoying staring at each other in confusion. What's wrong with her? Wang Jie asked, puzzled. Bai Miaoying thought for a moment and suggested, not sure. Maybe let Lin Sen ask her, those two are close. I'll handle it, Wang Jie shrugged. Just as he was about to explain his request to Ji Li, a loud voice boomed from outside. Ji Li, Nina's unmistakably loud voice called out. Zhuge old man said he's looking for Yuan for Bai Miaoying too. An elderly man with a white beard strode into the room and got straight to the point. I saw your post on the forum mocking me, and I did some tests. It works well against regular beasts, but it's less effective on phantom beasts. Some phantom beasts are outright immune to taunts, so you'll need to dig deeper into that. Phantom beasts? Ji Li asked with a frown. Zhuge chuckled. Yes, many phantom beasts don't rely on their physical bodies as their most critical aspect. Do you have any data on that? Of course. I was waiting for you to ask, Zhuge said cheerfully. But as his gaze fell on Bai Miaoying's forehead, where a dark mark had appeared, his expression froze. Miaoying, what's with that line on your forehead? Feeling the surge, Ji Li's fingertips began to glimmer with faint starlight. Silently, he recited Sword 18 in his mind, pressed his fingers together, and decisively slashed downward. He envisioned a sharp sword aura shooting from his fingertips, slicing across the table with lightning speed. In his imagination, the table would remain intact until he gracefully raised his fingers to his lips, blew gently, and the table would instantly shatter into pieces. Reality, however, was far less impressive. While his fingers did emit a faint starlight, what emerged was a chubby little arc of light that sluggishly wriggled forward. It barely moved half a meter before dissipating into the air. Puffed, Bai Miaoying couldn't help but burst into laughter, though she quickly realized her lapse and, blushing, tried to comfort him. It's okay, manager. Even small things can be cute. Ji Li, expressionless, withdrew his spell-casting stance, inwardly wishing he could disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Beside him, Ji Fufu, full of curiosity, imitated him by holding up two fingers and making a sweeping motion. Suddenly, the sky brightened dramatically. What are you doing? Trying to tear the place down? Nina stormed in from the front hall, shouting. Everyone turned to see that the house in the middle of the backyard had been cleanly split in two. All eyes, wide with shock, focused on Ji Fufu, especially Zhuge, who stood frozen in disbelief. Without hesitation, Nina strode over, grabbed Ji Fufu by the ear, and began dragging her out. Well, look at you. You've really outdone yourself, huh? Tearing the house apart now? If it weren't for my barrier, would you have leveled the entire town? I was wrong. I really was wrong. Ji Fufu wailed as she was hauled away. Wang Jie swallowed hard. A moment ago, he'd found Ji Fufu adorable. Now, he was silently relieved to have avoided disaster. Zhuge, however, cast a meaningful glance at Ji Li. Though his surprise quickly faded, he began to explain. This is the application of energy. Does that mean we can achieve the same level as that armor? Wang Jie immediately asked. No, Zhuge replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the split house, his mouth twitching slightly. This kind of thing isn't practical for combat. Materials are categorized into 3 levels, and so is energy. Level 3 materials correspond to beasts, and level 3 energy corresponds to star force. Levels 1 to 3 focus on cultivating and enhancing star force, while levels 4 to 6 emphasize understanding it. The most important thing is that star force can be compressed. Wait, compressed? Yes. When the total amount remains the same, higher compression levels significantly increase damage, making it especially effective against armor. That young girl in the video is a good example. She only used an ordinary 4-star white bow, Zhuge said, with a hint of disdain. The craftsmanship wasn't even solid. It was all thanks to her meticulous maintenance. But with that bow, she managed to deal such incredible damage, all because of compression. Professor Zhuge, about my question, Wang Jie couldn't help but ask. You, on the other hand, are a different case, Zhuge replied, shaking his head. Your star force is naturally more abundant than most, but the higher the quality of the energy, the harder it is to control. Still, it's a trade-off. Your spells will naturally be much more powerful. As one progresses to the 4 to 6 star stage, the mastery of star psychic power becomes increasingly refined, and the rate of improvement accelerates. Zhuge observed the scene before him and couldn't help but remark. It's like the shield of a shield warrior. When cultivated to the peak, it doesn't even require active response before the enemy's attack gets close. The defense is already automatically in place. He focused intently on the sacred shield Bai Miaoying had prepared for Lin San, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. A 4-star card, even if meticulously crafted, typically has a shield value just over 10,000. Such a defense is more than sufficient against ordinary 4-star beasts, but it falls short when facing phantom beasts. Stroking his graying beard, Zhuge continued. This sacred shield, however, is capable of withstanding such powerful attacks for a simple reason: it greatly enhances the shield value, but at the cost of being able to take only one hit. This is a classic example of the law of equivalent exchange. Why hasn't this card been uploaded? Zhuge Yi frowned. What a pity. Ji Li merely shrugged nonchalantly. You. Zhuge Yi shook his head with a smile. How about this? I'll help you upload it, and all the profits will go to you. How does that sound? Deal? Ji Li agreed without hesitation. By the way, Professor Zhuge. Ji Li suddenly remembered something. You still haven't explained what secondary energy is. Zhuge Yi's expression turned serious. Secondary energy refers to soul energy. Normally, this isn't something you should learn about so early, but since you've already come into contact with it, I might as well explain. He pointed to the recording and continued. We've always believed that star psychic power is merely a channel, a pathway connecting to one's soul. His gaze fell on by Miaoyin in the footage. Take this young lady, for instance. While you can't see her expression, you can sense her focus in every arrow she releases. Unbeknownst to her, her soul has already synchronized with her star psychic power. That is the power of soul energy. But didn't you say she's compressing her star psychic power? That's correct, Zhuge Yi nodded. However, she hasn't systematically learned compression techniques. She's purely guided by her soul's instincts, using her unwavering belief to compress her psychic power and release an incredibly powerful arrow. In fact, the key to advancing from 6 to 7 stars lies in perceiving soul energy. He elaborated further. The reason why phantom creatures are so powerful is that their attacks are often rooted in the use of soul energy. For instance, the sword aura released by this armor is merely the most basic application of soul energy, so it doesn't really count as a skill. So what level would this armor be considered in the secret realm? At best, an elite. Just an elite? Wang Jie was stunned. Zhuge Yi explained. Creatures in the secret realm are divided into 5 levels. Common, elite, domain lord, overlord, and realm master. Elite is only the second tier. Bear in mind, if 2 of these armors appeared, your team would be doomed. As he spoke, Zhuge Yi's gaze suddenly froze on the recording. In the footage, Bai Miaoyin had vanished without a trace. Although he was well versed in the card series of the dual space, the situation before him left him utterly perplexed. How had Bai Miaoyin managed to secure victory? What baffled him even more was that she emerged with control over a shadow army. When Bai Miaoyin unleashed the power of annihilation, Zhuge Yi was completely stunned, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shock. The Shadow Legion is notorious within the Star Alliance. Nearly every rule-breaking individual holds one of their cards. How did you win? Zhuge Yi frowned deeply, unable to comprehend. Bai Miaoyin said nothing. She simply handed over 2 cards, Mind Vision and Thought Theft. Zhuge Yi took the cards and fell into a minute-long silence. The development of the card world had already reached an impressive level, with colossal cities like Xinglua City standing as proof. Powerful cards such as Space Lock and Instant Teleportation appeared one after another, while Field Magic and exclusive cards made the scene flourish like never before. Yet, no one had ever considered focusing on the opponent's deck itself. This person is suspicious. Zhuge Yi thought to himself, unconsciously putting himself in the perspective of the cloaked figure. Just imagine, your own cards being used against you, being defeated by them, and the opponent even smirking, saying, your cards are really smooth. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Don't upload this deck for now, Zhuge Yi instructed Ji Li, turning back to him. Wait for the president to return before making a decision. Miaoyin, come with me. I need to run some checks on you. All right, Bai Miaoyin replied. Professor, is Miaoyin going to be okay? Ji Li asked worriedly. When it involves matters of the soul, no one can say for sure, Zhuge Yi replied cryptically. As he spoke, his words carried deeper meaning. Just as he mentioned, materials are classified into 3 levels, and so is energy. Ji Li, quick to catch on, realized that the first-class energy and materials might refer to the same thing, the soul. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. Setting aside the first-class energy and materials, even the second-class substances held infinite possibilities. This discovery was undoubtedly a monumental surprise. Meanwhile, Zhao Mian stood before the collapsed cave, flanked by an imposing squad. Lin Sin swallowed hard, watching a familiar suit of armor approach them. Judging by its aura, it was a 4-star soul-type creature, an elite-level entity. Old 7, take care of it. The burly man at the front commanded tersely. Got it. The man addressed as Old 7 responded, stepping forward and leaving only a footprint behind. In the next instant, he appeared beside the armor. The armor erupted with dazzling flames, and just as Lin San was about to warn him, Old 7's hand materialized an energy dagger, his movements fluid and precise. Clang! The armor that had nearly wiped out their entire team was pierced in one clean strike by the assassin. Lin San was utterly stunned by the scene. Let's go. Time to take a look inside, Zhao Mian said, his expression grim as he gazed at the cave entrance. The strength of this expedition team was unparalleled, with even the weakest member being at least an 8-star level. What was truly awe-inspiring wasn't just the speed of the kill, but the precision of that single, deadly strike. The gap between Lin San and these elites was so vast that he couldn't even begin to grasp the weight behind the assassin's attack. Lin San followed the group into the cave. The passage wasn't very deep, about 50 meters in. They reached a constantly rotating pitch-black vortex. Black energy occasionally spilled out and dispersed into the surroundings. Zhao Mian stood at the entrance of the secret realm, his brows furrowed as his right hand moved slowly through the air, sensing the energy fluctuations. 4 stars, no wonder, he muttered. Turning to the guild leader beside him, his tone grew heavy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mian let out a soft sigh. This won't be easy. We still don't know their intentions. Resolutely, he gave his orders. Secure the area first. Have the townsfolk come for testing. But be strict, those with poor aptitude shouldn't be allowed in. He explained to the group. This secret realm is essentially a fragment of a small world. It will take a considerable amount of time to fully merge with the real world. Moreover, it imposes strict restrictions on those entering. Leaving from within is unaffected, but entering from the outside will face energy suppression. A sudden realization dawned on Zhao Mian. No wonder this secret realm can exist here despite Xinglua City's suppression. Its energy level is so low that it escapes Xinglua City's monitoring range. His voice turned grave. But the secret realm itself isn't the biggest problem. The real trouble lies with that group. The Shadow Legion is the standard force of the Falling Star Guild. They wouldn't have the resources to search every inch along the Yuduan mountain range, especially with how well hidden this location is. If it weren't for Lin San and his team passing by chance. Zhao Mian made a decision. For now, this is the plan. I need to report to the association and wait for instructions from higher-ups. Leave one person here to guard the entrance, and the rest of you spread out to gather intelligence. At the same time, news arrived that a squad had been captured by the enemy. In a remote cave, the space had been hollowed out completely. For stone chains extended from the rocky walls, connecting to a black altar at the center. Whenever someone stepped onto the altar, piercing screams echoed through the air. A figure in black robes stood at the edge of the altar, reporting to another black-robed figure in the center. They've been captured. Is that so? The central figure murmured softly. Master, shall we take action? No need. The black-robed figure said calmly. I know Zhao Mian. With his soft-hearted nature, he'll definitely send people in to explore, and he would never destroy the secret realm. Understood. The subordinate bowed respectfully and withdrew. The black-robed figure stood alone at the center of the altar. After a long silence, a faint chuckle escaped from under the hood, growing louder and louder until it turned into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Zhao Mian. His laughter was filled with madness and exhilaration. As the laughter resonated, black mist rose from the altar, carrying countless anguished and distorted souls. Their tortured wails filled the cave as the mist ascended, attempting to break free from the altar's constraints. However, just as it neared the cave's ceiling, an invisible force dragged it back down. Zhao Mian. The black-robed figure's voice echoed through the cavernous space. Meanwhile, in the small town, Lin Xinxin wandered aimlessly. Ever since leaving Ji Li's place, she had felt lost, unsure of what to do next. Lin Sin had been gone for a day now and hadn't returned. To her surprise, she found herself missing him. She found a noodle shop on West Street and sat at one of the outdoor tables, resting her chin in her hands as she watched passersby. She wanted to continue following Lin San's team, but she didn't have enough money. Although the blue pearl they found was valuable enough for each member to earn a few hundred coins, which was plenty for an ordinary team, she had come to understand that this team was anything but ordinary after just one expedition. Borrow it, she told herself silently. Xin, from now on, you can't call Uncle Wang uncle anymore. You need to call him Dad? Okay, her mother said gently. Dad, the little girl whispered timidly. Good girl, Xin, Uncle Wang said with a satisfied smile, gently patting Xin's head. Not long after, Xin ran to her mother in tears. Mom, Uncle Wang, he hit me. He hit you. Her mother sneered coldly. Well, whose fault is that? Didn't I tell you not to call him Uncle Wang? You need to call him Dad. But, enough, stop talking, her mother interrupted. We live off him, eat his food, drink his water. Letting him vent a little, what's so wrong with that? If you don't like it, you can move out and live on your own. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher noticed the bruises on Xin's arm. Xin, what's wrong with your arm? It's nothing, Xin murmured, her head lowered, her voice barely audible. Tell me, Xin, your teacher will help you. I don't know. That evening, Uncle Wang's enraged voice echoed through the house. You dared to tell your teacher? I didn't. Xin curled up in a corner, tears streaming down her face. I'll teach you not to lie. I'll teach you. His fists and kicks rained down, and all Xin could do was cry helplessly. It wasn't me. I didn't. The next day, the homeroom teacher saw Xin covered in bruises and felt a sharp pain in her heart. Xin, what happened to you? Why do you look like this? I already told your parents to be careful. Wait, these injuries, did your dad do this? I'm going to confront him. No. Please, don't. It's okay, Xin. Your teacher will protect you. The homeroom teacher went straight to their home. Mr. Wang, child abuse is against the law. Uncle Wang's face darkened. Teacher, I respect you enough to call you teacher, but you're nothing without that title. Do you have any evidence? You're accusing me without proof. Xin is my daughter, careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Xin, come with me, the teacher said firmly. Xin, come back. Mom will protect you, her mother said, pretending to persuade her. Xin looked at her mother, then at the teacher. I want to go with the teacher. Fine, Uncle Wang sneered. Go ahead, but you'll regret it. At the teacher's home, Xin finally felt a hint of warmth. Xin, don't be afraid. From now on, stay with me. I can take care of you. Thank you, teacher. Don't mention it. But Xin, you have to work hard in school, okay? When you grow up, you can become someone amazing. Okay. However, the peace didn't last long. One day, the police showed up at the teacher's door. Ma'am, we've received a report accusing you of abducting someone's child. Is this true? Abduction? That family uses this little girl as their punching bag. If I hadn't taken her away, she might have been beaten to death. So you're admitting it? Admitting what? Wait a minute. What gives you the right to barge in here? Who are you? In the end, Xin was forced to return to that home. Her mother's words coiled around her like a poisonous snake. Xin, I've told you before. We eat his food, drink his water. Letting him vent a little, what's so wrong with that? Your dad is someone important out there. Uncle Wang's chilling voice came from behind. Well, if it isn't Miss Lin Xin. Feeling bold, aren't you? But it's useless. Look at your dear teacher, she's in jail now. Why? Because you didn't pay the price. You eat my food, drink my water, and the price you pay is that you belong to me. You ate her food, drank her water, and gave her nothing in return. She deserved what she got. The principle of equivalent exchange must never be broken. Do you understand? Now go wash the clothes. No washing machine, use your hands. Years later, a new teacher noticed the scars on Xin's body. Xin, are you okay? Did he hit you again? Here, take this camera. Record it if he hits you. That way, you'll have a chance to escape. Forget it, Xin replied, her eyes devoid of emotion. What do you mean? Teacher, it's equivalent exchange. He hits me, but he gives me food and drink. Slap. A loud, sharp slap echoed. How can you say such a thing? Life isn't just about cold transactions. There's friendship, love, family. Without emotions, what separates us from animals? You're still young. You can't go on like this. Xin stared at the teacher blankly and repeated, Teacher, it's equivalent exchange. Fine. Let's talk about equivalent exchange. What is he exchanging? He gives you a little food, and in return, he takes away your happiness, your dignity. Is that fair? One must be strong. Lin Xin's stepfather grabbed her hand and forced her to slap her own face. If someone slaps you, you slap them back. That's what equal exchange means. Since it's an equal exchange, why not make it satisfying for yourself? A sharp slap echoed through the air. See that? Her stepfather sneered. You hit me, and I hit you back even if it was with your own hand. But this is how it should be. His expression darkened. I spent 5 years behind bars, 5 whole years. Lin Xin, if you end up being a failure, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Remember this world only works on the principle of equal exchange. Without it, no one can save you. That memory clung to her like a shadow she couldn't shake. Then came the devastating news. Lin Xin, your mother is dead. Come back and take care of the body. How did she die? Some crazy woman came out of nowhere and stabbed her to death. Hurry back, hey, put that down. I was just talking nonsense. Her stepfather's face became even clearer in her mind. Xin, now that your mother's gone, someone has to take care of the household. He'll make the decisions now. Seeing her silence, he put on a fake smile. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you should take on your mother's responsibilities. Why aren't you saying anything? Not agreeing? How about this tomorrow we can go out for a walk? Haha, I get it. You want something romantic, don't you? In the interrogation room, the officer's voice was cold. Lin Xin, at 9 a.m. on XXXX, you shot and killed the victim, Wang Mumu, who was also your stepfather. Do you admit this? I do, she said calmly. Then, I have my reasons. The evidence has already been submitted. 376 video clips over the span of 5 years. She locked eyes with the officer. It was self-defense. Why didn't you report it earlier? Because the last person who tried to help me report it went mad, and then they died. Time flew by. Lin Xin sat by the street, murmuring softly. Maybe I should just let it go. There you are. Lin Sen plopped down beside her. I've been looking for you all over the place. This time, we might actually make some money. Plus, they'll borrow some from Wang Jie to get you a better weapon. Let me tell you, I don't want to borrow. Lin Xin interrupted softly. Lin Sen froze, staring at her determined eyes. He seemed to understand something and let out a sigh. Can you tell me why? Lin Xin only repeated, I don't want to borrow. Boss, Lin San called out to the noodle shop. 2 bowls of noodles, extra meat, and eggs. Make sure you use the good stuff. I'm from slaughterhouse number 7, and I can tell bad meat in one bite. Don't try to fool me. Got it, coming right up. While waiting for the noodles, Lin San placed a small orb on the table. Got lucky this time it's a secret realm. The guild leader said it might open up for teams to explore. I want to give it a shot. He hesitated, leaving unspoken the worry that weighed on him. Even a single piece of armor had already strained the team's resources. If they faced stronger foes, how would they manage? That was why they needed better gear. Lin Xinxin understood the implication, clenching her fists as she lowered her head. That hurdle was still so difficult to overcome. Lin Sin didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject. You know, I originally wrote over 10,000 words about Lin Xingxin's backstory. But this isn't supposed to be a tragic novel, so I cut it down to about 1,000. The emotional depth might be lacking, but bear with it. This backstory is necessary. Without it, the rest wouldn't make much sense. Lin Sin picked up the bowl and chopsticks and began washing them, the sound of running water echoing in the background. You know, he said, his movements steady, his voice calm. Those days after they abandoned me were really tough. It's hard to put into words. Even though people tried to comfort me, their words felt hollow. It wasn't until I found that mocking note that I started to see hope again. He paused for a moment, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The funny thing is, the moment hope appeared, all the pain and frustration vanished, like clouds blown away by the wind. All that was left was a single thought: becoming an outstanding shield warrior. As Lin Sin dried the dishes in his hands, he continued, I'm not saying all this to persuade you to lend me money. You have your concerns, and I get that. I just want to tell you, there's no such thing as true empathy in this world. I don't know what you've been through, and even if I did, I have no right to judge. All I can do is invite you to walk toward the future together. To Lin Xinxin, his words hit like a bolt of lightning. The phrase, a person's life isn't just about equal exchange, resurfaced in her mind, along with the image of his slightly crazed yet unervingly calm face. Here you go, your noodles are ready. Enjoy. The steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table. Lin Sen handed over a pair of chopsticks, which Lin Xinxin took naturally. The two stopped talking, focusing instead on the meal in front of them. Lin Xinxin devoured her noodles, silently noting they were a bit salty, and casually grabbed a napkin to wipe the sweat off her forehead. 5 minutes later, both had finished their bowls. Lin Xinxin looked up and asked, Do you have a plan? Well, Lin San replied thoughtfully. This last battle made me realize my weaknesses. Maybe I should work on improving my attack power. Wang Jie's field magic does a great job of protecting everyone, but I'm wondering if my attack strength were higher, would it help draw more aggro more effectively? Then lend me money. Lin Xinxin interrupted before he could finish. Huh, what? Lend me money. All right. You sure you won't regret it? Lending some money isn't a big deal. What's there to regret? Lin Sen couldn't help but chuckle. There you are. A cheerful voice suddenly came from behind. Both turned to see Bai Miaoyin approaching with excitement. I was just looking for you too. Our bonus came in 10,000. That's enough to buy something really good. What? Lin San and Lin Xinxin exclaimed in unison. They exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter together. At shop number 8, Lin San's team of 4 gathered. Lin San was startled again when he saw Ji Li's pale face looked like he might faint at any moment. Ji Li got straight to the point. I've assessed all your issues. With the limited materials we have, I can only make one item for now. By the way, I've recently improved my skills. Those 2 blue beads you brought are perfect for crafting a weapon. After reviewing the footage, I think I can create an epic bow for her. And the price? Lin Xinxin asked nervously. Not much, just the 2 beads plus 200 contribution points. They'll also throw in an extra arrow card for free. Hearing the price, Lin Xinxin visibly relaxed. That's manageable. Miaoing, you can keep using your card for now. That works just fine, Bai Miaoing nodded. The current cards were more than sufficient. As far as support was concerned, they were already strong enough. Store manager, could you take a look at this card? Can it be repaired? Wang Jie took out his card, Wang Jie's sturdy wall, from his pocket and handed it over. It only had one use left. Ji Li glanced at the card. Leave it here. I'll study it. As for your question, I have some ideas, but with the current conditions, I can't create it just yet. Your field spell is quite useful, keep using it for now. In a few days, I'll make you a few more cards for protection. When Wang Jie mentioned that his specialty was magic power, the first thing that crossed Ji Li's mind was overload, and the second was giant. If these concepts were materialized, they would require a significant amount of magic power. However, given the current circumstances, it was impossible to create overload or giant cards. These ideas needed further refinement. Recently, Ji Li had been experimenting with the latest card structures. The gap between 4-star and 3-star Star Warriors was substantial, and the same could be said for card creators. After giving them some instructions, Ji Li sent them off and began examining Wang Jie's sturdy wall. 4-star cards introduced a new concept compared to 3-star cards: external card circuits. What are external card circuits? For example, a simple fireball spell card generates a fireball internally, activated by star energy. Once the fireball is thrown, it essentially completes its purpose. After leaving the card, it can only be slightly controlled with mental power to adjust its trajectory or target. Overall, most of the process happens within the card when activated by star energy. External card circuits, on the other hand, form a new circuit outside the card after activation. This application is mostly used for special effects. For instance, the Divine Word Shield card applies all its energy externally, creating a temporary life shield for teammates or summoned creatures. This is a standard application of external card circuits. Geely had learned this concept during his systematic training and applied it when he advanced to 4-star during the beginner's trial. What truly intrigued him, however, was the secondary energy mentioned by Zhuge Yi. What was the relationship between secondary and tertiary energy? Wang Jie's exclusive card might hold the answer. Exclusive cards are special cards that can only be used by their respective owners. These cards are generally powerful, often tied to the user's soul. For example, Long Xing's turret during his 2-star phase had overwhelmingly strong attributes. Similarly, Wang Jie's exclusive card was extraordinary. It withstood a single strike from that armor before collapsing. Judging by the numbers, that single strike of sword energy from the armor must have dealt at least 100,000 damage. This estimate was based on the fact that the armor could easily break through Lin San's shield. The actual energy investment might have been even higher. Yet, this wall held its ground. Geely was eager to delve into the relationship between secondary and tertiary energy. Perhaps he could recreate that attribute. Hearthstone side note. Speaking of the returning card sets, which one are you planning to pick? I'm feeling like Handbuff Paladin has potential, but at the same time, I really want to go with the Little Bald Guy deck. Decisions. In the Grand Hall of the Supreme Council in Xinglua City, 18 prominent figures were seated around an imposing round table. Zhao Mian sat in the center, his expression grave as he began. Let me start by addressing the issue. We've discovered a 4-star secret realm in the Yu Duan mountain range, which is very likely the handiwork of the Luoxing Society. Now, we need to discuss how to handle this situation. As soon as his words fell, Zhou slammed the table with a deafening bang. The Luoxing Society scum? Just crush that secret realm outright. Idiot, a cold voice interjected. Zhou instantly flew into a rage. Chow, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. I said idiot. Idiot, the person replied, unyielding. Hey, damn it. Come on, let's settle this outside. Before the meeting could devolve further into chaos, Zhao Mian rubbed his temples, which were throbbing in frustration. Let me make one thing clear, crushing it is not an option. Why not? Zhou retorted indignantly. President, we can't be so greedy over some small gain. Xinglua City is a big, powerful entity. It doesn't hurt to be extra cautious. Idiot, the same person spoke again. Use that underdeveloped brain of yours to think. You know how chaotic the Yu Duan mountain range is. If they can find one hidden spot to set up a secret realm, what's stopping them from finding another? The key issue here is figuring out what they're trying to do. This reasoning seemed to hit home. Zhou scratched his bald head, uncharacteristically quiet for a moment. So what now? He asked after some thought. We already know those bastards are targeting Xinglua City. Should we recall the expeditionary forces? That'd be a huge loss. Zhao Mian frowned deeply. This is the real problem. Discovering one secret realm or a couple of minor threats isn't the issue. The critical point is the Luoxing Society's intentions and methods. Anyone with half a brain can see that they're planning to strike against Xinglua City. The question is when and how. If that's the case, is there a way to root them out? I've already sent people to investigate, but there's no news yet, Zhao Mian explained. To attack Xinglua City, even if they cut off external reinforcements, they'd still need a large number of high-level powerhouses. Once they show themselves, we can track them. The current concern lies with the secret realm itself. Was it created merely to sever our connection to the outside? Or is there something more inside, perhaps a being of the secret realm master level? If you ask me, we should just crush it already, Zhou muttered again. Idiot. Chow, come on, let's fight. I can't beat you. Then shut up if you can't beat me. Idiot. Zhao Mian, exasperated, pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket and downed several pills. Zhou happened to notice and, for once, showed a rare hint of concern. President, are you okay? Not feeling well? You're getting on in years. Don't overexert yourself, Zhou said with surprising sincerity. Zhao Mian, now even more irritated, poured out another handful of pills. Idiot. I'm taking these because you're driving me insane. What does that have to do with me? You too, shut up. One more word, and you'll be standing outside for the rest of the meeting. With Zhao Mian's angry outburst, the conference room finally fell into silence. The atmosphere in the conference hall was tense, and everyone present remained silent, as if walking on thin ice. The gazes of Jiuxing shield warrior Zhou and Jiuxing assassin Chao Yan clashed in the air, sparking an almost tangible hostility. The enmity between these two rivals was common knowledge. Regarding how to handle the secret realm, the guild leader said with a serious tone, I don't intend to destroy it outright. Leaving such a lucrative opportunity untouched would be a waste. He then elaborated on two potential plans for dealing with the secret realm. The first was a direct and forceful approach, typically used for lower-level secret realms. This involved severing the connection between the secret realm and the main world through high-intensity attacks, akin to removing a small circle stuck to a larger one, causing it to dissipate entirely. The second plan was more strategic, transforming the secret realm into a base for training future talents and harvesting resources. However, he emphasized that even with the second option, the dangers of the secret realm should not be underestimated. My plan, the guild leader continued, is to spend 1 to 2 years thoroughly clearing the area around the secret realm. At the same time, we will establish a series of trial checkpoints. Any team wishing to enter the secret realm must first pass these tests to qualify. Someone suggested sending an exploratory team into the secret realm first, but the guild leader waved the idea off. No need. This is the handiwork of the Luoxian Guild. Who knows what traps they've set, making it easy to enter but nearly impossible to exit. We'll send scouts when the main force is ready to advance. If they go missing, we can respond promptly. Shifting gears, the guild leader brought up the second topic. Although the intentions of the Luoxian Guild remain unclear, we must prepare for the worst. Does anyone have any strategies to propose? At that moment, Zhuge Yi raised his hand. Guild leader, everyone, please take a look at this card. A card slowly materialized in the center of the conference hall, a combination of mind vision and thought theft. What good is that? Zhao Mian glanced at it dismissively. The practical value of these two cards seemed limited. Aside from exposing the cardmaker's questionable intentions, they offered no significant advantage. Moreover, each card system had its unique characteristics, and forcing the use of another's cards often led to diminished results. They can replicate Shadow Legion, Oblivion, and Absolution, Zhuge Yi stated, dropping a bombshell that left everyone in the room stunned. The Shadow Legion was a notorious threat. On the surface, it appeared to be a mere summoning card, but in reality, it could replicate nearly all of a person's abilities from when they were alive, including their cards. What made it even more formidable was its powerful combat instincts. When fighting against the Luoxian Guild, it often felt like battling two opponents at once because of their ability to summon the Shadow Legion. While the card came with negative side effects, the Luoxian Guild had long discovered ways to neutralize them. Is this for real? Someone asked in disbelief. Absolutely, Zhuge Yi nodded. And the results are remarkably effective. With that, he began recounting Bai Miaoyin's related experiences. Everyone in the room gasped sharply. This move was truly ruthless. Remember to shout, "Wow," when using the card, Zhuge Yi said as he casually drew another taunt card and placed it on the table. Why shout? Someone asked, puzzled. Idiot, Zhuge Yi sneered. It's one of the ways to channel mental energy, and it works quite well. This card, like the previous one, requires you to shout. You should have noticed by now the more pronounced the mental energy fluctuation, the easier it is to harness soul energy. Shout a few more times, and you can't go wrong. TSK, shouting like that will definitely make the opponent miserable, someone chuckled. Don't get too cocky just yet. Treat this as a backup plan, Zhuge Yi said seriously. This card must remain confidential internally. Make sure to pay the card maker a hush fee. You guys go make a few high-star versions and find an opportunity to test their effectiveness. If it really works, the Luoxian Society is in for a tough time. Meanwhile, Ji Fufu was slumped over the table, looking utterly listless and drained. What's wrong? Nina poked her soft cheek. Didn't Ji Li give you some time off? Why aren't you happy? It's boring because I have time off, Ji Fufu said weakly. Then go out, take a stroll, and enjoy some good food. No, it's pointless. I'm tired of those shops already. Suddenly, Ji Fufu sat up straight. I'm so bored. I'm going to see what Ji Li is up to. She had just reached the door when she bumped headfirst into Ji Li, who was coming out. Ow! Ji Li stumbled backward, nearly falling. Ji Fufu blinked and exaggeratedly shouted, Ow! Before dramatically collapsing as well. Ji Fu! Ji Li growled, get up. When have I ever docked your pay? Why do you always treat me like some pre-Luoxian capitalist? First, it's streetlights. Now it's fake accidents. What are you even trying to do? That's how they do it on TV. Ji Fufu's eyes darted mischievously. Nina showed it to me. Ji Li turned to glare at Nina, who puffed out her chest defiantly, as if saying, what are you going to do about it? Ji Li's expression twitched as he thought to himself, what kind of cards are these people playing with in this house? He dusted off his clothes and stood up. Why aren't you out and about today? As it turned out, Ji Fufu was incredibly efficient at processing materials, and the demand for taunt cards was limited. Proper shield warriors rarely failed to hold aggro during battles, so a single fight might not even require one card. After the initial surge in demand, usage gradually decreased. As a result, Ji Li had given Ji Fufu a break 2 days ago. Ji Fufu had been ecstatic and spent 2 days indulging in food and fun, but it quickly lost its novelty. I'm bored. Ji Li, why don't we go back to Luoxian City? There's way more to do there. We can go back, but not now. Let's wait until the new year. For now, focus on making more cards and leveling up. All right. Ji Fufu reluctantly agreed, realizing that improving her strength was more important. Just then, The wind chime at the door jingled, and Lin San and his group of four walked in. Boss, we heard our cards are ready. Yes, Geely nodded. Follow me. New cards. Ji Fufu and Nina perked up with excitement. Nina, watch the shop. Got it. Nina responded cheerfully. Nina waved her arm lightly, and an identical version of herself instantly appeared behind her. This extraordinary ability left everyone present secretly astonished. When the group entered the studio, the scene before them made them stop in surprise. Several card-making apprentices were deeply focused on crafting mockery cards, their faces pale and drained of energy, clearly from the intense effort. Manager, these apprentices, they... Oh, that's just the process of creating summoning cards. Don't worry about it. Geely explained casually. Don't worry? They look like they're about to collapse, someone murmured in shock. That's not important. Geely dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand and turned to Wang Jia. Here, these are for you. Geely took out 3 cards and handed them to Wang Jia, who quickly accepted them with respect. The card attributes immediately appeared. Frost Barrier. Type. Spell card Epic Attack. Durability. 0 Skill Secret. 10. Effect. Upon use, automatically forms a shield when taking fatal damage, nullifying the attack. Description. Not dead, just not dead, haha. Disruption Spell. Type. Spell card Excellent Attack. Durability. 0 Skill Secret. 10. Effect. When the enemy uses a single target spell, summon a minion to redirect the attack. Description. Can't hit me, ha. Spell counter. Type. Spell card Excellent Attack. Durability. 0 Skill Secret. 10. Effect. Directly counters the enemy's spell when cast. Description. Can't use it, just can't use it, haha. The 6 people in room X6 collectively gasped. Such card designs were unheard of. In this world, the development of cards had always been centered on bigger, faster, stronger, either enhancing the power of weapons and spells or boosting speed attributes, such as giving assassin-type cards abilities like Wind Rush for acceleration. From standard spell cards to champ-based and field-type spell cards, the trajectory of card development in this world had always been clear, pursuing greater power. So when Geely showcased critical hit attributes earlier, everyone found it impressive, but not out of place yet aligned with the usual progression. But now, these card designs completely defied convention. Instead of simply boosting one's own abilities, they directly targeted the effects of the opponent's cards. From stealing cards to outright blocking them. This level of design was mind-blowing. Geely, with cards like these, aren't you afraid you'll get beaten up if you show them to others? Nina asked with a complex expression, and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Huh. Geely looked puzzled. Beaten up? This is nothing. Honestly, mana-focused classes are actually better suited for playing gruff strategies or overload builds. Even summoning giant sits, just that the current conditions don't allow it. So I'm starting with the classic secret mage system. Back in the day, the guild leader was famous for guessing secrets. This works just fine for now. And you're not using them yourself? Of course I am. Wang Jie immediately tucked the cards into his pocket without hesitation. He was about to head into battle and couldn't care less if these cards upset his enemies. What mattered was how effective they were. Manager, can we each get one of these Frost Barrier cards? Wang Jie asked, pointing at the life-saving card. This thing could really save lives. That's not possible. Geely shook his head, rejecting the request. Wang Jie frowned as he studied the card in front of him, struggling to understand Geely's intention. This card requires a lot of mental strength and mana. The principles of disruption spell and counterspell are relatively simple. You just need to interfere slightly while the opponent is casting, which makes them low cost and high reward. But Ice Barrier is different. It has to detect attacks and provide absolute defense at the same time. Without sufficient mental strength, it's impossible to pull off. Geely nodded. Exactly. Theoretically, only you and Miaoyin can use this card. Then get me 2 of them. Hold on, Geely said, waving his hand. Today, I'm just showing you the prototype. He turned to Lin San. Your turn. Lin San nervously rubbed his hands together. Geely spoke gently. I've thought about your earlier idea. That type of weapon can't be made with the materials we have right now, so I've prepared a defensive weapon for you instead. Your old weapon isn't doing too well, is it? Yeah, Lin San admitted. His battles against armored opponents had taught him an important lesson. As a shield warrior, it wasn't just about defense, he needed offensive capabilities too. His old weapon was already damaged and couldn't deal effective damage in close combat. Geely began counting the slots. This is a charge card. It'll increase your margin for error. You already have taunt, so I won't give you another one. A shield is essential, so that leaves only 1 slot for a weapon. With that, he handed Lin San a card. Artisan's Hammer. Type. Equipment card Excellent Attack. Durability. 1500. Special effect. 100. Each attack generates a shield equal to the damage dealt. Description. Ding. 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 A one-handed weapon. Lin San's eyes lit up. As a shield warrior, he couldn't rely on just a shield, usually paired it with a short sword. While a hammer was a bit unconventional, it wouldn't take long to master with some practice. The weapon wasn't groundbreaking, but it was solidly above average. All right, your turn, Geely said, rubbing his hands together, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. This one took a lot of effort. All those outrageous secrets of yours didn't take effort? Wang Jie couldn't help but ask. Secrets? Those are nothing, Geely replied with a casual wave. They're just things no one thought of before. Once I uploaded those secrets, I'm sure similar ideas will start popping up. But this weapon, he paused for emphasis. This is, without a doubt, the strongest weapon I've made so far. Everyone's interest was piqued, especially Lin Xinxin, who nervously clenched her hands, eagerly anticipating her first truly powerful weapon. Geely pulled out a card. Gladiator's Longbow. Type, Equipment Card Epic Attack. Durability, 2000. Special Effect, 100. Grants immunity during attacks. Description. With this arrow, I split mountains, shatter cities, and press forward without hesitation. The strong survive, the weak perish. The card depicted a longbow wreathed in flames, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yet, the most astonishing part wasn't its appearance, it was the special effect. Immunity. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Yes, immunity. Geely confirmed with a nod. But not complete immunity. What does that mean? Lin Xinxin asked eagerly. Geely handed her the card, signaling her to materialize it. As a purple light flickered, a longbow engulfed in flames materialized out of thin air in Lin Xinxin's hands. The flames danced close, yet radiated no heat. Instead, they exuded a gentle warmth. Instinctively, she gripped the bow tightly, and an indescribable sense of comfort surged through her body, momentarily making her forget any concerns about immunity. Geely, unaware of Lin Xinxin's peculiar reaction, continued explaining in detail. Professor Zhugo once said that secondary energy surpasses tertiary energy in potency. However, in actual combat, secondary energy often needs to be converted into tertiary energy to be utilized. That's why visible attacks like fireballs and arrows carry tertiary energy. He paused briefly to emphasize, but there's a special case where energy remains restricted to the secondary level. Secondary energy overpowering tertiary energy is absolute. This bow is one such example. When you shoot, you're channeling secondary energy, but you must focus entirely to activate the immunity effect. Wait a second, Wang Jie immediately caught the key point. Are you saying that to gain immunity, we can't dodge or avoid attacks and have to focus solely on shooting? Exactly, Geely confirmed with a nod. Ordinary people tend to panic instinctively when attacked, so this requirement is indeed demanding. That's why it's called the gladiator's longbow. The strong survive, the weak perish. Moreover, he added, the strength of the immunity depends on the wielder's conviction. The stronger the belief, the stronger the shield. Of course, if the attack exceeds the bow's limit, the bow will break. Lin Sen hesitated, glancing at Lin Xinxin. I can do it, she said firmly, her eyes filled with determination. Conviction? Resolve? From the moment she donned the miniature camera and fired that arrow without hesitation, she had already made up her mind. Without conviction, she wouldn't have survived this far. Lin Sen signaled for her to move forward, and she clenched her fists tightly. She wouldn't back down. I can do it, Lin Xinxin repeated with unwavering resolve, meeting the doubtful gazes of those around her. See? She said she can handle it. As teammates, how can we not trust her? Ji Li broke the tension, then retrieved something from his pocket. Also take this. I've modified it. Forget the arrows. I've replaced the freezing trap with a secret mechanism. During combat, I suggest you activate just one secret for yourself. Too many will only hinder you. If you're going to use the immunity effect, you have to go all in. After addressing Lin Xingxin's situation, Ji Li turned to Wang Jie and handed him a card. As for this, I can't repair it, and I suggest you don't either. Why not? Wang Jie asked as he accepted his personal card, Wang Jie's Iron Wall. Typically, damaged cards were rarely repaired unless they were especially valuable. This card contains a unique energy that goes beyond secondary energy, Ji Li explained after a brief inspection. It can be repaired, but doing so would dilute the energy. I think it might hold special significance for you. It's a soul card. Ji Li skillfully concealed the truth. It wasn't a human soul, but the spirit of a dog. When Wang Jie took the card, his eyes flickered with a complex expression, clearly sensing something unusual. All right, those who have received new cards, go practice now, Ji Li clapped his hands and announced. Just as everyone exchanged a few words and was about to leave, he suddenly called out, Miaoyin, wait a moment. Ji Li pointed to her forehead and asked, do you feel anything here? Bai Miaoyin tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. I can sense an energy, but I can't seem to control it. Try this, Ji Li said, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to her. Bai Miaoyin took the card, glanced at it, and exclaimed in delight, wow. Go ahead, give it a try, and remember to come back and tell me if it works, Ji Li said, momentarily surprised by her reaction before urging her on. What did the boss give you? Her teammates asked curiously. A really powerful card, but it's a secret, Bai Miaoyin replied with a mischievous smile. Probably one of those disgustingly overpowered types again. No matter how bad it is, It's still better than your 3 mystery cards. The others chimed in, nodding vigorously in agreement. After the higher-ups made their decisions, everything settled down. Discussions about the secret realm gradually faded. According to the latest information Ji Li had received, construction was underway there and would take about a year or so to complete. The subsequent developments were no longer relevant to him as a 4-star card maker. Lin San's team officially embarked on their adventure. With the strongest support in the environment by Miao Yin, the immune-capable Lin Xinxin, Lin San's mastery of taunting and charging, and Wang Jie's expertise in field magic and secrets, the Yuduan mountain range was no longer a place of despair for them, but a land full of opportunities. Nina, Ji Li said, sitting behind the bar counter and frowning at his computer screen. Why are there so few secondary materials? Most of them are synthesized from tertiary materials. 4-star cards rarely require secondary materials, Nina explained. Most secondary materials are used to synthesize higher grade ones. 4-star materials are usually condensed into 6-star or higher grade ones. Of course, you could buy them and dilute them, but the results might not be ideal. Then forget it, Ji Li said after a moment of thought. They'll upload a secret system. Instead, there are a few secondary materials included in the rewards anyway. You're uploading a secret system just for that? Nina exclaimed in shock. Isn't that like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Besides, not many people might buy something like that. Exactly, and that's precisely why I'm uploading it. Wow, that actually makes sense. Cards come in different types. Some are straightforward, offering minor innovations or changes in energy usage, which are easy for everyone to understand. But it's the more complex types, like critical hits or mirror constructs, that people are eager to buy and download. Dill sat in front of his computer, watching the heated debate unfold in the group chat, a faint smile playing on his lips. The discussion about card design was in full swing, especially the comparison between the taunt system and the secret system. Taunt may be powerful, but it's just an extension of counterplay, he typed quickly. The secret system, on the other hand, is entirely different. It's an innovative application of external card loops, complex at first glance, but actually quite straightforward. Uploading cards just for fame? A total loss. Dill scoffed, his fingers flying across the keyboard. With the design of that Tavern Keeper card, I have to admit, I'm impressed. I just had a bit of bad luck. This month, I want Rush to upload on the first day. He'll wait until mid-month to show you all what I'm capable of. Huh. Long Genius reply popped up immediately. Dill, don't kid yourself. Sure, you've got some skills, but aiming for first place mid-month? Dream on. You're the only one in the group who's never taken the top spot. That genius title of yours is starting to sound pretty questionable. Zhou Genius and Li Genius chimed in, even suggesting Dill should leave the group. Just as Dill was about to fire back, a notification appeared in the corner of his screen. A user you follow has posted a new update. Clicking on it, Dill couldn't help but laugh smugly. Ha ha ha. Are you losing it? Long Genius asked. Shuewu quickly replied. He's not losing it, you're the one in trouble. The Tavern Keeper just updated. The group fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew the weight of the Tavern Keeper's contributions. Every card he released was a game changer. Without hesitation, Dill placed an order for the new card. For once, he felt relieved he hadn't been caught off guard this time. Before long, the chat was buzzing again. This card is fascinating, Zhou Genius marveled. A completely new way of thinking. The term secret is brilliantly fitting, Long. You can't argue your way out of this one. Long Genius tried to defend himself. This card has too many limitations. Close combat classes can't even use it effectively. You should really leave the group, Shuwu said bluntly. The value of secrets isn't in their practicality, but in the new external loop structure they introduce. It's a groundbreaking concept with unlimited potential. Mark my words, a few months from now, the forum will be dominated by Secret Series cards. Dial's eyes lit up. Does that mean I could snag first place in the next couple of months? That's all you're aiming for, Shuwu said, unimpressed. What's wrong with that? Dill said, full of determination. First place is mine. ID better get to work while you're all still studying this. He'll claim the top spot. Card Design 101. The underlying logic of the secret system. The secret system is based on external card loops, utilizing a dual layer structure. The outer layer acts as a sensor, triggering the inner structure when it detects specific energy fluctuations. For example, Ice Barrier activates automatically when it senses a lethal threat, a significant energy surge. While it's possible to bait activation with large-scale energy bursts, doing so is often not worth the cost. Future updates will delve into the foundational logic of cards like Guff, Burgle Rogue, and Control Warrior. After all, legendary cards should have their own unique aura of prestige. As predicted by the genius Xiao Kun, Ji Li's mysterious creation caused a massive stir within the card-crafting community. The uproar wasn't due to the power of the Ice Barrier itself, but rather the revolutionary mechanism it unveiled, a preventive external card circuit that pioneered an entirely new field. What is this? Ji Li frowned, looking confused as he stared at the person in front of him. Your card made it to the Daily Cards Special Edition. Daily Cards? What's that? Nina's eyes widened as she stared at Ji Li like he was an alien. are you really a card crafter? How could you not know about daily cards? I don't know. Ji Li and Ji Fufu replied in unison, shaking their heads. Nina sighed in exasperation, then patiently explained, Daily Cards is a flagship program under the Star Association, specifically targeted at card crafters. Each episode delves into the structural principles of a classic card. You know how the blueprints for card structures on forums often can't be perfectly replicated, right? Daily Cards teaches viewers step by step how to accurately recreate these classic designs. She paused. You could say that at least 90 of beginner card crafters across the Star Association grew up watching Daily Cards. The program has two segments. The regular episodes focus on basic structures and classic card analyses, while the special editions are dedicated to studying newly emerged, significant cards. Special editions are quite rare and only air when a card of exceptional importance appears. So, does this mean I'm going to be famous? Geely scratched his chin thoughtfully. TCH, that might not be such a good thing. It's starting. Nino waved excitedly as a semi-transparent screen unfolded in front of them. The screen first displayed the Daily Cards logo before transitioning to the familiar program setting. Daily Cards, bringing you a unique card world experience. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Luo Yin. The camera panned to the person beside her. Today, we're honored to have a special guest, 9-star card crafting master by Luo Chuan. Hello, everyone. By Luo Chuan greeted with a slight nod. Today, we're introducing a very special card. One that has made history. It made it to our program just 3 days after its debut. As Luo Yin finished speaking, a 3D projection of the ice barrier appeared on the screen, slowly rotating to reveal its full design. Mr. Bai Luo Chuan, what are your thoughts on this card? Before we discuss the card itself, Bai Luo Chuan said seriously, I think it's important to first talk about its creator. Oh, Luo Yin raised an eyebrow, surprised but still respectful of the 9-star card crafting master. Do you know this card crafter? Although I've never met him, his cards are imbued with a unique sense of vitality, Bai Luo Chuan said slowly. Most of you might be unfamiliar with the person, but you're probably not strangers to his works. The creator of Critical Strike and Taunt, known on the forums as the card crafter Tavern Keeper. Ah, now that you mention it, I remember, Luo Yin said, realization dawning on her. I heard that the introduction of Critical Strike caused quite a bit of controversy back then. That's true, Bai Luo Chuan nodded. He has always adhered to one principle. Every card must have its own distinctive bias. In fact, most cards today do have this characteristic, but in his view, it's still not enough. Pursues an even more extreme level of specialization. The application of critical hit attributes shows a clear hierarchy of effectiveness, the most suitable being the agile Dagger Star Warriors, followed by a gradual decline, with Bow Warriors ranking at the bottom. This differentiated design highlights the game's uniqueness. Later, when he developed the Taunt skill, he cleverly tailored it for the Shield Warrior class, showcasing the card's diverse potential in team coordination. As the secret system was introduced, his dedication to this technical route became evident. This innovation was truly eye-opening. Secrets, as an external card circuit application, employed a predictive design, hinting at a significant direction for future development. Ji Li's face darkened upon hearing this analysis. The review should have stopped at a reasonable point, but it insisted on emphasizing, not everyone can handle this, which was clearly a subtle way of encouraging rational spending. However, the outcome was unexpectedly positive. Despite the review explicitly pointing out the complexity and high entry barrier, players' enthusiasm remained undiminished, and Ji Li's account balance kept increasing. At this moment, Ji Fufu looked at Ji Li with puppy-like eyes full of longing. Ji Li, slightly annoyed, ruffled her hair. Do you really think eating that will boost your abilities? Let me remind you, with my current level, I still can't fully understand your internal structure. I have some clues, but I suggest waiting until I reach 7 stars. By then, you'll be able to see your issues clearly and avoid wasting resources. Ji Fufu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right then. Then she changed the topic. By the way, Ji Li, do they know something? Ji Li smiled faintly. Probably. Nina and Zhao Mian's reactions made him realize he wasn't fighting alone. They all seemed to share an unspoken understanding of certain things, but had mutually chosen to avoid discussing them. So what should I do? Ji Fufu asked. Just follow your instincts. No need to overthink it. Then, pay me my wages. Ji Fufu extended her small hand, blinking expectantly. Didn't you just get paid 2 days ago? Nina said it was my fault the house got damaged, so I have to fix it. Plus, I promised to treat her to a meal, and now I'm broke. Ji Li had always been indifferent about money, as long as he had enough to get by. Besides, with the ongoing promotion of the Tian Tian card game, income was just around the corner. Generously, he gave Ji Fufu 1,000 contribution points, more than enough for her to splurge for a while. Di Lu stood in the card-making room, his palms rubbing together in excitement, letting out sharp, cackling laughter. He had completely unraveled the boss secrets, the intricate requirements for external card circuits, and the essential sensor modules. The most crucial part? It wasn't just about replication, it required innovation. This meant that for at least the next 3 months, no one would have the energy to challenge for the top spot. This month's champion this time, it's mine. Dilu muttered to himself as he eagerly clicked the upload button. He couldn't wait to refresh the forum rankings, but didn't immediately see his card. It's normal. Newly uploaded cards need time to gain traction. By the end of the month, it'll be fine, he reassured himself. In a buoyant mood, Dilu pushed himself back in his office chair, which slid across the floor. Standing up, he turned to make himself a cup of Kopi Luwak coffee. The familiar aroma of the coffee filled the air as he took a small sip, closing his eyes to savor the comforting sensation, akin to the gentle press of a cat's paw. Moments later, he refreshed the forum again. A new top-ranking post immediately caught his eye, prominently displaying a card. Clicking on it, he was relieved to find that the creator wasn't the tavern owner. But as he examined the card's details, his pupils contracted sharply. It was Snowdance's work. Substitute block. Type: spell card epic. Attack: 0. Durability: 10. Skill: secret. Effect: when receiving a spell attack, summon a substitute with 200,000 health to block the attack. Description: you take the hit. Dilu took a sharp breath and quickly opened the group chat. Genius, Snowdance. Is that secret card on the forum yours? How did you finish it so fast? Snowdance: not that fast. I had some ideas before. The tavern owner gave me some inspiration, but honestly, I still feel like this card is a bit lacking. It's not on par with the boss work. Dragon Genius. True, the tavern owner uses secrecy as a method, while your approach of adding a summoning process significantly increases the difficulty. Did you directly include the summoned entity in the card? Otherwise, there's no way it could reach epic level. Snowdance: it's still not perfect. I need to refine it further. Dilu was utterly stunned. In less than a month, she had innovated to this level? But upon closer thought, the card indeed had room for improvement. This month's best card was still likely his. Meanwhile, inside the Hearthstone Tavern, Geely chuckled as he looked at the substitute block card. Interesting, very interesting, he muttered, then called out, Nina, upload my disruptive curse card. Nina sighed deeply and tried to dissuade him. Boss, I don't mind you uploading disruptive curse, but please don't put up spell counter. That card is just too unfair. To Nina, Geely was setting a dangerous precedent. It was like a duel between star mages, which should have been a refined battle of wits and eloquence. But Geely's card was like taping your opponent's mouth shut, completely unsportsmanlike. Geely shook his head and gently pushed the computer toward her, a subtle glint of meaning flashing in his eyes. Never underestimate human creativity, he said, pointing at the screen. Take a look at this. In just a matter of days, someone has already thought of and implemented this step. It might look like a chaotic experiment now, but this is only the beginning. The future will only grow more unpredictable. I've merely sped up the process a little. You're such a smooth talker. Did you really upload it? Go ahead, upload it. Upload it. Dilu listened to the voices, a proud smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze carried an air of regal disdain, a confidence instilled in him by his father from a young age. As a son of the D family, he was destined for greatness. In the 4-star rankings, he had claimed the monthly best. In the 5-star rankings, he had taken the crown. Now, with the 6-star challenge ahead, he was determined to seize it and set his sights on the 7-star pinnacle. Grand Slam, here I come. Dilu laughed triumphantly, but suddenly, a notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. The tavern owner you follow has posted an update. His smile froze. What does that mean? No way, not again. His face was filled with panic. Oh, please no. His hands trembled, hesitant to press the F5 refresh key. At this moment, he thought perhaps hitting Alt F4 would be the wiser choice. Acting on impulse, he immediately closed the page. It's fine, he muttered to himself, trying to calm down. The tavern owner probably just posted another guide. Yeah, like that critical hit article from last time. Haha, it must be a guide, definitely not a new card. Before he could finish reassuring himself, the group chat notification chimed. Shui Wu. As expected of the founder, this card is insanely strong. Way better than mine. I admit defeat. Long Tiankai. Agreed. This card takes efficiency to the extreme. Zhou Tiankai. Have you all realized something? This represents an entirely new approach. Shui Wu, what approach? Zhou Tiankai. Your substitute block card is essentially a brute force solution, not much different from directly using a defensive earthen wall spell. Honestly, swapping your substitute for a defensive wall might even yield better results. But the tavern owner's card is different. It's not just about defense, it incorporates disruption. The disruption is the true essence of this card. Shui Wu. Oh, you're right, direct disruption. I need to think about this. Dilu squirmed in his chair like a worm, his face turning red from the internal struggle. Should he look or not? He twisted and turned, his body restless, until finally, thud, he fell to the floor with a heavy crash. Sucking in a sharp breath, he lay there grimacing for a while. Eventually, he sighed, got up, and reopened the forum to check out Ji Li's card. After reading it, he leaned back in his chair, staring blankly into the distance for a long time. Then, pulling out his phone, he made a call. Hey Dad, Do you know about the tavern owner? Yeah, that's right. Confidential? Come on, I'm your son. Besides, buying his position isn't that big of a deal. Isn't taunting already paired with public trials? What do you mean? Figure it out yourself? I'm asking if it's appropriate for me to approach him as a student. Like you? All right, fine. They'll head out now. Ending the call, Dila stood up, packed his things, and prepared to leave. If you can't beat them, join them. That was his decision. Side note. When will the devs finally remove the queuing mechanic for Ghost Soldiers? Early in the morning, the congestion of game servers left players sighing in frustration. Whether it was Dreams or Hearthstone, both displayed the dreaded unable to enter message. Since that was the case, why not dive into a card mechanics mini-class? Today, we'll discuss two core mechanisms, health and divine shield. First, let's delve into the essence of health. In this world, Starforce resembles a life source flowing within every individual, akin to inner strength in ancient martial arts. When Starforce resonates with the human body, it forms a special protective barrier on the surface, known as Surface Starforce, which corresponds to health in the game. It's important to note that while Surface Starforce originates from Starforce, it loses its mystical properties and transforms into a purely defensive shield. When under attack, this barrier takes the brunt of the damage, protecting the body. For instance, shield warriors, with their superior physical attributes compared to other classes, naturally possess greater health. Within this system, it's crucial to differentiate between two easily confused concepts: Surface Starforce health and Inner Starforce. The latter is the true energy source that powers cards. Speaking of protection systems, we must mention the principles behind shield construction. A shield is a specialized external card circuit, fundamentally different from ordinary external circuits. For example, the Secret Series circuits can be destroyed with a powerful strike. However, shields are unique in that they draw power directly from health, creating an additional defensive layer. The shield system consists of two core circuits: the maintenance circuit, which ensures that the shield remains intact under attacks below a certain threshold, and the defense circuit, responsible for actual defense. Divine Shield, on the other hand, is a uniquely designed system that takes a different approach. It abandons the maintenance circuit entirely and channels all resources into the defense circuit. When an attack is detected, Divine Shield instantly mobilizes all its energy to create an impenetrable barrier. Although it can only block one attack, its defensive strength far surpasses that of a regular shield. Lastly, regarding questions about deck construction, I've already planted the seeds in the system's design. The energy framework from level 1 to level 3, along with the corresponding materials for each level, serves as a foundation for the future card system. As for how it will all come together, well, that's a secret I can't reveal just yet. A sly smile. Thinking to leave Hearthstone aside and let it slowly load, I figured I'd play once it was ready. Guess what happened? Oh, I wrote 2 chapters, played 1 game, and then disconnected. Disconnected. On the massive branches of a towering tree, Lin San and his companions clung tightly, each wearing an expression of relief at having narrowly escaped danger. Ever since acquiring Ji Li's card, they had thought there was nothing more to fear in the Yuduan mountain range. Yet, within just a month, they had faced numerous inexplicable crises. The giant tree trembled slightly, signaling the movement of some colossal creature on the ground below. Suddenly, a crisp female voice came from Lin San's southern side. "Hey, make way." Before the words had fully landed, Lin San felt a weight on his shoulder as a figure leapt lightly past him. A woman dressed in a snug, dark outfit landed gracefully beside him, using his shoulder as a springboard. "Sorry about that. Those ants down there are absolutely ridiculous, and I couldn't dodge them." The woman clasped her hands together in apology and introduced herself. "I'm Zhao Miao Miao." "No problem. It's nothing when you're out and about," Lin San replied with an easy smile, scanning their surroundings. "Where's your team?" Only then did Zhao Miao Miao notice the other 3 people standing on the tree branch. She flashed a bright smile. "Hello, everyone." After the trio responded in unison, she explained, "I'm a solo traveler. I'm terrible at close combat, but I love exploring. Mages don't like me, shield warriors are a no-go, and I can't aim with a bow and arrow. So, I just wander around." She shrugged nonchalantly. Lin San's eyes lit up at her words, a reaction that didn't escape Wang Jie's notice. "Here we go again," Wang Jie whispered to Lin Xinxin, and by meowing. "Seems fine to me," Lin Xinxin replied softly. "Me? What?" Zhao Miao Miao looked confused. "I already mentioned, I'm only good at scouting, terrible at fighting." "Yeah, I know, it's fine," Lin San reassured her with a smile. Zhao Miao Miao hesitated for a moment. Dude," she trailed off, her meaning clear even without finishing the sentence. "How about this try tagging along with us for a bit, and we'll see how it goes," Lin San suggested. "Sure, I've got nothing better to do anyway." Zhao Miao Miao shrugged again, indifferent. Once the army of ants below, terrifying creatures that had grown to monstrous sizes after the calamity and struck fear into the hearts of ordinary teams, had moved far enough away, the group descended from the tree. "Let's head east," Lin San said, preparing to take a step forward. only to be stopped by Zhao Miao Miao. Wait, you don't have a map? No. Our last one was rendered useless due to the seal. Great. Then follow me. Zhao Miao Miao sighed. But Lin San frowned and shook his head. No offense, but you're on your own, and I can't trust where you might lead us. They'll stick to the direction I feel is right. He turned to give instructions. Miaoing, they'll leave it to you. Bai Miaoing nodded in agreement and released her owl. You can't go on like this, Zhao Miao Miao said urgently. Zhao Miao Miao responded with a faint smile, as if such a rejection had been well within her expectations. People who survive in the wild always have their own schemes. Agreeing too easily would only make someone appear naive and foolish. She began counting on her fingers while analyzing. Using aerial reconnaissance or small animals like mice to scout ahead works fine against 4-star beasts and a few less intelligent 5-star ones. But for most 5-star beasts, that's just asking for death. She paused for a moment. If you plan to go further, you're bound to suffer for it. What's the matter? Didn't take this course in school? Oh, right, you haven't reached 5 stars yet. And you have? Someone retorted. That's not the point, Zhao Miao Miao replied dismissively. When I go on an expedition, I make sure I've done my homework. She held up a finger. How about this? Let's make a deal. The others immediately turned their curious gazes toward her. Judging from how far you've come, you must feel confident about handling a 5-star beast. I can tell you that up ahead lies the territory of a 5-star white tiger. You'll definitely encounter it if you proceed. But the scouting methods you're using now won't work. If you manage to defeat it and realize your scouting was ineffective, then hire me. Deal? We'll need to discuss it. Go ahead. Zhao Miao Miao shrugged, idly twirling a dagger in her hand as she stepped aside. The group of 4 huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. What do you think? Lin San asked eagerly. Wang Jie rolled his eyes. Haven't you been eyeing her this whole time? He knew exactly what Lin San was thinking. Forming a team where everyone had their weaknesses was easy to talk about, but hard to execute. Still, their current lineup was fairly complementary. Adding another scout wasn't a bad idea. He had to admit Zhao Miao Miao was right, there were things that summoned creatures simply couldn't detect, which was why adventurers and scouts existed in the first place. She seems fine, Lin Xinxin said softly. I have no objections, Bai Miaoing nodded seriously. She's calm and capable, like Xin Yuan. She's probably really skilled. Calm and capable? Lin San looked confused. It means steady and strong. That's what the shopkeeper said. Oh, Lin San appeared deep in thought. He turned to Zhao Miao Miao, extending his hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Lin San. This is Wang Jie, our field mage. Lin Xinxin, our artillery, and Bai Miaoing, our support. Zhao Miao Miao, professional adventurer. She shook his hand firmly. All right, let's get started. Miaoing, Wang Jie, give it a try. The two nodded and sent out a mouse and an owl to scout toward the east. Moments later, they both shook their heads. No sign of the target. Then let's go and confirm, Lin San said. Wait, Zhao Miao Miao exclaimed. You're just going to head in without any preparation? Oh right. Lin San scratched his head and pulled out 2 cards, summoning a shield and a small hammer. Zhao Miao Miao couldn't help but question if she had joined the wrong team. Fortunately, Lin Xinxin summoned an imposing longbow, which reassured her slightly. This should be fine, she thought to herself. But that white tiger won't be easy to deal with. Before long, the 5 of them reached the bamboo forest to the east. The woods were eerily silent, the kind of silence that even the most inexperienced person would find unsettling. Its hunting range is vast, Zhao Miao Miao said gravely, positioning herself protectively in front of the group. The moment you step into its territory, you risk being attacked. And its lair is right here. Once you enter, there's no turning back, it's a fight to the death. Be ready. Before she could finish, a thunderous roar pierced the air. Roar. The sovereign of this forest was making its fury known. The disparity among beasts became increasingly evident after the cataclysm. Herbivorous animals tended to evolve in the direction of defense, continuing to subsist on plants, while carnivorous predators enhanced their hunting abilities. Among mutated creatures of the same star level, apex predators like lions and tigers, which were already at the top of the food chain, undoubtedly became the most formidable. Before the beast appeared, its roar was heard. Moments later, a white tiger with a distinctive forehead marking emerged on a small hill within the forest. Surprisingly, this tiger was unusually small, even smaller than an average white tiger, about the size of a large dog. However, seasoned hunters knew that size was not a definitive indicator of strength. Beasts of star levels 1 to 3 grew larger as they absorbed energy, but upon reaching the 4-star level, they began to evolve toward being small but precise, a trait that helped them counteract gravity and compress energy to achieve greater agility and energy output in combat. The white tiger's sharp eyes scanned the humans who had intruded into its territory. A low growl rumbled from its throat as it lowered its body slightly into a poised attack stance. On Lin San's side, Bai Miaoing followed her usual routine and used her psychic vision to investigate. Wow, she exclaimed softly. Gale, spell card, epic attack, 500 durability. Skill 1, energy surge, summons a gale. Description, a wind, heed my call. What is that? Lin San asked, his eyes fixed on the tiger as he spoke in a low voice. Field Magicite seems to have evolved a wind-controlling trait. Whatever you do, don't let it activate it. Nearby, Zhao Miao Miao stared in disbelief. How do you guys know what skills it has? We saw it. Bai Miaoyin replied with a serious expression. Wang Jie smirked slightly. Although the seeing part was a bit of a stretch, he quickly pulled out a spell counter card. With a soft ding, a glowing purple orb with a question mark appeared above his head. Zhao Miao Miao grew increasingly confused. Had she been out of touch with team battles for too long? Why were all their cards so unfamiliar to her? And what on earth was that purple orb? Let's go. Lin Sen let out a low growl as he charged toward the white tiger, wielding a small hammer. A faint blue glow emanated from his left arm as he shouted. Hey, you scoundrel. Does he really have to insult it while fighting? Zhao Miao Miao asked, bewildered. No, it's part of the card's effect, Bai Miaoyin explained, then turned to Wang Jie. We'll take turns. You trigger yours first, then he'll follow up with the owl card. After that, you cast a secret spell. We absolutely cannot let it use its field magic. Wait, how do you still have time to strategize? And how do we stop it from using field magic? Zhao Miao Miao asked, growing more and more perplexed. But the battle wasn't going to pause for her questions. The white tiger, enraged by the audacity of a mere human challenging it, let out a thunderous roar. Its limbs shimmered with a faint breeze-like glow as it lunged at Lin San with lightning speed. Ding! The tiger's claws struck heavily against Lin San's shield. 2338, shield intact, Lin San thought with a hint of relief. In the next moment, 5566 appeared as the glow of power word. Shield enveloped Lin San's forehead. Lin San gripped a small iron hammer, his sharp eyes catching a flaw in the white tiger's defense. With a swift and powerful strike, he aimed directly at its vital point. A damage number 4865 flashed across the battlefield. Zhao Miao Miao stared in disbelief at the absurd scene. How did you lose over 2,000 health and then recover nearly 10,000 in an instant? This is bullying. No, it's bullying the tiger. Meanwhile, Wang Jie, the team's support, seemed unusually relaxed, especially after the appearance of a tricky spell countering ability. His nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with Zhao Miao Miao's idea of what a support role should entail: keeping watch, preparing rest areas, and managing various tasks. As she silently listed these responsibilities in her mind, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, I could do all of that. The thought left her momentarily speechless. The battle intensified, and Lin San's relentless strikes left the tiger demon disoriented. If the beast could speak, it would likely be cursing this unfair combat strategy. Suddenly, a glint of cold light appeared on the tiger demon's claws. Zhao Miao Miao immediately shouted a warning. Watch out. It's about to use a skill. In that instant, the card in Bai Miaoyin's hand glowed blue, and the effect of the sacred brew activated. A peculiar damage number, 1, floated above Lin San's head, leaving Zhao Miao Miao and the tiger demon equally dumbfounded. Fortunately, Wang Jie quickly explained the situation to Zhao Miao Miao, while Lin Xinxin gently calmed the bewildered tiger demon. Just then, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing the tiger demon's eye with precision. The staggering damage number, 83256, appeared, causing everyone to gasp. The tiger demon recoiled in pain, retreating rapidly, but Lin Sen followed closely behind, his small hammer striking like a relentless storm. Damage numbers 3245, 4216, and 8888 flashed repeatedly, each blow landing squarely on the injured eye. Zhao Miao Miao watched in stunned silence, both in awe of the devastating arrow and puzzled by the tiger demon's feeble counterattacks. The team's unique fighting style was truly extraordinary. Driven to desperation, the tiger demon let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful aura that forced Lin San to retreat. Zhao Miao Miao was about to warn the team of an imminent skill when the tiger demon raised its head and howled, wind swirling around its body. This skill, which should have tripled the tiger demon's speed, was abruptly nullified as the purple orb above Wang Jie's head shattered, releasing energy that dispersed the winds in an instant. Refusing to give up, the tiger demon repeatedly attempted to use its skill, but each time the winds began to gather, they were either disrupted by a strange energy or thwarted by an owl that appeared out of nowhere. The tiger demon's confusion and frustration were written all over its face. Just as it stubbornly prepared for another attempt, another arrow streaked through the air. The damage number 163,294 appeared on its forehead, extinguishing its final glimmer of hope. Wang Jie quietly withdrew his counterspell, glanced at Zhao Miao Miao, who was staring in shock, and gently patted her shoulder. In a calm tone, he said, time to clean up the mess. In today's card strategy session, we're diving into a highly discussed topic. While scrolling through the comments, I noticed many readers are debating the decoy block created by Shui Wu, especially the content in Chapter 84. Before we begin, let's clarify an important concept. The level of a card does not directly determine its power. A well-crafted card of good quality isn't necessarily inferior to an epic card. The term epic refers to a card with near-perfect internal structure and a wide range of functions. From this perspective, Decoy Block doesn't really qualify as an exceptional card. Let's compare it with the Disruption Curse. The design principles of Disruption Curse are somewhat similar to Ice Barrier, as both feature a sensory structure on the outer layer. However, the sensory structure of Disruption Curse is uniquely ingenious, with its core focusing on interference effects. To understand this, we first need to discuss the key concept of mental energy control. Take Long Xing and Wang Jia as examples. Wang Jia's strength lies in large-scale spells, as he struggles with precise targeting. Long Xing, on the other hand, excels in precision control. Large-scale spells require less precision and therefore involve weaker mental energy, while smaller spells demand more focused mental energy due to their need for accurate control. The essence of Disruption Curse lies in its ability to interfere with the precise control of smaller spells. Its most challenging aspect is the sensory structure on its outer layer. So why is the Decoy Block less impressive than the Disruption Curse? Because it relies on the simplest and most direct method, summoning a physical entity to shield the caster when a spell strikes. This physical defense mechanism is far less practical than the versatility of the Ice Barrier. In tomorrow's session, we'll explore another debated topic, immunity mechanisms. Zhao Miao Miao stared at the scene in front of her, struggling to form a complete sentence. No way, how did you guys do that? Her shock was entirely justified. This was the 5-star Tiger King, a beast that had crushed countless 5-star teams. Yet Lin San and his 4-star team had effortlessly taken it down in seconds. The suffocating level of control, the terrifying damage output completely overturned her understanding of combat. Wang Jie stood to the side, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. He counted on his fingers with a playful tone. Do you think a 5-star beast poses a problem for us? As the most observant member of the group, he understood the situation clearly. The usual strategy was straightforward. The tank would hold the beast's attention at the front, while the backline attacked from a safe position. If the beast shifted its focus, the team would scramble to reposition. But now, the support had added control to their arsenal, locking the beast in place. The White Tiger's signature field magic hadn't even been cast before being interrupted by 2 silences. Forget about a mere White Tiger, even a Tiger God would likely be rendered helpless. And then there was Lin Xinxin, whose damage output was nothing short of monstrous. With this team's strength, as long as they didn't face overwhelming numbers, they could dominate anything below 6 stars with ease. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Miao Miao suddenly proposed. Since that's the case, I know a great place. Are you interested? Meanwhile, at the space transfer tower, a staff member was scrutinizing Di Li's passport, going through the usual questions. Destination? Xinglua City, Di Lu replied. What's your purpose for visiting Xinglua City? Di Li hesitated. He couldn't exactly say he was going there to steal techniques, though that wasn't entirely inaccurate. He simply wanted to build a good rapport with the tavern owner to get insider knowledge on card release timings and possibly snag a 6-star monthly best card. If you don't answer, your approval can't be processed, the staff member said flatly. Di Lu immediately protested. Why not? Xinglua City isn't some war zone like Storm Fortress. Why can't I go? At that moment, another staff member walked over, glanced at the passport and then at Di Lu, and suddenly chuckled. Let him through. But Xinglua City. It's fine. The second staff member turned to Di Lu. Di Lu, right? Going to see the tavern owner. How do you know that? Di Lu asked, stunned. Just check today's trending topics, and you'll understand. All right, go ahead. The staff member swiftly stamped the passport and handed it back to Di Lu. Still confused, Di Lu pulled out his phone and scrolled through the news. The moment he saw the headline, his face turned red. Who's the real unlucky one under the meteoric rise of the tavern owner? This topic, ever since being featured by the popular Daily Cards account, had skyrocketed in popularity. Some overly dramatic editor had crafted a narrative about how the tavern owner had released 4 cards, each winning a monthly best award, and how one unfortunate person had come in second place 3 times during those months. This unique perspective had quickly captured everyone's curiosity. Di Lu, without a word, immediately turned off his phone. He could already imagine the teasing emojis his friends in the group chat would send, and just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. Quickly, he lowered his head, put on sunglasses, and zipped his trench coat all the way up, looking every bit like someone who wanted to avoid all attention. Teleportation cards served as an essential link between cities. Initially developed for military purposes, this technology had since become widely used in commercial sectors. However, the teleportation experience left much to be desired. One blink, and it felt like an invisible giant hand shoved you into a flushing toilet, leaving you dizzy and nauseous. Inside the teleportation station, a long line had already formed in front of the ticket inspector. The inspector stood in front of a simple door, which didn't require any cards to pass through. Keeping his head down and face hidden behind sunglasses, Di Lu was just about to step over the threshold when the inspector called out to him. Sir, Please remove your sunglasses and show your ID. Dilu frowned, but complied. The moment he took off his sunglasses. Ah, Mr. Dilu? The inspector's eyes lit up. Oh, yes. Dilu responded dryly. Sorry, but could I trouble you for an autograph? A fan, huh? Sure, no problem. Forcing a smile, Dilu quickly signed the notebook, put away his ID, and prepared to walk through the door. But just as he stepped forward, he heard the inspector mutter behind him, amazing. An autograph from the ultimate jinx. If I hang this by my door, the god of wealth might finally take pity on me and bring me fortune. What the? Dilu stumbled and fell straight into the teleportation gate. The staff at the checkpoint glanced toward the entrance with a puzzled expression. Did someone just curse? Whatever, not my problem. With a shrug, they went back to work. This time, the teleportation experience was particularly awful, far rougher than usual. When Dilu finally saw light again, he lunged forward out of the gate. Thankfully, the iron railings on either side of the exit gave him something to grab onto for support. A wave of nausea hit him, and he quickly snatched a plastic bag nearby, staggering off to the side to throw up. As a 6-star card maker, he couldn't afford to lose his image by vomiting right at the entrance. Damn teleportation arrays. Dilu collapsed into a chair in the station's lounge, massaging his temples. These lounges were standard facilities in every teleportation station, designed for people to recover from teleportation-induced discomfort. Once the dizziness subsided, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then let out a sigh of relief and headed toward the town. He had already looked up the location of the tavern owner he was seeking. Truth be told, the place wasn't hard to find, but it didn't attract many visitors. After all, a tavern owner who could only craft 4-star cards wasn't exactly a magnet for cross-regional 4-star card warriors. As for the local 4-star warriors, most of them already had taunt cards and only came out of curiosity. Genuine visitors were few and far between. So it really is a tavern. Dill stood at the entrance, gripping his suitcase, and tilted his head to take in the unique decor of this star card shop. The typical tavern-style exterior left him momentarily stunned. As he pushed the door open, the crisp chime of a bell echoed above him. His eyes quickly scanned every corner of the shop, silently speculating. The owner of this place must be quite the drinker. Welcome. How may I help you? A pleasant voice rang out. Dill turned toward the sound, his gaze landing on the speaker. Nina, he exclaimed in surprise, inwardly sighing. What a power player she is. But his attention was soon drawn to the man standing next to Nina. The man was casually twirling a star engraving pen in his fingers. Even in the dim lighting, his distinct aura was unmistakable. What stood out even more was the peculiar street lamp beside him, with an eerie little doll hanging from it. Dill groaned inwardly. I've lost already. Just sitting there. This man exuded an intimidating presence unlike any opponent Dill had ever encountered. Just then, the man suddenly turned to look his way. Oh no. Dill tensed up. Could he have sensed my aura as a card maker? In truth, Geely was preoccupied, deep in thought about how to restore certain cards. He only glanced up because of the bell's chime. He was puzzled to see the new customer frozen in place after Nina's greeting, staring at him with an oddly complicated expression. Sir? Sir, Nina called out again, but the man didn't respond. Geely finally stood up and said, Excuse me, sir, do you need something? Dill snapped out of his daze, though he vaguely caught some less hand-friendly undertones. Choosing to overlook it, he respectfully asked in a loud voice, Are you accepting apprentices here? What? Two voices exclaimed in unison. Ji Fufu immediately sprang forward like an excited little monkey. An apprentice? An apprentice? Quick, quick, let's test him. Ji Li silently deliberated. There had been others who applied to be his apprentice before, but he had turned them all down due to their lack of basic skills. He wasn't looking for someone to teach from scratch, needed someone with a solid foundation and innate talent. Unfortunately, he hadn't found such a person yet, and the monotony of his days had begun to wear on him. Do you have any cards you made yourself? Ji Li asked. Yes, I do. Dill quickly pulled a card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Ji Li took the card, raising an eyebrow. It was a 6-star epic-level spell card called Explosive Fireball. Not only did it boast an attack power of 5,000, but it also had a unique fire aura effect after each use. It created a fire aura zone, providing a 20 damage boost for the next attack, stackable up to 3 times. Let's heat things up. Read the card's straightforward description. Ji Li nodded to himself in approval. The sheer 5,000 attack power alone was near the upper limit for cards. Card makers capable of achieving such stats were exceedingly rare. Ji Li carefully examined the card in front of him, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. This card not only seamlessly integrated with domain magic, but also ingeniously incorporated environmental elements into its external circuitry, showcasing the designer's unique, innovative thinking. Isn't this the second-place work from June? Ji Li blurted out. You remember. Dilu replied with a wry smile. Yes, it was knocked to second place after you released that critical hit card. Honestly, it's my bad luck 3 times in a row. My works have been pushed down by yours. He paused, and then spoke sincerely. So, I was wondering if I could have the honor of learning from you? Don't worry, I fully understand the rules for apprentices. During this time, any cards I make will be credited under your name. Ji Li wasn't an arrogant person. As a card maker who frequently browsed card forums, he had a fairly good impression of Di Lo. Alright, I agree. As expected from someone I admire. Di Lu thought to himself with excitement. After all, how many 4-star card makers would dare to take on a 6-star card maker as an apprentice? This level of confidence was truly impressive. Master. No, don't call me that. Just call me shopkeeper or boss. Then boss it is, Di Lu said with a grin. He preferred that title. Actually, I've been mulling over a problem and was hoping you could give me some advice. Go ahead. Do you think it's possible for a 4-star card maker to use 5-star or 6-star cards? Huh. Di Lu was stunned. Why are you researching this? While it's technically possible, it's really not worth the trouble. Leaving aside whether the star energy is sufficient for a 4-star card maker to use higher star cards smoothly, at the very least, a stable storage unit would be needed as an external circuit. You are definitely an expert in this area, but the problem is, using one slot for that leaves only 3 slots available. For a 4-star battle, where slots are already tight, isn't that just making things harder? And even if you manage to exceed the level limit, the power can only be used a few times. It's overly complicated. What's your advice on external circuits? Ji Li asked, scratching his chin thoughtfully. If you really want to do it. Di Lu thought for a moment. Then you'd have to use secondary grade wood materials. Secondary grade materials? Yes, secondary grade wood materials are relatively easier to obtain. Unlike other systems, which require exploring secret realms to find pure materials, you just need to find wood element beasts. But even then, these beasts aren't easy to locate. What? Wood element beasts? Lin San's eyes widened in shock at Zhao Miao's statement. As someone well-versed in the value of various materials, he was taken aback. That's right. I can guide you, Zhao Miao offered. But I want 20 actually, just 10% of the loot. She initially aimed for more, but after seeing the impressive cards in the group, she lowered her demand. Also, I hope you can introduce me to your card maker. She had keenly realized that the person behind these cards was the real key. 10%. Lin San looked to his teammates. Bai Miaoyin and Wang Jie didn't seem to mind, while Lin Xinxin silently nodded. This price was indeed reasonable. Card making 101. Today, we'll discuss the highly debated immunity effect. To understand the immunity mechanism, it's essential to clarify the relationship between secondary energy and tertiary energy. Note that tertiary energy doesn't refer to star energy itself, but rather the form it takes when converted into tangible energy. The process is roughly as follows. Star energy input, card energy supply, card activation, card resonance, where star energy interacts with the card's internal structure, converting it into usable energy functional modules, enabling the card's various abilities. The quality of the star energy input directly impacts the card's energy intensity and damage output. A Star Warrior's growth can be divided into 2 phases. Levels 13 focus on enhancing internal energy, while levels 46 emphasize integrating mental strength. Elevating star energy to secondary energy where mental strength fully merges with star energy is extremely challenging, even for 7-star experts. Lin Xinxin is a rare exception. Her ability to achieve absolute focus while shooting arrows is closely tied to her personal experiences. The key to the immunity effect lies in using secondary energy to suppress tertiary energy, creating a shield capable of absorbing tertiary energy. While secondary energy designs are embedded in the foundational structure of card making, it's exceedingly difficult to apply in low-level cards. With the final call of sold, Zhao Miao demonstrated to the team what it truly means to be a skilled scout. She moved like a phantom through the rugged mountain paths, occasionally peeking out from behind massive boulders or emerging from dense thickets. Every time she appeared, she accurately pinpointed the lurking locations of the beasts ahead. Over the past 2 days, her professional performance had taught Lin San and the group a vivid lesson. In the fractured mountains of Yuduan, relying solely on an owl or a scouting mouse was far from sufficient. The 6-star beasts, often no larger than the size of a palm, hid in the most inconspicuous corners, yet they could be deadly. It was Zhao Miao's keen eyes that repeatedly uncovered these hidden threats, paving a safe path for the team. At dawn, amidst the chirping of birds, Zhao Miao stretched her weary body. She exhaled softly, her breath harmonizing perfectly with the rhythm of nature. Nearby, Bai Miaoyin sat by the flickering campfire, watching with interest as Zhao performed her unique morning ritual. That's an interesting way to relax, Bai Miaoyin remarked. Yeah. Zhao Miao's lips curved into a faint smile. When you're alone in the forest, you don't even dare to breathe too loudly. It's only at moments like this that I can finally take a deep breath. She sat down beside Bai Miaoyin, her gaze drifting to the still sleeping tents not far away. You have no idea how lonely it is to be a solo scout. Every day, drawing maps, selling maps, barely able to sleep soundly. If something goes wrong, there's no one to call for help. She paused for a moment, her tone growing heavier. If close combat Star Warriors are dancing on the edge of a blade, then scouts never leave that edge from the moment they step into the forest. Without a way to decompress, You'd lose your mind sooner or later. Bai Miaoyin handed her a piece of bread spread with sauce and stuffed with slices of meat. Zhao Miao Miao took it and devoured it heartily. Having someone like you in the team is such a blessing, Zhao Miao Miao said between bites. The credit goes to the captain. Without his cards, my role would be limited, Bai Miaoyin replied modestly, shaking her head. Don't be so humble, sis, Zhao Miao Miao said, finishing the bread in a few quick bites and gesturing animatedly with her hands. Your timing with the shields is spot on. Those defensive cards rely entirely on the user's judgment. She continued her analysis. Ji Li's cards may seem invincible, but they have plenty of flaws. Take the Holy Shield, for example. Against an opponent like Ren Xinyuan, who can deliver 4 rapid strikes in a heartbeat, the Holy Shield can only block the first hit. The rest go right through. The key lies in the precise prediction from the moment Bai Miaoyin detects the opponent's ultimate move, selects the card, and applies it to Lin San. That entire process requires pinpoint accuracy. Not just anyone can pull that off. Without the shield's special ability, its value was indeed less than that of a regular piece of armor. Zhao Miao Miao's gaze swept across the team. On the surface, Lin Xinxin claimed the MVP title with her astonishing damage output, but in Zhao Miao Miao's heart, Bai Miaoyin was the true core of the team. Every critical moment of protection, every timely resupply Bai Miaoyin had mastered the art of survival to perfection. If it were just the turret, Zhao Miao Miao wouldn't have even mentioned a 10 share, let alone negotiated for it. What truly convinced her was Bai Miaoyin's presence. In the perilous wilderness, damage output was never the most important factor, survival was the top priority. And her judgment proved spot on. Bai Miaoyin's father's barrier techniques were eye-opening. What used to be a struggle to find a safe campsite was now as simple as avoiding lying directly in front of a beast. They could sleep soundly under the protection of the barrier. Ah, you're all up? Lin Xinxin stretched lazily, the morning light outlining her graceful figure. Zhao Miao Miao's gaze shifted from Lin Xinxin to Bai Miaoyin, then down to herself, a faint, indescribable melancholy stirring in her heart. Xinxin, here, I made this for you. Bai Miaoyin squinted her eyes with a smile, handing over a carefully prepared sandwich. Thanks. Xinxin, I've been meaning to ask, how did you deal such insane damage that day? Even with a critical hit, the numbers shouldn't have been that exaggerated. Zhao Miao Miao finally voiced her curiosity. The damage in the tens of thousands clearly surpassed the limits of a 4-star piece of equipment. Well, I got lucky and triggered a critical hit, Lin Xinxin said as she pulled out a card from her backpack. Here, this is what the shopkeeper gave me. Zhao Miao Miao carefully examined the card. Basic quiver. Type, equipment card, excellent attack. Durability, 0. Special effect, 100. Critical hit. Critical hit. Zhao Miao Miao exclaimed. What's the critical hit rate on this? The shopkeeper said, 25. Whoa. Zhao Miao Miao drew in a sharp breath. You must be loaded. Huh. Lin Xinxin blinked her big eyes, pointing to herself in confusion. Me? You don't know? Zhao Miao Miao was stunned and explained. Ever since the critical hit attribute appeared, every card-making shop has been scrambling to replicate it. Equipment with critical hit rates is incredibly sought after. Even 5 critical hit can double the price. 10 sells for 4 times more, and 15 can fetch over 8 times the price. As for 20 or 25, I've never even heard of anyone making those before I left. That expensive? Huh? But it was a gift, Lin Xinxin said, looking even more puzzled. Is it really that valuable? A gift? What did you buy to get something like this as a bonus? Zhao Miao Miao's eyes widened. The weapon itself wasn't that pricey, Bai Miaoyin chimed in at the right moment. It's pretty much team contract pricing, though it does have high user requirements. Xinxin, you should find time to test it out. Yeah, Lin Xinxin nodded emphatically. I definitely need to try it. Hey, you're all up? Wang Jie and Lin San emerged from their tent. Here, have some breakfast, Bai Miaoyin said as she skillfully handed out food. Much appreciated. As expected of Auntie Bai, our logistics expert is always on point, Wang Jie said with exaggerated gratitude, clasping his hands together. Get lost, Bai Miaoyin rolled her eyes. Amid this light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere, the team finished their preparations and got ready to set out on their journey once again. Zhao Miao Miao led the team to a circular valley surrounded by mountains, with only one entrance. The entrance was concealed by lush vegetation, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Just as Lin San was about to step forward, Zhao Miao Miao quickly reached out to stop him. Wait, it's not the right time yet, Zhao Miao Miao said, glancing up at the sky. We'll wait until the afternoon. Morning is when it spreads its seeds. Spreads its seeds? Lin San asked, puzzled. Exactly. Zhao Miao Miao raised a finger, her expression serious. Whether it's a beast or an ordinary organism, reproduction is the essence of survival. The trees in this valley are no exception. Every day from dawn until noon, they release nearly imperceptible seeds. When these seeds gather, they form a substance similar to miasma. She continued, these seeds parasitize living organisms. Strangely, though, once they leave the valley, they don't survive long. Otherwise, this whole region would have been overrun by now. Even so, the seeds are extremely dangerous. Any creature they infect will experience hallucinations and unknowingly wander into the valley, becoming prey. Is there any way to prevent being parasitized? Wang Jie asked. Under normal circumstances, these seeds can't parasitize humans, Zhao Miao replied. Even if they do, our star energy can detect them. But if the number is too overwhelming, it's hard to say. That's why I suggest we wait until the miasma clears before entering. Is the entire valley filled with beasts? Wang Jie asked again. Yes, every single tree in there is a beast. For strong teams, this place is a treasure trove. All right, let's discuss a strategy first, Wang Jie said, pulling out a card. I'll use a fire element field magic to clear the way. It was an epic attack spell card called Blazing Flames, with a durability of 800 and a skill cost of 10. The card could summon continuous flames within a designated area, with the range of the fire proportional to the star energy infused. The card's description read, "The fire god leads the way." Rich guy, huh? Zhao Miao murmured, impressed. That's definitely a good plan. Bai Miaoyin suggested, Lin San, don't rush in. We'll advance slowly from the entrance. All right, let's do that, Lin San agreed. Brother San. Lin Xinxin raised her hand. What is it, he asked. I want to test taking direct damage, she said. Lin San understood the special properties of her bow, though there hadn't been an opportunity to confirm them yet. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. If they were only facing ordinary beasts in the future, he would never let his sister take such risks. But considering the possibility of encountering second-tier beings like the armored one, now was a good time to practice her immunity ability. All right, he agreed. As soon as he spoke, mist began to rise within the valley. Zhao Miao motioned for everyone to retreat to a cliffside. Over here. This spot won't be affected. Watch closely, things are about to get interesting. The miasma drifted out of the valley, slowly expanding outward. Its speed was not slow, and it quickly engulfed the entire valley and its surroundings, forming a vast, grayish fog sea. About half an hour later, a group of pink, pig-like demon beasts staggered towards the valley entrance. At the entrance of the valley, a series of rapid, heavy snorts broke the silence. Two massive wild boars, accompanied by three younglings, cautiously stepped into the valley. Just as they disappeared into the depths, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the cliffs, reverberating across the valley walls. 3 short minutes later, everything returned to an eerie calm. What followed was even more unsettling. Various mystical beasts began wandering into the valley one after another, as though drawn by some unseen force. Throughout the morning, only one panther-like beast managed to flee in a panic. Its terrified demeanor was evident as it tucked its tail tightly between its legs and vanished into the distance. Wow, if we let these beasts run wild, they'll take over the entire Yuduan mountain range, Lin San exclaimed with a click of his tongue. He was well aware that among these beasts were not only 4-star creatures, but also stronger 5-star, and even 6-star ones. The panther that had fled was a 6-star beast, while the others remained deep within the valley. Zhao Miao's expression was grave as she suggested, let's stick to hunting on the outskirts. We shouldn't venture too deep. Who knows what's lurking in the depths of this valley? Agreed, Lin San, always cautious, replied without hesitation. By the afternoon, as the mist cleared, the 5-member team carefully advanced toward the valley. At the entrance stood 2 towering trees, roughly 10 meters high, resembling natural sentinels. Wang Jie, give it a try. Got it. Fiery blaze. Wang Jie's card transformed into a faint purple glow, and flames surged skyward. The 2 trees suddenly came to life, their roots breaking through the ground and wildly lashing at the flames with ear-piercing whooshes. Damage numbers flashed across their trunks. 5566, 6688, 3456. Wang Jie frowned, puzzled logically. Fire-based spells should deal significant damage to wood-type beasts. Lin Xingxin's arrow whistled through the air, hitting one of the trees squarely and displaying a damage number of 32,995. However, moments later, a healing number of 14,586 appeared on the tree. It can heal itself? Lin San turned to Bai Miaoyin for clarification. Bai Miaoyin shook her head. I scanned when we came in and didn't detect any healing skills. Something's off, Wang Jie said, his brows furrowing. This place is littered with flammable material, yet the flames are burning so sluggishly. Unless there's field magic at play. Zhao Miao interjected. Definitely strange, Lin San agreed. But these trees are worth far more in materials than regular beasts. Let's be cautious and avoid going deeper. Since they were still at the valley's entrance, there was no immediate cause for alarm. After an intense battle, the 2 trees finally collapsed. They'll gather the materials while you all keep watch. Miaoyin, be ready to shield me if needed, Zhao Miao said eagerly. How about I go instead? Lin San offered, not out of mistrust, but out of concern for the eerie nature of the valley. No way, your stealth skills aren't as good as mine. It'd be too risky for you. With that, Zhao Miao lightly tapped her toes, her figure gradually becoming indistinct as she moved forward. That's quite impressive, Wang Jie remarked thoughtfully, scratching his chin. What kind of card is this? Lin San asked curiously. This isn't a card. Not a card. Lin San froze in confusion. Then what is it? Bai Miaoying noticed Lin San's puzzlement and patiently explained. This is a form of star energy manipulation, similar to Xian's Bao. Each profession has its own unique way of utilizing star energy. For instance, you can now control your shield with ease, can't you? For explorers, star energy is primarily used to mask their presence. Miao Miao's ability to create visual illusions is already quite impressive, Bai Miaoying added. Wang Jie chimed in. I've heard that true experts can even make themselves completely disappear. However, that's beyond the capability of a 4-star. At most, they can reduce their presence significantly. At this moment, Zhao Miao Miao moved gracefully, her steps leaving no trace on the ground. She approached 2 fallen trees near the valley, retrieved a card from her pouch, and absorbed the trees into it. In her hand now appeared a new card. It was a purple epic spell card, Miao Miao's decoy puppet. The card description read, "It's me, yet not me." It could summon a puppet identical to Zhao Miao Miao in aura and appearance, fully under her control. While the puppet had 0 durability, it possessed 8 skill points. A flicker of purple light later, an exact replica of Zhao Miao Miao appeared beside her identical nightwear, identical physique, even an identical dagger in hand. Zhao Miao Miao stepped back, allowing the replica to proceed ahead for reconnaissance. The replica had only taken a few steps when 2 vine-like structures burst from the ground and attacked. The replica agilely leapt backward, evading the strike. After a few more attempts, the replica determined the vine's attack range and began observing from a safe distance. Turning to Lin San and the others, Zhao Miao Miao explained. At first, I thought there might be a giant beast in the valley, so I sent the replica to scout. From the looks of it, the situation isn't too dire. Either we're too insignificant to be noticed, or we haven't triggered the right conditions yet. She continued analyzing. Tree-type creatures are the most likely to evolve into giant beasts. My suggestion is to hunt a few in the outskirts and avoid venturing deeper. Earlier, my flames were clearly suppressed. This isn't normal. Zhao Miao Miao, well-versed in giant beasts, elaborated further. Giant beasts follow a unique evolutionary path. Ordinary beasts grow larger from 1 to 3 stars, but from 4 to 6 stars, they shrink and become more refined, with each star granting enhanced physical or skill attributes. Giant beasts, on the other hand, focus solely on growing in size, mostly among plant-based creatures. Once they reach a certain scale, their mere existence becomes catastrophic, causing massive destruction with even the slightest disturbance. As the group remained on high alert, Bai Miaoying silently drew out a card, drawing puzzled glances from the others. Bai Miaoying didn't offer much explanation. Taking a deep breath, she focused intently on the card in her hand. The black markings on her forehead gradually faded, and at the same time, the card began to emit a faint, eerie blue light. That glow was soon entwined with a strange black energy. Following the energy's flow, there was a sudden boom, and a burst of black smoke shot out from her hand like an arrow, heading straight toward a large tree on the left. As soon as the black energy touched the tree, it quickly clung to it, causing the tree to wither and disintegrate at a visible speed. Bai Miaoying's expression changed drastically, and she shouted urgently, "Run! Quickly!" Zhao Miao Miao froze in place, utterly shocked. What just happened? Instant kill. Though the group didn't fully understand what was going on, they had always trusted Bai Miaoying's judgment. Without hesitation, they turned and began retreating out of the valley. Just as they exited, the entire valley trembled slightly. "Miaoying, what's going on?" Lin San couldn't help but ask. "That wasn't an ordinary monster, it was a clone," Bai Miaoying explained as she retrieved a card from her storage space and held it up for everyone to see. It was a 4-star spell card named Shadow Word, Pain. Its attributes indicated exceptional attack power, durability of 0, and a skill value of 10. Its effect allowed it to destroy a summoned creature of 4 stars or lower. The card's description read, "Unknown black energy, heed my call." A collective gasp escaped the group. The power of this card was truly extraordinary. In the realm of low-tier star card masters, summoned creatures, though not numerous, were notoriously difficult to deal with. A card capable of directly annihilating them was exceedingly rare. Unlike the previous card that specifically targeted the Shadow Legion's constructs, Shadow Word, Pain, was a universal annihilation card. The difference between the two was like night and day. "This card is quite special," Bai Miaoying said succinctly, her tone carrying a hint of mystique. Geely pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you think the energy on your forehead it's alive?" "No. Are you sure?" "Yes," Bai Miaoying nodded. "It feels more like a parting gift. Though I don't know what kind of energy it is, I sense it's harmless. I trust it." Hearing this, Geely took out 2 cards from his storage space. "Then I have 2 cards for you to try. Maybe your strange condition will disappear when you use them. They'll give it a try." "All right," Geely said, offering a word of caution. "But remember, this card must be powered by that black energy. This one you can use freely. As for this last one, use it sparingly." Zhao Miao Miao, noticing Ji Li's slight reservation, quickly changed the subject. So, those trees aren't independent entities? This question immediately caught everyone's attention. Could they be part of that giant monster's clones? Or something else? In nature, there are indeed trees with extremely extensive root systems that can form entire forests from a single tree. The situation in this valley might be similar. Then we might have a chance, Wang Jie said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, a sharp gleam in his eyes. We don't have to be greedy. We can just camp outside the valley and wait. When it lures in other monsters, we'll intercept one or two. After it's done feeding, we can collect some 4-star trees. Those would make excellent materials. Noticing the strange looks from the others, he asked in confusion, "What? Am I wrong?" "Not at all." Zhao Miao Miao gave him a thumbs up, affirming his idea. "No one is allowed to go more than 50 meters into the valley," Zhao Miao Miao said cautiously, standing at the entrance and marking the boundary for safety. They decided not to chop down any trees today, but instead observe the growth patterns of the forest. On the first day, they stumbled upon an unexpected prize near the edge of the Valia-dazed fox spirit that practically walked into their trap. Even more astonishing, the 2 trees they had cut down just outside the valley regrew overnight. Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a treasure trove that never runs out. Over the next few days, they discovered a peculiar pattern in the area. On the second day, the 2 trees grew back as usual. On the third day, the same thing happened. From the 4th through the 6th day, the cycle remained unchanged. They cautiously stuck to harvesting only these 2 trees at the entrance, adhering strictly to the principle of playing it safe. Whoosh, Zhao Miao Miao let out a soft breath, gazing into the depths of the valley. Though their harvesting had gone smoothly, their observations over the past few days made them realize there was something extraordinarily unusual lurking in the valley. No matter how many times they chopped down those 2 trees, they would always reappear at the entrance as though they were meant just for them. At the same time, however, the valley attracted a steady stream of fierce beasts every day, a clear warning of the dangers lying within. "Once we reach 7-star strength, we can explore deeper," Zhao Miao Miao said, licking his lips as a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. "Those giant beasts must be full of valuable treasures." Lin Sen silently surveyed the unprocessed beast carcasses scattered across the valley floor. Each lifeless body served as a silent reminder of the dangers that lurked here. "Focus on increasing our strength," everyone said in unison. But just then, the conversation shifted to a different topic inside the shop. "This is tricky," Dilu muttered, scratching his head with a frown. Geely glanced at him. "Take your time. The blueprints can always be improved." "Boss, I've been meaning to ask you something for a while now." "Go ahead. What happens if an opponent directly targets the external circuits of your card?" Geely patiently explained the core philosophy of card making, not only enhancing the cards themselves, but also considering their practical application in battle. He handed Di Lu a counterspell card and said, "The real value of a secret lies in diverting your opponent's attention. Instead of wasting energy attacking the external circuits, why not use a simple 1-star spell card to neutralize it?" Dilu took the card, deep in thought. Did this mean that future card designs would focus more on probing strategies? At that moment, the shop doors suddenly swung open, and Lin San's excited voice rang out. "Boss, boss, we're back." Ji Li looked up to see Lin San and his team of 5 standing at the entrance, covered in dust, and clearly just returning from the Yuduan mountain range. "You're back? How was the harvest?" "Manager, you better get the money ready this time. We're going to make a fortune on this trip," Lin San said excitedly. "All right, let's head to the backyard," Ji Li said as he led the group to the back, calling out, "Fufu, Fufu, come out and help harvest." Hearing her name, Ji Fufu immediately put down her gaming console and came bouncing out. Seeing Lin San and the others, she greeted them with a smile. "Oh, it's you guys. You've been gone for months. It's almost New Year already." "Yeah, we wanted to gather more before the New Year to earn a bit extra," Lin San said, rubbing his hands. "Let's head to the backyard." In the backyard, the group began unloading their material cards one by one. Ji Li's eyes lit up, particularly when he noticed the vibrant green plants brimming with life. "Tier 2 materials? These are great." He crouched down and grabbed a vine that was still wriggling slightly. "Ji Fufu, get to work," Ji Li instructed. "Nina, transfer them 10,000 first. We'll settle the difference after I finish tallying everything." Then, turning to Wang Jie, he added, "Wang Jie, come back in 3 days." "Got it," Wang Jie replied. At this moment, Lin Xinxin hesitantly handed over her longbow. "Boss, this bow, it's wearing out a bit too quickly." Ji Li took the bow and examined it closely. The flame patterns remained vivid, but the bow itself showed signs of wear and tear damage that Lin Xinxin couldn't repair herself. As a hunter who cherished her weapon, she always took meticulous care of it. However, every time she used her immunity ability, the bow's durability would take a significant hit. Thanks to her diligent maintenance, the bow had lasted until now. "Leave it here. I'll get you a new one," Ji Li assured her. After wrapping up the basic exchanges, Ji Fufu pouted as she started working. Ji Li, unable to wait for her to finish, picked out a few suitable materials and began working on his own. By the way, Di Lu, Ji Li suddenly said, help me make a card. I can't do this one myself. Sure, just tell me the requirements, Di Lu replied, setting aside the materials he was working on. A composite spell card, with water and wind attributes. The effects should include freezing, area attacks, and multi-layered strikes. Draft the design first, and then we can discuss the details. Got it. Di Lu eagerly began sketching. For a card maker, creativity was as important as their drawing skills. Di Lu had traveled all the way to Xinghua City because he admired Ji Li's extraordinary talent. Ji Li's ideas were innovative, and his drafting skills were so refined they resembled works of art. Collaborating with someone like him was surely a valuable opportunity. Ji Li quickly sketched out a design and set it aside, ready to start making the card. That fast, Di Lu exclaimed, staring at the design Ji Li had completed in just 5 minutes. Oh, it's just a one-star card. Nothing too challenging, Ji Li said nonchalantly. Di Lu picked up the design and immediately understood its purpose. This was Ji Li's unique strength. His designs were clear, efficient, and visually appealing, unlike the chaotic drafts of some other card makers. Should we add an extra power circuit? Di Lu suggested. Huh? Why does everyone think it's overloaded? I've been hinting so clearly. Look, I even incorporated wood elements and mana crystals. Ji Li chuckled and shook his head. Alright, before we dive into today's card-making lesson, here's a little assignment. And no, it's not because I'm stuck and need help from the comments. The question is, for an 8 to 10 person team battle, what mode would work best? Here's an example. In a forest setting, there are 3 flag capture points. Capturing points B and C and delivering the flags to a safe zone earns 2 points each. Capturing point A and holding it for an hour earns 3 points. Obstacles can be set up, and the team with the highest score wins. Alright, now let's officially start today's lesson. The topic is, wait, does this even need explaining? Isn't this just a freebie question? Someone interrupted. Activation is just about constructing mana crystals outside the body. What's so hard to understand? Difficulty levels are the card maker's concern. If there's anything unclear, leave a comment here, and I'll answer it all tomorrow, Ji Li concluded. Dill stood at his workbench, scratching his chin thoughtfully. He fiddled with a card in his hand as a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. This card could be used to counter spell negation, right? But using tier 2 materials for it feels like such a waste. Maybe I could consider mixing materials instead. He trailed off mid-sentence and turned to Ji Li. Boss, aren't you mad? Mad about what? Ji Li asked, looking puzzled. I'm brainstorming ways to break your secrets. Ji Li chuckled lightly and set down the blueprint he was holding. He casually picked up a blank card. Why would that make me mad? Cards are made to be countered, after all. His tone was calm, as if stating the most obvious fact. This is just the beginning. As someone who had witnessed countless iterations of card game strategies from aggro to control to OTK combo, she understood the cycle well. For every creator, there's someone who will find a way to counter their work. Getting upset over a card being outsmarted would be nothing short of ridiculous. Classic store owner, Dill said with genuine admiration. It was this mindset that allowed someone to truly focus on crafting cards. He had seen too many card designers resting on their laurels, only to throw tantrums the moment someone created a card that threatened their designs. The contrast was stark. At a quiet bar on West Street, the members of Lin San's team had gathered after freshening up at home. They were now sharing a meal together. Wang Jie, clearly familiar with the place, was busy ordering food while still wondering what kind of card the store owner might give him tomorrow. Meow Meow, why didn't you ask the boss earlier if he had any cards you wanted? Bai Miaoyin asked curiously. Zhao Meow Meow hesitated, looking a little embarrassed. Tomorrow. He'll ask tomorrow. She didn't explain further, but the truth was she felt too grimy and disheveled to discuss anything properly. Let's talk about Mao's situation first, Lin San said, turning to Zhao Miao Miao. What do you think of our team? You're definitely strong, Zhao Miao Miao admitted with a nod, though her tone was tinged with hesitation. But I feel like I don't contribute much. Honestly, I'm only good at scouting. I'm no help when it comes to combat. In other teams I've joined, it was fine at first, but eventually, they started seeing me as a burden. Don't worry about that, the store owner can handle it. Lin San's unwavering confidence in the store owner was evident. Well, alright then, Zhao Miao Miao said with a shrug. I don't mind as long as you don't see me as a burden. Then it's settled, Lin San said excitedly. Now, onto the second topic. Are we heading out again before the new year? Probably not, Bai Miaoyin said after a brief pause. There are only about 10 days left until the new year, and most people are already back. The group unanimously agreed, and the atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed. Only Lin Xinxin seemed lost in thought, likely mulling over the long-awaited secret realm. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Lin Xinxin wandered the streets alone, feeling an inexplicable emptiness and unsure where to go. Xinxin, Bai Miaoyin called out, catching up to her. What's up? Do you want to spend the new year with me? Bai Miaoyin asked warmly. I'm not going back to Stormwind City, it's too far. He'll just stay here in Xinghua City. It's only me at home, so why don't you keep me company? Bai Miaoyin blinked her big, watery eyes, gazing pitifully at Lin Xinxin. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lin Xinxin's wrist and said in a playful, coaxing tone, "Come on, keep me company." With that, she pulled Lin Xinxin forward. Ji Li stood rooted in place, watching the scene unfold as he scratched his head in exasperation, a slight frown forming on his face. "What's the matter?" Ji Fufu poked her head out from behind the door, asking curiously while secretly feeling relieved that she had opted for the task of sorting materials. Though monotonous, it allowed her to sneak some snacks on the side. Ji Li rubbed his temples and sighed. "It's a bit of a problem. To make 2 magic crystals, a 4-star card won't suffice." "Then just upgrade it to 5 stars, Nina chimed in without hesitation. "Good point." Ji Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, then turned and headed into the workshop. Barely 10 minutes later, when Ji Li reappeared, both Nina and Ji Fufu widened their eyes in disbelief. They could clearly sense the overwhelming energy emanating from Ji Li's characteristic surge that typically follows a breakthrough. Normally, it takes anywhere from half a day to 10 days to stabilize, depending on the individual's skill level. But to their astonishment, the next moment, Ji Li's surging star energy calmed down as if nothing had happened. "Wait, are you serious?" Nina and Fufu exclaimed in unison, utterly stunned. "You're totally defying the rules here. Not only did you make a breakthrough, but you also managed to stabilize your star energy instantly? You're just showing off at this point, aren't you?" Ji Li opened his mouth to explain, but Ji Fufu quickly interrupted. "Stop. Master Ji, no need to elaborate." "All right then," Ji Li shrugged. "I was just going to experiment with compressing the star energy to see if I could trigger a secondary energy source, but it's quite challenging. So I just went ahead and leveled up instead." "If you go out like this, people are definitely going to criticize you," Nina muttered. Ji Li's rapid advancement was primarily due to the group of card maker apprentices he worked with. While the cards were crafted collaboratively, Ji Li himself bore the brunt of the star energy consumption. For most card makers, creating 2 cards a day was considered impressive, but Ji Li could churn out 100, which naturally accelerated his progress. Curious, Nina leaned closer. "Are you working on that special card?" "No, I'm redesigning the card maker apprentice system," Ji Li replied. 4 apprentices used to be insufficient, so I've increased it to 5. This allows for an assembly line process, which has proven quite effective. "You're just squeezing them dry," Ji Fufu said with a faint smile, now holding a doll in her hand. It seemed like a subtle threat. If Ji Li didn't explain himself, the doll might end up hanging from the street lamp next to the bar counter. "I wouldn't call it squeezing," Ji Li said defensively. "It's more about simplifying each step. If the workflow becomes simpler, maybe the working hours could even be extended to 18 hours a day." "Really?" Ji Fufu gave him a skeptical look, clearly unimpressed. "You'll see," Ji Li muttered, avoiding her gaze. At that moment, Di Lu approached with the first draft of a blizzard design. "Boss, does this look okay to you?" Ji Li took the blueprint and studied it intently for a while. Hard to tell at first glance. He'll need some time to analyze it." "Boss, I'm here, and I brought a new bee with me." Wang Jie's voice echoed through the shop. Behind him were Lin Xinxin and Zhao Miao, both curiously taking in the shop's decor. Ji Li watched as Wang Jie approached the counter and pulled out 3 cards from his pocket, placing them gently on the countertop. The first card shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Blizzard, a 6-star spell card with superior attack capabilities. The card gleamed with a frosty glow, its stats impressive, 2,500 durability and 10 skill points. The description read, "Under the storm, all are but ants." It could summon a blizzard to strike enemies within its range, dealing continuous damage, slowing their movement, and freezing them if they remain in the storm for more than 5 seconds. Wang Jie stared at the card, his brows furrowed. "Boss, this is a 6-star card. I can't use it." Though it was his favorite type of field magic, his current abilities made it unattainable. Ji Li gave a knowing smile and gestured to the other 2 cards. "Take a look at these." The first was a 1-star card, Activate, a basic attack level spell card. It had 0 durability and consumed 10 skill points. Its description was humorously straightforward. "You might as well call me by another name coin." The card provided a mana crystal but disappeared after being used. The second was a 5-star card, Nourish, also a superior attack level spell card. It had 0 durability and used 10 skill points. Its description was warm and friendly. "Growth, life, happiness, all friends here." It generated 2 sturdy nature element crystals. "Wow." Wang Jie's eyes lit up. Ji Li explained. "These 2 cards can temporarily give you access to a 6-star output channel. But remember, don't use fire-based cards. What has strong compatibility but can't withstand flames. Considering your skill set, this blizzard card could be your ace. Its control and output far surpass the weak attacks of lower-tier cards." He paused and added, "Most 4-star card masters wouldn't even dream of using a 6-star card. One use would drain all their mana. But for you, that won't be an issue. I suggest testing its mana consumption first and planning your strategy accordingly. Actually, you Star Warriors probably already know all this, so we'll stop lecturing." Lin Xinxin, your turn. As Wang Jie stepped aside to study the cards, Lin Xinxin eagerly stepped forward. Ji Li presented 2 cards. Hey, race your new bow. The strength of a 4-star card isn't enough, and the secondary energy is a bit lacking, so I've upgraded it to a 5-star base. Don't worry, it's still usable as a 4-star. I left some room for growth there, might be a pleasant surprise. This other one is for emergencies. The upgraded Gladiator Longbow was accompanied by a 4-star summoning card, Temporary Repairman. With 0 health and 10 skill points, it could repair the Gladiator Longbow. The card humorously declared, me, a temp worker. Bring it on. Thanks, boss. Lin Xinxin beamed with joy. No need to thank me, I'll be billing Lin Sen later anyway. Ji Li turned and called out. Next. Zhao Miao Miao hesitantly stepped forward, mimicking her teammates by greeting him with a soft boss. Oh, a newbie, Ji Li said with interest. Tell me, what's your flaw? Huh. Zhao Miao Miao looked completely baffled. What? Lin Sen didn't tell you. Ji Li began counting on his fingers. He's trying to build a team entirely made up of flawed players. A warrior who can't hold aggro, a mage who can't target enemies, a priest who's afraid to lock onto targets, and an archer who only knows how to stand and shoot. So what about you? What's your flaw? Zhao Miao Miao's lips twitched slightly as she finally understood where Lin San's confidence came from. It turned out they were all such timid fighters. Although it felt like she had boarded a pirate ship, this realization somehow made her feel less awkward. I am afraid of fighting monsters. She straightened her back and declared boldly. Ji Li stared at this girl who so confidently admitted to being timid in battle, completely unable to comprehend her logic. How is that being timid? And, for the last time, am not a lizard. Assassins being timid is pretty normal, Ji Li said after a moment of thought. Why not switch to being a support instead? Support? Zhao Miao Miao furrowed her brows. I don't like that. Besides, we already have Miao Yin in the team, will that be redundant? My type of support is different, Ji Li explained. Since you chose to be an assassin, I can design some survival skills for you. I'll think it over carefully after the new year and create something for you. All right then. And just like that, the direction was decided. In the following days, everyone looked forward to the upcoming holiday. Card-making shops around the streets began closing for the season, and Ji Li was also preparing to shut his shop for a break. Boss, are you joining this year's fireworks show? Fireworks show? Ji Li looked puzzled. Huh? You don't know about it? Nina, who was licking a lollipop, asked curiously. Ji Li glanced at Nina, who had appeared out of nowhere, looking exasperated. Why are you here too? Shouldn't you be off handling your own business? Having Fufu around was already headache-inducing. Even though Dill had said he'd stay for the new year to avoid traffic, which Ji Li couldn't understand, considering teleportation gates don't get traffic jams, one extra person was manageable. But what was Nina's split self doing here? I'm here to protect you, Nina declared with utmost seriousness. Ji Li was speechless, and Nina quickly switched to a coquettish tone. Come on, it's more fun with more people. Fine, let's go. Nina, lock the door. On it. Nina snapped her fingers, and the tavern's door locked with a crisp sound. Boss, are you going to the fireworks show or not? What even is it? Dill immediately jumped in to explain. It's an event held in every city. Participants create fireworks using cards. The requirement is that the cards must be 3-star or above, and no attack circuits are allowed. I got 3rd place last year. Only 3rd place? Ji Fufu scoffed. What's wrong with 3rd place? Dill retorted indignantly. Do you know how competitive it is? Even 9-star card makers from the city participate. This is a grand event, and the standards are incredibly high. He's right. Getting 3rd place is already impressive, Nina chimed in, then turned to Ji Li and encouraged him. Want to join? I can get you in through a special channel. Dill was stunned. Wait, don't you have to go through rigorous selection to participate? The fireworks show may be called a show, but it only runs from 8 p.m. to midnight. Each firework lasts 2 to 10 minutes, so only about 100 can be displayed the entire evening. But there are tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of participants. Yeah, well, I've got privileges, Nina said smugly, lifting her chin. Exactly, privileges. Fufu echoed, equally smug. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the group headed toward the registration office. For the first time, Ji Li felt a spark of anticipation for the coming new year. Happy National Day, everyone. Zhao Mian finally felt a sense of relief as he watched his granddaughter, Zhao Miao Miao, cheerfully push open the door and bounce into the house. As the guardian of an adventurer, he was all too aware of the dangers of the profession second only to assassins in mortality rate. Every farewell was like a nerve-wracking ordeal. Grandpa, do you know the tavern owner? Zhao Miao Miao eagerly asked as soon as she stepped in. The tavern owner? Zhao Mian paused for a moment before realizing. Oh, you mean Ji Li? Yes, that's right. Zhao Miao Miao immediately launched into a vivid account of her adventures over the past few months. When Zhao Mian heard about curse disruption and spell countermeasures, his eyes narrowed slightly. Wait a minute, he interrupted his granddaughter's story. Over the past few months, he had been preoccupied with matters related to a secret realm. A project to construct the secret realm, originally expected to take 1 or 2 years, revealed anomalies during on-site data assessment. The secret realm could only accommodate a team of 8 to 10 people at most. Exceeding that number would result in instability. This unusual phenomenon indicated the imminent collapse of the secret realm, leaving little time to act. He quickly opened his computer, pulling up information on curse disruption and ice barriers. His attention was soon drawn to a report about a card game strategy. Using this method to interfere, though a bit underhand, is undeniably effective, he muttered, quickly grasping the key points. Meow meow. Zhao Mian turned to his granddaughter. Would you like to explore a secret realm? A secret realm? Zhao Miao Miao's eyes lit up with excitement. There will be a selection after the new year. You can discuss it with your team. Only one team will be allowed entry this time. While there are risks, the rewards could be substantial. What do you think? There's no need to think about it. I'm in. Zhao Miao Miao exclaimed, waving her hands enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhao Mian couldn't help but smile at his granddaughter, who had been passionate about collecting rare treasures since she was little. After all, where else could one find more treasures than in a secret realm? Well, in that case. Let's talk about it after the new year. Zhao Miao Miao interrupted. Grandpa, aren't you going to join the fireworks show this year? The fireworks show? Zhao Mian chuckled. I almost forgot. Let's take a day to prepare for it. By this time, the area in front of the local Star Guild branch was already bustling with people. Dila looked at the winding line of people and couldn't help but marvel. It's really lively here. During festivals, large numbers of travelers would pass through the town on their way back to Xinghua City, naturally forming long queues. Follow me, Nina said, tracing a circular motion in the air with her hands. Flames tore through the air, forming a portal of light. She stepped through first, followed by Ji Li and Ji Fufu. This short-distance teleportation caused no dizziness. In just the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the heart of Xinghua City. Since leaving the Star Guild, Nina's spirits had noticeably improved. Dilu curiously observed the city, especially the towering headquarters of the Star Guild branch. Deep down, he wondered, I wonder how these cards are made. I really hope that one day, I can create something like this myself. Don't even think about it. This type of card was created by a collaboration of more than 39 star card makers. It's no exaggeration to call it a superclass card within the entire Star Association, Nina said, shaking her head, clearly not optimistic about Di Li's dream. Let's head home. It's been a while since the place was cleaned, Ji Li said, gazing down the road. He was contemplating whether to hire someone to help tidy up. As a pragmatic 5-star card maker, he could barely handle his food-obsessed younger sister, Ji Fufu, let alone deal with such far-fetched dreams. Brother, I'm hungry, Ji Fufu said, her big, watery eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Ji Li. Then let's eat first. Beast meat, Ji Fufu exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Don't you eat that all the time when you're out? It's not the same. The food in Xinghua City is the best. Brother, let's have hot pot. The streets of Xinghua City were bustling with people. Many, clad in combat gear, strolled through the food market with their families. A burly man carried a little girl on his shoulder. The girl held a snack in her hand, her face glowing with a bright smile as she pointed to various food stalls, pleading with her father to buy her treats. Ji Fufu watched the scene, her gaze darting back and forth between the man and Ji Li, her eyes filled with anticipation. Don't even think about it, Ji Li immediately said, catching on. I didn't even say anything. I just want something tasty. Those meat skewers smell so good, Ji Fufu said as the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Di Lu remained calm, but Nina was visibly stunned by the enticing smell. Why does it smell this good? Huh? You don't know? Ji Fufu said, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Aren't you supposed to be privileged? How would I know? I was just a baby when he was chosen. I only know the basics. Why does the meat here smell so amazing? Come on, I'll show you the best places. When Nina took her first bite of the grilled meat, the rich aroma and juicy flavors exploded in her mouth. Her eyes widened in amazement. She couldn't help but think that the food stalls in the west side of her small town were utterly disappointing in comparison. Bite after bite, she couldn't stop herself. But why? She asked between mouthfuls. Ji Li elegantly took a bite and replied with a satisfied smile, I don't know. Honestly, I never understood it either. It's not hard to get into Xinghua City, so why don't the merchants set up outside the city? Oh, I know this one, Dila chimed in while eating. There's a rule. Residents of Xinghua City aren't allowed to do business outside the city. The shops near the outskirts are run by people sent by the Star Association, and they don't really put much effort into it. Hey, Ji Fufu nudged Nina with her shoulder. Can you help us out next time? The food here is just too good. No can do. My privileges only extend to him, Nina said, gesturing to Dilo. Stop eating. Just one more bite. It's not my fault if I can't help. That's not it. There's still the hot pot. Don't you eat spicy? Of course, let's go. When Ji Li finally stood in front of his shop again, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Located at the end of the street, the shop had been closed for so long that a thick layer of dust had settled on the door, and litter was scattered around the entrance. Dila glanced at the tavern-style establishment and silently made a decision. Next time he visited, he'd bring the owner a fine bottle of wine. The soft chime of a wind bell resonated gently through the air. Geely gazed at the wind chime, which he had once splurged on, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Despite being unattended for months, its internal structure remained intact, though a thin layer of dust had settled on it, emitting a faint musty smell. "I'll call the cleaning crew," Geely said, scanning the large space that clearly needed extensive work. "No need, I'll handle it," Nina, with her pregnant belly and one hand on her back, said, her voice carrying a slight breathlessness. "You're using privileges for this too?" Li's expression turned peculiar. "Huh." Ji Fufu looked puzzled. Lu explained. "In the city, to ensure employment opportunities, using life-type cards for tasks like cleaning is prohibited. If you're caught even once, the fine would be enough to hire a cleaning crew 100 times over." His tone carried a hint of pain as he spoke. Nina, still supporting her back, let out a satisfied burp. With a snap of her fingers, tiny sparks of starlight suddenly appeared in the air, swirling around her hand. The starlight expanded into a glowing ring, radiating brilliance as it spread over the furniture. In an instant, the tavern felt refreshed, the air purified, and the entire space gleamed with a new vibrancy. "Brother, let's go to the amusement park." Ji Fufu's eyes lit up with excitement as she realized she wouldn't need to help clean, her eagerness apparent. "All right, but just for one day. We need to shop for New Year supplies tomorrow, snacks, ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. Everything needs to be prepared." Geely agreed with a nod. "And a telescope," Dilu added. Seeing the puzzled looks from the others, he explained, "Aren't you planning to watch the fireworks show? The city center will be packed that day. Why not find a hill in the nearby suburbs, bring a telescope, and enjoy the show while eating? Much more relaxing." "Great idea." Geely clapped his hands. "It's settled then." Nina raised her hand hesitantly. "I know a perfect spot for viewing." "There we go again, privileges." Meanwhile, deep in the Yuduan Mountains, Rin Xinyuan gripped her dagger tightly, her expression serious as she stared at the five-star bear demon before her. This was a unknown hunting mission, and her opponent's strength rivaled that of a white tiger-class beast. She vividly remembered how, back then, if the white tiger had unleashed its domain magic, even Lin San's team would have struggled. Now, she had to face such a foe on her own. The bear demon sniffed the air lightly, making no move to assume a defensive stance. Rising to its full height, it seemed to completely dismiss the two-legged sheep before it. Instead, it deliberately exposed its vulnerable belly, as if setting a trap and waiting for its prey to take the bait. "Underestimating me, huh?" Rin Xinyuan thought to herself. Gripping her dagger tightly, she launched into a charge. Yet, just before entering the bear demon's attack range, she suddenly changed her approach. Her steps alternated between quick and slow as she circled the bear demon, her movements becoming more erratic. Gradually, her figure began to split. First a second, Rin Xinyuan, then a third, and finally a fourth emerged from her form. The curved limbs technique, one of the signature moves of the 9-star assassin Luo Yunshang, was now being flawlessly executed. Rin Xuanyuan's figure traced graceful arcs through the air, her footsteps alternating between swift and slow, leaving behind 9 afterimages before the bear demon. This was the very skill she had learned from Luo Yunshang, using the variation in her movements to create illusions and confuse her opponent. A 20 speed boost from a card effect can achieve this with proper training, Rin Xinyuan thought to herself. But a true assassin should harness their own physical potential instead of relying too heavily on cards. The bear demon, staring at the 9 figures in front of it, showed a moment of confusion before breaking into a sinister grin. 9 two-legged sheep? More than enough for a feast. With that, it extended its sharp claws, swiping at one of Rin Xuanyuan's figures. "Always make basic judgments about your enemies," Luo Yunshang's teachings echoed in Rin Xuanyuan's mind. "If an enemy can kill you in 2 hits, don't let them touch you even once. If they can kill you in 1 hit, just run." The bear demon's claws passed through a mere afterimage, striking nothing but air. The real Rin Xinyuan had already slipped behind it, her dagger striking twice in quick succession. 18355 40123. The system displayed, indicating critical damage. Always conserve some strength, even when you're not fighting alone. Rin Xinyuan reminded herself of another crucial principle. Suddenly, the bear demon twisted its body in an unnatural motion, turning to swipe at her again. Rin Xinyuan calmly retreated, thinking she had escaped its range, only to see its claws suddenly glow with light. Beware of hidden skills, whether from beasts or humans, she thought, her instincts on high alert. Just as she prepared to retreat further, an intense sense of danger surged within her. Trusting her intuition, she rolled to the side. In the next instant, a sharp earthen spike shot up from the spot where she had just been standing. The first rule of combat is to gather information, Rin Xinyuan analyzed as she observed her opponent. Ideally, gather intel before the fight. If not, Collect it during battle without revealing too much of your own capabilities. She advanced again with her dagger, but noticed the bear demon seemed unaffected by her previous strikes. It might have a healing ability, she noted mentally, keeping track of its potential strengths. Outside the battlefield, Luo Yunxiang watched Ren Xuanyuan's agile and precise movements, her attacks resembling the fluttering grace of a butterfly. She nodded in satisfaction. A little more training, and she should awaken her full potential. At that moment, a card in Luo Yunxiang's pocket emitted a faint ringing sound. She retrieved it and gave it a squeeze, causing a soft purple light to materialize into the slightly aged face of Zhao Mian. Guildmaster? What's the matter? She asked. I'd like you to bring that young one back here, Zhao Mian said. After the new year, there's a secret realm that's perfect for young talents to explore. Not necessary, Guildmaster. Luo Yunxiang declined without hesitation. Training with me is far more effective than venturing into any secret realm. Ahem. Zhao Mian coughed lightly. This particular realm is unique. Besides, Xinglua City could use more capable individuals. Card lesson. What's the lesson during National Day? Vacation. Everyone, take a break. Go have fun. By the way, I managed to hit legend rank yesterday, just before the deadline. Yeah. Special? No matter how special it is. It's something the Luoxing Society cooked up. A calm voice came through the phone. It was Luo Yunxiang. When does the selection start? After the new year, I suppose. You haven't been back in years. Alright, I'm hanging up. After the new year, you'll have Xian go. Besides, I'd like to meet that card maker myself. Before the words fully landed, the call had already ended. At that very moment, Ren Xian was caught in an intense battle. 7 figures moved like a spinning halo, circling around the massive bear demon. This wasn't just a simple encirclement tactic. Ren Xian deliberately had several of her replicas approach the bear demon, baiting its attacks. As expected, the bear demon's sharp claws lashed out at the nearest replica, while the real Ren Xian had already silently maneuvered to its back. A cold glint flickered, and the dagger struck. 13,999 and 32995, 2 damage numbers floated above the bear demon's head in quick succession. Ren Xuangshuan's movements were as swift as lightning. She struck and retreated in an instant. However, the bear demon's reaction was unexpected. Instead of pausing after shattering the replica, it used the momentum to spin around, its massive claws swiping straight toward Ren Xuangshuan's face. The sharp wind grazed her nose, and cold sweat beaded on Ren Xuangshuan's forehead. In just 2 exchanges, the bear demon had already seen through her strategy. She had inflicted nearly 100,000 damage, but could she land another hit next time? Cautiously, she leaped backward to widen the distance. The bear demon, seemingly enraged, abandoned its upright stance and dropped to all fours. Earthy yellow energy surged from its limbs into the ground, but didn't manifest any immediate effects. Ren Xuangshuan's mind raced. If Miaoyin were here, she would have likely figured out its trick by now. But at this moment, Ren Xian had no choice but to probe carefully on her own. Focus, she reminded herself. The bear demon suddenly roared and charged forward. Its speed wasn't particularly fast, allowing Ren Xian to quickly calculate her response. Sidestep to evade, counter with 2 strikes, and conserve energy for a retreat. However, as the bear demon closed in, its attack trajectory twisted bizarrely, aiming directly at her escape route. In a split second, Ren Xian bent backward in a flawless dodge, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Yet her counterattack didn't falter. Her dagger slashed at the bear demon's side. 34999, another damage number appeared, but to her shock, the bear demon preemptively dodged her strike. It can predict my movements? Ren Xuangshuan's gaze shifted to the earthy yellow energy traces on the ground, and a chilling realization began to take shape in her mind. As an assassin, Ren Xianyuan deeply understood the importance of analyzing her opponent's skills. Her sharp eyes glinted as she forcefully stomped her left foot on the ground, but her nimble body shifted to the right. Just as she expected, the bear demon lunged to the right, acting entirely within her prediction. Trying to determine my movement direction by the weight of my steps? A cold smirk curved on Ren Xuanyuan's lips. As a skilled assassin, controlling her footwork had long become second nature. Her dagger flashed with a cold gleam, and the damage number, 13,856, appeared. The bear demon let out a furious roar, and an earthy yellow glow burst from its massive body. In the next moment, a healing number, 88888, emerged, nearly making Ren Xianyuan curse elude. An entire chapter's worth of attacks had been mostly negated by a single roar. There was no other choice but to keep wearing it down. Strike after strike, her stamina steadily depleted. The bear demon, no longer falling for her tricks, switched to a defensive stance, swiping its claws only when she approached, patiently waiting for its prey to show signs of exhaustion. At this moment, it was hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the hunted. Dodging another claw swipe, Ren Xuanyuan's focus began to waver. Just then, a small, inconspicuous bump emerged beneath her feet. Though minor, it was enough to throw her off balance. Roar! The bear demon's eyes gleamed with ferocity as its body radiated an earthy yellow light and lunged toward her at 3 times its previous speed. In the nick of time, Ren Xianyuan swiftly slapped her right arm's pocket. Just as the claws were about to tear into her, her figure blinked 20 meters away, thanks to her shadow step. But the bear demon reacted even faster, closing the distance in an instant. Worse yet, Ren Xianyuan realized she was now trapped by 3 solid walls, her escape route completely cut off. She took a deep breath and drove her dagger forcefully into the wall, her muscles taut with tension. With a sharp exhale, she used the leverage to leap upward, narrowly avoiding the bear demon's claws. Now, she faced 2 choices. Either use the walls to vault out of the enclosure or launch a counterattack from above. In a life-or-death moment, there was no time to weigh the pros and cons. Ren Xianyuan's eyes sharpened with resolve. Without hesitation, she pulled out her dagger and stomped heavily onto the bear demon's head. Her dagger struck repeatedly, with damage numbers 13299 and 24599 flashing in succession. The bear demon thrashed its head wildly, and Ren Xianyuan used the momentum to propel herself toward the wall. But at that very moment, countless sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the surrounding walls. Damn it! Her pupils constricted as she realized she might have stepped into an even more perilous trap. In that instant, Ren Xianyuan's focus was razor-sharp, her eyes gleaming like torches. She keenly observed everything before her, as if the world had slowed down in her vision. The spikes weren't physical objects, but rather energy flowing through the walls. She spotted a gap on the left, nimbly sidestepped, and launched herself toward the bear demon. The bear demon was prepared. It rose on its hind legs in an instant, its massive maw wide open, claws swiping straight for her face. Ren Xianyuan's eyes flashed like lightning. She immediately discerned that the left claw held true energy, while the right was merely a feint. Without hesitation, she dodged to the right and unleashed a flurry of fierce strikes. 39999, 19230, 30,000, 129944 heavy blows aimed directly at the bear demon's claws. The final strike, 3355, though lacking energy enhancement, propelled her backward with its force. I can win, she thought, a surge of joy rising in her heart. But as she adjusted her position, she was horrified to realize she couldn't move. Behind her loomed the energy-laden wall of spikes. Panic set in, and she almost screamed, "Why can't I move? Move, damn it, move." In that critical moment, Luo Yunshang suddenly appeared behind her, pulling her into a firm embrace. "I told you not to exhaust your energy." Luo Yunshang clicked her tongue lightly. "Look at you, barely scratching the surface of comprehension and already draining yourself dry." "Master, behind you!" Ren Xianyuan shouted in terror. The bear demon had somehow circled to Luo Yunshang's back, its gaping maw lunging straight for her head. Luo Yunshang sighed softly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Well, since you can still see, let your master show you a little trick. Watch closely now." Without even turning around, she simply extended her free hand, curling her middle finger slightly. The bear demon's fangs collided directly with her fingertip. In the next moment, she flicked her finger gently. The entire world seemed to freeze. Ren Xianyuan watched as waves of energy radiated from Luo Yunshang's fingertip, first striking the bear demon, then spreading to the ground and the spiked wall behind her. Wherever the energy touched, the structural integrity of the energy dissolved into shimmering fragments of starlight, dissipating into the air. Ren Xianyuan's enhanced vision faded, but the awe-inspiring scene continued to unfold. Behind her, the 3 spiked walls collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the ground beneath them cracked as if struck by a massive force. The bear demon, however, was entirely unharmed. It stared at Luo Yunshang for a long moment, wide-eyed, before letting out a startled howl and bolting in the opposite direction. "What was that?" Ren Xianyuan murmured, frozen in place, her voice barely audible. "What is this?" Lin Fan stared at the leopard sprawled before him like a lifeless dog, utterly baffled. Lin's father moved in a flash, his fist cutting through the air with a sharp, straight punch. The fireball forming in the leopard's mouth shattered instantly under the force of his punch, scattering energy in all directions. Before the leopard could react, Lin's father's right hook followed seamlessly, striking with precision at its vital points. The leopard shuddered, its life force instantly drained to nothing. It collapsed to the ground, tail tucked between its legs, too afraid to even move. With just a few effortless moves, Lin's father had completely subdued the ferocious beast. "This is an advanced application of energy," Lin's father said as he raised his hand, displaying his glove. "While this glove is equipped with this functionality, true power lies in the technique." Seeing the puzzled look on Lin Fan's face, his father patiently explained. "Simply put, the fireball that leopard created is like a card, formed by a collection of energy. For these energies to come together, they need some kind of adhesive. If you find that adhesive point, you can break it apart. Is that really possible?" Lin Fan asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "To achieve this, 3 conditions must be met," Lin's father replied, raising a finger. First, you must be able to see the underlying world composed of energy. He pointed to his eyes as he spoke. Lin Fan leaned closer and noticed that his father's pupils reflected a world entirely different from the one most people saw. To perceive this world, you need to cultivate your mental focus over a long period of time, Lin's father continued. Typically, achieving this before reaching the 7-star level is considered acceptable. Success at the 6-star level is impressive, and doing so at the 5-star level is considered genius. He puffed out his chest proudly. Your father, I, accomplished this at the 5-star level. Does that mean that once someone reaches 7 stars, cards become irrelevant? As long as they can pinpoint the node, that's enough? Lin Fan asked, quickly grasping the critical point. Hearing this, Lin's father facepalmed. You little rascal, you're oversimplifying things. That's only the first condition. The second condition is the ability to harness higher-level energy for attacks. My weapon allows me to utilize second-level energy for output. He paused briefly before adding. However, it said that some truly powerful experts can shatter nodes barehanded. Noticing Lin Fan's lingering confusion, his father elaborated further. Second-level energy isn't so easy to control. You'll understand once you reach the 7-star level. And the third condition is the hardest of all. Energy attacks are constantly changing. Whether it's a star card or an external circuit, some card makers even deliberately obscure the nodes. Finding these nodes requires tremendous effort. This method isn't particularly practical unless someone can disrupt all circuits with a single strike. Now, that's the ability I dream of having. A look of longing flickered in his eyes. You must have felt it earlier, the impressive sight of energy collapsing after deep-level destruction. So, everything you just did was just to show off? Lin Fan asked bluntly. Lin's father froze for a moment, then hurriedly defended himself. How can you call it showing off? The first condition is an essential skill for future battles. Choosing not to dwell on his father's apparent theatrics, Lin Fan shifted his focus to learning. Then what's the purpose of the first condition? It allows you to clearly see the flow of energy, Lin's father replied seriously. By doing so, you can analyze the internal structure of cards or skills and make informed decisions. The use of spiritual vision consumes a great deal of mental energy. This technique is not meant for you to show off. Yi Yu's sharp gaze swept over Xin Xiao, his tone carrying an undeniable sternness. This is the first time, and it will also be the last. Under the cold stare of his master, Xin Xiao dared not utter a word. There's extra training today. Let's see if your frail body can handle it. Yi Yu paused for a moment. Also, once we're done here, you'll head back. Master, Xin Xiao spoke anxiously. He knew better than anyone how valuable the things he had learned from Yi Yu over the past few months were. There are still a few months left, aren't there? The new year is approaching. You should go home for the celebrations. Xin Xiao froze, only then realizing the year was drawing to a close. Clenching his teeth, he said, Master, I don't have to go home this year. You will go home. Yi Yu interrupted him in a calm tone. The guild president sent me a message. A secret realm has appeared within the Yu Duan mountain range. Everyone from your cohort will return to participate in it, and so will you. Master, after I participate, I will come find you after it's done, Yi Yu said, waving his hand to end the conversation. He turned and walked away. Just as he disappeared into the shadows, eerie lights began to flicker in the dark forest surrounding them. The energy fluctuations grew stronger, and arcane missiles shot toward Longxing from all directions. Gritting his teeth, Longxing quickly gathered energy into his hands, forming an arcane missile to intercept the incoming projectiles. The missiles collided midair, creating a cloud of smoke. In the midst of it, a few more missiles came at him, forcing him to dodge quickly. His left hand pressed against the card holster on his right shoulder. Earth wall. A solid wall of earth instantly rose in front of him, blocking all the incoming missiles with a series of loud thuds. Not bad, Long Xingyao remarked, stroking his white beard. From now on, focus on refining your card techniques. ITLL give you an edge. Got it, uncle, Long Xing replied, exhaling deeply. The past few months of training had been grueling for him. In the arena, Long Xing stood in the center of the field, while Long Xingyao observed from the elevated stance. Taking a step forward, the railing in front of Long Xingyao disintegrated into shimmering starlight. As he walked across the air into the arena, the starlight reformed into a railing behind him. Watching his uncle's flashy display, Long Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth just like his father, always eager to show off. The new year is almost here. It's about time you head back. Uncle, wasn't it supposed to be a year? Long Xing asked, puzzled. Originally, yes. But something has come up in Xinglua City. Do you remember Zhao Mian's granddaughter? Yeah, I remember. She's been clamoring to join a secret realm, and she's been added to your team. Wait, what? How did she end up in my team? Why wasn't I told about this? Long Xing's face was filled with disbelief. That's something this old man doesn't know, Long Xingyao replied. Anyway, the secret realm in Xinglua City this time is no ordinary one. Go back and check it out. While you're there, find your card artisan and see if they can craft you some precision-focused cards. If not, let me know, and he'll take care of it for you. All right, I got it, Longxing said, stretching his limbs. After so much intense training, he was eager to go out and see the world. With that, he turned and left the training room. The sunlight pierced through the sky, falling sharply on Longxing's face. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, and then reached into his pocket to retrieve a phone he hadn't looked at in ages. Upon unlocking it, he found the group chat bustling with activity. Messages were scrolling rapidly. Lin Fan, have you guys finished your cultivation? My dad said the guild president wants us to participate in a secret realm trial after the new year. Should we find a time to discuss it? By meowing, sure. I've made so many new friends. We can all go together. I heard this trial requires teams of 8 to 10 people. I calculated, and it seems like we just have enough. Longxing barely had time to send a before more messages flooded in. Ren Xianxian, new people? I'm almost home. Shen Xiao, I'm already home. If that's the case, we definitely need to find time to talk. By meowing, then tagged Longxing directly. What are your plans for the new year? It's just the two of us here want to celebrate together? Longxing, sure, let's do that. No one's home on my side. They're all away. At this point, the tavern owner joined the chat. If anyone doesn't have a place to celebrate, you're welcome to come here. It's just me, Fu, and Nina here. Nina, I'm not a thing. Tavern owner. When did you get here? Nina. Nina goes wherever Nina wants. Lin Fan. I can't. I'm spending the new year with my family. Ren Xianxian. Same here one. Shen Xiao. Same, too. Tavern owner. No worries, no pressure. Just let me know in advance if you'd like to come. Finally, Lin Fan tagged everyone. Hey, everyone, are you free tomorrow? Let's pick a time to meet at the tavern owner's place to discuss things. Also, meowing, if possible, could you bring the new friends along so we can meet them? By meowing, got it. They'll go invite them now. Ji Li, after reading through the group messages, scratched his chin and turned to Nina beside him. What's this trial they're talking about? Oh, that. Nina's eyes lit up. A while back, Lin San and the others discovered a secret realm. They even got ambushed by people from the Luoxing Guild on the way. Do you remember? I'm not some old man with a failing memory. Ji Li replied with an eye roll. What does that have to do with the secret realm? And what exactly is this trial? As they spoke, Nina waved at Ji Fufu. The little girl came skipping over and handed Nina a lollipop. Nina patted Ji Fufu on the head in satisfaction, leaving Ji Li speechless, wondering what kind of deal the two of them had struck behind his back. While enjoying her lollipop, Nina patiently explained, when a secret realm is discovered, a notice is issued detailing how many people it can accommodate. Secret realms are divided into 3 types. Small, which hold less than 50 people, medium, which accommodate 50 to 200 people, and large, which have no upper limit because the dispersed energy is too hard to measure. This time, the secret realm can only take teams of up to 10 people, so the competition will be fierce. Aren't secret realms dangerous? Why would anyone rush to go? Nina counted on her fingers. Dangerous, yes, but the rewards are significant. Level 2 materials are nearly 10 times more expensive than regular ones, and leveling up within a secret realm is faster. However, she paused, it's not easy to enter a secret realm. Nowadays, they're all controlled by the Star Guild. The only way in is through a trial. What kind of trial? There are 3 stages. The first tests individual abilities, the second evaluates combat skills, and the third assesses teamwork. The selection criteria for the secret realm had always been stringent. Those who managed to make it through the layers of challenges were undoubtedly the best among their peers. As Nina pondered how these elites must have prepared meticulously, her gaze inadvertently fell on Ji Li, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Ji Li's cards, though the gameplay is a bit underhanded, Nina mused to herself, their effectiveness is undeniable. Take Wang Jia. For instance, if he were in a duel and had 2 secrets hanging over his head, anyone facing him would be left in utter dread. Thinking about the other players' card combinations, she grew increasingly confident that they had this trial in the bag. But then again, she reminded herself, those secret cards have been in play for days. Experienced teams will have prepared countermeasures, and it's not exactly rocket science to crack them. Still, she shook her head. For now, let's get through the new year first. At the bar counter, Ji Fufu was casually swinging her legs, her eyes brimming with the yearning to go out and play. Catching her gaze, Nina reached into her pocket, pulled out a bill, and handed it over. Ji Fufu's face instantly lit up, and she sweetly chirped, "Thank you, big sis." "Hold on a second," Ji Li said suspiciously. "Fufu, didn't I give you a decent amount of money yesterday? How did you spend it all already?" Hearing his question, Ji Fufu shrank back instinctively, grabbing Nina and pulling her in front as a shield. Nina quickly stepped in to mediate. "Oh, come on. Fufu's still just a kid." "Nina, you're acting very suspicious." Ji Li narrowed his eyes. "Normally, you two are always butting heads. Why is it that as soon as we got to Xinghua City, she's suddenly calling you big sis? You stop making stuff up? That's slander." Nina stammered, her eyes darting away guiltily. Ji Fufu suddenly pieced it together. "So it was all your plan from the start. They'll let you two sort this out yourselves, Ji Li said with a shrug, stepping aside to watch the drama unfold. Realizing she'd been exposed, Nina frantically tried to explain herself, but Ji Fufu, brimming with righteous indignation, advanced on her, forcing her to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Ji Li turned to Di Lu, who was watching the commotion with amusement, and pressed him for details about the previous day. It turned out that while Ji Li had gone grocery shopping yesterday, he had asked Di Lu to take the two girls upstairs to the arcade. Di Lu reluctantly explained. Nina talked Fufu into playing one of those claw machines by NetEase. Each attempt cost dozens of coins, with no guaranteed win. And the claw opening was ridiculously small. Fufu got stubborn and ended up playing the whole day, only managing to snag 2 toys. Ji Li let out a sharp hiss. What a scam. It wasn't that bad, Di Lu shrugged. The machine next to it didn't give out a single prize all day. See, Nina clung to this like a lifeline. It wasn't me messing with it, it's just a bug. So you knew about the bug all along. Ji Fufu closed in on her. I, Nina stammered. I even secretly adjusted it for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten even too. So you admit it. Ji Fufu declared triumphantly. They'll treat you to 5 barbecue meals. Nina offered in desperation. Not enough. Fine, 5 more buffet meals on top of that. Deal. So easy to appease, Ji Li remarked, shaking his head at the resolution of the farcical scene. At that moment, the clear chime of wind chimes echoed as Rin Xianxian pushed the door open. Is the shop owner here? She asked, pausing to listen. It's still this wind chime. It sounds just as lovely as ever. Ji Li turned his head, his gaze landing on a new visitor at the shop's entrance. The figure that met his eyes was a familiar one, Rin Xianxian. After half a year apart, the cheerful girl had grown nearly 10 centimeters taller, though her simple and genuine demeanor remained unchanged. Xianxian, by Miaoyin, who happened to be standing behind, exclaimed with pleasant surprise. I thought that back view looked like you. I can't believe you've grown so much taller. Miaoyin. Rin Xianxian darted forward in a flash, pulling Bai Miaoyin into a tight hug. The soft and sweet white-haired girl was naturally the perfect hugging companion. As she turned, Rin Xianxian noticed another unfamiliar girl standing nearby. The girl, with a playful cowlick sticking up from her head and a slightly dazed expression, was none other than Lin Xinxin. Without waiting for an introduction, Rin Xianxian rushed over because in her world, every girl was a perfect candidate for a hug. Lin Xinxin, caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm, blushed deeply. Before she could fully process what was happening, Rin Xianxian had already shifted her focus to Fufu. Fufu, seeing Rin Xianxian about to pounce, Fufu immediately raised her hand to block her by pressing against her forehead. However, this level of defense was clearly insufficient. Rin Xuanxuan's arms and legs were longer by a margin. As the stalemate persisted, Rin Xianxian had a flash of inspiration and pulled a ticket from her pocket, slipping it into Fufu's hand. A domineering rich lady's compulsory affection, she declared. Fufu had no choice but to relent. Ji Li, watching from the side, could only shake his head, muttering to himself how embarrassing it all seemed, as if he were the one being stingy. Bai Miaoyin's arrival seemed to flip a switch, and it wasn't long before Lin San, Lin Fan, Shen Xiao, and Zhao Miao Miao arrived one after another. Are we still short on people? We're missing a mage. Lin San raised his hand. Our group needs a mage too, Lin Fan quickly followed. Great. So we all need a mage, Shen Xiao shrugged with a helpless smile. As the group was chatting animatedly, a voice rang out from outside the shop. Well, if it isn't my dear nephew. Outside, Wang Jie had coincidentally bumped into Long Xing, who was also arriving for the gathering. The moment their eyes met, the air seemed to grow tense with hostility. Isn't this our esteemed young master Long? Wang Jie sneered, sizing Long Xing up. What's this? Refined your cultivation even further? TSK, what a shame. Some people don't even have the chance to cultivate even if they wanted to. Oh, is that so? I heard someone coughed up blood during the academy competition. Truly worthy of the name, Thin Dragon, your pettiness is unmatched. You little. Look at that, he's losing his temper. Big cousin. Xiao Jia. Bai Miaoyin hurried out to mediate. The two were on the verge of a brawl. Rolling up his sleeves, Long Xing shouted. Miaoyin, stay out of this. Today I'm going to teach this guy what real mage microskills look like. Bring it on. With those ridiculously feeble microskills of yours, you dare show off? If I were you, I'd bury myself out of shame. A mage needs to be grand. A mage needs to be powerful. A mage needs to dominate. You're nothing but a soulless spellcaster. Who are you calling a soulless spellcaster? Come on then, let's settle this unknown. Just as the tension reached its peak, Ji Li stepped out of the shop. What's going on here? Both of them immediately fell silent, snapping to attention as they exclaimed in unison, Boss! Manager! The two shouted in unison, their voices tinged with surprise. Calm down. Ji Li waved his hand gently, his tone warm. From now on, we're teammates. Such noise isn't good. Come on in. Everyone entered the store one after another and naturally split into 2 groups. Lin San, Lin Xinxin, Zhao Miao Miao, and Wang Jie sat on one side, while Lin Fan, Xin Xiao, Rin Xianyuan, and Long Xing sat on the other. Bai Miaoying stood in the middle, enthusiastically introducing everyone to each other. Except for Wang Jie and Long Xing, who were still glaring at each other, the rest completed their introductions amicably. That makes a perfect team of 9 for an expedition. Nina nodded approvingly from the side. The standard exploration team for a secret realm usually requires 8 to 10 people. Could you explain in more detail? Lin Fan was the first to speak. We don't know much about this. Nina raised her right hand gracefully, and just as her index and middle fingers were about to touch the bridge of her nose, a pair of black-framed glasses appeared out of thin air in front of her. She adjusted the glasses lightly and snapped her fingers, summoning a blackboard behind her. At the same time, her attire transformed into a professional and sleek teacher's outfit. The seamless series of tricks left everyone stunned. Show off, Ji Fufu muttered under her breath. Fufu, Nina called softly, then snapped her fingers again. Ji Fufu's clothes also transformed into a matching teacher's outfit. Come be my assistant. Coming. Ji Fufu cheerfully ran over. Boss, your sister is so energetic. Dila commented sincerely, a trace of envy in his voice. Working as card creators for so long can get dull. It would be nice to have such a lively sister. Yeah, she's great, Geely replied with a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with warmth. Fufu, you stand here. Nina directed Ji Fufu to a spot. Huh? Why am I standing here? Just stand there. Stand there and do what? Nina pondered for a moment. How about you teach the class? I can't, Ji Fufu declared confidently. Then just stand there. And so, Ji Fufu stood confidently to the side, her big eyes darting around, observing the students. Rin Xianyuan seemed eager to act, but Bai Miaoying quickly stopped her in her tracks. Clearing her throat, Nina began a detailed explanation about secret realms, including their definition, content, and strategies for clearing them. Ji Li listened drowsily, while Fufu leaned against the wall and dozed off. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Lin San paid close attention, even taking notes from time to time. The impromptu class lasted until noon. Ji Li ordered takeout, and everyone ate and chatted, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. After the meal, Nina casually snapped her fingers, instantly clearing the table of leftovers. By the way, your energy levels should be close to full by now, right? Ji Li asked. Almost at 5 stars. Yeah, just a little bit more to go, someone replied. We just need to compress the energy a bit further to break through. My dad always said that you should master energy control before thinking about advancing. In that case, you can break through to 5 stars after entering the secret realm, Ji Li suggested. I can even bring some 5-star cards for you. At those words, an awkward silence fell over the group. But Lin Fan quickly recalled their novice trial at the Yu Duan mountain range, where they'd done something similar. When Ji Li walked out of the training ground, Nina was surprised to see that his strength rating had risen from 3 stars to 4 stars. She couldn't help but exclaim, "That's so like you." In her eyes, Ji Li always managed to find unexpected breakthroughs, whether it was creating cards or solving difficult problems that she herself struggled to overcome. Then I'll leave it to you, manager. Lin Fan nodded politely before turning to the others. Next topic, what's everyone's current skill level? The group began reporting in turn. Rin Xianyuan raised her hand and said, I can barely use gaze now. Xin Xiao followed. I can maintain spirit sight for a short while. Long Xing added. I can now micro-control 5 units at the same time. At that moment, Lin Sen timidly raised his hand. What are you all talking about? All eyes turned to him. Lin Xinxin softly chimed in. I don't really understand either. Zhao Miao Miao looked incredulous. Seriously? You guys don't know even this? Haven't you been back to school? She suddenly realized something and stopped mid-sentence. Wang Jie shrugged and interrupted. Honestly, they don't need to know all this. Can someone explain? Lin Sen asked, looking confused. I'll do it. Nina adjusted her glasses and was about to speak when Ji Fufu quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. MMPH. Nina made muffled noises. Don't speak. Every time you explain something, I feel sleepy. Ji Fufu said matter-of-factly. MMPH. Sorry, but I've already slept enough. If I sleep again tonight, I won't be able to fall asleep. MMPH. Ignoring the muffled exchange, Zhao Miao Miao raised a finger and began explaining. Every profession has its specific inclinations, and this distinction isn't just reflected in their cards. From an individual perspective, 1 to 3-star levels are mainly categorized into 3 attributes: strength, agility, and spirit. These form the basis for roles like melee fighters, ranged fighters, shield warriors, archers, assassins, and mages. She went on. From 4 to 6 stars, there's a deeper refinement. For example, spirit sight, short for sensory perception of spiritual energy, allows you to perceive energy fluctuations around you without using your eyes. Its advantage lies in quickly identifying problems, but the downside is its high energy consumption, short duration, and limited precision. This skill is mainly used by shield warriors and summoners, while archers rarely employ it. Seeing everyone glance his way, Xin Xiao shrugged and explained, my aim is already good enough. My master said instead of focusing on improving that, I should figure out how to survive on the battlefield. Zhao Miao Miao nodded in agreement and continued explaining to Lin San. The way energy is utilized varies from person to person. Gaze, short for concentrated visual perception, is an extreme visual skill. Unlike spirit sight, which relies on intuition, gaze fully depends on the eyes. It's said that those who master it at a high level can destroy the source of energy with a single strike. Then which one should shield warriors use? Lin Sen asked. Neither. Zhao Miao Miao rolled her eyes. Did you seriously not read the graduation manual? Haven't been back to school either? Lin San and Lin Xinxin laughed awkwardly. In truth, Lin San suffered a major setback after graduation, and during Lin Xingxin's time at school, no one was willing to approach her. This led to their incomplete information. The core skill of shield warriors is called Iron Shield, which works by channeling internal stellar energy to enhance physical defense, essentially increasing the strength of one's vitality. As for mages, their path of cultivation is relatively straightforward, focusing solely on improving mental power. It's worth noting that aside from the mental energy control of mages, the other three techniques are not strictly exclusive and can be practiced simultaneously. However, before reaching the 7-star level, most people tend to focus on mastering a single technique. Being able to grasp any of these techniques before the 6-star stage is already considered a rare talent. In summary, these folks are all geniuses. As Zhao Miao Miao finished speaking, Lin Fan and the others couldn't help but look a little bashful. Hey. Longxing couldn't hold back anymore. You should at least talk about the value of my microcontrol skills with 5 layers of precision. He looked indignant, clearly displeased with being glossed over. The Long family had always been prideful, and going a day without showing off was simply unbearable for them. All right. We know you're amazing, Wang Jie teased from the side, his tone full of mischief. Hey, you son of a. Knock it off, everyone. Ji Li stepped in to mediate just in time, not wanting the team to fall apart before they even began. On the right, we've got your traditional geniuses. On the left, we've got unconventional ones. If we're talking about strength, it's really hard to say who's better. How about this talking is pointless? Longxing, doesn't your family have an arena? Take everyone there so we can settle this and see who comes out on top. Great idea. Before the words even finished, the shop fell into silence as everyone eagerly rushed toward the arena. It was the most natural course of action. Merging two teams required a foundation of mutual respect in terms of strength. Only a union of equals could last. Boss, shall we get started too? Di leaned over. Start what? The fireworks show, of course. Oh right, almost forgot. Ji Li smacked his forehead. Let's get to work. Inside the Long family's training room, a row of wooden stakes stood neatly arranged in the simple practice field. Though the setup looked basic, the technology behind it was anything but. These stakes could accurately measure attack strength, making them invaluable for subsequent combat training. Who's going first? Longxing glanced around. Lin Sen looked at Lin Xinxin. Xinxin, why don't you go first? All right. Lin Xinxin nodded in agreement. She could feel the pressure from Lin Fan's group, especially from Lin San and Lin Xinxin, whose presence was almost overwhelming. Determined not to embarrass herself, she gripped her longbow tightly and stepped into the field. Just pick any stake and attack it. Without saying a word, Lin Xinxin quickly knocked an arrow and let it fly. The arrow shot forth like a streak of light, hitting its target instantly. Xin Xiao nodded silently from the side. As an expert in long-range attacks, he knew the key to archery beyond precision. The speed of the arrow was equally critical. The faster the arrow, the harder it was for the enemy to dodge. In this regard, archers and mages differed fundamentally. While spells could freely alter their trajectory, arrows relied solely on speed and anticipation to prevail. In his eyes, Lin Xingxin's shot was flawless. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. I think Xin Xiao was just about to speak. 208,653. The number displayed left everyone stunned. Huh. A giant question mark seemed to appear in everyone's mind simultaneously. What exactly did this number mean? Xin Zhao's eyes widened as his trembling finger pointed at the scoreboard. His voice quivered with disbelief. Fan, am I seeing this right? Is that really a 6-digit number? Lin Fan swallowed hard and nodded slowly in confirmation. As a shield warrior, he was well aware that the most troublesome opponents in combat systems were usually mage masters of control and adaptability. Archers and agile assassins, on the other hand, were rarely a cause for concern. But witnessing Lin Xinxin's astonishing shot just now, he found himself re-evaluating that belief. If I hadn't learned the stalwart wall skill, that arrow could have easily taken my life, Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Xinxin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stepped back and softly explained, that was a critical hit. Even without the critical hit, the damage would have still broken into 6 digits, wouldn't it? Xin Xiao shook his head, feeling as though his years of experience as an archer were now laughable. That arrow had no intricate tactical maneuvers or complex card techniques. It was a pure display of raw, overwhelming force. This is the application of soul energy, Zhao Miao Miao interjected, taking on the role of a lecturer. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention. Crossing her arms with a sly smile, she added, "Normally, this kind of information comes with a price, but since we're going to be teammates, I'll make an exception and share it for free." She went on to explain, whether it's soul vision, stalwart wall, gaze, or a mage's microcontrols, all of these fundamentally rely on utilizing the soul to influence astral energy. Most people at this stage are still slowly exploring their soul power. The primary goal of learning these techniques is to awaken that power. But Shinshin has already surpassed this stage and is directly harnessing a higher tier force conviction energy. Conviction energy? The group echoed in confusion. Yes, it's a second stage technique, Zhao Miao Miao said with a grin. It might be a bit early to explain it all now. You see, while you all are progressing steadily as prodigies, over here, we're the kind of eccentrics capable of making game-changing impacts. So, for this collaboration, we're taking 70% of the gains. Lin Fan frowned and said in a steady tone, "First of all, thank you for sharing this information. But aren't we supposed to be a team?" Zhao Miao Miao blinked and glanced back at Lin San and the others, only to find them looking equally baffled. Realizing her faux pas, she covered her face and awkwardly said, "Sorry, force of habit. I'm too used to working solo. Forget I said that." Lin Fan gave her a long, thoughtful look. "Since you've already brought it up, I think we should have a proper discussion about how we function as a team. If I'm not mistaken, using this kind of power must come with a cost, right?" This reminded him of something his father had often said over the past few months: equivalent exchange. This principle applied universally. When an opponent displayed overwhelming strength, one shouldn't be intimidated, but should instead look for the weaknesses they were trying to conceal. That was the key to victory. But before anything else, ensuring his and his team's survival was the top priority. Lin Xinshin's remarkable shot was undoubtedly impressive, but it also made Lin Fan more vigilant. Such a staggering level of attack power must come with a significant price. Yes, there is a major limitation. Lin Xinshin nodded earnestly. "When I use this power, I have to remain completely still." "What?" Everyone stared at her in shock. "Completely still? What does that mean?" In this world, no one had ever heard of the concept of a turret. In the training field, everyone was deep in discussion about the unique characteristics of different professions. Whether it was the long-range archer or the mage, each had its own distinct survival techniques. For mages, there was no need for further explanation. Skills like Frost Nova, Freeze, and the arcane system developed by Ji Li were enough to leave opponents in disarray. Lin Fan was seriously pondering the issue at hand. Just then, Lin Xinshin admitted, "I can only shoot arrows, not kite." Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, she clarified, "I mean, I can only shoot while standing still." "What?" Shock spread across the group. Lin Fan thoughtfully scratched his chin. Xin Xiao was about to ask about the importance of kiting techniques when a shocking figure interrupted him. 6 digits. The damage number made Xin Xiao immediately zip his lips in a gesture of surrender. With that kind of damage output, capable of one-shotting most 4-star beasts, who needed to bother with positioning? Even against powerful large beasts or dungeon monsters, such output would significantly boost the team's margin for error. Zhao Miao Miao analyzed. "Honestly, with Xin on our team, we could completely build our strategy around her. This isn't a disadvantage, it's an advantage." Her tone carried a hint of confidence. "Surely you all can manage such basic teamwork, right?" "That makes sense," Lin Fan agreed with a nod. "I think we need to understand each other better to plan more effectively moving forward." Zhao Miao Miao glanced nervously at Lin Xin, but the latter blinked confidently and puffed out her chest. "What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Sin watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but reflect on his own mediocrity. Compared to his teammates' unique talents, he did seem rather ordinary. "Let's give it a try then." The group gathered by the training dummies. After witnessing Lin Xingxin's astonishing shot, everyone set aside their competitive spirit and focused on showcasing their own abilities. At that moment, Wang Jie stepped forward. "All right, you, the one with the surname Long. Let's see what you've got." After all, combat was the ultimate test of one's true skill. Bai Miaoyin was about to intervene, but Long Xing stopped her. "Miaoyin, let him. Today, this little nephew of mine needs to learn what real skill and microcontrol look like." Lin San quietly moved closer to Lin Fan and asked worriedly, "What if they actually start fighting? Aren't they supposed to fight?" Lin Fan replied, "No, I mean, if it gets really serious." Lin San hesitated. Their previous battle with the black-robed figure alongside Bai Miaoyin had shown them just how dangerous the shopkeeper's cards could be. Zhao Miao Miao, in particular, still vividly remembered the 5-star white tiger that had met its end in such a frustratingly helpless manner. In the arena, Wang Jie was already in position, holding a card in his hand with a cryptic smile. "Just so we're clear, this won't ruin our friendship." He locked eyes with Long Xing, and the tension in the air grew palpable. The two of them, despite their sharp tongues, had fought countless battles over the years. Both Wang Jie and Long Xing had a deep understanding of each other. On the battlefield, Long Xing let out a cold snort, his slender fingers drawing a card from his deck and holding it firmly. Wang Jie smirked slightly, swiftly pulling out a card of his own with practiced ease. Arcane Missiles Modified gleamed with a faint blue light in Long Xing's hand. This was a spell attack card with an impressive durability of 1000. Its unique ability allowed it to launch 3 controllable missiles, and what made it even more remarkable was its echo feature, enabling the card to reactivate immediately after use for consecutive casting. The card had quite a backstory back in the Yuduan Mountains. Both Ji Li and Long Xing realized that the fire poison spells took too long to cast. Hence, Ji Li specifically chose this high-power, versatile arcane missiles card for Long Xing. Long Xing took the initiative, and 3 blue energy missiles shot out in a triangular formation, speeding toward Wang Jie. However, Wang Jie was already prepared. In an instant, his magnetic disruption card activated, creating an invisible magnetic field barrier that enveloped the battlefield. This epic-grade field magic card had been meticulously prepared by Wang Jie over the years, specifically to counter Long Xing. Long Xing's expression twitched. A 4-star magnetic disruption? Who even uses the 4-star version of that card? After all, such spells were typically only employed at higher star levels. Despite the magnetic interference, the trajectory of the 3 arcane missiles stiffened but still flew toward Wang Jie. Wang Jie had anticipated this spell attacks were slower than arrows, and as long as he could move more than 5 meters, he could evade the attack range of a 4-star spell. Humph, Long Xing sneered. Did you really think a simple disruption could completely limit my control? Wang Jie quickly retreated, and at the same time, an earthen wall rose behind him. With a thunderous crash, the 3 arcane missiles collided with the wall. This flawless preemptive move left Lin Fan in awe. Casting an earth wall required prior preparation. Wang Jie not only began the spell before moving, but also precisely predicted his own trajectory and the attack path of his opponent. Such combat awareness was anything but ordinary. Long Xing, however, was unfazed, fully aware of Wang Jie's capabilities. Without hesitation, he launched a second wave of attacks. Another 3 arcane missiles roared toward Wang Jie. With a swift sidestep to the left, Wang Jie raised yet another earthen wall, which rose just in time to block the incoming projectiles with a resounding crash. The battle has truly begun, Lin San muttered as he and Lin Xinxin watched in bewilderment. Their understanding of human combat, especially mage duels, was limited. After all, mages were divided into numerous schools of thought, some specializing in battlefield control, others in precision strikes, each with their own strengths and strategies. These two can be considered classic examples of control-based individuals, Lin Fan remarked thoughtfully as he observed the duel unfolding in the arena. Magnetic Field Disruption card. Lin Fan paused, his gaze shifting toward Zhao Miao. Zhao Miao immediately picked up. It's essentially a standard weak field card. What do you mean by a weak field card? Lin San asked humbly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhao Miao patiently explained. Proper field magic requires significant star energy to activate and takes a considerable amount of time. To give spellcasters enough time to set up proper field magic, weak field cards were created. Their primary function is to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm, buying time for the caster to establish a full-scale field spell. So, if you have teammates, wouldn't this card become less useful? Lin Sen inquired further. Zhao Miao raised a finger, her expression serious. Not necessarily. That's a typical team-oriented mindset, which can be dangerous. People often find themselves alone, especially in the wilderness or secret realms where anything can happen. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. That's about right. And currently, on the battlefield, Long Xing is speeding up his attack rhythm to prevent Wang Jie from successfully casting a proper field spell. Wouldn't that just lead to a stalemate in the battle? Lin Sen asked. Exactly, Zhao Miao replied, her eyes fixed on the arena. Which is why I said the fight has only just begun. If a microcontrol type caster can suppress their opponent while breaking their field spell and deliver a decisive blow, Long Xing will win. Otherwise, it's the other way around. Battle is a game of strategy, and the outcome is always the same. Strength triumphs over weakness. The real question lies in how to strengthen yourself and weaken your opponent. That's the art of combat. The confrontation in the arena seemed stagnant on the surface, but tension simmered beneath. Long. After all these years, you still haven't improved, Wang Jie mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. You haven't won yet, Long Xing replied calmly. Lin Sen looked confused. Isn't he just dodging? Why is he taunting? Zhao Miao observed the two in the arena and explained, field casters have one advantage, an exceptional mana pool. Prolonged battles like this are their specialty. Long Xing's attacks were methodical, with 3 arcane missiles launched at Wang Jie each time. Wang Jie silently counted in his mind, 3 at a time. While the speed at which his opponent activated his cards was puzzling, Wang Jie wasn't concerned. As long as he could seize an opening, he could complete his setup. Finally, during the 10th wave of attacks, a smile of confidence appeared on Wang Jie's face. The next one will be slower. As Wang Jie dodged as usual and raised a defensive wall, Long Xing's lips curled into a smirk. Gotcha! The final 3 arcane missiles suddenly veered off course just before hitting the wall, bypassing the defense to strike directly at Wang Jie. What? Wang Jie was stunned and quickly drew a card. Ice block type. Spell card epic defense. 0 durability. 10 mana cost. Creates an impenetrable ice barrier to protect the caster. While active, the caster cannot take any actions. Ice block. Wang Jie shouted. Huh. Long Xing chuckled softly as another card appeared in his hand, a fiery orb beginning to form in his palm. Huh? How did the arcane missiles change direction? Lin Sen exclaimed in shock. Lin Fan also looked puzzled, but Zhao Miao's expression turned serious as she explained. I know. In the caster's combat system, there's a skill called mental command. Its effect is similar to Xian Zin's guided arrows, but focuses more on mental control. Wang Jie's magnetic field disruption card might only be a weak field card, but when used properly, it indeed has the potential to turn the tide. Zhao Miao stared at Long Xing's figure, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. As a seasoned mage, Long Xing's current situation wasn't ideal, had no choice but to go on the offensive. Any sign of fatigue would immediately put him at a disadvantage. His most vulnerable moment would come right after using his first arcane missile and preparing to cast the second. This opening would be enough to force Wang Jie to play his life-saving card. Zhao Miao knew full well that Long Xing had already figured out the cards in Wang Jie's hand. Once Wang Jie used his life-saving card, Long Xing could seize the opportunity to conjure a fireball and secure victory in one decisive strike. Wang Jie is going to win, Zhao Miao said softly. Huh. Lin Fan, Xin Xiao, and Ren Xianxian exchanged confused looks. Isn't Long Xing the one with the upper hand? Covering her face with her hand, Zhao Miao sighed helplessly. Because Wang Jie has something dirty up his sleeve. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange red-purple orb suddenly appeared above Wang Jie's head. At the same time, Long Xing finally completed his fireball and hurled it toward Wang Jie. A slight smirk appeared on Long Xing's lips just as he was about to speak, but he quickly realized something was wrong. The fireball veered off course uncontrollably, flying in an entirely different direction. Beside Wang Jie, an odd little clown box with an unnaturally bright red nose had appeared at some point. Mocking, nice shot. The next moment, the fireball struck the clown box directly, shattering it into pieces. Long Xing stood frozen in place, that familiar nauseating sensation washing over him again, reminding him of the summoned creature from the chubby kid. What made it even harder to accept was that Wang Jie had put away his winning card and deliberately conceded. Well, he is my uncle, after all, Wang Jie said, turning his back to Long Xing with a theatrical wave of his hand. I lost. Uncle, your timing was impeccable. A flood of unspoken words swirled in Long Xing's mind, all of them aimed at expressing his feelings to Wang Jie. Staring at the shattered clown box on the ground, he felt a sting in his nose and a metallic taste in his throat. Remembering how his family had nagged him the last time he coughed up blood, he swallowed it back with great effort. There's something dirty. This brat is so sly. Long Xing finally understood the source of that purplish red glow above Wang Jie's head. It was the same principle as magnetic field disruption, a method specifically designed to mess with mental focus. Wang Jie had anticipated his breakthrough and set this trap in advance. The combination of magnetic field disruption and the triggered clown box on the field created a double-layered interference that was nearly impossible to guard against. What made it worse was that after succeeding, Wang Jie immediately conceded and even pretended to show respect for his elder. Long Xing felt a wave of nausea and cursed inwardly. Who on earth came up with such insidious tricks? And why do they always target mages? See, I told you there was something dirty, Zhao Miao said with a shrug, looking as though she had expected it all along. To be fair, Long Xing's scheme should have been flawless. Just as he was about to break through his opponent's defenses, he deliberately held back, waiting until the last moment to deliver a fatal strike, forcing his opponent to use their survival skill. Then, while his opponent was immobilized, he began chanting a deadly spell. This tactical sequence was no accident, knew all too well that Wang Jie's large area spell required a long casting time. Who would have thought that Wang Jie would pull out a secret card? No, what was even more infuriating was how unexpectedly frustrating that secret card turned out to be. Grinding his teeth, Long Xing stormed off the stage, his face dark with fury. You all didn't know? Zhao Miao asked, her curious eyes blinking. This is the store owner's invention from 2 months ago. It's already been featured on card of the die, a new type of spell effect card. Secrets. Secrets. The word instantly piqued everyone's interest. Except for a few like Lin San, most of them, having been engrossed in secluded training, knew little about such new developments. In the Star Wars realm, every team usually contracts with a card maker. Card makers not only tailor cards to suit a team's needs, but also bring the latest updates. For instance, when Ji Li's Taunt card first launched, Zhuge Yi immediately created a custom set for his team to test its effects. Keeping an eye on new card trends was the card maker's responsibility, not the Star Warriors. Wang Jie had exploited their lack of recent knowledge, setting this trap right from the beginning of the match. Seeing Long Xing's face flush with anger, Wang Jie looked as though he were basking in the warmth of a cozy blanket on a cold winter's day. His opponent's embarrassment was the perfect fuel for his amusement. What are you staring at? Long Xing shot Wang Jie a venomous glare. Wang Jie chuckled lightly and turned his head. His expression clearly conveyed, "Ha! The pitiful wails of a sore loser." This silent mockery only stoked Long Xing's fury further. "Come on, brother Jie, show everyone the cards." Zhao Miao Miao nudged Wang Jie with her shoulder, casually using the store owner's usual nickname. Wang Jie casually pulled out 3 cards: Ice Barrier, Counterspell, and Spell Disruption. Long Xing's face turned even redder despite having Counterspell. Wang Jie had deliberately used Spell Disruption instead, just to let him taste the sweetness of victory before cruelly plunging him into despair. Fine, fine, well played, Wang. And that store owner too. Long Xing gritted his teeth. How many on-image cards have they released now? Charge, Shadow Step, and now this secret trio? Are they just out to make life miserable for mages? Though the discussion was lively, the next trial awaited them. Long Xing, still flushed, went off to cool down, while the others carried on their battles. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the arena, adding a touch of warmth to the tense atmosphere. Inside the arena, Lin Fan, Ren Xianxian, Shen Xiao, and Long Xing were either seated or leaning against walls, with some snacks and treats placed between them. So what do you all think? Lin Fan broke the silence first. Although they were heading to the secret realm together, whether they could truly form a cohesive team and how they might coordinate still required careful consideration. Munching on a snack, Long Xing spoke up. These folks all have serious skills. Lin Xinxin, for one, doesn't even need mentioning one of her arrows is enough to make a 5-star beast shiver. And with her level of damage, the moment she fires, the aggro of any beast or phantom will definitely be locked on her. At the center of his thoughts, Shen Xiao was contemplating how to establish an effective defensive system. This so-called defensive system might sound purely protective, but it was, in fact, laced with hidden dangers. A truly effective defensive system comes in 2 forms. The surface-level defense involves positioning personnel on the perimeter to simply protect the central output position. However, the real defense is one where danger lurks in every direction: an area spell set in the east, traps laid in the west, poison gas released in the south, and mechanisms installed in the north. Any enemy stepping into this zone would be bombarded with relentless, rain-like attacks. Such a system is most suitable for teams with explosive offensive capabilities. Shen Xiao stroked his chin, his gaze falling on Lin San. The performance of this shield warrior was rather surprising to him, seemed less like a traditional shield tank and more like an agile striker. Aside from his close combat skills, his other abilities were noticeably lacking compared to his teammates. However, the rest of the team had their own strengths. Lin Xinxin, of course, needed no further praise. Zhao Miao Miao, as the scout, had comprehensive knowledge, along with excellent evasion and survival skills. While she lacked offensive power, this wasn't a fatal flaw for a well-rounded team. As for Wang Jie, he was undoubtedly the soul of the team. His mastery of area magic and expertise in the arcane made him an invaluable asset to any group. At that moment, Lin Fan voiced a different opinion. He'll be the main tank, and he'll assist. I don't plan to use Taunt as my secondary card. Seeing the puzzled looks from the others, he elaborated. Taunt isn't always reliable. When positioning is crucial, you still have to rely on proper placements. If he's holding the front line, Taunt is certainly helpful, but even without it, I can step into cover. In the combat system of Star Wars, cards are divided into main and secondary cards. Main cards are the ones a combatant must hold at the start of a battle. For shield warriors, the main card is naturally a shield, and if both hands are free, they might add a one-handed weapon. Secondary cards, on the other hand, are carried on their person, usually tucked into specialized pockets on the left or right sleeve of the Star Warrior uniform. With a simple tap, these cards can be instantly activated, saving the time needed to retrieve and cast them. So, what secondary card do you plan to use? Someone asked. Lin Fan shrugged. He'll decide after the new year. Let's wait for Miaoyin's input first. Waiting for me? Here I am. Bai Miaoyin entered the room just as Lin San and his group were leaving. The moment Ren Xianxian saw Miaoyin, she moved to cling to her, only to be blocked by Bai Miaoyin's hand. But with a nimble spin, Ren Xianxian latched onto her again. Bai Miaoyin sighed helplessly and let her be. Glad you're here, Bai Miao, Lin Fan said as he noticed her arrival. Perfect timing, we were just about to ask for intel on the secret realm. He deliberately avoided commenting on Lin San's group, knowing that Bai Miaoyin had previously been on their team and that discussing them openly might put her in an awkward position. After organizing her thoughts, Bai Miaoyin shared everything she knew. When she finished, everyone fell into silence. Ren Xianxian muttered to herself, no wonder Master always said defeating wild beasts is nothing impressive. Meanwhile, Long Xing seemed to recall something amusing and burst into uncontrollable laughter. What's so funny? Shen Xiao asked, puzzled. That falling star guild, haha, oh my. Long Xing couldn't even finish his sentence before doubling over with laughter. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Long Xing, who had just been disgusted earlier, felt an instant sense of relief upon learning there was something even more repulsive. It was as refreshing as taking a sip of ice-cold beer on a scorching summer day. In life, the worst thing isn't bad luck, it's facing bad luck alone with no one to rely on. After leaving Long Xing's house, a heavy atmosphere hung over the group. Apart from Wang Jie, everyone remained silent. Wang Jie rested his hands behind his head and spoke bluntly. What's wrong? Feeling defeated? If you think you can't keep up, it's not too late to quit now. This is a life or death mission. He's right, Zhao Miao Miao agreed. We're just specialists in certain areas at best, but those people are true prodigies. Lin Xinxin's arrow had indeed astonished Lin Fan and the others, but the strength displayed by Lin Fan's team had equally left Lin San's group in awe. The level of Lin Fan's team could be aptly described as one supreme, many exceptional, true all-rounders. Shun Zhao's fluid and precise movements during combat left Lin Xinxin unable to look away. Lin Fan's impeccable positioning and command of the battlefield made Lin San feel utterly inadequate. And as for Rin Xinyuan, her ghost-like agility, combined with her decisiveness and ruthlessness in close combat, was like watching a butterfly dance, exactly the level Zhao Miao Miao had always dreamed of reaching. I won't give up, Lin Xinxin suddenly declared, drawing everyone's attention to her. I can win, she said firmly. You'll die? Zhao Miao Miao immediately retorted. The only reason you all survived in the Yuduan mountain range was because of my Aoyan's support and Wang Jie's precise terrain magic. Each battle was over in under 2 minutes, so other beasts didn't have time to catch your scent. But in the secret realm, that's impossible. I can win, Lin Xinxin repeated stubbornly. Are you an idiot? You'll die. Zhao Miao Miao covered her face in frustration. I think it's fine, Wang Jie shrugged. Zhao Miao Miao turned to him. Don't you understand? I understand. What? I said, I understand, Wang Jie reiterated. That's why I said, either quit now or risk your life to fight. Without that resolve, how could you possibly win? If she says she can win, then she can win. If she can't, then she dies. Some things are worse than death. These words sent a shiver down Lin San's spine. He recalled something his mentor had once told him. Lin San, your talent is unique. One day, you might be underestimated or mocked. But remember this, never give up. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Without courage, you lose everything. Let's do this. Lin San gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Everyone else is ready. What about you? Wang Jie asked Zhao Miao Miao. Me? What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Miao Miao snorted. I was planning to go in anyway. Then it's settled. As time passed, the entire Xinglua city grew more and more lively. The streets were adorned with bright decorations, and a festive atmosphere filled the air, with vibrant red colors symbolizing celebration everywhere. The streets were filled with the joyous atmosphere of the festival, and every passerby wore a beaming smile. Especially those star warriors who had just returned from afar, embracing their loved ones with grins so wide they nearly reached their ears. Brother, brother, brother. With the sound of wind chimes ringing urgently, Fufu burst into the shop like a whirlwind. By this time, the shop was already bustling with people. Wang Jie, Long Xing, Bai Miaoyin, and Lin Xinxin were all there. Some were without homes to return to, while others were waiting for family members who hadn't come back yet, so they gathered together for some lively company. Ji Li was focused on making dumplings. With a cutting board full of 4-star beast meat he had snagged early that morning from the market, anything below 3 stars had already been snatched up. Brother, there's a festival on West Street tonight. Let's go check it out together, Fufu said excitedly. West Street Festival. Long Xing nodded slightly. It's definitely worth a visit. Nina suddenly popped her head out from behind the bar. Are we going? Are we going? I'll book the tickets. Tickets for a festival? Ji Li asked in surprise. This world's festivals reminded him of the temple fairs from his previous life. Acrobatics, snacks, games, opera performances, you name it. Of course, Nina explained. Every year at this time, West Street is closed off and transformed. Then we've got to see it, Ji Li said with growing interest. It'd be a shame to miss such a grand event in another world. They'll just charge it to your account then. Nina's eyes sparkled. Sure, get tickets for everyone, Ji Li agreed. Brother, you're the best. Fufu cheered, raising her hands in celebration. Just don't hang me up on a street lamp later, Ji Li teased, rolling his eyes. He recalled how Fufu had returned to town and, besides indulging in food and fun, had even bought a street lamp to place next to the bar. That's for good luck, brother. Good luck, Fufu retorted confidently. Come over and help with the dumplings, Ji Li called, holding up a spoonful of raw filling. Want to taste the stuffing? Fufu opened her mouth eagerly, but Ji Li quickly pulled back his hand. You were really going to eat it? Puffed. Bai Miaoyin couldn't hold back her laughter. Fufu, come help us wrap dumplings. They'll be ready soon. Don't bother eating dinner. We can eat at the festival later, Long Xing suggested. Yay, Fufu cheered. No more yay, come help out. Nina, you too, Geely instructed. Coming. They'll go boil water, Nina replied. Boil water? You mean snapping your fingers? Dila couldn't resist poking fun. Mind your own business. Nina stuck out her tongue at him. Amid the playful chatter, the whole tavern took on a warm and lively hue. Lin Xinshin clumsily wrapped dumplings, each one uniquely shaped, as if they had personalities of their own. Wow, Xinshin, your dumplings are so creative. I want this one. Fufu pointed to an obviously overstuffed dumpling. Don't overfill them, or they'll burst, Geely reminded her. Huh? Then what should I do? How about we switch to making pancakes? Great idea. Fufu raised her hand in agreement, then promptly handed Ji Li another dumpling filled to the brim. 2, she declared. 3. Nina chimed in, following suit. Ji Li could only shake his head helplessly. Fufu contentedly finished the last bowl of dumpling soup, gently patting her slightly rounded belly. Ji Li's cooking skills were truly exceptional. This meal had left her feeling warm and cozy all over, so much so that her eyelids were starting to droop. Hey, do you guys want to sunbathe? Nina shifted in her chair, seemingly unable to sit still. Isn't it too cold outside? Fufu asked lazily. Nope, not at all. Come on, let's go. Nina was the first to stand up. The winter weather in Xinghua City was pleasantly mild, typically staying between 16 to 18 degrees Celsius. A long-sleeved shirt was usually sufficient, and if it felt a bit chilly, a light jacket would do the trick. Even during the occasional snowfalls, the temperature rarely dropped below freezing. The courtyard behind Ji Li's tavern was designed in a traditional quadrangle layout. The central space was just the right size to host a cozy barbecue party for about a dozen people. In the center of the courtyard stood a bare old tree, adding a touch of winter melancholy to the serene setting. With a snap of her fingers, Nina conjured 7 lounge chairs in the courtyard, their colors covering the full spectrum of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. 2 of the red chairs were specifically reserved for her, and Fufu, 2 lively girls, both had a fondness for the festive hue. Found the one teaching Fufu all the bad habits, someone teased softly. Everyone, time for a nap, someone suggested as they all settled into their chairs. Beside each person, a small table appeared, topped with drinks and neatly sliced fruit for everyone to enjoy. With another snap of Nina's fingers, soothing music filled the courtyard, reminiscent of the melody from a bygone sky castle. Ji Li sipped his drink lightly, the comfortable atmosphere lulling him into closing his eyes. Lin Xinshin relaxed her brow and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Apart from the gentle music, the courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. Hey, wake up! Wake up! Fufu's crisp voice suddenly broke the calm. She placed her hands on Nina's shoulders and shook her vigorously, her face full of urgency. Nina jolted awake, looking up to see the golden-orange glow of the setting sun, casting a radiant light over Fufu. Ugh, it's evening already. Nina. All right. Nina snapped her fingers again, and the soothing music shifted into a lively and energetic tune, with drums and gongs sounding in unison, startling everyone awake. Ji Li nearly reacted instinctively to reach for a weapon. It's time. Everyone, get ready to head out, Nina announced. At this hour, we're bound to hit traffic, Long Xing said, checking his watch. It was already 5:30 p.m., and with the annual party starting at 7 p.m., it seemed unlikely they'd make it on time. But he had planned ahead, pulling out his phone to make a call. I've arranged for an express ride. Impressive, Fugue. Dila gave Long Xing a thumbs up. Long Xing responded with a smile. Moments later, 3 vehicles pulled up in front of the tavern. Ji Li, seeing the so-called express ride for the first time, boarded and found the interior to resemble an ordinary taxi. Just as he was wondering what made this ride so express, the vehicle suddenly lifted off the ground and began to hover. Please fasten your seatbelts, the driver reminded them. A sense of foreboding crept over Ji Li. Ji Li fumbled to fasten Ji Fufu's seatbelt, then quickly secured his own and gripped the handle above him tightly. Welcome aboard this express ride. Please sit tight and hold on, the driver announced. The moment he finished speaking, he released the steering wheel and pressed both hands against a large, ominous red button in the center console. The steering wheel slowly retracted into the dashboard. Ji Li's eyes widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Where's the steering wheel? The driver turned around, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sir, you must be joking. At this speed, there's no way a human could react fast enough. An express ride like this doesn't need a steering wheel. The car gently lifted off the ground, rising until it reached an altitude of 300 meters. Only then did Ji Li notice the semi-transparent tube suspended above them, just wide enough to accommodate a single vehicle. A mechanical voice echoed within the cabin. Requesting connection. Connection successful. Preparing to accelerate. Suddenly, an odd clanking sound came from the rear of the car. Ji Li turned to look and instantly broke into a cold sweat. A propulsion system larger than the entire car was unfolding at the back. Wow, cool, Ji Fufu exclaimed, leaning forward eagerly, her face alight with pure joy. Driver, about this speed. Geely began to speak, but was promptly interrupted. Don't worry. The speed depends on how stable the materials are. This car is made of special materials, and with the interstellar propulsion system at the rear and the suction force from the other end of the tube, I guarantee it'll be fast. But I wasn't. Geely tried to continue, but the driver reached out and switched on the car's broadcast system. Feels like flying through the sky of destiny, a beautiful dream, dream, dream. As the final dream echoed, an immense thrust pinned Geely firmly to his seat. The scenery outside blurred into streaks of light, rushing past at an incredible speed. Hua! Ji Fufu screamed in excitement. Ah! Geely, on the other hand, was utterly terrified. When they finally arrived at their destination, the driver got out and opened the door for them. Thank you for riding with us. Ji Fufu hopped out of the car, still brimming with excitement. She turned to invite Geely for another ride, but froze when she saw a gray, lifeless figure. Huh? Ah, Geely. Geely, don't worry, the driver said calmly. He'll snap out of it soon. I see at least 365 passengers like this every year. When Geely finally managed to stumble out of the car, the broadcast was still playing Beautiful Dream. Hearing those words made him shudder as he silently vowed never to take the express ride again. Manager. Rin Xinyuan waved at him. Noticing his pale face, she asked curiously. Huh? Manager, didn't you use your star energy? Huh? Geely looked up weakly. What? You didn't know? If you use star energy to shield yourself during an express ride, you won't feel any discomfort. Don't tell me you just went through it raw. Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? Geely glared furiously at Nina. But Nina simply turned away, whistling nonchalantly and pretending to be deeply fascinated by the sky. Here, manager, motion sickness pills, Bai Miaoying approached, handing Geely a small bottle. Geely stared at her with a mix of frustration and resentment. You had these ready and still didn't say anything? Bai Miaoying chuckled softly. Manager, sometimes you've just got to experience things for yourself. This is West Street. Geely stood still, slowly regaining his strength. The scene before him took his breath away. A winding line of people extended along the street, leading straight to a towering bronze gate in the distance. The gate stood as high as a 3-story building, entirely cast in bronze, with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes so lifelike it seemed they might come alive. If one listened closely, it felt as if faint dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed from within. You don't normally see this gate, Dilu remarked, marveling at the extraordinary sight. What kind of gate is this? Geely asked curiously. The Gate of Judgment, according to legend. Every city has one, Dilu explained. I don't know the specifics, but it's said to be connected to legendary cards. Only 9-star card masters are rumored to know its secrets. Come on, it's almost our turn. Nina said excitedly. No way, there are still so many people ahead of us. Me? Privileges. Nina grinned smugly. Beneath the bronze gate, hundreds of pathways branched out, each packed with people. Strangely, despite the crowd, no one seemed irritated. Instead, everyone appeared enthusiastic. Before long, it was their turn. As Geely walked through the bronze gate, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, he found a card pack had appeared. Long Xing eagerly rubbed his hands together, placed the card pack in his palm, and muttered, sacrificing Wang Jie's 10 years of lifespan, let this be an alternate art card. You. Wang Jie stared at him, wide-eyed. Quick and efficient, Long Xing tore open the pack before Wang Jie could react. Wang Jie peeked at the contents and immediately beamed with joy. Hey, my turn now. But Long Xing was faster, snatching Wang Jie's card pack and ripping it open. After a brief glance, he nodded in satisfaction. You son of a, Wang Jie began, but before he could finish. What is this? Geely asked Nina, holding up his card pack. It's something we get every year during the annual event, Nina explained. Once you pass through the bronze gate, you receive a New Year's blessing. She gestured toward Long Xing with her chin. Look, Long Xing activated the card in his hand using his star energy. A small crimson dragon, no larger than a hand, materialized out of thin air. It circled around him once before gracefully landing on his shoulder, looking majestic. There are 4 types of blessings from the bronze gate, Nina continued. The first is a common card, like Long Xing's. It disappears once you leave the gate. The second is a gold card, which you can keep but can't activate. The third is a diamond card, a collectible with high market value. The fourth is the rarest alternate art cards. Hardly anyone ever gets one. Oh, Geely looked at the vividly animated little dragon perched on Long Xing's shoulder and thought it was quite adorable. He tore open his own card pack. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from the pack, accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon's roar. A small dragon, shining like a diamond, erupted into the air. It rapidly expanded, growing into a massive dragon large enough to carry 7 or 8 people. All eyes turned to Geely. Geely? What the heck is this? Quick, quick, Nina urged, pushing Geely onto the dragon's back. The others quickly followed, scrambling to climb aboard. Look at this lucky guy. Don't push. Don't push. Let me get on and see. Holy crap. Let me touch it. Who touched me? They'll cut your hand off. Come on. Come on. Make it take off. Everyone shouted impatiently. Oh. Geely stammered, completely bewildered. How do I make it fly? Geely gazed at the dense crowd below. The scene resembled a zombie apocalypse, leaving him somewhat numb. He quickly spoke to inquire about the situation, and just as he finished, the dragon's head lifted slightly. Take off. With the command, the dragon began to move. Oh war! Ji Fufu shouted excitedly. Unlike an express train, this dragon ride lacked the intense thrust, but instead swayed gently as it moved forward. The leisurely pace was just right, inviting the night breeze to caress their faces, the cool air bringing a sense of comfort. The group sat in a line, Ji Li at the very front, followed by Ji Fufu, then Nina, and finally two other girls. Meanwhile, Long Xing and Wang Jia were utterly entranced, stroking the dragon's body with eyes full of admiration and envy. Fufu, open it up. Who knows, you might get lucky. Nina urged. Ah, okay. Ji Fufu, who had been playfully waving her hands in the breeze, tore open the card she was holding upon hearing Nina's suggestion. Whoa! Long Xing and Wang Jia slapped their thighs in unison, exclaiming, Fufu, how could you not pray first? Before they could finish, a vividly lifelike azure dragon shot into the sky. Compared to Ji Li's diamond dragon, this one appeared even more dynamic. Its entire body gleamed in shades of blue, with neatly arranged scales that shimmered coldly under the moonlight. A resonant dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, leaving the two men slack-jawed in awe. Awesome! XN. Fufu leaped onto the azure dragon's back with ease, hugging its body joyfully while waving to the others. Come on, join me. I'm coming. Nina quickly followed. Let's go, Fufu. We'll take you somewhere fun. Fufu glanced at Ji Li, who nodded and smiled, pulling out a card and tossing it to her. Go ahead. Buy whatever you want. Yay. Thanks, big bro. Love you. Let's go. With Fufu's cheerful exclamation, the azure dragon let out a long cry and carried the two of them into the clouds, gradually disappearing from sight. There are more layers up there? Ji Li was momentarily stunned. Of course, didn't you know, boss? Longxing explained. This place has a multi-level structure with shops from the ground all the way up to the sky. Regular folks have to take the elevators, but only those who draw special dragon cards can fly straight up. Honestly, being able to follow you is a stroke of luck for us. Wang Jie's envious gaze was almost palpable. He had always dreamed of owning one of the rare art cards or diamond cards. Just then, Lin Xinxin tore open her card, and a small golden dragon began circling around her. Moments later, Bai Miaoyin also opened her card, revealing another identical golden dragon. The two golden dragons danced gracefully around the girls. Go gold cards. Diamond cards. Rare art cards. Long Xing chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha. Wang Jie's smile grew increasingly strained. According to official statistics, the odds of pulling a gold card were 1 in 10,000, while rare art cards and diamond cards were even scarcer, with odds of 1 in a million. The latter two had even gone 3 consecutive years without a single winner. He simply couldn't comprehend how the two girls had managed to draw 2 gold cards simultaneously. Miaoyin, Long Xing said with a sycophantic grin. Dear auntie. Wang Jie echoed, trying to flatter her. Don't even think about it. I'm collecting cards. Bai Miaoyin firmly refused. Geely didn't care much about collecting cards. As a dedicated power player, his only concern was whether the cards were useful. Let's head to the second floor and grab something to eat, Geely said, scratching his head, feeling like he had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, on the ground, Di Lu watched the diamond dragon gradually disappear into the distance, his emotions a tangled mess. He wanted to shout, "You forgot about me," but his pride as a card maker forced him to swallow the words. Besides, in such a noisy setting, shouting would likely be futile. Looking down at the card pack in his hand, Di Lu gritted his teeth. Fine, if you're not taking me, I'll do it myself. With a crisp rip, a small greenish-blue dragon leapt out of the card pack, circling him joyfully. Yet, Di Li's smile was bitter. Huh, I shouldn't have come. And I definitely shouldn't have uploaded that stupid explosive fireball in June. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have run into the shopkeeper. Huh. The little green dragon shivered slightly, as if sensing something unsettling about the human it had just bonded with. Hey, isn't that Master D? A familiar voice called out. Di Lu turned to see Shan Xiao leading a group of lively kids toward him. The children eagerly tore open their card packs, and amidst their excited exclamations, small dragons of various colors danced through the air. The kids played and laughed with the dragons, their joy filling the room. No wonder they loved the annual event, so much there was fun to be had everywhere. Master D, why are you here all alone? Xin Zhao's concern nearly brought tears to Di Li's eyes. Finally, someone he could join. The food street on the second floor was several times livelier than usual. Every vendor here was a master of their craft, and the bright red lanterns illuminated the entire street. Merchants went all out to attract customers, some even performing themselves. Despite the bustling crowd, the wide street felt spacious, and everyone's faces were lit with smiles. The laughter of children and the cheers of adults blended into a symphony of joy. The group ate their fill at the food street. The festivities continued, and on the stage, a tall and short duo of comedians performed an amusing skit that captured Ji Li's attention. Boss, do you want some ice cream? Lin Xinxin handed him an ice cream cone, not waiting for an answer before placing it in his hand. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Ji Li chuckled. Eating ice cream in winter is the best. Exactly. Exactly. Lin Xinxin beamed with delight at the agreement. Come on, let's go watch the show. Sure. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed across the dark night sky. A massive fiery red dragon soared upward, spiraling high above. Upon reaching its peak, it burst into a dazzling explosion, lighting up the entire night sky with brilliant fireworks. The sparks reformed into a dozen smaller dragons, which danced briefly before scattering into another radiant display. Wow! Lin Xinxin gazed at the sky, her eyes sparkling with awe at the breathtaking scene. Ji Li, on the other hand, stood to the side, pondering how the fireworks were made. Brother, the fireworks show has started. Ji Fufu, who had been off playing somewhere, finally found her way back to Ji Li about an hour later. Where should we watch from? Ji Li turned to ask Nina. Anywhere works, but we need the best view. Nina's eyes lit up. Come on, let's ride the dragon. We'll head to the mountaintop. The group quickly boarded Ji Fufu's dragon. Under Nina's guidance, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. There, a beautifully traditional pavilion had already been set up, filled with an array of snacks and various teas. Members of Lin San and Lin Fan's team, except for those who had followed Ji Li, were already seated inside the pavilion. I invited everyone here. Ji Fufu beamed proudly, her small face glowing with accomplishment. And I prepared all these delicious treats. Ji Li chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. You're amazing. Nearby, Dilu stared at Ji Li with a hint of grievance. Ji Li suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I forgot about you. Boss, how could you? Dilu shook his head, exasperated. Ji Li responded with a mischievous grin, identical to Ji Fufu's, leaving Dilu speechless. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the night sky lit up with dazzling fireworks. The glow gradually coalesced into two familiar wooden doors. Wait, aren't those the doors to our shop? Ji Fufu's sharp eyes noticed the detail. Boss, your card got chosen, and it's the very first one. Nina exclaimed. Ji Li quietly observed the phenomenon in the sky. Soon, two small winged sprites appeared, one on each side of the wooden doors. That's me. Ji Fufu pointed at the sprite on the left, her excitement as pure as a child's. And that's me. Nina pointed at the sprite on the right, her face full of pride. The two sprites politely knocked on the doors, but when they didn't budge, they exchanged a playful glance and soared high into the sky. Then, in a sudden dive, they crashed into the doors from both sides, forcing them wide open. Ji Fufu instinctively covered her forehead, as if she could feel the impact. As the doors opened, it was as if fireworks erupted once more. A bold voice resonated in the air. Happy New Year, adventurers! One by one, fantastical creatures emerged from the doors, cloaked priests, druids wielding staffs, nimble assassins, armored warriors. Each character wore a warm smile as they greeted in unison. Happy New Year, adventurers! Wow, so many peculiar figures. Ji Fufu exclaimed in awe. Brother, who are they? I've never seen them before. They're all fantasy creatures, Nina explained knowingly. Look at that man with horns on his head, and that woman with glowing eyes. Ji Li, your imagination is incredible. These characters are so intricately designed. Yeah, they're really something, Ji Li said, gazing at the familiar faces in the sky. He raised his drink from the table. Everyone, let's toast to a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Cheers of joy mingled with the crackling fireworks, carrying the festive spirit from the little pavilion far into the distance. In early spring, a term like March in full bloom seemed foreign to this perpetually gloomy town. The air on the streets carried a persistent dampness, and the sky was painted in a dreary hue, teetering between rain and sunshine. Normally, such weather sapped the energy out of people, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Unless it was to find teammates or attend to an unavoidable errand, few were willing to linger in these depressing conditions. But today was different. The town was unusually bustling as crowds surged toward the eastern branch of the Star Association. Conversations buzzed throughout the streets. Have you heard? A secret realm has appeared near the Yu Duan Mountains. What level is it? 4-star. A 4-star secret realm? That's going to draw a huge crowd of applicants. Aren't you planning to give it a shot? With my skills? Do I even stand a chance? Why not try? At the very least, you'll figure out your weaknesses. Good point. They'll go check it out too. Snowwu stood at the edge of the crowd, listening to the chatter. A faint smile played on her lips. What a waste of effort, she muttered before turning and heading toward the tavern. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his team had already reached the registration area. At the entrance stood Nina, a stern-faced woman with bold text hovering above her head. Registration requires a team of 810 members. Applications from solo participants will not be accepted. The line had already grown into a long queue. Looks like we're late, Lin Fan remarked, glancing at the lengthy line with a hint of frustration. Yeah, should have come earlier, a hearty voice chimed in from ahead. The speaker was a burly man with a square-shaped face resembling that of an ox, complete with small protrusions on his forehead. Despite his imposing physique, his eyes held a certain innocence. M.A.I. Mu-Ti, captain of the Chrysanthemum Brigade, just arrived in Xinglua City. He introduced himself warmly. Nice to meet you. Lin Fan and Lin Fan trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing his team didn't even have a name. Just then, a shout came from the distance. AI Muti, come quick, I've got an idea. Oh, what scheme are you cooking up this time, you swindler? The oddly named shield warrior dashed off without hesitation. What was that about? Lin Sen asked as he returned to Lin Fan's side, having just gathered some intel. Nothing much, just ran into an odd guy. So what did you find out? Not much, Lin San replied, shaking his head. There are plenty of card sellers around, but not many with useful information. Honestly, with the shopkeeper's cards, we should be fine for the exam. Did you hear about any strong teams? Not really, Lin Sen continued. The contract teams around here are all small time, and I haven't heard of any 6-star card creators forming a team. Unless a team from out of town shows up, we're probably the strongest around. A team from out of town, Lin Fan mused, recalling the burly, ox-fist man from earlier. Hey, buddy, are you moving or not? The lines open up front, someone behind him called out impatiently. Ah, sorry. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and turned to Lin San. Take a look around and see if you can spot any out-of-town teams. Got it, Lin San replied, heading off to scout the area. Lin San responded immediately, strolling along the street in search of something. Suddenly, a distinct, rhythmic shout caught his attention. Silver scale armor, blue quality, 5G each. The voice rose and fell in an engaging cadence, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Following the sound, he saw a vendor wearing a bull-faced mask seated behind a simple stall, fiddling with a few cards in his hand. Intrigued, Lin Sen squeezed through the crowd and asked, Hey, buddy, what does 5G mean? The vendor calmly held up 5 fingers. 5G as in, gone contribution points. 5 contribution points. 5 contribution points? And it's blue quality. Lin Sen frowned. Isn't that way too cheap? Unfazed, the vendor displayed the card's details. Silver scale armor, equipment card excellent attack, 0 durability, 100 skill, no description. What kind of garbage card is this? No skills, only 3 stars. Someone muttered dismissively, waving their hand in disapproval. At that moment, a burly man pushed his way into the crowd. You got silver scale armor? I'll take 1. 5 contribution points. No haggling, the vendor replied coolly. Isn't this a useless card? Why would you buy it? The earlier skeptic asked, puzzled. The burly man, named AI Mu-Ti, explained with a serious expression, normally, it is useless. But in the secret realm, it's a different story. The monsters there are insanely strong. When your health is depleted, a piece of armor like this can save your life. Before he finished speaking, someone in the crowd was already tempted. Only 5 contribution points? Might as well buy 1. Your health is already gone, and you're counting on this thing to save you. A voice scoffed from the crowd. Unbothered, AI Mu-Ti continued. Forget the secret realm for now. But during trials, if your health drops to 0, the vendor interrupted just in time. Buy it if you want, leave if you don't. It's only 5 contribution points. I'll take 1. Give me 10. In an instant, the stall was swarmed with eager buyers. Lin San quietly stepped away from the crowd. In this world, where health values existed, armor-type equipment was generally unpopular. He suspected there was something fishy about the situation but decided it wasn't worth exposing. After all, it was just a small business involving 5 contribution points. Once the crowd dispersed, in a secluded alley, AI Mu-Ti rubbed his hands together and asked, How much did we make this time? The masked vendor counted the earnings and pulled out a single 5 contribution point note, handing it to him. Not bad. Here's your share. AI Mu-Ti stared at the measly note in his hand, dumbfounded. What? What are you all doing? Mu spun around, her eyes scanning the tavern. When she realized that both AI Mu-Ti and Jian Shang were nowhere to be found, she immediately pulled out a tracking card. A flash of light later, the card guided her to the two of them where she found the 2 hulking men exchanging punches and kicks on the ground. Moose, you're just in time. This scoundrel Jian Shang. Stop. Moose cut him off sharply. I have just one question. Have you registered yet? Her words seemed to carry a magical power, freezing the 2 men mid-fight. They stared at each other, dumbfounded. Moose sighed and covered her face with her hand. All right, I get it. She turned to AI Mu-Ti, her tone firm and unquestionable. You're coming with me right now? First, we're getting you registered, and then you can go explain yourself to the boss. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away without looking back. Wait, Moose. AI Mu-Ti sprang up from the ground with a nimble kip-up and hurried after her. Jian Shang, brushing the dust off his clothes leisurely, was just about to stand when AI Mu Ti's disgruntled, cow-like face popped back around the corner. Jian Shang, this isn't over. Oh, do you think I'm afraid of you? Jian Shang smirked dismissively. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, a lively discussion about strategies was taking place. Ever since the start of the new year, Ji Li had been working tirelessly to develop new card strategies for the team. First, he updated the cards for Shen Xiao, Ren Xianxian, and Lin Fan, and then he began drafting tactical plans for the two squads. Facing the secret realm was no small task, and every detail mattered. Dingalinga chime from the wind bell interrupted the discussion. Welcome, Nina greeted with her usual professional demeanor. Everyone turned to look. A young girl dressed in a pink tracksuit strolled in, a pair of pink headphones hanging around her neck and a lollipop in her mouth. She scanned the room before locking eyes with Ji Li, nodding in satisfaction. Was exactly as she had imagined. Strikingly handsome and exuding charisma. Shui Wu, Di Lu exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. What are you doing here? Shui Wu's bright eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Well, if it isn't the great card master Di Lu. What brings you to Xinglua City? Tilting her head in thought, she added. Let me guess you haven't been checking the news these past few months, have you? It's not that he hasn't been checking, someone chimed in. He just doesn't want to. Then, why are you here? Di Lu suddenly had a realization. Wait, you're not here to. Shui Wu walked up to the bar, all smiles, and extended her fair hand toward Ji Li. Pleased to meet you, boss. I'm Shui Wu, a 6-star card master. I'm here to issue a challenge. Her words silenced the entire tavern in an instant. No way, you're serious? Di Lu was completely stunned. Oh, Ji Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The secret realm? That's right. Shui Wu's smile grew even brighter. Talking to someone smart really saves time. Since I've already gathered plenty of intel on you, boss, I figured I'd stop by to let you know. As for intel on me, she glanced at Di Lu. He knows quite a bit. After dropping her challenge, Shui Wu turned and left with a confident stride, not lingering for small talk. She's got quite the attitude, Ji Li remarked with a sigh. Definitely. This team battle won't be easy. Wang Jie exhaled deeply, but his expression betrayed a hint of excitement. In battles between humans, knowing your opponent's cards was crucial. It had been manageable in the past, but ever since Ji Li, the master strategist, introduced counterspell and disruption cards, the entire combat system had started to shift in subtle, yet significant ways. The card maker's focus was no longer solely on pursuing bigger, faster, stronger. Especially for the top-tier card makers, their attention had shifted to a new frontier. At this critical moment, if Shui Wu had chosen to stay out of the spotlight, her team might have maintained an edge through the information gap. However, her bold decision to step forward and issue a direct challenge completely turned the tide. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense and electric in an instant. Everyone realized that what lay ahead was not just a fierce competition, but also a battle of wits. Every card maker's strategies and secrets would be laid bare under the sunlight, and the true showdown was about to commence. At that moment, Lin Fan and Lin San pushed open the tavern doors. They were greeted by a room full of eyes gleaming with excitement, their fervent gazes sending a chill down Lin Fan's spine. What's going on? Everyone looks like they've been injected with adrenaline, Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Ren Xianxian, barely able to contain her excitement, explained, someone issued a challenge. This is going to be the perfect warm-up before entering the secret realm. Oh, and they've brought a team too. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. Bai Miaoyin quickly filled him in on the details of Shui Wu's challenge. As the team leader, Lin Fan's immediate concern was the opponent's background. Who exactly is this Shui Wu? All eyes turned to Di Lu. Straightening his collar and clearing his throat, he began. Shui Wu, a 6-star card maker from Desolate City. She once won the annual Best Card Award and is quite a formidable figure. I didn't expect her to start forming a team now. She's been hailed by the branch president of Desolate City as the most promising card maker, renowned for her expertise in field magic. Her team is likely to be heavily focused on field magic as well. Shen Xiao's eyes lit up. Field magic? Just throw up a magic countermeasure, and it's done. You're oversimplifying things, Long Xing scoffed. It's precisely because of an information advantage that I lost to him that day. If I'd known his tactics in advance, I'd have adjusted my strategy. Now that she knows our cards, she'll undoubtedly be prepared with countermeasures. Shifting the topic, Long Xing looked at Ji Li. Speaking of which, boss, what's your specialty? The question immediately captured everyone's attention. Generally, skilled card makers excelled in a particular domain, but Ji Li was an exception. Whether it was equipment, field magic, or skills, he seemed adept at all. Me? Ji Li shrugged. I just focus on practicality. Whatever works best, I make it. Hearing this, Di Lu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What an utterly shameless answer. All right, enough, Long Xing interrupted. Boss, we need your analysis of their potential strategies. We've got to discuss tomorrow's trial thoroughly. It'd be embarrassing if we couldn't even pass the trial. You're not here to compete. You're here to make a fool of yourselves, aren't you? Xuewu stood in the training room, seething with anger as she swung her headset, smashing it repeatedly towards AI Muti. 5G, I was wrong, boss. AI Muti begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. It's all Jianshang's fault. That's what you get for tattling. And for not signing up. Xuewu gritted her teeth, continuing to wield the headset in fury. The incident had started just moments earlier. Xuewu had been feeling smug after issuing her challenge when Mu Si rushed in with some bad news. AI Muti, in a bid to save 5 contribution points, had almost failed to register for the event. The news hit Xuewu like a hammer, instantly igniting her rage. She had already issued the challenge, and if the opponent hadn't even signed up, Di Lu would surely laugh his head off. Boss, I've been saying all along that this guy is unreliable, Lai Rin chimed in from the sidelines, fanning the flames with a mischievous grin. Musi quickly tried to mediate. Boss, let's just let it go. AI Muti already knows he messed up. TCH, he totally deserves it. Shaman interjected. Musi, weren't you the one who snitched? Shaman, don't twist things. Musi was only looking out for the team, Xuewu said, rubbing her temples. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel that this team might just be beyond saving. Time flew by, and soon the day of the trial arrived. The group, fully equipped, stood in front of the arena, listening to the rules being explained. Nina raised a finger. In the first round, 2 4-star puppets will attack you. One will be a shield warrior, and the other a ranged fighter, which could either be an archer or a mage. The task is simple: defeat the 2 puppets. What about the puppets' specific abilities? Someone asked. There's no information on that, Nina replied, shaking her head. The arena will be a standard one. However, keep in mind that defeating the puppets doesn't guarantee passing the test. Well, score each individual's performance, and only if the team's total score meets the requirement will you pass. The first round standards aren't too strict, so do your best. Soon, it was Lin Fan's team's turn. Rin Xianxian was the first to step into the arena. Standing in the center of the flat battleground, she surveyed her surroundings before pressing the floating start button. Puppets appeared on the east and west sides simultaneously. Unexpectedly, both puppets began conjuring fireballs. Rin Zuangshuan's heart skipped a beat. Shouldn't the shield warrior be at the front and the ranged fighter at the back? What was going on? In an instant, she grasped the organizer's intent. With her speed, she could quickly take down one of the mages, but the other's spell would inevitably hit her. This was a test of making a choice between 2 options. In the stands, 2 scorers exchanged approving glances. Quick reaction, one of them remarked, nodding. She immediately decided to eliminate one mage upon confirming they were both ranged attackers. Her opening move was solid, and her core strength is impressive. Indeed, her speed is enough to take one down. The key now is how she'll survive the other mage's attack, the other scorer said. Mid-sentence, their eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, her speed is increasing even more? Rin Xianyuan launched her attack almost the moment she realized the truth. She understood one crucial principle. Never rely on amplification cards, as their power was too unpredictable. Only speed, something she could fully control, was her true weapon. Her figure streaked through the air like lightning, her dagger cutting a gleaming arc of cold light. Damage numbers of 12,222, 30526, 54,200 floated in the air. Hiss. One of the scorers drew in a sharp breath. That damage, it's not just a simple weak point hit. Her weapon must have a critical hit attribute. The attack power is astonishing. Our 4-star puppets have, what, about 60,000 health? Exactly. The mage's health is 60,000, a colleague replied with a wry smile. This battle is probably already decided. The actual fight turned out to be even more thrilling than they had imagined. When Rin Xianyuan closed in on the first mage, he still had defensive spells like Ice Ring ready, designed to counter melee opponents. But her speed was suffocatingly fast. Before the mage could even form his fireball, her shadow flitted close like a specter. 3 flashes of cold light later, the opponent collapsed to the ground, not even getting the chance to cast Ice Ring. She sheathed her dagger and, with a light tap of her toes, sprinted without hesitation toward the mage on the western side of the arena. Incredible. She still has energy to spare, the scorer exclaimed. 3 strikes, and she's already moving on. Sure, she had energy left after that, but the fluidity of her actions is just insane. If everyone in Xinglua City fought at this level, wouldn't that be amazing? The 2 seasoned scorers had watched countless matches that day. While some contestants had raised their blood pressure with frustrating performances, Rin Zuanyuan's display was a visual feast. Her movements were seamless, flowing like water. Suddenly, they noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, is she dodging the fireball? Is she insane? How could anyone dodge a mage's single-target spell? This isn't just a matter of physical trajectory. The fireball's lethality comes from its high temperature and explosive effect. Mages can control its direction with their mental power. Even if she tries to dodge it at the last moment, the mage can just detonate it instantly. The 2 scorers were utterly baffled by this seemingly suicidal move. What they hadn't noticed, however, was the faint glimmer in Rin Zuanyuan's eyes. As the fireball closed into its critical range, it suddenly expanded as expected. It's over, one score side. No issue with the damage calculation, she just got too cocky. Her survival score will definitely be low, though her average score should still be decent. A fireball of this caliber, with its chanting-enhanced power, could easily kill a fragile assassin on the spot. But in the next moment, a white flash streaked across the battlefield, and the expanding fireball abruptly contracted, dissipating into thin air. What just happened? The two scorers were dumbfounded. She used some kind of card. What kind of card can nullify a chanting-enhanced fireball? No idea. The two exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily speechless. So how do we score this? How else? If she dared to pull this off, it must have been a calculated high-skill maneuver. But the risk was insane. She's an assassin. Dancing on the edge of a blade is part of the job. I think she genuinely has the skill to back it up. I'm not so sure about that. Well, let's upload the footage and let the higher-ups decide. Fair enough. Having reached an agreement, the two scorers stopped paying attention to the ongoing battle and returned to their respective duties. Ren Xianyuan watched as the lethal move was countered, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. She gently drew a card from her deck, her fingers brushing over its surface as a faint smile tugged at her lips. The card she held, a 2-star spell card called Sap, was exactly what she needed at this moment. Manager, why is this a 2-star card? Ren Xianyuan asked as she prepared to cast the spell. Ji Li explained. Although it's a simple card, its effect is quite useful. It can return an enemy's skill or summon back to their hand. However, he paused for a moment. It requires coordination with focus. The more unstable the skill, the higher the chance of sending it back. Give it a try. If it doesn't work for you, I'll swap it out for another card. In the arena, a new challenger, Long Xing, had stepped in. The system announcement sounded. Contestants, please confirm. The match will begin once equipment cards are activated. Without hesitation, Long Xing pressed the button, exuding an air of arrogance. On the field appeared a shield warrior and a mage. Without a word, Long Xing immediately unleashed an arcane missile modified, but, unexpectedly, he aimed it at the shield warrior. The scorekeeper frowned in concentration, while another staff member glanced thoughtfully at the scoreboard and muttered, "This guy is on the same team as that assassin from earlier. There's got to be some strategy here." Sure enough, when the shield warrior summoned a shield to block, the 3 arcane missiles bizarrely split apart, striking from 3 different directions with pinpoint accuracy. 88-88, 93-23, 78-29, 3 damage numbers popped up in sequence. Before anyone could react, an ice lance shot through the air, targeting the other opponent. Dual channel casting. The observer gasped. This high-level technique of using 2 cards simultaneously is something even 6-star players struggle to master. Why bother scoring it? Just give him full marks. Another judge waved dismissively. With skills like that, we just need to upload the record. An hour later, the examination concluded. Lin Fan stood up to wait, while Zhao Miao was the last to exit the testing room. How did it go? Lin Fan asked. Zhao Miao shrugged. Not bad. Just basic knowledge stuff, managed to get through it. As a candidate specializing in support and reconnaissance, her and Bai Miaoying's assessments were different from the others, focusing on survival skills and intelligence gathering rather than combat ability. Meanwhile, Ji Li was deeply engrossed in studying Shui Wu's cards, particularly her award-winning annual masterpiece. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed an extraordinary mystery hidden within. The Forbidden Totem, a 4-star summoning card, boasts particularly eye-catching attributes: 0 health points, 50,000 skill points, and the ability to significantly weaken spell damage within a 10-byte field, even rendering field magic completely ineffective. Magician. Shut up. Ji Li was studying this card, which once won the annual Best Card Award, though it sparked considerable debate. Some argued it was just an ordinary summoning card. While its effects were impressive, its 50,000 health points were negligible against powerful attacks. 2 arrows from an archer could take it down, making it far from exceptional. Standing nearby, Di Lu explained the card's origins, but Ji Li had already spent contribution points to download it, and was engrossed in analyzing the card's internal circuits. Suddenly, a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Store manager, did you discover something? Di Lu scratched his head in confusion. I didn't notice anything special. It's well hidden, Ji Li replied cryptically with a nod. What exactly did you find? Di Lu pressed further. Is it about its proficiency in field magic? This is field magic itself. Huh? Isn't this a summoning card? External circuits. Ji Li responded curtly. Di Lu froze for a second before realizing. Combined magic? No, wait, combined field magic. Ji Li elaborated. Combined magic refers to the coordination between cards through handshake protocols, typically relying on external circuits. In team battles, field magic is of immense importance, and teams with field magic users often build their strategies around them. This type of magic is incredibly potent in terms of restriction, offense, and defense. He continued, ordinary field magic isn't unsolvable. Physical magic like vine walls is manageable, but energy-based magic, such as interference fields, can be broken with enough spell bombardment. However, transcendent-level field magic is a whole different story. As Di Lu paced in circles, marveling at the explanation, Lin Fan walked in through the door. "Manager, we're back." "Perfect timing. You've got trouble," Ji Li said, promptly explaining the situation in detail. "Won't they be affected themselves?" someone asked. "They will, but they must have the key to counteract it," Ji Li clarified. "This kind of transcendent-level field magic is extremely difficult to control independently." "Then why don't we just avoid engaging in a positional battle?" suggested Longxing. "How about we directly shoot down the totem?" Xin Xiao added. Lin Fan shook his head. "It's probably not that simple. Just like how our strategies revolve around Lin Xinxin, they'll undoubtedly protect it meticulously. A direct assault could lead us into a web of traps." At the mention of traps, Xin Xiao Shudderetta knew firsthand how merciless their own tactical setups could be. 3 days later, the second round of eliminations officially began. Unlike the first round, this phase adopted a combat format. Each participant would face 3 battles, and all matches would be open to the public. "This is a good chance to gather intel," Lin Fan remarked while flipping through the newly released rules. Ji Li stared at the densely packed participant sheets in front of him, rubbing his temples. "Are there any formidable opponents?" "There sure are a lot of participants this time. The only ones worth noting are the Chrysanthemum team," Lin Fan replied. "The what team?" Ji Li asked, puzzled. "You know, the group that delivered the challenge letter the other day," Lin Fan clarified. Ji Li's mouth twitched slightly. He turned to Nina. "Can you track down specific people?" Nina spread her hands. "I can, but it's not particularly useful." "Why not?" Lin Fan frowned slightly. Nina replied seriously. "Because the overall skill level of this year's participants is relatively low. I reviewed the scores yesterday. There probably won't be many teams making it past the first 2 rounds." "No guaranteed spots?" Ji Li asked, confused. "None," Nina explained earnestly. "Do you think the secret realm is a charity? The first 2 rounds are meant to filter out suitable teams. Whether it's battling mannequins or real opponents, winning or losing isn't the key, scoring is. Even if you lose, you can still advance as long as your score is high enough." "Yeah, right?" Ji Li rolled his eyes. "How could someone with a high score lose to a mannequin?" "So, we can't gauge their true strength?" Lin Fan asked. "Not unless you face them directly. Besides, they're using team-based card strategies, and this is a solo competition. The amount of useful information we can gather is limited. Instead of focusing on them, we should refine our own strategies. Then let's focus on our matches. Go get ready, your battles are about to start." The second round used a random matchup system. Each participant was assigned 3 random opponents, and judges scored their performances during the battles. The final scores from the first 2 rounds would determine which teams advanced to the third round. Due to the limited number of judges, only 100 matches could be conducted per round. Lin Xinxin was the first to be called up. "Good luck." "Got it." She nodded firmly and confidently stepped onto the stage. Across from her stood a tall, thin man with a particularly peculiar appearance. Unattractive would be an understatement. He held a hunting bow, clearly another archer. "Both sides ready? Begin," the referee announced. At the sound of the whistle, both participants knocked their arrows and fired simultaneously. Lin Xinxin's gaze was unwavering, while her opponent, Lai Run, had a strangely naive look in his eyes. "She's not testing the waters and just shooting straight away? Well, I'll copy her," Lai Run thought to himself. "Their movements are smooth," Xin Xiao commented from the stands. "And they both seem confident. Is Lai Run an idiot? Why is he just standing there trading shots? His strength isn't even in offense," Shui Wu said, exasperated. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air. A damage value of 10,285 appeared above Lin Xinxin, while Lai Ren remained entirely unscathed. "I won," Lai Ren exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. The referee sighed. "Star Warrior, perhaps you should check the battle status. You've already been eliminated. Your opponent's attack was too powerful and triggered the protection mechanism. Since you didn't make any evasive moves, you lost." "What?" Lai Ren was dumbfounded. Shui Wu buried her face in her hands. "Did you see that clearly?" Fast asked Mei Nu. "That arrow was incredibly powerful," Mei Nu said, her expression serious. "I can't fire an arrow with that level of strength." Mei Nu was about to speak when Lai Ren, with tears streaming down his face, rushed over and clung to her like a koala. Mei Nu's temples throbbed, and without hesitation, she delivered a powerful punch. Face Eye stood nearby, watching them wrestle with an expressionless face. He was long used to scenes like this, so much so that he had become numb to them. In the arena, the referee's voice rang out. "Lin Xinxin, you can choose to continue the challenge or take a short break. Of course, choosing to rest means you'll need to queue up again." "Continue," Lin Xinxin replied decisively. "Next up, Mei Nu." "Perfect, let me test her out," Mei Nu said, kicking the still-clinging Lai Ren aside. With her triple-shot crossbow in hand, she stepped into the arena. Her equipment drew attention. Triple-shot crossbow, an excellent grade equipment card, with a durability of 1500 and a skill value of 100. Its standout feature was the ability to load 3 arrows at once. As its description read, you dodged 1 shot, but what about 3? She also had poison bolts, another excellent great equipment card. While its durability was 0, the 100 skill points it provided came with a menacing slow effect and impact. It reduced the opponent's speed and reaction time by 10, stacking up to 5 times and lasting for 30 seconds. Its description was simple yet ruthless. Slower, even slower. In the stands, the audience buzzed with discussion. Isn't she from the Chrysanthemum Squad? Using a crossbow against an archer? She's in trouble. Zhao Miao Miao shrugged and explained. In a proper crossbow versus bow duel, the crossbow does have the advantage. After all, it just requires pulling the trigger, unlike archers who have to bend and draw the string. She hesitated, knowing this match might reveal some things better left hidden. Wang Jie elegantly sipped from his wine glass, filled with grape juice. If things are exposed, so be it. Their target isn't Xin anyway. Lin Fan, however, had a different opinion but chose to remain silent. In the arena, Mei Nu had already loaded her crossbow. A true crossbow versus bow duel was never just about shooting at each other. It was a game of finding weaknesses, requiring agility and strategic movement. Thinking of Lai Ren's earlier childish behavior, she shook her head inwardly. My speed is superior. As long as I land 1 arrow. Mei Nu calculated in her mind, only to notice Lin Xin raising her bow as well. The unexpected move puzzled her, but with her arrow already loaded, there was no time for hesitation. Mei Nu swiftly fired 2 arrows, one after the other, one to the left and one to the right, perfectly blocking Lin Xin's escape routes. Meanwhile, Lin Xin had just begun drawing her bow. To Mei Nu, the outcome was already decided. With the poisoned arrow, her speed and reaction time will drop. For an archer, that's fatal. Mei Nu thought confidently, preparing to dodge. Once she's poisoned, her accuracy will drop by at least 20. All I need to do is. But just as she was about to move, a sudden, bone-chilling sensation swept over her, making her skin crawl. Card trivia. As the National Day holiday ends, let's delve into the principles behind star card manifestation. Star cards are divided into 3 main modules: energy supply, synergy, and functionality. The energy supply provides power, the functionality achieves specific effects, and synergy is the key. It requires resonance with the user's star will to manifest in the real world. This is the basic process of star card manifestation. Post-class question: what is the essence of primary materials? Mei Nu looked up in shock, only to see Lin Xin's gaze fixed on her like a predator locking onto its prey. Instinctively, she tried to assess an escape route: forward, backward, left, right? But the oppressive feeling of being tightly locked in place left her paralyzed. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Lin Xin, across from her, pulled her bowstring taut, the tip of the arrow gleaming with a chilling light. With this kind of skill, no wonder she's so confident, Mei Nu muttered, keeping her eyes on Lin Xin while decisively triggering her mechanism. 2 crossbow bolts shot out with a piercing whistle. She was certain that if they hit their mark, the outcome would be decided. But in the next instant, the bolts collided with an invisible barrier, producing a sharp, clear sound. Mei Nu's pupils dilated. Before she could even process where this strange shield had come from, Lin Xin's arrow had already been loosed. Its speed was suffocatingly fast. By the time Mei Nu realized which direction she should dodge, the arrow was already in front of her, and her legs had barely begun to move. In the stands, Xuewu suddenly stood up, staring at the scene in disbelief. Fast froze in place, tugging at his hair reflexively. A shield ability? That can't be a shield. Jian Shang shook his head. A shield would display damage values. This is more like a power gap, Xuewu interjected. Fast frowned. How could there be a power gap in a 4-star star battle? And that shield seemed to form naturally during her attack. Nearby, a rogue girl toying with a dagger seemed to be deep in thought. Given the speed she showed when fighting Fierce earlier, she shouldn't be this slow. She deliberately waited until the bolts were close before making her move. Someone mention me? Fierce, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly sat up. Fierce, Mei Nu's voice, filled with gritted frustration, sounded behind him. Oh! Fierce turned his head, and the next second, he was smacked hard enough to raise a lump on his head, collapsing back onto the ground to resume playing dead. AI Muti poked him with a stick he had picked up from somewhere. Knock it off, Fierce said weakly, waving them away. Seeing this, the others dispersed. Mei Nu ignored the commotion and turned to Fass. The real danger isn't the shield, it's her damage output. When she locked onto me, it felt like time froze. The pressure she exerted on me. She paused. This might sound absurd, but that arrow, its damage was at least 6 figures. 6 figures? Fass exclaimed, yanking out yet another strand of hair in shock. No wonder, Xuewu murmured thoughtfully to herself. Boss, what did you figure out? To achieve that level of damage, she'd need to reach the 3rd phase of Star Will refinement. At that stage, it's entirely possible to create direct energy suppression, Xuewu explained with a sigh. Her car building strategy is truly bold. She added, the 3rd phase's applications are actually quite rare. At this stage, the energy application had significantly increased in power, but it also came with obvious drawbacks. Shui Wu raised her slender index finger, her expression serious, and explained, the user's emotions directly affect its performance. When in a good mood, its power is astonishing, but when feeling down, it might not work at all. So, it's all about psychological warfare? Fast muttered, scratching his chin absent-mindedly. The rogue girl lowered her voice, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. It's not that simple. If such damage really exists, the opponent would definitely base their entire strategy around this bout combat. To successfully break their will, you'd need to reduce their numbers by at least half. Her voice trailed off as she seemed to realize the daunting nature of the task. This is insane. It's like fighting a walking fortress offense and defense all in one. Fast groaned, rubbing his temples in frustration. He turned to Shui Wu with a pained expression. Boss, do you have any brilliant ideas? Shui Wu didn't respond immediately. Instead, her gaze was fixed sharply on Lin Xinxin in the arena. She understood the risks better than anyone else present. This required an extraordinary level of determination. On the field, the referee suddenly frowned, rubbing his ear, which was aching from the earpiece's vibrations, as he walked toward Lin Xinxin. Competitor Lin Xinxin, please present your equipment card, especially that bow. Such an immunity level was utterly ridiculous, practically unheard of in a 4-star battle. After inspecting the card, the referee paused in silence, exchanged a few words with someone, and then returned the card to Lin Xinxin. Would you like to continue the match? Continue, Lin Xinxin answered firmly. In the third match, Lin Xinxin's opponent was an unremarkable shield warrior. The audience in the stands eagerly awaited a display of her true strength. Fast was just about to comment when an astonishing scene unfolded in the arena. The previously confident shield warrior was suddenly left dumbfounded. Too lost, the shield warrior looked at the referee in disbelief. The referee nodded in confirmation. Yes, that arrow not only broke your shield, but was also enough to drain your entire health. This result has been professionally verified. As the dejected shield warrior left the arena, Fast sat in the stands, agonizingly tugging at his hair. Suddenly, the card in his hand lit up. Ah, it's my turn now. Good luck, Ren Xianyuan cheered, clenching her fist in encouragement. Lin Fan nodded in response and confidently stepped into the arena. Across from him appeared a small, slender figure with skin so pale it was almost translucent. A pair of deep, luminous eyes sparkled as the opponent smiled brightly. Chrysanthemum Squad, Fast. Pleased to meet you. The introduction left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. They didn't even have a team name yet. Hey, they all have team names. Ji Fufu exclaimed excitedly. Why don't we come up with one too? Yeah, it sounds much cooler that way. Ren Xianyuan agreed enthusiastically. Let's call it Team Fufu. Hey, why Team Fufu? It should be Team Nina. No way. Nina is such a boring name. Gee. Fu. The argument grew louder and louder. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense in an instant. The spectators below the stage were embroiled in a heated debate over something as simple as a team name, but Lin Fan's focus was entirely on the match that was about to begin. Lin Fan, looking forward to the match, he said calmly, his gaze wary as he sized up his opponent. Fast silently noted an interesting detail: this team didn't even have a name. It was either hastily assembled or lacked coordination. He glanced around the regulation standard arena, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Please manifest your equipment cards. The referee's voice broke the brief silence. Without hesitation, Lin Fan summoned his primary weapon, True Silver Sword, modified. It was a 4-star, high-quality attack equipment card with 1200 durability and a unique ability. Each attack granted a layer of divine shield. A long sword paired with a shield. This was the quintessential setup for any shield warrior. Fast's expression grew serious. As a seasoned warrior, he quickly sensed that his opponent's deck might be something out of the ordinary. This was shaping up to be a classic showdown between a shield warrior and a magia battle where the mage would try to avoid close combat, while the shield warrior would do everything in their power to close the distance. At the 4-star level, mages often held the upper hand, as shield warriors' 2 equipment slots were occupied by basic gear, whereas mages had an arsenal of control spells at their disposal. Just as Fast was preparing to play his first card, Lin Fan suddenly charged forward with astonishing speed. Fast reacted quickly, taking 2 steps back while pulling out a basic spell card from his pouch. Ice Ring. It was a common and highly effective control spell carried by nearly every mage. The first one, Lin Fan mentally noted. Taking advantage of the freezing effect, Fast swiftly widened the gap between them and played his pre-prepared card Quagmire. This 4-star spell card created a swampy terrain that significantly reduced his opponent's movement speed. The previously smooth arena floor turned sticky and difficult to traverse in an instant. Without missing a beat, Fast summoned 2 more totems, the Slow Totem and the Gravity Totem. Together, these 2 4-star summons almost reduced Lin Fan's speed to that of a crawling turtle. You've got to be kidding me. Since when did arena mages start using such dirty tricks? Lin Fan couldn't help but grumble his movements feeling as though they were bound by invisible chains, every action sluggish and laborious. The audience erupted into a mix of boos and shivers, with someone muttering, "What a disgusting strategy." Three persistent effects a debuff terrain spell combined with two summoned totems clearly signaled that Faz had devised this strategy with careful consideration. At this moment, the distance between the two combatants was maintained precisely at 80 yards. Faz pulled out a card, its surface glowing with a faint blue light that rippled like water. As he activated the card, he declared, "Within this 80-yard range, if I can kill you, I win. If you can withstand my attacks and reach me, you win." Lin Fan glanced at his opponent, a sigh forming in his heart. As the team's strategist, he immediately saw through Faz's plan. What appeared to be a simple setup for the battlefield was, in fact, layered with subtle complexities. On the surface, Faz seemed to be revealing his tactics, but Lin Fan knew better. This information had already been relayed to Ji Li by Di Li were well aware that this was a team built around terrain-based strategies. And Lin Fan, this duel would put his defensive capabilities to the test. In team battles, the Shield Warrior's ability to protect often determined the baseline strength of the entire group. What seemed like a straightforward unknown fight was actually a critical test with implications for future team dynamics. Some might ask, why not simply concede? The answer was simply it wasn't an option. First, there was the matter of pride. More importantly, forfeiting outright would result in a drastic loss of points, potentially leading to elimination. As for Faz, his strategy was already clear. In this space, constrained by field magic and totems, the only unrestricted resource was mental energy, the core of spellcasting. This battlefield, tailored to his strengths, practically guaranteed him a significant score advantage. "Well then, let's see what you've got," Faz said with a smirk, conjuring a fireball. It was a basic spell card, common but deadly, with power that was both controllable and substantial. Lin Fan saw the fireball speeding toward him, his mind racing. What card should he play? With a swing of his sword, he summoned a shield to block the attack. 53599. The shield shattered. Faz raised an eyebrow and immediately conjured a second fireball. Lin Fan met it with the same response. 63402. Another shield crumbled. A single-use shield? Huh. Faz muttered, quickly switching to another card. Multi-fireball. This advanced spell card allowed the user to fire multiple fireballs depending on the energy input. It had a durability of 610 skill slots. Holy Shield skills often struggled against multi-hit attacks. Swinging the sword, gathering energy, and countering all required time. If Lin San were here, he might have been able to pose a greater threat in close combat. Even Rin Xianxian could only manage an even fight with Faz. Lin Fan steadied himself, preparing to counter. The first small fireball roared toward him, exploding on impact. A translucent shield appeared just in time to block it, only to vanish instantly. The second and third fireballs followed in quick succession, and each time, a shield materialized at the precise moment to intercept the attack. The battle had reached its climax. A textbook example of shield control, an essential skill for every shield warrior. But few can truly master it. Faz raised his hand slightly, and four blazing fireballs materialized around him, shooting toward Lin Fan's upper left, upper right, and lower right. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as energy shields instantly formed at the corresponding positions. Faz's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Wrong guess. The fireball in the upper left deliberately slowed down, while the other three exploded violently, just as they reached Lin Fan. 2304 1599 1888. Huh. Faz raised an eyebrow. The damage was far below his expectations. However, the delayed fireball had already maneuvered behind Lin Fan under the cover of the explosion's smoke. Boom. 8,235 inch. From the stands, Long Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully and glanced at Wang Jia. With that level of control, he really shouldn't be using field magic. What do you mean by shouldn't be using field magic? Wang Jia immediately retorted. Look at him, field magic is the key to victory. Ji Li fixed his gaze on the battle but was lost in thought, pondering a fundamental question. What was the principle behind the gravity totem's construction? How was gravity being utilized? He suddenly realized he had been overlooking a critical point. Taking out a blank card, he fell into deep contemplation. What exactly is the essence of a card? Why does infusing energy into it affect reality? Watching his opponent use weak field magic and totems, this question reached its peak. Ji Li abruptly stood up. I need to head back. Without waiting for a response, he quickly walked out. Boss? I'm coming too. Ji Fufu hurriedly followed. Guess I'll tag along. You all enjoy the match, Nina said nonchalantly as she floated after them. Lin San looked puzzled. What's going on? Probably had a sudden epiphany. Long Xing replied casually. That's how card makers are when inspiration strikes. They drop everything else. Meanwhile, the battle continued in the arena. Faz observed Lin Fan's performance with a light chuckle and spread his hands. Even the Iron Shield technique? Impressive, I concede. Lin Fan stopped moving after enduring the explosions. His strategic setup had already earned him enough points. If the opponent had no other tricks, it was certain he could reach them before being defeated. Faz's surrender came as no surprise to him. Returning to the stands, Faz was immediately met with a question from Xue Wu. So what do you think? His personal strength is remarkable, Faz shrugged. You saw it yourself under such unfavorable conditions. If I didn't use other methods, there's no way I could win. Iron shield technique? His shield control is top-notch. Honestly, big sis, you've put me in a tough spot. At his level, even AI Muti can't keep up. Hey Faz, what are you saying? AI Muti protested, striking a bodybuilder pose. AI Muti, am very strong too, you know. Faz glanced between AI Muti and Jian Shang, who was counting his own strengths, and finally sighed. Well, do your best. Xue Wu patted his shoulder. It's fine if you can keep up, and it's fine if you can't. The main point this time is to show you what real geniuses look like. Practice makes perfect. Winning or losing doesn't matter. There's still a long way to go, FAC said with a hint of surprise on her face. Wait, boss, are you saying you're planning to surrender? What else? They're pretty strong, Xue Wu replied with a sly smile in her eyes. Boss, can you not use such a cheap reverse psychology tactic? Does it work? All right, I'll try my best, FAC shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, Jili was striding down the street, his younger sister Ji Fu trailing closely behind. Brother, where are we going? She asked curiously, as it was rare to see her usually composed brother in such a hurry. Something came to mind, Jili replied, his tone carrying a trace of excitement. What is it? Nina. Floating beside Jili, Nina responded. Huh? What is the primary material? Jili suddenly asked. Nina stared at him in shock. Are you serious? Is it something you can't tell me? Correct. Got it. Jili said, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. Huh? Got what? Ji Fu asked, completely puzzled. For once, an excited expression appeared on Ji Li's face. So that's how it is. That's how it is, he exclaimed before rushing back to the tavern. He headed straight to the workshop, dismissed the apprentices who were working, and shut the door behind him. Before closing the door, he specifically instructed Nina, don't disturb me. Ji Fu and Nina exchanged confused glances. What's going on? Ji Fu asked. Nina sighed and picked up her phone. After a few rings, Zhao Mian's voice came through. What's up? Ji Li seems to have figured out what the primary material is, Nina said. What did you just say? Zhao Mian's voice suddenly rose. How could he know? How is that even possible? Did you tell him? Do you even realize what you're saying? It is what it is. I'm just letting you know, Nina replied helplessly. Fine, if he knows, he knows. It's not the end of the world. But, Zhao Mian paused. He better not be planning to make some bizarre card. How would I know? Nina shouted before hanging up the call. On the other end, Zhao Mian sighed. Zhuge Yi looked at him and asked, President, what's wrong? A genius, Zhao Mian remarked with a hint of awe. He figured out what the primary material is. That's impossible. Zhuge Yi's eyes widened. I deliberately misled him. Do you even know who he is? Of course I do. It's Jili. He's the only card maker worth watching in Xinglua City. And how exactly did you mislead him? I gave him information about secondary materials and secondary energy. Based on his understanding, he should think the primary material is the soul. You told him this yourself? Not directly. I just pointed him in that direction. Do you see the problem here? I do, Zhuge Yi admitted with a sigh. If the primary material were the soul, his mental vision wouldn't be able to replicate soul-based cards, right? Are you sure you misled him and didn't just give him a hint? Zhao Mian shot him a glare. This kind of thing should only be revealed to someone at the 7-star level. But now, President, he already knows. It's not like you can just erase his memory, Zhuge Yi said. Well, Zhao Mian looked as though he was seriously considering it. President, don't even think about it, Zhuge Yi said in alarm. Relax, I'm not that bored, Zhao Mian waved him off. How's the preparation for the thought theft project? Almost done. Give it a month, and we can distribute it after the trial ends. All right, let's leave it at that. Ji Li held a blank card in his hand, examining it intently under the bright laboratory lights. As he observed it more closely, the corners of his mouth curled upward, the smile growing wider and wider. For some time now, a question had been haunting him. How could mind theft replicate on his soul-type cards? By all logic, if souls were truly considered primary materials, then mind theft, with its mere third-level energy, shouldn't have been capable of such replication. There had to be some crucial detail he had yet to uncover. His card-making skills were currently stuck in an awkward place, could only recreate a small fraction of the cards he imagined. Thinking back to the awe-inspiring cards from his previous life, whether it was the Heartfire Priest or One Punch Man, they were far beyond his current abilities. Initially, he blamed his limitations on his rank and star level. But ever since the emergence of soul-type cards, he had started to suspect he might be trapped in a certain mental framework. When he first saw Xue Wu's totem series, that faint sense of realization felt like a thin veil obstructing his vision. As a man driven by the pursuit of breakthroughs, he longed to tear through that barrier, but could never find the key. That was, until today. When he witnessed the swamp and those two faintly connected totems, a startling idea suddenly struck him. Primary materials. He murmured to himself before bursting into laughter. His laughter started small but grew louder and more unhinged, eventually turning into a manic cackle. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The sound carried an unsettling edge. Brother, brother, Ji Fufu burst into the lab, only to find Ji Li sitting there nonchalantly, still holding the blank card in his hand. What? Ji Li asked calmly. Well, I just heard some really creepy laughter outside, Ji Fufu said, her eyes wide. You must have misheard, Ji Li replied, casting her a casual glance. Really? Ji Fufu scratched her head. All right, whatever. Anyway, Nina ratted you out. Fufu, I didn't rat him out. Nina quickly defended herself. Anyone who knows what primary materials are has to report it. After all, I know. Ji Li nodded, showing his understanding. It is pretty outrageous. Well, someone's going to come talk to you soon. Talk to me about what? They'll pay you hush money, Nina said succinctly. A moment later, Zhuge Yi entered the lab with a troubled expression on his face. Long time no see, Professor Zhuge. Ji Li greeted him with a broad smile, showing 8 teeth. Not that long. Zhuge Yi hesitated for a moment before sighing. You really figured it out? Yeah, Ji Li nodded. From the beginning, I thought it was strange. Why could mind theft replicate soul-type cards? And if souls are unique materials, how could my cards be replicated? It wasn't until today, after watching that match, that everything clicked. The ability to replicate suggests that the replicated object is far inferior to the one doing the replication. Mind theft may only involve some minor modifications I made to the replication series star circuit, but it can directly replicate soul-type cards. There's only one possible explanation for this. Ji Li produced a blank card in his hand and held it up. It's this, isn't it? Ji Li gazed at the white card before him, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Its priority level is the highest, which is why it can contain it, he murmured to himself. Without waiting for Zhuge Yi to respond, he continued. I should have realized sooner. The answer was in the question all along. If the white card's priority level wasn't the highest, how could it endure the impact of secondary level energy? Equivalent exchange both sides must have a comparable foundation. He turned to Zhuge Yi, his gaze sharp. If my guess is correct, apart from the white card having the highest priority, the soul-type cards must also be somewhat unstable, right? Zhuge Yi let out a wry laugh. You'll understand when the time comes. Ji Li nodded and refrained from pressing further. Now that the white card's highest priority level and its exceptional capacity had been confirmed, many theoretical ideas could now be put into practice. Is there anything else? Zhuge Yi took out a piece of paper and gently placed it on the table. This requires signing a confidentiality agreement. Ji Li glanced at the paper and raised an eyebrow. A single piece of paper, what kind of binding power does it have? This is a contract under the Gate of Judgment, Zhuge Yi said solemnly. It's tied to the 9-star card in the President's possession falling star, Gate of Judgment. Once signed, you are bound to strict compliance. Even if you reach the 9-star level, the consequences of breaking it would be unbearable. Ji Li spread his hands with a sly smile. What's the benefit? This is something I figured out myself. If you want me to keep it confidential, there has to be some kind of reward, right? Zhuge Yi explained that every card maker who discovered this would join a deeper internal association. However, given Ji Li's current 5-star rank, the membership wouldn't hold much significance for him. How about giving me some secondary level pure yang materials? Ji Li stated his demand directly. This caused Zhuge Yi's chest to heave intensely. Among the base attributes of materials, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, pure yin and yang materials were extremely rare. For instance, the blue bead by Miao Yin had given him was considered an impure yin material, yet it was already highly valuable. Before Zhuge Yi could finish processing this, Ji Li added, don't overthink it. I only need 5-star level materials. That's not asking too much, is it? Zhuge Yi paused, then relaxed. Indeed, with 5-star level materials, there would be much more flexibility. All right, I'll bring them to you later. First, sign the agreement. Ji Li picked up the pen, ready to sign, but Zhuge Yi quickly stopped him. Use a star-engraved pen, and you'll need to infuse it with star energy. Oh, Ji Li responded, grabbing the star-engraved pen and writing his name. As the signature was completed, the contract slowly dissolved into the air. Ji Li's pupils contracted slightly as if sensing something, but the curve of his lips deepened. A contract, huh? Heh. Card classroom answer of the day. Level 1 material, white card. White cards share the same origin as secret realms and worlds, belonging to the category of level 1 materials. Tomorrow's classroom preview. The relationship between star circuits and white cards, and the operational mechanism of thought theft. Zhuge Yi observed Ji Li's expression, hesitating to speak. That familiar look made Ji Li's heart tighten. This bastard must have figured something out again. He mulled it over for a while, but ultimately decided not to ask. After Zhuge Yi took his leave, Ji Li stood alone in the laboratory, fiddling with the white card in his hand, muttering to himself, the world? How could something this absurd exist in the world? In the meeting room, Fast rubbed his pale temples. Today's battle brought nothing but bad news. The tactics they had originally envisioned seemed unlikely to work. The rogue girl twirled her dagger skillfully in her hand as she analyzed. Not only do they have absolute offense on their side, but the two mages are also exceptionally strong. She paused for a moment before adding, and their methods are downright dirty. Dirty? That's an understatement. Mei Nu chimed in. That arcane master is practically a monster. She recalled the events she had witnessed on the stage earlier, Long Xing's terrifyingly precise control and Wang Jie's almost nightmarish ability to anticipate and calculate. Arcane itself isn't hard to counter, Fast said in a low voice. The problem is, you can never predict what type of arcane he's using. It wouldn't be too bad if it fell into ordinary hands, but in theirs. Mei Nu sighed. The way Wang Jie had utilized field magic today had truly opened her eyes. Unlike Fast, who focused on cooperative casting, Wang Jie's field magic was almost entirely offensive. One prioritized preparation and setup, while the other emphasized timing during the cast. If the opponent used arcane at a critical moment to neutralize their core cards, it would spell disaster. Then why don't we just bait out his arcane first? AI Muti raised his hand to suggest. Jianshang unceremoniously flicked him on the forehead. Oh, AI Muti, are you dumb? They'll only use it at the crucial moment. Duh. Don't worry, Xuewu suddenly said, pulling out a card from her pocket. I've got a trump card right here. Everyone immediately crowded around her. Whoa. Meanwhile, the office hall in Xinglua City was a hive of activity. The staff was undertaking the most demanding screening process in the city's history, evaluating the strength of the four-star teams. With results like this, going into the secret realm is practically a death sentence, one staff member sighed. The mountainous stack of evaluation forms showed that most four-star teams were either fishing or wandering around the outskirts of Yuduan mountain range. The slightly better ones had contracted card artisans, but even then, they were only marginally stronger. The evaluation criteria covered 6 aspects: offense, survival, intelligence, quick thinking, leadership, and card skills. Each individual was required to meet at least 3 passing marks, with preferably one aspect rated as excellent. Yet, so far, not a single qualified team had been identified. Do you think, in the end, there might not be a single qualified team? Someone asked worriedly. Impossible. Another person immediately refuted. I heard there's one really incredible team. How incredible? They're practically beyond 4-star level. Huh, beyond 4-star level? Yeah, right. The staff member flipped through the test report absent-mindedly, their fingers sliding mechanically down the pages. Suddenly, a shocking hexagonal chart caught their attention. Clearly labeled on it were Lin Xinxin, max survival, max intelligence, max quick thinking, max leadership, max strategy. Every single ability was maxed out. This can't be real. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief, and the other colleagues immediately crowded around. There must be some cheating involved. How can all 6 categories be maxed out? Someone questioned skeptically. This is practically a death sentence for the girl. The secret realm isn't a place you can survive by cheating. Another colleague angrily retorted. At that moment, a steady voice came from behind them. Perhaps our testing methods still have room for improvement. The staff turned around to see President Zhao Mian, his face etched with the marks of time, wearing a meaningful smile. President, the group exclaimed in unison. Yes, I know this girl XN. Her entire team has applied for a second review, Zhao Mian explained slowly. Calling her a hexagon maxed out player might be an exaggeration, but her skill in hitting her target dead end renders our tests meaningless. Naturally, she scored full marks. Zhao Mian glanced around at the group, his tone turning serious. I understand if you feel tired of this work, but I hope you can take it seriously. Every report in your hands could help these young people avoid unnecessary detours. Isn't that like planting seeds of hope? Hearing this, the staff lowered their heads in shame. It dawned on them just how critical their work was as guidance for the newcomers. President, we will do our best from now on. How much more needs to be reviewed? About 3 days worth. But by your standards, not many will qualify. No matter, Zhao Mian said with a wave of his hand. If they don't qualify, so be it. The secret realm is inherently dangerous. For this round, we'll triple your compensation. Long live the president. The group cheered enthusiastically. 3 days later, at the tavern, the sign at the entrance read, closed for business. But inside, the place was buzzing with activity. A group of people had gathered around a table, their eyes fixed on a map spread out in the center. Lin Fan pointed to the gourd-shaped valley map, explaining the final round's rules in detail. This is a point-based competition, he said, gesturing to the left side of the gourd. This forested area is our territory, then moved his finger to the right side. And this is the opponent's. So basically, the gourd is split in half. Lin San summarized. Exactly, Lin Fan nodded. Hidden in the opponent's territory are the tokens we need to find. Each one we retrieve earns us 2 points. Meanwhile, our territory has tokens thereafter. For every token they find here, we lose 1 point. What kind of tokens are we looking for? Zhao Maio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finding objects was her specialty. Lin Fan pulled out a photograph. The group leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed in unison, "A chick." The photo showed a plump little blue chick, undeniably adorable, but with a strange, inexplicably eerie vibe. This is something materialized from the cards, Wang Jie thought to himself, scratching his chin. Based on the intel, these little chicks are incredibly fast and hard to catch, but once captured, they revert back into cards out of fright. He instinctively believed that the speed of a single chick wouldn't be too much of a threat. Setting a trap would do the trick. It was only a matter of time. No, it's not that simple, Zhao Miao Miao frowned. The speed of these chicks might far exceed all our expectations. Even if we set traps, what if the enemy sabotages them? Lin Fan nodded in agreement and immediately asked about the specific rules. Each side had 5 chicks. Capturing an opponent's chick and reverting it into a card would earn 2 points, while deducting 1 point from the opposing team. More critically, there was a hidden task worth 5 points. This score was significant. If both sides managed to capture all of each other's chicks, they'd each earn a total of 5 points. Placing his hand firmly on the map, Lin Fan's expression turned serious. Even if we can't secure the hidden task, we absolutely cannot let the other side succeed. So what should we do with our chicks? First, we test their strength. If possible, we should aim to reduce their numbers, Fast said while studying the map. We have an extra member compared to them, that's our advantage. The battle would last for 5 hours. Fast turned to the team leader and began strategizing. We shouldn't rush to invade. Thief Girl and Clumsy Rogue, you two scout the situation first. The rest of us. He paused. We'll create the illusion of a defensive stance, making them think Thief Girl and Clumsy Rogue are only out to score points. You mean to cover the entire valley? Shuewu immediately grasped his plan. Exactly. Only by covering the whole valley can we secure a decisive victory at the critical moment, Fast said, clenching his fist. He added, Thief Girl, Clumsy Rogue, be careful. The enemy's offensive power is no joke. Understood, the two responded in unison. Fast then began laying out the tactical formation in detail. The match had drawn significant attention, as only 2 teams had made it to the finals. Many other participants were eager to see how they measured up against the top players. Understanding their curiosity, Zhao Mian decided to stream the event live and even invited Nina as a co-commentator. Spectators could watch the match on a large screen in the town's central square. Ji Li chose not to attend in person, opting instead to watch Nina's broadcast from home. When he heard Zhao Mian and Nina's professional commentary opening, "Hello, viewers. Welcome to the first and final match of the Secret Realm Finals." Ji Li couldn't help but turn to Nina and ask, "An old guy like him still coming up with such fresh ideas?" He rushed onto the stage, claiming he was worried others wouldn't understand the tactical arrangements. But in truth, he simply couldn't resist the urge to join the battle himself. Nina glanced at the figure on stage, her lips curling slightly. She thought to herself, she knew this playful oldemer's personality better than anyone else ever could. Ji Fufu sat in the audience, stuffing popcorn into her mouth nonstop. She mumbled through a full mouth, "Who do you think will win?" "Our team," Nina and Ji Li answered in unison. "Why?" Ji Fufu pressed on, crumbs flying everywhere as she spoke. "Because we played dirty," Nina said bluntly. "Because of strategy," Ji Li replied seriously. Feeling Nina's disdainful gaze, Ji Li cleared his throat and explained, "It's strategy, not dirty play. In a match like this, information is everything." Nina held up a finger and said mysteriously, "Right now, the enemy has exposed quite a bit of information, and we've revealed some of our cards too. But they've overlooked one crucial piece of intelligence." "What intelligence?" Ji Fufu asked, puzzled. "You'll see," Nina said as she grabbed the popcorn bucket from Ji Fufu. "And stop eating. The match hasn't even started, and you've already eaten half the bucket." Ji Fufu didn't seem to mind. She simply picked up a soda sitting nearby and took a big, satisfied sip. Above them, the giant screen illuminated, its display split into 2 sections to allow the audience to monitor both teams simultaneously. On the left was the red team, Lin Fan's squad, while on the right was the blue team, the Chrysanthemum Brigade. At that moment, the doorbell jingled softly. All 4 of them, including Di Lu, who had been acting as their go-to helper, turned their heads in unison. Shuewu walked in, carrying 2 bulging bags. Noticing everyone staring at her, she remained unfazed and said, "I brought some food. Make some room for me." "Welcome, welcome." Ji Fufu jumped up, eagerly running over to greet her. Shuewu casually grabbed a chair and sat down. If there was one thing the tavern had in abundance, it was chairs. "Boss, who do you think will win between the 2 of us?" Shuewu asked as she settled in. "Me," Ji Li replied without hesitation. Shuewu chuckled. "You're confident, I'll give you that. But I'm not one to admit defeat so easily." "Maybe you should." Dila couldn't help but interject. Shuewu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, while the arcana is tricky, no matter how skilled your star warriors are, they're not invincible. Is there something I don't know?" "Yes, and it's the key to victory." "Really? Then I'll have to see it for myself," Shuewu said, her interest piqued. To her, winning or losing didn't matter. It was just a match, and no one was going to lose their life over it. She didn't even bother asking for an explanation. She'd find out soon enough. Why spoil the suspense? Besides, she didn't think she'd lose anyway. After all, she'd prepared quite the feast for Geely. The thought made her grin slyly, like a fox that had just stolen a chicken. As their conversation ended, the two teams began to move on the screen. By Miaoying and Shun Xiao each summoned an owl, which took flight into the sky. Meanwhile, Lai Ren pulled out a card that transformed him into a sharp-eyed eagle, soaring high above with a flick of his hand. Card Strategy Workshop. Today's topic, the mechanics of thought steal. Building on the foundational principles of replication and detection circuits in the star circuit system, Geely innovated by developing the thought steal technique. Previously, we discussed how the world and blank cards belong to the same tier. However, the world is superior due to its adherence to universal rules, while blank cards operate based on the logic set by their creator. Star warriors must channel star energy to convince the main world they're an ally, allowing their cards to materialize. The principle of thought steal lies in this. Once materialized, a card becomes part of the main world, making it a higher tier than inactive star cards and enabling direct theft. As for why it can steal soul-based cards, this involves the unique properties of emotional energy. Take Lin Xinxin's immunity as an example. Immunity relies on absolute focus and confidence. She can't even blink when under attack. This reveals a significant flaw. It's overly emotional, easily influenced, and unstable. Cards made from souls may be more powerful, but they inherit this emotional instability, ironically making them easier to replicate. For those curious about the core mechanism behind replicating star circuits, I encourage you to explore related topics. From pinhole imaging to the principles of film production, find an explanation that resonates with you. Class dismissed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.